Chapter 2421 Something big has happened. Wei Qinghe saw Su Maoyang being excluded, and felt sorry for her. He walked over quickly. They clearly treated you as if you didn't exist and excluded you. You are so frustrated as a general. What are you going to do next? Thank you, Master Wei, for speaking for me just now. In fact, I didn't count on the 7th Army. Su Maoyang nodded gratefully at Wei Qinghe. Are you really going to fight alone and overthrow a realm? Wei Qinghe widened his eyes in surprise and looked at her in disbelief. Su Maoyang smiled. Of course not. In addition to the 7th Army, don't we have helpers like you? Our spiritual power level is not good enough. Wei Qinghe didn't expect that she would count on them, the innate Emperor's spiritual masters, and felt flattered. Although the soldiers of the 7th Army were not as talented as them, they were at least high-level veterans with rich combat experience. And they were also the elite troops of the Divine Flame Army. They were much better than them in group battles. And these newcomers could not help at all in the war. Of course, Emperor Yan did not expect them to win the battle, but just hoped that they could find some opportunities, improve their strength, and become the reserve force of the mysterious mirror. So Su Maoyang's words really flattered him. Facing his surprise, Su Maoyang smiled even more. As Ouyang Xie said just now, fighting requires teamwork, not individual show, and requires tactics, not brute force. If one person is weak, a group of people will be stronger. So, the most important thing is to rely on this. As he said, Su Maoyang pointed to his head meaningfully, leaving Wei Qinghe confused. I don't know why. Why does this sentence come out of her mouth with such a deep meaning? Could it be that? Wei Qinghe's mind suddenly flashed, and a terrible idea flashed in his mind. But before Wei Qinghe asked, Su Maoyang had already bowed and said goodbye. I have something important to do now. I have to go to Xingfeng City first, so I have to say goodbye to Master Wei for the time being. Wei Qinghe didn't have time to suppress his inner speculation, and heard that she was leaving, and immediately asked, Miss Dongfang, are you going to the Blood Demon Cave? The most famous secret place in Xingfeng City is the Blood Demon Cave. Su Maoyang nodded. That's right. Anyway, there is no rush to start a war. I want to try other places for training. But the Blood Demon Cave is very selective, and the inheritance and rewards inside are not suitable for everyone. For some people, practicing may even be counterproductive. So, going there is probably a waste of time. Wei Qinghe was afraid that she didn't know about the Blood Demon Cave, so he hurriedly explained. In fact, the difficulty of the Blood Demon Cave is not much less than that of the Wanxiang Ancient Realm. But the Wanxiang Ancient Realm is suitable for disciples to practice. The rewards given are suitable for most people, and it is easy to comprehend and has a promising future. However, the things in the Blood Demon Cave are not something that everyone can practice. Even if they succeed in practicing, it is very difficult to improve in the later stage, which is not the best choice. This is also the reason why everyone is willing to go to the Wanxiang Ancient Realm instead of the Blood Demon Cave. Su Maoyang also has some understanding of the Blood Demon Cave. In fact, her main purpose is not to practice, but to find Jun Haocong. At the beginning, Emperor Yan said that Jun Haocong went to Xingfeng City. With his strength and physique, he would definitely choose a place like the Blood Demon Cave for practice. Because for someone like him who practices magic, it is obviously more appropriate to go to the Blood Demon Cave than to the Wanxiang Ancient Realm. Now that she has finally saved her life, she is very concerned about Jun Haocong. She just wants to see him as soon as possible. Even if she doesn't talk, it's good to be with him. Therefore, Su Maoyang's tone was a little anxious. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Wei. It's just that it's not easy to come here. If you give up without trying, it's still a pity. Time is tight now. Let's greet each other another day. Wei Qinghe saw that she had made a decision, and it was not easy to persuade her. He then bowed his hands. Okay. I won't delay Miss Dongfang's training. If Miss Dongfang really needs me, just tell me. I will do my best. Su Maoyang heard this, nodded gratefully, and quickly turned to the direction of Xingfeng City. When she felt the Blood Demon Cave, she saw that the cave entrance was indeed very deserted. Few disciples would choose the Blood Demon Cave as a place for training. Fortunately, she was lucky, and someone just walked out of the magic cave. Seeing this, Su Maoyang hurried forward and asked, Brother, I wonder if you have seen my brother Dongfang Juni in the Blood Demon Cave. The man recognized Su Maoyang's identity at a glance. When he heard that she was looking for Dongfang Junyi, he shook his head without thinking. How could I see him? This magic cave is full of illusions. Once you enter, everyone is teleported to different spaces. How can you have the chance to see other people? Su Maoyang frowned slightly. If this is the case, it would be difficult to find Jun Haotsong. Although she was not sure whether he was in there. She just used the sound transmission talisman to contact Jun Haotsong. But he did not respond to her. He must have been blocked in the secret realm. Therefore, Su Maoyang decided to go in and look for him. Then she thanked the man and stepped into the magic cave. It took half a month to look for him. Su Maoyang and the spirit beasts had a lot of experience in the illusion. But they didn't see Jun Haotsong. Su Maoyang had to withdraw from the Blood Demon Cave and planned to look for him in other cities. But she ran into Wei Qinghe at the door as soon as she came out of the magic cave. Looking anxious. Mr. Wei? Are you also coming to the magic cave to experience? Su Maoyang asked in surprise. She had heard that he had no intention of the Blood Demon Cave before. So she thought he had no such plan. Wei Qinghe finally saw Su Maoyang and was relieved. He hurriedly explained. I'm not here to experience. I'm here to find you. I've been waiting for you. Looking for me? What happened? Su Maoyang frowned when she saw that he looked wrong. Something big has happened. This morning, before dawn, Ouyang Xia secretly led the 7th Army to attack the city of Yaoyu Realm. When Prince Yu learned about this, he was worried that something might go wrong. So he notified the Wulong Regiment and other troops to prepare for a full-scale war. You are the nominal general of the 7th Army, so you should know about this. So as soon as I got the news, I came to inform you immediately. Wei Qinghe was tangled up and said speechlessly. Again? Su Maoyang got the point and asked in confusion. Alas, you don't know that 5 days ago, Ouyang Xia led the army to attack Yaoyu Realm without authorization and destroyed an enemy unit in the chaos. Because of the victory in the first battle and the military merits, she wanted to pursue the victory and go deep into the enemy, but was opposed by Prince Yu, who knew that she would not listen to the dissuasion and acted secretly again today. It has been a morning, and I don't know what the situation of Yaoyu Realm is now. Chapter 2422, Falling into the Trap of the Two Realms. In fact, Wei Qinghe came to find Su Maoyang 5 days ago, but she had been in the magic cave and had not come out. He could not contact her, so he had to give up. Fortunately, Ouyang Xia won the battle last time and there were no casualties. But this time she was so aggressive. Wei Qinghe always felt that something was wrong. So it was better to inform Dongfang Junmo. Su Maoyang was stunned when he heard such a thing suddenly, and asked solemnly, Are the Yaoyu Realm and the Life and Death Realm still at war now? It was because the two sides were still at war that Ouyang Xia took advantage of the opportunity and wiped out a team of the other party. Wei Qinghe nodded. It's bad. Ouyang Xia. This idiot. Su Maoyang didn't want to curse when he heard this, but he couldn't help cursing. What's wrong? Wei Qinghe became more and more uneasy. Su Maoyang had no time to explain, and directly ordered, Hurry up and lead the way. I want to see Prince Yu. Wei Qinghe saw her serious expression, and did not dare to delay, and hurriedly took her to Prince Yu's temporary residence. At this time, many people were already standing in Prince Yu's residence, and almost all the disciples of the Wulong group were present. But at this time, they were standing in the yard in silence, with particularly solemn expressions. But before Wei Qinghe could ask, there was a sound of porcelain being touched, and a sound of a cup being broken came from the hall. Then, Prince Yu shouted angrily, No way. I told her not to act on her own. But she was too proud to show off her achievements. She was complacent because she killed a small team and wanted to pursue the victory. Now, she fell into the trap of the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm. They deliberately set a bait to lure her in, but she failed to see through it in time, and lost the elite troops of the 7th Army. I didn't expect Ouyang Yu to dare to hide it from me and gather a large force to rescue. Now 100 soldiers are trapped. Do you have any discipline in your Ouyang family? Do you really think that the Divine Flame Army is an army that your Ouyang family has raised, and you can give orders at will? Do you really take the Emperor Yin seriously? Ouyang Huai was so frightened when he heard this that he broke out in a cold sweat and turned pale. He knelt down and apologized. Please forgive me. My brother was too concerned and confused. I lost my mind. The Divine Flame Army has always been your Majesty's direct army. Even my Ouyang family is your majesty's most loyal minister. How dare I order your majesty's army at will? I am terrified. Humph. I don't think you are terrified at all. Aren't you here to ask me to send troops to rescue you? Prince Yu snorted angrily, obviously not believing his fake apology. Your Highness, I am wronged. The 7th Army is the elite force of the mysterious god realm. They are excellent in attack and defense. We will have to rely on them to charge forward. If they are lost in the Demon Moon realm, won't my mysterious god mirror suffer heavy losses? Are you doing this for the 7th Army or for your brother and niece? We both know it. Why bother to say some high-sounding words? Since you know that you will suffer heavy losses, you shouldn't act rashly. Prince Yu glared at him with a dark face. His face was so tight that the veins on his forehead could be seen. He was obviously trying his best to suppress his anger. Today, I will say this. None of the troops stationed in the city can leave the city. Ouyang Xia has to clean up the mess she made herself. Whether she can come out alive depends on her luck. The Demon Moon realm and the Life and Death realm have been fighting for more than a month. And they didn't dare to use the elite troops. Just to keep a backup plan, Ouyang Xia actually sent an elite force to launch a surprise attack, intending to reap the benefits. But she was the fish, and they were the fishermen. So, knowing that it was a trap, how could Prince Yu let the remaining troops go to die one after another? Moreover, they had taken these 4 cities with great difficulty. If part of the station troops were gone, once the elite troops left behind in the other 2 realms came to attack, they might not be able to capture other cities. And even the few remaining cities would be lost. That would be ridiculous. Prince Yu naturally would not allow such a thing to happen. Therefore, he would rather sacrifice the elite troops and the 100 soldiers than send troops to rescue. Su Maoyang only understood the general situation of the quarrel inside, and could not help asking the disciples of the Wulong group, what is going on? Where was Ouyang Xia ambushed? Ran Xinglan sympathized with Su Maoyang for being a general, but unable to command the 7th Army. And now he was a commander without troops. And kindly explained, alas, Ouyang Xia developed a set of tactics and won a battle with the tactics. So he has been eager to try it, but was opposed by Prince Yu. Later, Ouyang Xia learned that the team of the Life and Death realm had killed the city of the Demon Moon realm this morning. And the 2 sides fought fiercely, with heavy casualties. There were less than 20 people left. Seeing the opportunity, she led the 7th Army to attack these dozen people. After all, they had 50 people, and they were elite troops. It was more than enough to fight against the dozen seriously injured people. But who knew that the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm actually ambushed 100 troops nearby, and caught the turtle in the jar as soon as the 7th Army appeared. We got the notice and rushed over, only to find out that General Ouyang also led 100 troops to rescue, but was defeated by the siege and lost many soldiers. So we just found out that the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm had been acting for us. They deliberately fought and designed ambushes in order to lure the Xianshan mirror into the trap. Su Maoyang felt heavier than ever after hearing this. She knew that it was not so easy to provoke the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm when she designed the 2 realms to fight. Maybe they really fought a little, but they definitely did not lose their minds. At least the elite troops of both sides did not go out, and the fighting did not hurt the foundation. They were just testing each other and restraining each other. According to Su Maoyang's guess, they would basically announce a ceasefire and recuperate after fighting for a month. But who knew that they were not afraid of consumption and were still fighting? So there was a possibility that they had joined forces to play a show for the Xianshan mirror. At this time, Ouyang Xia had been wedded for a month and could not hold back. Seeing that the 2 realms suffered heavy casualties, she was even more eager to try. So the Demon Moon realm first gave her a sweet treat and lured her into the trap with the sacrifice of a small team. Ouyang Xia felt that her guess was correct and the tactics were very effective. So she had further plans. At this time, both sides threw out another bait, and Ouyang Xia fell for it without knowing it. It must be said that the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm really played a good reversal. Who would have thought that they fought each other? But their goal was the mysterious god mirror. Originally, Su Maoyang had her own battle plan, but now it was all disrupted by Ouyang Xia. So she had to change the plan temporarily. Thinking of this, she quickly walked towards the hall where Prince Yu was. Chapter 2423 Advising Prince Yu. The guards at the door saw Su Maoyang rushing into the hall and immediately reached out to stop her. General Dongfang, Prince Yu is in a meeting. Please go back. Su Maoyang replied loudly. The current situation is not favorable for my Xianshan mirror. I am here to offer advice to Prince Yu. Do you want to stop me? Hearing this, the two guards hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Maoyang with suspicion. Obviously, they did not believe that a little girl like Donfang Junmo could have any good ideas. Donfang Junmo. The Xianshan mirror is already in chaos now. Can you please stop making trouble? Knowing that the situation was serious, Prince Yu could not tolerate Donfang Junmo's nonsense, and could not help but scold her. Su Maoyang looked at him speechlessly. Prince, I decided to come and offer advice just to relieve Prince Yu's worries. How can I say that I am causing trouble? Don't be so rude. You are a person who has never fought a war and doesn't even know tactics. How dare you come and offer advice? Let alone us. Do you think you are reliable? His father is still in a state of panic and doesn't know what to do. Donfang Junmo, who knows nothing, dares to come up and offer advice. Does she know more about fighting than his father? You are not afraid of being laughed at if you say it out. Su Maoyang pinched his nose with a headache. Prince, you don't have the ability yourself. But it doesn't mean that others don't have it. You haven't even heard me say what method is used to stop me from offering advice to Prince Yu, making me suspect that you are a spy sent by the other two realms. How dare you? You slander me. Prince Yu had no idea that Su Maoyang actually linked him to the spy, and immediately refuted angrily. Whether there is slander or not, the spy knows it in his heart. Prince Yu might as well think about it. If there is no spy, how can the Xianshan mirror know the casualties of the battle in the other two realms so clearly and so promptly? I don't believe that there is no spy adding fuel to the flames. Su Maoyang pointed out the key point incisively, and everyone looked at each other in shock. Yes, they didn't find it before. Looking back, it is indeed too easy for them to get information from the Xianshan mirror, which makes people think deeply about the trick. Prince Yu was also silent for a while by Su Maoyang's words. He knew that he was not a spy, but there was no guarantee that there were other spies in the Xianshan mirror. Su Maoyang's voice was not small, and Prince Yu in the hall also heard it clearly. Perhaps he agreed with Su Maoyang's statement, and coldly ordered, "Let her in." It is no longer a secret that Ouyang Xia and Ouyang Yu's troops were ambushed by the other two realms, so he did not avoid others when talking about this matter. On the contrary, letting everyone know about this matter can keep them alert and not fall into the enemy's trap again, now that someone has offered advice at a critical moment. Even if the other party is not very reliable, Prince Yu does not intend to miss any feasible method. At this time, Su Maoyang was allowed to step into the hall, quickly came to Prince Yu, clasped his fists and saluted. This general greets Prince Yu. No need to be polite. Tell me your ideas. Prince Yu had no time to worry about etiquette, and asked directly, seeing that he was willing to hear the details. Su Maoyang immediately said, Your Majesty, I have a plan to save the elite troops trapped in the Xianshan mirror. Although I can't guarantee that they can all be brought back, at least it can reduce casualties and lead them out of the siege, so that they will not be completely wiped out. What's the plan? Tell me quickly. Prince Yu was impatient and urged. It's hard for me to tell you the specific plan. After all, the spy is unknown, so it's better to be cautious. Your Majesty, just send me a team of 20 people to support, and I promise to bring them back. Su Maoyang asked directly, begging to lead the troops. She knew that Prince Yu would definitely not send her the whole team, because Ouyang Huai had been here for a long time without any response, and she knew Prince Yu's attitude. It just so happened that she didn't need so many people. Just 20 people would be enough. The purpose was to cover the 7th Army and keep the elite troops. As for the others, she was not within her consideration. After all, as the general of the 7th Army, although she did not directly cause the 7th Army to be defeated in the Demon Moon realm, she failed to control her subordinates, and she could not escape the blame. If someone with ulterior motives brought it to Emperor Yin, or if the Ouyang family wanted to shirk responsibility and put all the blame on her, it would be difficult for Emperor Yin to protect her. Therefore, in order not to have another handle in the hands of others for nothing, and to stop causing trouble to Emperor Yin, she had to save the 7th Army. Of course, the most important thing was to take this opportunity to severely damage the enemy and give Yaoyu realm a surprise. Therefore, even if she was very dissatisfied with Ouyang Xia, she had to put aside her personal grudges for the sake of the overall situation. However, when Prince Yu heard her request, he immediately refused. No, The Xianshan mirror can no longer withstand consumption. I will give you at most 10 people. You can do it yourself. These 10 people were obviously the biggest concession of Prince Yu, because the army he brought was not many. And he lost 100 or 200 people. Plus each of the 4 cities needed a lot of people to garrison. In the eyes of Prince Yu, those 10 people were mostly going to die. But there was no other way at the moment. So he could only try his best to try and gain some hope. So that people would not say that he was cold-blooded and heartless, and would not save people from dying. Su Maoyang originally thought that 20 people were already too few. And she had tried her best to control the number of people to the limit. Unexpectedly, Prince Yu was even more excessive, and actually wanted her to lead a team of 10 people to rush into the encirclement of more than 200 enemy soldiers to rescue the more than 100 soldiers. Was he exaggerating a bit? This is the rhythm of wanting the horse to run, but not letting it eat grass. Su Maoyang was speechless in his heart, and he discussed with reluctance, Prince Yu, if there are not even 20 people, how to cover the 7th army to leave? The 7th army is now seriously injured without thinking. Do you still expect them to break out of the encirclement by themselves? Don't you have a plan? If you need to rely on sending troops, do you still need to offer your advice? Prince Yu frowned, and his already angry face became even gloomier. Prince Yu's move clearly wanted to save the elite troops with her alone without any soldiers. His calculations were too clever. Su Maoyang was helpless, and was about to accept the order. But Saw Wei-Cheng strode in, and asked Prince Yu, Prince, I am willing to go with Miss Dongfang. Nonsense. What can you, a congenital emperor spiritual master, do? Prince Yu was already upset enough. But he didn't know that Wei Chenghe would come in to make trouble. So he scolded him. Wei Chenghe was not convinced. Miss Dongfang is lower than my level. You allowed her to lead troops to rescue. Why can't I? I think you are confused in your cultivation. Prince Yu wanted to say that he could do the same. He was the precious son of the Wei family. If something happened to him, how could he explain to the Wei family? Wei Chenghe probably knew his worries, and hurriedly said, Your Highness, don't worry. I volunteered to do this. If there is any mistake, I will take full responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ran Xingwan, Yun Qi, Wen Jingyao and Mo Yin, who were outside the hall, also walked in quickly and asked in unison, Your Highness, I am also willing to follow Miss Dongfang to rescue her. Chapter 2424 Go to Rescue. Prince Yu didn't expect that Wei Chenghe would go crazy alone. And even the other disciples of the Wulong group would go crazy. He really underestimated Dongfang Junmo's ability. In a short time, even these outstanding geniuses were bribed by her. However, these geniuses are the young generation who are backed by big forces and are respected and valued. If they are allowed to go deep into the enemy, it will undoubtedly be a way to send them to death. Although Prince Yu is a prince, he does not have the courage to make enemies with many big forces. He immediately angrily rejected, Are you two itching for a fight? I told you to prepare for the war, not to charge into the battle. Prince, since you can't send troops, send us. Anyway, we are useless here except for practicing. It's better to go to save people. Ran Xinglan begged sincerely. Ba, Donor Dongfang is willing to take the risk. This fearless and selfless spirit really makes me admire you. So, Your Majesty, let me contribute to the Xianshan realm. Yun Qi and several other geniuses who volunteered were infected by Su Maoyang's spirit of repaying evil with kindness and thinking about the overall situation. So they stood up to support her. Do you still think this is a gamble? You want to save people with the strength of an early Supreme Emperor Spirit Master? I think you are all crazy. Prince Yu scolded with a sullen face, and the anger in his heart rose again unconsciously. The worst of the other army are the middle stage Supreme Emperor Spirit Masters. And the elite troops have even reached the level of the peak Supreme Emperor Spirit Master. They are just innate Emperor Spirit Masters and early Supreme Emperor Spirit Masters. And they want to fight with the other army. Do you still think it is a gamble? Can you compete with talent and combat power? So naive. However, just as Prince Yu finished speaking, a clear and majestic voice came from the door. Let them go. Everyone was delighted when they heard this, and turned around to look. They saw Emperor Yin walking in from outside the hall against the light. His tall figure was noble and elegant in a white robe. Under the sunlight, a halo seemed to appear around him, so dazzling that people could not look at him closely. So, before everyone could take a closer look at his face, they were shocked by his majestic figure and outstanding temperament and lowered their heads. It was because Emperor Yan's aura was too strong that people had no courage to look closely at his beautiful face. As if looking at him for one more time would be a blasphemy. Prince Yu was Emperor Yan's elder brother after all. Although he respected him from the bottom of his heart, he still had the courage to advise. Your Majesty, they are still a group of children. They can't even protect themselves. How can they save others? Moreover, the life and death realm and the demon moon realm are insidious and cunning. Veterans like Ouyang Xia have been defeated by them. Let alone them. Children? They are almost 30 years old. It's time to take on their own responsibilities. Emperor Yin did not agree with Prince Yu's statement. He glanced sharply at the disciples present. Prince Yu was still worried and insisted. But the price paid behind this responsibility is too heavy. In his opinion, these children have not grown up completely. If they die halfway, it will be a huge loss to the Xianshan mirror. Emperor Yan's eyes were cold, and his tone was even more cruel. As a member of the mysterious mirror, if you want resources and inheritance, you have to fight for it with your own hands. Only those who have experienced war and faced death can be worthy of every effort invested in them. If they can only hide behind and enjoy resources, then they are not worthy of the word genius. A genius without blood will never be able to stand up no matter how many resources are thrown at him. Only if he stands up and fights his way out with his own strength can they go further and be called geniuses. Otherwise, everything others have done for them is in vain. Prince Yu was speechless and had to admit that what Emperor Yin said made sense. In the end, he could only compromise and clasp his fists, saying, "It's all up to Emperor Yin." Seeing that he had nothing to say, Emperor Yin looked at Su Maoyang. "Since you want to go deep into the enemy camp, I will send you 100 troops to command. Remember, there is only one chance. You must seize it well." Prince Yu had already stopped, but he was shocked by his next sentence and changed his face. He immediately objected. "Your Majesty, you must not do that. It is not easy to defend 4 cities. If we let another 100 troops fall into the enemy's trap, we will only be beaten in the later stage of the war." But before Emperor Yin could answer, Su Maoyang refused first. "No, 20 people are enough for me. Too many people will make the target too big, which is not conducive to action." Hearing her say this, Prince Yu was relieved instantly. She asked for the best herself, lest Emperor Yin would make an exception for her again. "Well, do as you think. I am waiting for your good news." Emperor Yin nodded, and then gave Prince Yu 2 instructions. Prince Yu then threw a military token to Su Maoyang. "I will arrange 20 soldiers to wait for you on the east side of Yanghe City. You can go directly there." Hearing this, Su Maoyang immediately clasped his fists. "I will definitely live up to your trust." After that, she walked out of the hall quickly with Wei Qinghe and others. At the same time, Su Maoyang took out the sound transmission talisman and said, "You can take action now." Wei Qinghe, Ran Xinglan and others were confused when they heard this. But before they could ask, Su Maoyang asked first, "There are only 20 or so people. Aren't you afraid?" "If I were afraid, I wouldn't have volunteered," Wei Qinghe said passionately. "Yes, you are not afraid of a woman. So what should we men be afraid of? What do you need us to do? Just tell us." Ran Xinglan nodded seriously, without any sign of retreat. Su Maoyang curled his lips and threw out a few sound transmission talismans directly. "The 4 of you just follow me and listen to my command." "Okay." The 4 nodded in unison, feeling nervous and expectant at the same time. After all, it was exciting to rush into the encirclement of 2 groups of people to rescue people with 20 people. I just don't know what Dongfang Junmo's plan is. He dared to claim that he could lead 2 teams out of the siege with only 20 people. It's really curious. Prince Yu, Zhuge Yuanfeng, Tuoba Rueda and others who had been waiting in the yard looked at Wei Qinghe and others in disbelief. Seeing that they really planned to go deep into the enemy camp, they all exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you really crazy? That's obviously an enemy trap." "Yes, we are crazy. But we are better than you cowardly geniuses." Wei Qinghe smiled sarcastically, deliberately biting the word genius very hard, and then passed by Prince Yu and others, and strode away with Su Maoyang. "A bunch of fools. You don't even know how you will die later." Prince Yu was humiliated by a congenital emperor spirit master, and couldn't help but spit viciously. As for the other disciples, although they didn't say anything, they also agreed with Prince Yu's statement. It was indeed too much of a joke for more than 20 people to want to save people. in order not to delay the rescue. Su Maoyang went in a hurry and arrived at the east side of Yanghe City in a short time. Su Maoyang gave a brief explanation, and then led more than 20 people to sneak into Anzhou City in Yaoyu Realm. Chapter 2425. You are the ones in the same group. On the way there, she carefully browsed the map of Anzhou City, and noted down several key points and patrol routes where troops were stationed in Yaoyu Realm. In addition, relying on the small number of people, she easily led a force of more than 20 people, avoided the patrol team, and went straight to the place where Ouyangxia was ambushed. However, when she arrived, Ouyangxia and Ouyangyu had been beaten to a bloody and wounded state, and were obviously at the end of their strength. As for the 7th Army, nearly half of them were lost, with only 30 people left. But compared to Ouyangyu's 100 troops, it was much better, because in order to protect the elite troops of the 7th Army, Ouyangyu's soldiers were almost completely killed, with only 20 people left to fight stubbornly. On the other hand, the Yaoyu Realm and the Xingxi Realm suffered almost no losses. Their 100-strong army attacked from the front and back, killing the Zuinxinjing soldiers without any resistance. The battle was quite tragic. Therefore, even though Wei Qinghe and others had been mentally prepared, they were still so angry that their faces turned pale, and their heads ached after seeing such a tragic and humiliating scene. It must be said that Zuinxinjing was calculated too badly this time. A general of the Yaoyu Realm, who looked a bit like a black bear, noticed the appearance of Su Maoyang and his party. He immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise, and looked at them curiously while teasing. "Oh, I thought Zuinxinjing didn't have the courage to send troops again. I didn't expect that for Miss Ouyang. They were really willing to spend a lot of money. But he didn't expect that there were only so few people coming." He didn't forget to look up and glance at Su Maoyang's back. The powerful perception quickly spread. After confirming that there were only more than 20 of them, he suddenly felt ridiculous and sneered. "But, with only so few people, are you sure you are here to save people?" "Of course I'm here to save people. Or to chat with you. You're so ugly. I'm not interested," Su Maoyang said mercilessly. You sharp-tongued girl, want to save people with 20 or so people? Is Emperor Yin crazy, or is your brain broken?" The general, who looked like a black bear, frowned and shouted angrily, obviously not believing that Xianxinjing really wanted to send 20 people to rescue Ouyangxia and Ouyangyu from them. "Who are they looking down on?" The relatively thin deputy general standing aside smiled and glanced at Wei Qinghe and others, and said with a look of understanding, "Ha ha ha, General Chu. I think Zuinxinjing can no longer send people. Look, they even captured the Xiantian Emperor's spirit master to make up the number. You can imagine how stretched they are. Besides, if they really sent a large army, they would have been discovered by the patrol team long ago. And how could these bastards take advantage of the loophole?" Even an old general like Ouyang Yulingxian was quickly discovered by the patrol team with 100 troops. Not to mention this group of young people who are not afraid of tigers. Ha ha ha. That's right. After all, for cities need to be garrisoned. How can so many soldiers be spared to rescue these idiots? It seems that without strong strength, having too many cities is not a good thing. The man called General Chu heard what he said and nodded in understanding, with a sense of satisfaction in his pupils. Previously, Zuinxinjing won the gambling battle. So impressive, mocking them for only taking a city. But now they have fallen into their trap, suffering heavy casualties. Now they can't even send out the army. So shabby that even the Xiantian Emperor's spirit master was captured to make up the numbers. It can be seen that Zuinxinjing's strength is not that good. When Chu Yong thought of this, he felt very happy, and naturally did not forget to add insult to injury. But this general never expected that Xianxinjing would be so absurd as to send a team of 20 people to rescue Ouyangxia. It is simply the most bizarre thing in the world. Ha 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 ha. Chu Yong tried hard to hold back his laughter, and at the end, he seemed to be unable to control it, and finally laughed out loud. The soldiers of Yaoyu Realm also laughed after hearing this, and all of them felt that Xianxinjing's move was absurd. However, Su Maoyang looked calm and looked at Chu Yong as if he was looking at a fool. "Who said we only said 20 people?" "Oh, yes. You are more than 20 people. You have 25 people." Chu Yong paused after hearing her words, but counted their number seriously, and then laughed out loud again. And the sarcasm was self-evident. Ran Xingwan, Wei Qinghe and others were so angry that they clenched their fists. But they were also laughed at by them. More than 20 people. Other enemies. Even they themselves feel unreliable. They can follow completely because they admire Su Maoyang, believing that she has a trick up her sleeve. As expected, Su Maoyang looked at the back of the army of life and death realm calmly, and saw a large group of people flying over. She slightly curled her lips and shouted to the tall and burly leader, "General Ke, you are finally here. If you don't come again, the Demon Moon Realm will treat my Zuinshinjing as a fool." Hearing this, Chu Yong and the deputy general were shocked, and suddenly froze their smiles. They looked at the army running in the distance, and then looked at Su Maoyang. "You? What do you mean?" Chu Yong did not expect that the life and death realm sent out more than 100 troops. And judging from the aura of these soldiers, most of them were at the level of the peak Supreme Emperor Spirit Master, which was clearly an elite force. Combined with Su Maoyang's words just now, he suddenly realized that something was wrong, and a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. At this time, the leader Ke Tong, who was rushing over with a large army, smiled and kindly explained, "Isn't it obvious? It means to rescue the Xianshan Mirror." The general of the life and death realm, who had originally attacked Ouyang Xia with Chu Yong, did not expect Ke Tong to appear here. After a moment of shock, he quickly clasped his fists and saluted, and asked with a puzzled face, "General Ke, why are you here?" He had originally received instructions from his superiors to lead 100 troops and the Yaoyu realm army to encircle and suppress the Xianshan Mirror. But he had never heard that elite troops would be sent, and they were troops led by General Ke Tong himself. Wouldn't it be a bit of an exaggeration for the Son of God to send such a lineup to deal with the minions of the Xianshan Mirror? Wait, what did General Ke say just now? Rescue the Xianshan Mirror? Did he hear it right? However, before he could ask, Chu Yong of the Yaoyu realm was already horrified and murmured in a stimulated voice, "Rescue the Xianshan Mirror? How could it be? No! I was fooled. You, the life and death realm, and the mysterious God Mirror are the ones in the same group. So that's it. You pretended to form an alliance with my Yaoyu realm. You said you would get rid of the mysterious God Mirror first, and then share the 4 cities with my Yaoyu realm, so that we could play a trick with you, the life and death realm, to lure the mysterious God Mirror into the trap. I didn't expect it to be all fake, all a conspiracy of you, the life and death realm and the mysterious God Mirror. You have already joined forces before, and the mysterious God Mirror is the bait. The one you really want to deal with is my Yaoyu realm." Chu Yong suddenly realized, and his eyes were red with anger, and he gritted his teeth, suddenly learning the truth. The generals of the life and death realm were shocked, and looked at Ke Tong with surprise, obviously not expecting this direction. Hearing this, Ke Tong did not shy away, and really responded calmly, "General Chu, it seems that you are not so stupid that you are hopeless." Chapter 2426. The original ally is the real prey. After being confirmed, General Lu of the life and death realm was also shocked to the extreme. It turned out that the superior sent him to lead troops to encircle the Xianshan Mirror with the Demon Moon Realm. But it was just a show. The real purpose was the Demon Moon Realm. Oh my god! This terrifying plan is really unexpected. If General Ke Tong hadn't appeared, he probably wouldn't have thought of this level even if he racked his brains. The prey he originally thought was actually an ally, and the original ally was the real prey. The Son of God is still powerful. Even such a plan came up with it. But he didn't expect that Emperor Yin would be willing to send out elite troops as bait in order to form an alliance with the life and death realm. The loss was so heavy that he almost believed it. But it is understandable that if you don't sacrifice the child, you can't catch the wolf. If there is no explosive information, Yaoyu realm will not be fooled. Ke Tong knew that Lu Peng was shocked, and kindly explained, "This is a secret from the top. It is inconvenient to disclose it before the action. I hope General Lu will understand." General Lu is not a fool. He has figured out a lot in a moment just now, and hurriedly replied, "General Ke, you are too polite. I just do what you tell me. How dare I expect any secrets? Now that General Ke is in charge, I will follow your orders." Su Maoyang saw Sun Yu pretending to be Ke Tong, and he pretended to be so real that he couldn't help but silently praised him in his heart. Speaking of which, after she met Dongfang Youyu that night, she disguised herself as Ji Manyao, a disciple of Yaoyu realm, and sneaked into the life and death realm, in addition to causing a lot of trouble in the life and death realm. The most important thing was that she and Sun Yu designed to kill Ke Tong. Fortunately, Su Maoyang's spiritual power level and puppetry skills have improved, And Sun Yu has already had the strength to rival the late-stage spiritual immortals. Although it took some effort to kill Kutung, it was generally smooth. In addition, Sun Yu himself is a dead spirit with a natural evil spirit. So after taking the disguise pill made by Su Maoyang using Kutung's blood, he pretended to be a general of the life and death realm, which was not noticed. However, Su Maoyang originally asked Sun Yu to pretend to be Kutung to deal with the elite troops of the Demon Moon realm, and would not use it easily unless it was absolutely necessary. But she didn't expect to meet Ouyang Xie, a fool, so she had to disrupt her plan and severely damage part of the Demon Moon realm's army first. Although the effect may not be as good as she expected, it could also achieve the purpose of completely provoking the life and death realm and the Demon Moon realm. Look! The soldiers of the Demon Moon realm are all trembling with anger, staring at the life and death realm with eyes that almost spit fire, and gnashing their teeth with chattering teeth, wishing to swallow the cunning beasts of the life and death realm alive. You are so good. You are from the life and death realm. You actually tease me. The Demon Moon realm. So I will fight you today. Chu Yong was furious when he found out that he was being played around like a fool. He didn't even bother to talk nonsense and rushed forward with his gun. However, his move was exactly what Sun Yu wanted. He immediately covered up the darkness in his eyes and ordered loudly. The Holy Sun said that today's battle is the decisive point to turn the tide of the war. All the soldiers of the Demon Moon realm must be trapped and killed here, leaving no one alive. Whoever kills more will be credited with a great merit and will be rewarded. Hearing that there would be a great reward, the 200 soldiers of the life and death realm rushed forward with enthusiasm. The Demon Moon realm now has only 100 soldiers. They not only have 200 soldiers, but also an elite force. It is easy for them to defeat the Demon Moon realm. Moreover, this plot was finally successful. So they naturally couldn't waste the hard-won opportunity and strive to give the Holy Sun a satisfactory answer. The soldiers of the life and death realm didn't want to waste this plot and miss the opportunity to take credit, while the soldiers of the Demon Moon realm were full of hatred and fought very hard. So the two sides fought with real anger as soon as they started, and everyone fought to death. The 4 disciples of Wei Qinghe and Ran Xingluan who witnessed this scene were confused, looking at each other, and then their eyes fell on Su Maoyang with an indescribable strange look. When did the Xianshan mirror actually form an alliance with the life and death realm? How come they didn't know? It's okay if they didn't know, but from the attitudes of Emperor Yan and Prince Yu, it's obvious that they didn't know. Could it be that the teammates who came with Su Maoyang to rescue were shocked? Not to mention that Ouyang Xie and Ouyang Yu, who were originally besieged as prey, suddenly encountered such a change, and their brains were short-circuited, and they were confused. What happened to this world? The reversal came too fast. What happened to the tragic battle just now? What happened to the dead soldiers? Is it really a bait set by Emperor Yan? But why is all this so unreal? Just when Ouyang Xie and Ouyang Yu were puzzled, Su Maoyang had already rushed into the battle circle with a team of 20 people. Ran Xingluan, you and Yunqi take 10 people to cover General Ouyang Yu's troops. The rest of you and I will cover the 7th Army. After the rescue is successful, return directly to the west side of the city gate. Su Maoyang immediately allocated manpower and led people to the position of the 7th Army. At present, Ouyang Yu's troops only have 20 people left, and the 7th Army has 30 people left. If they are rescued, there will be 50 people left. Of course, the most important thing is not to let Ouyang Xie and Ouyang Yu die here. After all, Ouyang Yu is also an early spiritual fairy. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang moved quickly and quickly approached Ouyang Xie and directly ordered, if you don't want to die, hurry up and take the 7th Army with me. Although Ouyang Xie was still full of doubts, she had no time to ask more questions in an emergency. She immediately called on the soldiers of the 7th Army to follow Su Maoyang and others to retreat quickly to the west. As for Ouyang Yu's retreat, it was easier. There were only 20 people left, and the target was not big. There were disciples in the realm of life and death in front of him, so it was easy to withdraw from the battle circle and merge with Su Maoyang's team smoothly. Although Chu Yong had been fighting hard, his perception was still very sharp. He immediately noticed the actions of Su Maoyang and others and shouted angrily, "The Xuanxinjing team wants to escape. Stop them. Dare to be bait to plot against my Yaoyu realm. No one can escape." Hearing this, the soldiers of Yaoyu realm noticed the Xuanxinjing team and immediately sent a part of them to chase Donfang Yuyu, who was mixed in the team. used the formation at the right time, and immediately trapped both armies in the formation, trying his best to provide Su Moyang with an opportunity to escape. General Liu of the Life and Death Realm didn't know how to deal with the Zuinshinjing for a while, and couldn't help but glance at Kutung and ask for his opinion. Do we need to chase the Zuinshinjing team back? No. Let them go. Anyway, there are only a few left, and they are just remnants and defeated generals, so there is nothing to be afraid of. What's more, they have voluntarily sacrificed their elite troops to help us. If we kill them all, how could Emperor Yang give up? No matter what, we are still allies now. After listening to Kutung's words, Lu Peng felt that it made sense. At present, it was important to severely damage the Yaoyu realm. The people of Zuinshinjing were indeed not worth mentioning. Chu Yong of Yaoyu realm was unwilling to give up. He watched them escape and hurriedly used the sound transmission sound to notify Lu Wu. More than 70 soldiers of Zuinshinjing tried to return to the city of Zuinshinjing, and were fleeing to the West City Gate where you were stationed. They were all seriously injured, and had no power to resist. They should not be able to run far. You should quickly lead people to intercept them on the road they must pass. Immediately afterwards, Chu Yong reported to his superiors, and requested to send elite troops for support. If it was a little later, their 100-man army might really fall into the hands of the Life and Death Realm. Chapter 2427 Disagreement. Su Moyang took the opportunity to escape, leading a troop of more than 70 people, and ran towards the exit on the west side, throwing 2 medicine bottles to Ouyang Yu and Ouyang Xia. This is Ninghua pill and Tai Chi Yangyuan pill. Let the soldiers take it quickly. There is still a tough battle to fight next, so it is natural to recover quickly. Ouyang Xia had seen Su Moyang's pills before, and she originally thought that she would be great if she had 1 or 2. Now she opened the medicine bottle and took a look, and was immediately shocked by the number inside. 2 kinds of pills, each with hundreds of pills, and also printed with very delicate divine patterns. Isn't Dongfang Junmo a maid? Is she so generous? Where did you get these pills? Ouyang Xia was stimulated, and even if she didn't want to talk to Su Moyang, she couldn't help asking. I made them myself. Su Moyang didn't have time to discuss the pills with her, and simply replied. Ouyang Xia became even more uneasy, and immediately raised her voice. What? You made it yourself? Who are you kidding? These pills can only be made by a Danzuan-level divine pattern alchemist, and it takes a long time to make each pill of this quality. Not to mention that there are 200 or 300 pills here in total. Even if the alchemy skills are awesome, it will take at least several years. How old is Dongfang Junmo? If she really made it herself, wouldn't she be a Danzuan-level divine pattern alchemist in her teens? Dongfang Junmo's face is really at a certain level, and she dares to tell such a lie that is not even a little bit of a lie. Su Moyang didn't have the heart to talk nonsense with her, and directly ignored her. His attention was all on the map in his hand. After thinking for a moment, he quickly made a decision. This road is the closest to the west side of the city gate. Speed up. Seeing that she ignored him, and led the way randomly, Ouyang Xia interrupted angrily. Do you still need to look at the map? I've known Anzhou City for a long time. The road you mentioned is indeed the closest road to the west side of the city gate, but the garrison troops on the west side are near this road. If we pass through here, we will definitely be blocked by them. If you don't understand, don't lead the way randomly. The garrison troops are elite troops. If they really take this road, they will undoubtedly just get out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Since they are going to die anyway, they might as well stay there and join forces with the Life and Death Realm to besiege the Monster Moon Realm and fight their way out. Anyway, the Life and Death Realm and the mysterious God Mirror have already formed an alliance, and their chances of surviving there are always higher than the chance of falling into the elite troops of the Monster Moon Realm. Ouyang Yu also nodded in agreement. Yes, Xia is right. That road is indeed very easy to be ambushed. For safety, it is better to take a detour. Seeing that his uncles all held the same opinion, Ouyang Xia was even more confident and directly ordered. 7th Army. Listen to the order. Retreat to the north. Su Moyang saw that she had taken the initiative again, and her face suddenly sank. Ouyang Xia, the general is still here. It is not your turn to give orders. Dongfang Junmo, you are a general of the 7th Army, but you made a wrong judgment. As a deputy general, I have the right to correct it. I can't let the soldiers be buried with you. Ouyang Xia retorted righteously. Su Moyang's suppressed emotions broke for a moment, and he couldn't bear it anymore and said, You actually have the nerve to say that it was a wrong judgment. If it weren't for your stupidity. Would the 7th Army and General Ouyang's 100 troops have suffered heavy casualties, and only 50 people were left? She originally thought that Ouyang Xia would blame herself and reflect on herself. But she was still so confident and self-righteous. As if everyone in the world was wrong, and she was the only one who was right. My stupidity? I haven't blamed you for hiding the alliance with the life and death realm from me. You used the elite troops of the 7th Army and 100 soldiers as bait. And you thought of such cruel and vicious tactics. If I hadn't been kept in the dark, how could my 7th Army be so tragic? Now you have the nerve to blame me. Ouyang Xia was full of anger. And now Su Maoyang was provoked. So she immediately cursed. Wei Qinghe looked at her speechlessly. His eyes full of disappointment. Please wake up a little. Do you really think that the Xianshan mirror has formed an alliance with the life and death realm? What do you mean? Ouyang Xia frowned suddenly, and looked at him in confusion. It means that there is no so-called alliance at all. King Yu was furious when he learned that you were ambushed. He had given up on you. It was Miss Dongfang who put aside her past grudges and volunteered to rescue you. These 20 soldiers were obtained by Miss Dongfang from Emperor Yin. Otherwise you would have died in the hands of the Demon Moon Realm and the Life and Death Realm. Ran Xinglan sighed and explained. Ouyang Yu was a little confused for a moment and asked, what about Kutong in the Life and Death Realm? The generals in the Life and Death Realm kept saying that they were allied with the mysterious god Mirror. Could it be false? We don't know about this. Ran Xinglan shook his head and looked at Su Maoyang. However, the time was not right. So Su Maoyang could not say more. Things are too complicated. Let's leave here first. Ouyang Xia's calm face turned blue-gray when she learned the truth. However, she saw that Su Maoyang was still going to take that shortcut. And before she could suppress her shock, she rushed forward to block her way. In that case, we can't take this road? She originally thought that Emperor Yin had at least sent other troops to support them. But she didn't expect that there were only more than 20 people from beginning to end. Such a team would have no chance of survival even if they encountered elite troops. If they were ambushed, wouldn't they be completely wiped out? But they finally escaped. How could they be willing to die in the hands of the enemy at the last moment? However, as soon as she finished speaking, a teasing snort came from the left. Want to escape? It's too late. After that, Su Maoyang and others saw a large group of people suddenly surging from the left. About 100 people. Although there were many people. But fortunately they were just ordinary troops. But compared with the remnants of Su Maoyang, even ordinary troops could easily kill them. What's more, they only had more than 70 people in total. Therefore, seeing such a scene, Ouyang Xia's mentality collapsed all of a sudden. And he yelled with a red face. Dongfang Junmo. It's all your fault. You insisted on taking this road. Now, before you even leave, they have surrounded us. If we had retreated to the north earlier, we would have escaped long ago. Ha ha ha. No matter which road you take, no one can escape from my Yaoyu realm's territory. The leading general of Yaoyu realm sneered. And his sharp eyes swept through Su Maoyang's team one by one. As if he was looking at prey one by one. This person is tall and looks like an eagle. He probably has the blood of the eagle clan in his body. Judging from the aura he exudes, he should be an early spiritual fairy. Equivalent to Ouyang Yu. Su Maoyang's original goal was the elite troops. But he didn't expect to have an extra reward in front of him. Chapter 2428 A Terrible Woman. Ouyang Yu knew that they were in a life or death situation. So he immediately ordered loudly, Xia, take them away quickly. As many as you can survive. I will come to stop the enemy general. As an elder, he was the only one who had the strength to compete with the enemy generals. Only by sacrificing himself could he win a chance for the younger generation to escape. Otherwise, they would all die here. When Ouyang Xia heard this, she knew that her fifth uncle had no intention of returning alive. And she shook her head with an unbearable look. No! I can't leave my fifth uncle behind. We must go together. His fifth uncle was such an upright person. But in order to save her, he disregarded military discipline and went deep into the enemy camp. Now at this critical moment of life and death, how could she live in disgrace and ignore him? So Ouyang Xia also walked to his side with a fearless attitude, intending to live and die with him. Just thinking of the 7th Army and several useless disciples, Ouyang Xia felt somewhat reluctant, and ordered Su Maoyang and others. You are not their opponents. Staying here will only hinder them. My fifth uncle, and I will cover them. You hurry up and run. Here, only she and her fifth uncle are the strongest. And only by desperately covering them can they gain some opportunities for this group of people. But she knows very well that even so, the chance of escape is still slim. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and thought it was ridiculous. Escape? Why should we escape? The most important purpose of her trip was here. But Ouyang Xia wanted her to escape. Will this woman die if she is not good at making decisions? Are you crazy? The other side has 100 troops, all of whom are midterm Supreme Emperor Spirit Masters. They can make you, the innate Emperor Spirit Masters, disappear into ashes with just a flick of their fingers. If you don't run now, do you want to be annihilated? Ouyang Xia didn't expect Dongfang Junmo to show off at this critical moment, and immediately scolded him angrily. Seeing them acting out their deep affection for each other, General Kong Liao of Yaoyu Realm couldn't help but chuckle. All exits of Anzhou City are blocked. Where are you going to escape? Since you can't bear to part, let's stay together. Su Maoyang smiled and said, Sorry, I disappoint you. We didn't want to escape from the beginning. After all, it would be a pity to leave without collecting some spoils. Kong Liao didn't expect that they were forced to this point. And this woman could still laugh. He immediately frowned and snorted. Stop pretending here. Your death is coming. Come on. After saying that, Kong Liao waved his hand, and all the soldiers behind him rushed out. Ouyang Yu and Ouyang Xia were so scared that their expressions changed drastically. They immediately summoned their weapons and burst out to fight them. However, before they could make a move, countless figures suddenly rushed out from behind them and ran straight into the Demon Moon Realm soldiers rushing towards them. But in the blink of an eye, they forced the aggressive enemy army back 10 feet away. Seeing this scene, Ouyang Xia and Ouyang Yu were stunned for a moment, standing there like two pieces of wood, staring at the figure that suddenly appeared with their eyes wide open, and their whole bodies were frozen. What was going on? Who rushed out? The reinforcements sent by Emperor Yan? No, that's not right. They were wearing the armor of the Demon Moon Realm and the Life and Death Realm, which showed that they were the soldiers of the enemy army, and they appeared without anyone noticing, without even a breath. And they didn't look like living people at all. Puppet! It's a puppet! Ouyang Yu was old and knowledgeable after all, and he reacted immediately after being shocked, and shouted excitedly. Ouyang Xia had naturally heard of puppets, but she had never thought that she would see them here today. Moreover, the number of these puppets was quite large, roughly estimated to be more than 100, and all of them were at the level of midterm Supreme Emperor Spiritual Masters, comparable to an army. Of course, in addition to the two of them, for disciples including Wei Qinghe and Ran Xinglan and 70 soldiers were also frightened by this extremely spectacular scene. They were all prepared to fight to the death and be annihilated. But they didn't expect that so many puppets would suddenly appear, and their strength was quite good, and they were ready to crush the enemy. Such a change made them a little overwhelmed, and they were stunned for a while before looking at Su Maoyang in unison, because they were standing at the back. They clearly saw that this group of puppets was summoned by Su Maoyang himself. However, the most shocked person was the general of Yaoyu Realm, Kong Liao. Seeing this group of puppets with his own eyes, he was so shocked that his body suddenly turned cold. He pointed at Su Maoyang with his eyes wide open, and his voice trembled with fear. It's you? It was you who came to my Yaoyu Realm to make trouble that night. It was you who provoked the relationship between my Yaoyu Realm and the Life and Death Realm. In the first month, we were in a mess and had to start the war in advance. It turned out that it was all your Xianshan mirror that did it. He clearly remembered that the people of the Life and Death Realm sneaked into Anzhou City that night to launch a sneak attack, causing many people in his Yaoyu Realm to die and many people to go missing. He had been searching for so long and couldn't find the missing soldiers. He didn't expect them to appear here and be made into corpse puppets by this woman. In addition to the soldiers of Yaoyu Realm, there were also soldiers of the Life and Death Realm. So it was obvious that the Xianshan mirror was the culprit in the confrontation between Yaoyu Realm and the Life and Death Realm that night. They all thought they had fallen into the other side's trap, but they didn't expect that Xianshan Jing would reap the benefits. Xianshan Jing not only killed the disciples of both sides, but also made them into puppets and formed an army to deal with them. What's funny is that they were suspicious and cautious, but the most inconspicuous Xianshan Jing took advantage of the loopholes and played with them. Fortunately, Yaoyu Realm and Xingxi Realm did not lose their minds. They fought for such a long time, and were just testing each other without hurting the foundation. Otherwise, the loss would be immeasurable. Thinking that Xingxi realm was still kept in the dark, and was killing each other with Yaoyu realm, Kong Liao quickly took out the sound transmission talisman, and wanted to notify Chu Yong to cease fire. Su Maoyong sneered, and waved his hand lightly. A chessboard suddenly appeared on the ground. Want to tip off? It's too late. Trapped in her chess formation. Don't even think about getting a message out. Seeing that the message was blocked by the formation, Kong Liao was furious. His face flushed, and he gnashed his teeth. Despicable and insidious villain. How could the life and death realm be so confused that they would actually form an alliance with you shameless people? Aren't they afraid of being bitten back by you? Su Maoyong smiled and shook his head. I forgot to tell you that my Xianshan mirror and the life and death realm have never formed an alliance from beginning to end. I just set up a plan. I didn't expect that you, the Demon Moon realm, would cooperate so well and fell into the trap. Now you have taken the initiative to send so many corpse puppets over. I also want to thank you, the Demon Moon realm, for contributing to my Xianshan mirror. After learning all the truth, not to mention Kong Liao, even Ouyang Xia, the 7th Army and the disciples who followed Su Maoyong were shocked. They didn't expect that the sudden battle between the two armies more than a month ago was the masterpiece of Dongfang Junmo. The funny thing is that Ouyang Xia didn't know the reason and was disappointed for a month. They didn't expect that Dongfang Junmo was a puppeteer and used the disciples of the two realms to create a corpse puppet army. In addition to rescuing the 7th Army, she also wanted to let the two realms kill each other and planned to incorporate the army of Yaoyu realm. What a terrible woman. Chapter 2429 worthy of being an elite force. Thinking that Dongfang Junmo had planned so much silently from the beginning, Wei Qinghe and others were full of admiration. Even Ouyang Xia had to admit such tactics. However, she didn't think that Dongfang Junmo could come up with all these by himself. If there was no guidance from Emperor Yin behind this, she would never believe it. But when Ouyang Xia thought that Emperor Yin guided her, but kept it from her, she was furious. However, Kong Liao, who knew the truth at this time, was even more furious and trembled all over. You are a Xianshan realm. I really underestimated you. I will fight you. Su Maoyong knew that the other party was ruthless, and immediately ordered all the injured soldiers should withdraw from the battle circle and hurry up to heal their wounds. The 70 seriously injured soldiers received the order, knowing that they could not help, and quickly retreated to the side to meditate and heal their wounds. Although Dongfang Junmo's elixir is good, it still takes some time to fully recover. General Ouyang, I'll leave the other general in your care. Su Maoyong glanced at Ouyang Yu while controlling the chess formation. The other general was a spiritual fairy after all. Her puppets could deal with his army, but it was unlikely to defeat the spiritual fairy. Fortunately, Ouyang Yu was quite powerful, so it should be no problem to deal with this general. In any case, they had the upper hand in numbers. Not counting her 70 troops, the corpse puppets alone could overwhelm them. So this battle had almost no suspense and ended very quickly. Su Maoyong had a great harvest, and all the dead soldiers of the Yaoyu realm were collected. It would not be long before another batch of corpse puppets could be produced. The elite troops who had been lying in ambush at the western exit were getting impatient. General Liu, they haven't shown up yet. Have they been killed by the patrol? A deputy general, with a slightly delicate appearance, frowned and asked in confusion. Lu Wu frowned and shook his head. I don't know. Kong Liao is in charge of the patrol in this area. I just sent him a message, but he hasn't responded. Could it be that General Kong used a formation to trap the group of defeated soldiers, so he didn't receive the message? The deputy general guessed. Well, there is such a possibility, but it won't take long to deal with that group of people. It should be done by now. Lu Wu also had doubts. Maybe there are people from the life and death realm to help. According to Chu Yong, the group of people in the mysterious god realm were beaten half to death and had no power to resist. If they really ran into the 100 troops led by Kong Liao, they would be wiped out soon. So it stands to reason that there should be news by now. Then why don't we go over and provide support? The deputy general suggested. Lu Wu didn't dare to take the risk. This western entrance is the key point for garrisoning. We can't leave too far. If the Xianshan realm and the Xingxi realm take advantage of it, the Yaoyu realm will lose more than the gain. Let's wait a little longer. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, all the exits have been ambushed by troops. As long as the group wants to leave the city, they will definitely be intercepted. It's just a matter of time. The deputy general nodded, and his somewhat impetuous heart gradually settled down. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that a group of people were approaching them. Looking closely, it was indeed the people from the Xianshan realm. This group of defeated soldiers is quite tenacious. They actually evaded the patrol and escaped here. The deputy general narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Quick battle. Quick decision. Return to the team as soon as possible. In order to intercept this group of people, Lu Wu only sent 50 elite soldiers to ambush here. To avoid complications, they had to end the battle quickly. After saying that, Lu Wu gave a signal, and the soldiers ambushed around them instantly rushed out, immediately surrounding Su Maoyang and others who were passing through here. Su Maoyang had expected that they would ambush on the way out of the city, so he looked around the elite troops of Yaoyu realm without any surprise. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Wu frowned suddenly and said coldly, It seems that you know about our ambush. Knowing that I, Xianshan realm, have calculated you, you will definitely not let us go easily. Not to mention that we are all a group of people with low blood. Of course you can't miss the opportunity to make up for it. Su Maoyang said calmly. Humph. You are quite insightful. Since you know that you can't escape death, just die here today. Lu Wu snorted coldly, and the soldiers of the Demon Moon realm immediately rushed towards Su Maoyang and others. Su Maoyang didn't waste any words, and directly used the starry sky, and then stretched out his hand, and 100 corpse puppets rushed out again. Although they had just seen the power of the corpse puppet army, the soldiers of the mysterious god realm still swallowed their saliva in fear when they saw it again. Originally, the three realms each stipulated that they could only bring 1,000 people into the prehistoric land. Who would have thought that Dongfang Junmo could also use the soldiers of the other two realms to work hard for the mysterious god realm? Only she had this ability. Lu Wu had not received any news before, and suddenly saw a group of Demon Moon realm soldiers and Life and Death realm soldiers rushing at him at the same time. Even a steady person like him could not help but change his face. Puppet! You actually made them into puppets. After seeing this scene, he also understood instantly that it was the Xianshan realm who was making trouble a month ago. But he didn't expect that this little girl, who was only at the level of Xiantian Emperor Spirit Master, was actually a puppeteer. Realizing this, Lu Wu suddenly thought of the patrol team, and a terrible thought flashed through his mind immediately. Did you destroy Kong Liao's army? It is true that a regiment was destroyed just now, but it was not Kong Liao's. I don't know. Su Maoyang spread his hands. You insidious and cunning bitch. Lu Wu thought that Kong Liao had been designed to be killed, and he was so angry that his teeth almost broke. No, I am far behind you in the Yaoyu realm and Shinxi realm. You have been acting for so long to drag me into the Xianshan realm, and even sacrificed your own soldiers as bait. I can't do such a heartless thing. Since you don't value your Yaoyu realm soldiers so much, why not let me go back and serve as my Xianshan realm army? Su Maoyang sneered at the practices of the Yaoyu realm and Shinxi realm. No matter how she planned, she would not use any means to send her soldiers to die. Moreover, on the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. She is not stupid enough to be soft-hearted to the enemy. Humph. You are cruel. How about puppets? Don't forget, we are the Demon Clan, the unique beast master. Although Lu Wu was shocked, he did not lose his composure. He immediately waved his hand and summoned 4 spirit beasts. Then the other soldiers also summoned their own spirit beasts. Although they could not catch up with Lu Wu in terms of number and level, they still turned a small team of 50 people into an army that could rival nearly 200 people. This was a very scary thing. So even Su Maoyang couldn't help but sigh. It's worthy of being an elite force. Everyone is equipped with a spirit beast. Although the Yaoyu realm's brain is not as good as the Life and Death realm, the advantage is that they have well-developed limbs and extraordinary talents, and they can dominate in terms of numbers. Fortunately, in addition to more than 100 corpse puppets, Su Maoyang also has more than 70 soldiers, so she is not at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. What's more, she is also a beast master. Chapter 2430, The Heavenly Demon. Martin cried with joy. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang waved his hand and said, Children, it's time for you to perform. After that, the Heavenly Demon Martin, the Sky-Reaching Flamingo, the Golden Flame Demon Lion, the Black Thunder Explosion Ape, the Blue Scale Swallowing Sky Python, the Wind-Chasing 9-Leading Dog, and the blood flame poison bat all appeared and immediately appeared beside Su Maoyang. Some time ago, Su Maoyang was in the Blood Demon Cave, while looking for Jun Haosong and refining the puppets he had brought back from the Demon Moon Realm and the Life and Death Realm, while the spirit beasts were seizing the time to practice. In fact, with Su Maoyang's free god pattern pills for marrow cleansing and body transformation, and the concentrated spirit liquid obtained from the Yellow Spring Road for nourishment, even if they did not practice, their strength would increase several times faster than other spirit beasts. Moreover, they had 8 gates to temper their bodies in front, and the Blood Demon Cave to practice their skills in the back. Before the battle, they disguised themselves as G-Man Yao's spirit beasts and followed Su Maoyang to the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm to cause destruction. They killed many people to warm up, so their fighting power was beyond doubt. Last time, they felt that killing was not enough. Now that they finally had the opportunity to fight again, they were naturally eager to fight, and were very excited. Ha ha ha. It's time for me to teach you how to be a beast again. The heavenly demon Martin rubbed his 2 chubby hands excitedly, staring at the group of spirit beasts with a smirk on his face, and couldn't help licking his mouth, just like a wretched pervert. But he looked too cute, and it was hard to associate him with a pervert. As a member of the demon clan, Lu Wu recognized the identity of the heavenly demon Martin at a glance, and exclaimed in an instant, You are the ancient heavenly demon Martin? The corpse puppets just now didn't move his mind, but the heavenly demon Martin in front of him shocked him. The truth is that the ancient demon Martin race has been extinct for many years, and has long been a legend. I didn't expect to see it here. It's incredible. The demon Martin didn't expect that someone who knew it would finally show up. It widened its eyes in shock, and was so moved that it almost cried. It quickly patted its chest and introduced itself. Damn. Someone finally recognized me. Yes. I am the ancient demon Martin. It is the ancient demon Martin with great strength, agility, fierce temperament, bad temper, and super intelligence in the legend. Look at my facial features, my hair, and my body. How excellent and perfect. I'm young now, and haven't evolved completely. I will be more beautiful when I grow up. And don't look at me being chubby now. I can hurt people when I hit them. One punch can blow your head off. I can show you in person later as a reward for your good eyesight. The demon Martin saw that someone finally knew it, so it quickly touched its face, stroked its hair, showed off its chubby arms, and tried its best to show off itself. Before everyone in Zuinshinjing recovered from the shock of Su Maoyang summoning so many spirit beasts, they were shocked by the series of showy operations of the heavenly demon Martin. They had heard of the ancient heavenly demon Martin, but were all of this race so showy? Afraid that the enemy didn't understand him, he even demonstrated in person how to crack the general's head open as a reward for his good eyesight. It was too shameless. Su Maoyang saw him selling himself like a salesman, and helplessly held his forehead. It's a pity that you don't become a salesman. What kind of beast is the Shao beast? Is it more powerful than me? An ancient beast? The demon Martin bared his teeth in dissatisfaction, pretending to be fierce to match his identity as an ancient beast. No. You are still more powerful. You are the leader among beasts. No one dares to compete with you. Su Maoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't want to discuss what sales was with this narcissistic beast, who was full of trash talk. When Lu Wu heard that the heavenly demon Martin wanted to blow his head off, he was surprised by its race, but still angry at its arrogant words. Get lost. Who the hell wants your reward? Even if you are an ancient fierce beast. So what? Judging from the aura you exude, you are only at the level of a 3rd level fairy king beast. At most, you can deal with a peak supreme emperor spirit master. If you want to deal with a mid-stage spirit fairy like me, you'd better wait until you are weaned. Bah! How dare you look down on your grandfather? Grandpa is willing to blow your head off to give you face. Others who want to be blown off by me don't have this opportunity. You can die in the hands of my ancient heavenly demon Martin because your ancestors have accumulated virtue and blessed you to bring honor to your family. Don't be ungrateful, the heavenly demon Martin said fiercely, and before he finished speaking, he suddenly jumped 8 feet high and threw an ingot at Lu Wu's head. Before everyone could react, they saw Lu Wu being blasted back, and a fist-sized bump appeared on his forehead instantly, which looked very much like Lei Zhenzi in the investiture of the gods in Su Maoyang's impression, which made Su Maoyang laugh. The picture was too beautiful. I dared not look at it. And everyone who saw this scene immediately believed what the heavenly demon Martin had just said. The ancient heavenly demon Martin was really irritable. The heavenly demon Martin was very dissatisfied with just a bump. His proud and complacent fat face immediately sank. And he snorted. Not bad. No wonder he can become a general of the elite troops. But after blocking this time, you won't be so lucky next time. After that, the heavenly demon Martin launched another attack. Although it is now equivalent to the level of a third-level fairy king beast, it has entered its youth and completed a great transformation. So it has great hope of hunting a mid-stage spiritual fairy. But this mid-stage spiritual fairy is very strong, and it needs to spend more effort. Su Moyang is very confident in the strength of the heavenly demon Martin. Seeing that it has entangled Lu Wu, he said to Ouyang Yu on the side, General Ouyang, I will let the army of corpse puppets temporarily entangle the enemy's spiritual beasts. Please lead the soldiers of the 7th Army to clear the opponent's 50 late-stage Supreme Emperor spiritual masters. The opponent is an elite force, almost all of whom are at the level of late-stage Supreme Emperor spiritual masters. The 20-man team she led is definitely not a match for this group of people. Only the soldiers of the 7th Army can fight. Of course, the 7th Army is limited in number, and it still needs spiritual fairies like Ouyang Yu to suppress the bloodline in order to kill the enemy as soon as possible. Some of the other party's spirit beasts have slave contracts. Once the enemy is killed, they are likely to die with their masters. Even if they are not slave contracts, they will quickly surrender without their masters. So the 50 people are the key. And it should not be a problem to leave the others to the corpse puppets and the red-haired and black-haired ones. After all, even if the corpse puppets are not as strong as those spirit beasts, their defense is amazing. No matter how they are beaten, they will not be easily damaged. They are undoubtedly good at holding back a large number of spirit beasts. Okay, I understand. Ouyang Yu is old, so he naturally quickly understood Su Moyang's meaning, and immediately shouted to the soldiers of the 7th Army including Ouyang Xie. 7th Army, listen to my order. Follow me to clear the enemy as soon as possible. After that, Ouyang Yu led 30 people to rush towards the 50 soldiers. They had taken the elixir before, and had recovered 80% to 90%. And with a spiritual fairy like Ouyang Yu to suppress the bloodline, the battle was in a good situation. Wei Qinghe saw that everyone else had a task, but they were left aside, and couldn't help shouting to Su Moyang, who was cleaning up the spirit beasts. Miss Dongfang, what are we doing? Can you pick up corpses? Su Moyang asked directly without turning back. Wei Qinghe, Ran Xinglan and others were all confused by the question. Are you going to make these people into puppets? Yes, but before that, you can search for good things on them. The supplies that are automatically delivered to your door. Don't miss it. Su Moyang winked at them, and smiled and reminded them. Chapter 2431 returned with a full load. After being reminded by her, Ran Xinglan and others suddenly realized. Yes, the things of ordinary soldiers may not be looked down upon by the geniuses of these big families. But this is an elite unit, and the treasures on them must be indispensable. Even if they don't use it, it's good to take it back to strengthen the elite troops of the Xianshan realm. Thinking of this, Ran Xinglan took a few disciples, and the remaining 20 soldiers, to wander around the edge to make up for the hidden arrows. Seeing who was low on health, they went up to make up for it, and search for spoils. In this way, they cooperated to kill several late-stage Supreme Emperor Spirit Masters and powerful Spirit Beasts, and got a lot of weapons, skills and elixirs from them. Wei Qinghe and Mo Yan, as the lowest level innate Emperor Spirit Masters among them, never thought that they could work together to kill a late-stage Supreme Emperor Spirit Master in their lives. That was a person who was 3 levels higher than them, well-trained and experienced in combat. Everything seemed like a dream, making their blood boil, their fighting spirit high, and they fought more and more vigorously. So although the enemy was very strong and the battle was difficult, everyone was determined to win, fought very hard, and cooperated very well. In addition, Ouyang Yu and the army of corpse puppets led the encirclement and suppression of the enemy, and soon only Lu Wu was left. Of course, Lu Wu's situation was not easy to be optimistic. He was beaten by the heavenly demon Martin, and his face was covered with bruises. He ran away with his head in his arms. He wanted to help his subordinates several times, but he was caught up by the heavenly demon Martin and beaten up. It was undoubtedly a mud bodhisattva crossing the river, and he could not save himself. Later, he was scared and wanted to withdraw his troops and escape, but he was trapped in the chess formation, and was pressed step by step by the heavenly demon Martin. He could not concentrate on breaking the formation at all, and even escaping was a luxury. Before, he had only heard of the name of the ancient demon Martin, but had never personally experienced its strength. It still had some of its strength left, and it could not do anything about his luck for the time being. Who knew that this ancient demon Martin was so abnormal? And it was already so strong that it could fight across 2 levels when it was young. It seemed that the Martin in front of him was more pure than he had imagined. Just when he secretly regretted that he was too arrogant, the demon Martin grinned and hit a fatal blow. Lu Wu was already at the end of his strength, and this heavy blow broke his last defense without any suspense. The demon Martin took advantage of the victory and beat him to death. Lu Wu tried his best to hold on, but in the end, he could not withstand the fist of the demon Martin. It must be said that although the demon Martin was arrogant and shameless, it was indeed a beast that kept its word. Lu Wu was really beaten to a pulp, and his brain exploded, which gave everyone in the Xianshan realm goosebumps. Seeing that the enemy was finally wiped out, Su Maoyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had underestimated the strength of the enemy's elite troops in this battle. Lu Wu was stronger than she thought, and the number of spirit beasts equipped by the troops he led was beyond her expectations. If it weren't for the fact that the Sky Demon Martin had made great progress this time and helped to entangle Lu Wu, this battle would be very suspenseful. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang rarely gave the Sky Demon Martin a thumbs up. Well done. A big reward. Ha ha ha. Women worship me. Right? I've said that I'm an ancient beast. So powerful. This little minion is just an appetizer. A small thing. A small thing. Su Maoyang gave him some color, and he opened a dyeing workshop on the spot, pointing at himself with a thumbs up, looking like his but was about to lift up to the sky. Su Maoyang shook his head, and then glanced at the corpses on the ground, and asked Ran Xinglan and others, "Did you get anything?" Wei Qinghe immediately laughed, and patted the space ring. Ha ha ha. We got a lot of harvest. You are really amazing. You turned the rescue operation into a corpse-picking operation. You are really amazing. I can't do it alone. Don't I have helpers like you? See, I was right. Although the power of the Xiantian Emperor Spirit Master is small, it can also be very useful if we unite. Su Maoyang laughed. Ha ha ha. Miss Dongfang is a wise person. I admire you. But there are still many surrendered spirit beasts here. Their masters are dead and have cut off contact. Miss Dongfang, see if you can spare their lives. Amitabha. Yunqi also smiled and praised, and then looked at the surviving spirit beasts, and said with a trace of pity on his face. After hearing this, Wei Qinghe winked and teased. TSK. 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 Just now I saw you were more ruthless than anyone else. I almost forgot you were a monk. Amitabha. Good. Good. Although I am a monk, I also know that being kind to the enemy is cruel to myself. If I let the enemy go today, more people will die in the Xianshan realm in the future, and the killing sins committed by me will only be heavier. I have a conclusion in my heart about right and wrong. Yunqi clasped his hands together and explained seriously. Su Maoyang nodded in appreciation after hearing this. This monk has good intentions, but he is not pedantic, which is to her taste. Don't worry. These spirit beasts are of high level and strength. It would be a pity if they died. You can choose the ones you like as contract beasts and treat them as spoils of this trip. If you can't contract them, take them back and give them to other people in need. Su Maoyang only had eyes for Lu Wu's 3 living spirit beasts, and had no interest in the rest, so it was better to let them share. Ha ha ha. I'm not a beast master, so there's no need for spirit beasts. I've already got a lot of other weapons and skills, so I'll give them to you. Wei Qinghe had already been satisfied with what he had, and waved his hand generously. Not to mention Wei Qinghe, Ran Xinglan and his disciples, and even the 20 soldiers who came with Su Maoyang to rescue people all reaped a lot. Originally, they thought that this trip was a life and death struggle, but they didn't expect that there would be such a big surprise waiting for them. So they all smiled from ear to ear. However, they were happy. But the soldiers of the 7th Army felt particularly uncomfortable, because Dongfang Junmo was originally the general of the 7th Army. If they had listened to the command and cooperated with Dongfang Junmo at the beginning, they would have known that all the spoils would be theirs, and they would not have shared the spoils with others. Now, the precious treasures were all looted by the team of more than 20 people she brought, and the 7th Army could only envy them. Ouyang Xia's face was even uglier. She felt that the smiles of Wei Qinghe and others were too dazzling, and urged them unhappily. Divide them back, and don't wait for the enemy. Su Maoyang agreed with her words. Put all the corpses and spirit beasts on the ground into the space ring, and called on everyone to quickly withdraw from Anzhou City. This time she successfully completed the task, and she took the large army directly to the Mingyi city where Emperor Yin was to report. Prince Yu had already received the news of the battle between the Demon Moon Realm and the Life and Death Realm, and naturally understood Su Maoyang's tactics. So when he saw them return safely, he, who was always serious, couldn't help but praise them in a good mood. You did a good job this time. I heard that the Demon Moon Realm army that besieged the 7th army had been annihilated, and the 2 teams of the Life and Death Realm were not much better. They were beaten and fled in panic by the elite troops of the Demon Moon Realm who came to support them, and suffered heavy casualties. Not only that, the elite troops of the Demon Moon Realm have already attacked the city of the Life and Death Realm. The 2 sides have completely started a war. Next, my Xianshan Realm has a great chance of winning. After hearing this, Wei Qinghe hurriedly smiled and waved his hands. We all went there to make up the numbers. It was all thanks to Miss Dongfang's good tactics that we not only escaped danger, but also made a lot of money. Everything is thanks to Miss Dongfang. Chapter 2432, Whether it is her tactic remains to be verified. TSK. Whether it is her tactic remains to be verified. Don't be so sure. Ouyang Xia on the side disagreed with Wei Qinghe's statement and interrupted with a cold snort. Wei Qinghe didn't expect that Dongfang Junmo saved her and the 7th army. But Ouyang Xia still looked ungrateful and asked, Ouyang Xia, can you have some conscience? Miss Dongfang not only rescued you and the 7th army from the enemy, but also provoked the relationship between the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm, letting them fight each other and kill each other, which won a great advantage for my Xianshan Realm. In addition, she used the army of corpse puppets made by soldiers from the other 2 realms to help us escape the enemy's blockade and loot a lot of spoils. These are all obvious to everyone. Is it fake? Yes, these seem to be done by her on the surface. But there may be someone behind her who is instructing her and giving her advice. Are you so sure that these tactics are all her credit? Ouyang Xia never believed that Dongfang Junmo could come up with such an idea. Su Maoyang immediately understood her suspicion after hearing this, and looked at her with amusement. Then according to Deputy General Ouyang, who is the one who is giving the advice behind the scenes? You know the answer yourself. Do you have to embarrass me by having me point it out? Ouyang Xia couldn't directly name Emperor Yin, but just glared at Su Maoyang coldly and advised her to restrain herself. Su Maoyang laughed softly at her attitude. I am upright and not afraid of embarrassment. If you have the guts, Deputy General Ouyang can tell me the name of that person and confront me. Otherwise it will make people suspicious if it is unclear. Everyone knows it. Why do I need to tell you? Ouyang Xia was speechless for a moment, snorted angrily and turned away. Emperor Yin had long heard that Ouyang Xia was insinuating himself, and immediately asked in a cold voice, the person behind General Ouyang's mouth is me, right? Ouyang Xia was resentful, and even when facing Emperor Yin, she was gloomy and said stiffly, Your Majesty favors Dongfang Junmo, which is also a fact that everyone can see. Yes, I favor her, because she is outstanding in talent, strength and brain, and is a rare talent who can be of great use. I used to favor you. Otherwise you would not be in your current position. But look at what you look like now. Acting on your own, violating military orders, falling into the enemy's trap, causing the tragic death of soldiers, and putting my Xianshan realm into a passive position, which is not a serious crime. I haven't asked you for punishment yet, but you are dissatisfied first. It's simply presumptuous. Emperor Yan's words were extremely heavy. Every word was wrapped with terrible anger, and Ouyang Yu was immediately frightened to kneel on the ground. Your Majesty, Xia is young and ignorant. Although she acted impulsively, her starting point was also for the good of Xianshan realm, and she was eager to make contributions to your Majesty. I hope your Majesty will forgive her this time for her previous achievements. I am willing to bear all the guilt. Ouyang Xia saw that her 5th uncle was going to take the blame for her, and her pretty face flushed with anger. 5th uncle, you don't have to plead for me. If you want to blame someone, blame me for not having a sharp mind and not being able to understand the mind of Emperor Yin. But Dongfang Junmo understood it. I have been kept in the dark and acted like a fool for so long. And I deserve it. Ouyang Xie's words were undoubtedly a satire on Su Maoyang, who had the guidance of Emperor Yin and was naturally like a fish in water, but concealed the truth that he instigated the two armies to go to war from her, making her a laughing stock. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin became even more furious, and he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Ouyang Xie, you don't look for the reason for your own vanity, but blame others. I am so disappointed. Today, I swear on my martial arts heart and the rise and fall of the Xianshan realm in the future that I have never instructed Dongfang Junmo on any tactics. Even when she volunteered to rescue you, she didn't tell me what tactic she was because she was afraid of alerting the enemy. She was cautious, but you judged her by your own standards, let alone tactics. Just this mentality. You are not as good as her, and you are not worthy of the position of the general of the 7th Army. So, from today on, I will appoint Dongfang Junmo as the general of Zhenhuang. The 20 people who led the rescue this time will be assigned to the 7th Army. The 7th Army will be officially taken over by Dongfang Junmo in the future. And the elite troops of the 3rd Army and the 6th Army will also be reorganized under Dongfang Junmo's command." As soon as the majestic voice fell to the ground, Ouyang Xie's pretty face was frightened and the blood color faded, and it turned gray. She didn't expect that Emperor Yin would dare to swear on the heart of martial arts and the rise and fall of the Xianshan realm. Did she really misunderstand Dongfang Junmo? Eunuch Su, who was standing next to Emperor Yin, saw Su Maoyang standing there in a daze, and winked at Su Maoyang with a happy face. "General Dongfang, why don't you thank me quickly?" Su Maoyang was startled by the sudden imperial edict. After listening to Eunuch Su's reminder, he suddenly came back to his senses and knelt down to receive the edict. "Thank you for your grace. I will live up to your expectations. With more troops, the next battle will naturally be easier. But I didn't expect Emperor Yin to be so generous. Because of this meritorious service, he gave her the title of Zhenhuang General. You should know that the word Zhenhuang is of great value. This is the honor gained from the prehistoric war. I don't know how many times better it is than the achievements made in the Xianshan realm. So, let alone Su Maoyang. Even Wei Qinghe and others are very happy for her. Ha ha, Miss Dongfang. Oh no. Now it's time to call you Zhenhuang General. At your age, you have 3 elite troops, which is unprecedented. Congratulations." Wei Qinghe complimented him with a fist, and then glanced at Ouyang Xie, who looked pale and sneered. It's funny that some people will never admit the excellence of others. When Jingyao also smiled and nodded in agreement. General Ouyang may have forgotten one thing. Even if there are experts to help you, you don't have Dongfang, with a general's strength, without her army of corpse puppets and her spirit beasts. What can you do with your tactics? Can you beat the enemy's encirclement? Can you escape alive? Yes. This rescue operation not only saved your 50 soldiers, but also recruited nearly 300 enemy soldiers and spirit beasts. Which means that not only did they make up for the 100 soldiers you sacrificed, but they also earned back more than 200 people. If you were in this situation, would you really be able to do it? Mo Yin, who has always been taciturn, couldn't help but chime in. They all believed in Dongfang Junmo wholeheartedly. If they were slighted for being too outstanding, it would be too unfair, seeing that everyone stood on Dongfang Junmo's side and spoke for her. Ouyang Xie felt a sense of frustration. She had won so many victories for so many years that she had forgotten the taste of frustration. She didn't expect to be defeated by a woman who suddenly appeared and was several years younger than her. This feeling was too uncomfortable. So she always rejected what she saw and always thought that the other party was treated preferentially. But I never thought that if I were to learn such tactics, would I be able to complete the mission as smoothly as Dongfang Junmo and bring everyone back safely? Chapter 2433. The situation is still grim. The answer is no. She is not a puppeteer. She does not have a puppet army. Nor is she a beast master. She does not have so many spirit beasts. And she does not have a powerful character like the ancient demon Martin. Therefore, even if Emperor Yin told her all the tactics, she could not complete the task as well as Dongfang Junmo. However, she was still very curious about how Dongfang Junmo had facilitated all this. So she was reluctant to ask, how did you instigate the life and death realm and the demon moon realm in the first place? What's the matter with the general of the life and death realm who kept saying that he had formed an alliance with my Xianshan realm? She had too many doubts that she had not figured out and wanted to ask clearly. At least she could not lose in a muddle. Su Maoyang heard that she wanted to know the details, looked at her hesitantly, and did not speak for a long time. Prince Yu seemed to have seen through her thoughts and explained, "Don't worry. His Majesty has found this spy and is secretly monitoring him. He has also set up a barrier in this city to isolate the news. Everyone present is our own people, so you don't have to be shy." Not only Ouyang Xie, but Prince Yu and the disciples present also wanted to know what happened to Ketung. Hearing this, Su Maoyang glanced at Emperor Yin, and seeing that he gave her a reassuring look, he spoke with confidence. "I have a friend who has infiltrated the Yaoyu realm team. In order to cooperate with my plan, he took the disguise pill with me, pretended to be a disciple of the Yaoyu realm and the life and death realm, and ran to the enemy's city to attack. The two armies that we let out collided with each other, and they both thought they had fallen into the other's trap. So they started fighting. I understand. You have been planning since the beginning of the gambling war. The reason why you didn't kill Ji Manyao and her spirit beast is because of this." Ouyang Xie's brain was bright. After hearing her words, she immediately realized it. Su Maoyang nodded. "Yes, I didn't kill them in the gambling war. I only collected their blood to refine the disguise pill. Then you, Ketung, are also pretended by your people?" Ouyang Xie drew inferences from one example and immediately pointed out the key point. "Yes, but it's not a person. It's my puppet," Su Maoyang admitted. "Puppet? That's not right. Puppets have no thoughts at all, can't speak, and can't pretend to be people." Ouyang Yu questioned. "People in the realm of life and death are not fools. How could they be led by a puppet?" Su Maoyang explained. "Because he is a puppet possessed by the dead spirit, which is different from ordinary puppets. Possessed by the dead spirit," ran Xingwan. When Jingyao and others were all amazed. "It is not easy for the dead spirit to attach to the puppet. Only puppets with high purity and no impurities have the hope of attaching. Otherwise, the evil spirits of the two will repel each other, and the puppet will collapse if you are not careful. In addition, the strength of the dead spirit and the puppet must be compatible. Since the dead spirit can pretend to be Ketung, he must have been a powerful spirit fairy in his life. That means that the puppet's strength in his life was also above the spirit fairy. Therefore, when they learned that Dongfang Junmo had a puppet and a dead spirit of the spirit fairy level, and that he successfully attached them, several young disciples were shocked and opened their mouths. This Dongfang Junmo really gave them surprises everywhere. In the past, they thought they were the pride of heaven standing at the top level of the Xianshan mirror. Until they met Dongfang Junmo, they deeply understood what it meant to be ashamed of themselves, and what it meant to be ashamed of themselves. My previous confidence and pride became a joke in front of her. No wonder Ouyang Xie felt bad. It was human nature. Ouyang Yu laughed and sighed when he learned the truth. "So that's how it is. You disguised yourself as their disciple to sneak into the two realms. Sowed discord between the two realms. Let them start the war in advance. And killed Ketung, letting your puppet pretend. After learning that Xia and I were trapped, you used Ketung's move to make the life and death realm and the demon moon realm turn against each other. In this way, it makes sense. Before the gambling battle, everyone laughed at her for being soft-hearted to the enemy and unable to take on the responsibility. But who would have thought that she had planned it all along and was cautious step by step? She was so calm at such a young age. No wonder she was valued by Emperor Yin. Speaking of provoking, I have done this before in the Xianshan realm. But the Xingxi realm and Yaoyu realm are quite cunning and not easy to be fooled. I believe that if it weren't for Ketung's trick, they would never turn against each other easily. So, General Dongfang's establishment this time has made a great contribution. Prince Yu knew very well that if Ketung hadn't deceived the Xingxi realm and frightened the Yaoyu realm, today's matter would never have ended well. Su Maoyang heard this, but shook his head solemnly. I am unworthy of the great achievement. Before my Xianshan realm is out, they will not really turn against each other. What I did today is just to confuse the audience and disrupt the situation. And it can't achieve a decisive victory. I think the Xingxi realm was tricked by my Xianshan realm. And now it is probably preparing to attack the Dezhou city closest to them. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. And the smiling faces just now suddenly sank. Emperor Yin seemed to know that she had an idea. A hint of expectation flashed across his amber eyes like the morning sun. And he slowly said, Tell me what you think. Su Maoyang saw that Emperor Yin wanted to listen. So he clasped his fists and replied, Our Dezhou city is closest to the cities of the life and death realm. and it will probably be used as a springboard to attack us. The other 2 cities that can be occupied are located in the center of our 4 cities. It is not easy for them to cross us and station in. And they also avoid being surrounded and attacked. So these 2 cities are definitely not within their consideration range. Therefore, based on the terrain, the most likely combat route for the life and death realm is Dezhou City, followed by Mingi City. And the combat route for the Demon Moon realm is from Yanghe City to Xingfeng City. If these 4 cities are occupied, then our Xianshan realm is basically out. Even if they are not out, they will be pinched in the 2 cities in the middle and be surrounded and killed without resistance. In other words, the advantages we have established now will also be destroyed in an instant once they are pinched and besieged from both sides. Prince Yu. This was the situation that he was most worried about before. Now that Su Maoyang brought it up, he gradually frowned. Before, I was worried that we would be besieged by the 2 realms. After all, we have taken 4 cities, and we will definitely be the first targets of attack. Fortunately, they have consumed some of their troops now, giving us a chance of winning. Otherwise there would be little hope. Yes, after more than a month of consumption, I roughly estimated that there are more than 600 people in the life and death realm and more than 500 people in the monster moon realm. Although the number is half of our Xianshan mirror, the combat power of the soldiers in the life and death realm is obviously much higher than that of our Xianshan realm soldiers. Their ordinary troops can match our elite troops. So we only have an advantage in numbers when facing the life and death realm. And we are far behind in strength. As for the monster moon realm, let alone, although they only have more than 500 people left, their number is still not to be underestimated, including the spirit beasts. So we may not even have an advantage in numbers when facing the monster moon realm. Once the 2 sides attack, the consequences will be disastrous. After hearing Su Maoyang's analysis, Wei Qinghe and others who were just blindly optimistic could no longer laugh. Chapter 2434 Her Thoughts. Since you have analyzed the situation so thoroughly, you must have a countermeasure, right? The clear voice of Emperor Yin slowly spread like ink, as if it had reached Su Maoyang's heart. For some reason, although it was just a question, the calm and affirmative tone made her feel inexplicably at ease. A kind of peace of mind that she was trusted and valued. It seemed that as long as she said it, Emperor Yin would definitely adopt every word she said. Perhaps encouraged, Su Maoyang boldly admitted, "Yes, I do have some immature ideas, but I don't know if they are feasible. Whether it is feasible or not. Say it first, and we can discuss it together." Prince Yu was worried about the next battle. Hearing that Dongfang Junmo had an idea, he immediately urged anxiously. Ouyang also stared at Su Maoyang with a suspicious look, curious about what kind of tactics she could come up with this time. Su Maoyang knew that the situation was urgent, and he could not hide it. He could only speak out without reservation. It is definitely impossible for us to defend 4 cities by force. We have the advantage in numbers. But because we are stationed in 4 cities, the troops are scattered, and it is easy to be defeated one by one. In the end, the advantage will turn into a disadvantage. Therefore, our focus is not on defense, but on consumption. Consumption? Prince Yu's eyes condensed, and he was alert. Yes, the most important thing for us is to consume the enemy. Mainly mobile warfare, supplemented by guerrilla warfare. Combining the 2, there may be some chances of winning. Su Maoyang knew that the hope of attacking and defending in the Xianshan realm was not great. Only by using the terrain to transfer could he avoid being surrounded and attacked. But people of this era don't know what mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare are. Prince Yu and Ouyang Yu were too embarrassed to ask. But Wei Qinghe, as a young generation, didn't feel embarrassed and asked, "What are the tactics of mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare?" Mobile warfare is to avoid the enemy's main force, lure the enemy deep into our territory, and constantly change the combat position so that the enemy can't judge our motives, and then concentrate superior forces to annihilate the enemy's dispersed forces. Guerrilla warfare is a small-scale roaming battle. When the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stays, we harass. When the enemy is tired, we attack. When the enemy retreats, we chase. In simple terms, we fight if we can win, and run if we can't win. The main purpose is to consume the enemy and preserve our own strength. This tactic is generally used when the enemy is strong and we are weak. It happens that Xianshan realm has 4 cities and occupies a favorable terrain. We can make full use of mobility and flexibility to complete this war. Wei Qinghe nodded in understanding after hearing this explanation. It means that we can fight if we can. And if we can't, we can abandon the city and change the battle line at any time. No. Absolutely not. There are still 40 days left, which is the critical time to fight for the city. We have finally occupied 4 cities, and have already won a lot. How can we give up voluntarily? You must know that once we lose the city, it will not be easy to get it back. After all, we don't have much time left. Prince Yu understood Su Maoyang's meaning and rejected it immediately. Su Maoyang smiled and shook his head. Prince, I understand that it is difficult to accept giving up the city that we have finally taken. But if you defend the 4 cities, the enemy will concentrate their forces to attack any one of them. And that one will fall quickly. Whether you give up voluntarily or are forced to give up, those 2 cities may not be defended. At that time, our army will suffer casualties and consume troops, and the enemy will get supplies from our soldiers. Do you think our remaining 2 cities can still be defended? Even if we can keep it, we have no hope of competing with them for the last 2 cities that have not been occupied. In the end, we will still lose. Right? Although there are 18 cities in the prehistoric land, 10 of them are in the Evil Sea area and have not been developed. So they can only grab these 8. After hearing this analysis, Prince Yu's face became more and more ugly, and his painted eyebrows were tightly frowned, as if covered with a layer of gloom. He had to admit that Dongfang Junmo had some truth in what he said. It was probably impossible to defend it. If they attacked by force, their combat power might not be able to defeat the opponent. If they were consumed by the enemy's design, then the advantage they had built up with great difficulty in the Xianshan realm would be completely gone. Ouyang Yu was also a little anxious, eager to know what was going on. So what do you mean? I mean to fight a war of attrition and extend the battle line. Even if they take the city, they will have to pay a heavy price. Su Maoyang's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his voice was not loud, but it was heavy in everyone's ears. What are the specific methods? Even Ouyang Xie was aroused and asked. Su Maoyang took out the map, looked at the terrain, and pondered. If the life and death realm wants to occupy Dezhou City in the shortest time, it will definitely send elite troops to lead the charge. At that time, we will use ordinary troops to lure the enemy deep into the city, hold back their elite troops, and then send our elite troops to surround and attack the reinforcements. First consume part of his troops, and the same can be done for the Demon Moon realm. Surround and attack the reinforcements? Prince Yu didn't understand. Su Maoyang suddenly realized that they had never heard of these tactical names, and hurriedly explained. Besieging a point and attacking the reinforcements means trapping the enemy and luring them to reinforce. The purpose is not to attack the besieged enemy, but to concentrate superior forces to attack the reinforcements. This is good. It caught the enemy off guard, and caught the reinforcements off guard. Wei Qinghe's eyes lit up, and he nodded with a smile. Prince Yu glared at him and poured a basin of cold water on him. Not bad at all. In the realm of life and death, let alone the elite troops, even the ordinary troops can compete with our elite troops. She let our ordinary troops fight against their elite troops. Isn't this sending the soldiers to die? Su Maoyang laughed and explained. Your Highness, a strong attack is definitely not possible, but defense is possible. As she said that, she waved her hand, and a large number of medicine bottles suddenly appeared on the table in front of Prince Yu. She only heard her say lightly, there are thousands of Minghua pills, Taiqin Yangyuan pills, and Jingdu pills that enhance defense. In addition, there are hundreds of Shumling pills that can temporarily improve strength. It's just that the Shumling pills are effective. The time is very short, and the damage to oneself is extremely great. It is best not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. The other few healing pills that can replenish essence and enhance defense can be taken without worry. I still say that if we can win, we will fight. And if we can't win, we will retreat. Our advantage is that we have more people and a large territory. We can completely use a round-robin battle to entangle the elite troops. As long as the battle line is long, our chances of ambushing the enemy's reinforcements will be much greater. If they don't take the bait and don't send reinforcements, we could also outflank and kill them behind the enemy. When Prince Yu saw the medicine bottle in front of him, and heard the name of the pill and the huge number of pills Su Maoyang said, no matter how calm he was shocked. He looked at Su Maoyang with his eyes wide open. 1,000. 1,000 each. Is it so shocking? The young disciples and soldiers of the 7th Army present were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Chapter 2435. Did she really make it herself? If there are so many pills, then they are not afraid of not being able to bear it. Because the soldiers have strengthened their defenses, they can hold on longer, no matter how badly they are injured, as long as they take pills. With the efficacy of Dongfang Junmo's pills, they can be put back on the battlefield in no time. With such a constant rotation, there is indeed hope to trap the opponent's elite troops. Thinking of this, Prince Yu was shocked and opened one of the bottles with trembling hands. He found that it was all pills with divine patterns. His pupils were shaking, and he confirmed in disbelief. All of your pills have second-level high-level divine patterns? Su Maoyang nodded. Yes. Hearing Su Maoyang's personal admission, Ouyang Xie and Ouyang Yu were so shocked that they gasped and felt numb all over, and their heads were confused. More than 3,000 Saint King grade pills were shocking enough. But I didn't expect that all of them were imprinted with the second-level high-level divine runes. Even Guan Qing, the most powerful alchemist in the Xianshan realm, couldn't do it, because Guan Qing's attainment in divine runes was only at the first-level high level, and he has lived for hundreds of years, and is a figure at the peak of the alchemy. He can't reach such a height. Where did this Dongfang Junmo get so many pills at such a young age? Could it be that she really made them herself? No. It's impossible. Just refining thousands of such pills requires a lot of time and energy. Not to mention imprinting the second-level high-level divine runes, which will definitely take more than 10 years. You have to know that the process of imprinting divine runes is dozens of times more difficult than the process of refining pills. And the mental energy consumed is not comparable to that of refining pills. For other alchemists, it would take a long time to recover after copying a few such divine pattern pills. It was really an excessive consumption of mental power. At the least, it would affect the future cultivation of mental power. And at the worst, it would cause mental collapse and death. So even a great alchemist like Guan Qing would only choose to copy the divine pattern on a part of the hundreds of pills he made. But suddenly, thousands of pills with divine pattern copied all appeared in front of them, which gave everyone such a big shock. How could they digest it? Moreover, they also knew that the medicinal materials of Ninghua pill and Tai Chi Yangyuan pill were not as rare as those of Tiger Bone pill and Daoyuo Huiling pill, but they were also very expensive. Not to mention that there were also Golden Bone pills and Shumling pills, which were not only expensive, but also extremely rare and difficult to make. I believe that even if Emperor Yin had the money, he might not be able to collect so many. So these pills must not be made by Emperor Yin. It is very likely that they were made by Dongfang Junmo. Thinking of this, Ouyang Xie couldn't help asking again, "Did you really make these yourself?" When she first heard that those healing pills were made by Dongfang Junmo, she just thought she was bragging shamelessly. But with so many pills in front of her, she really couldn't think of where to buy so many. So she had to force herself to believe that these were really made by Dongfang Junmo himself. Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows and looked at her, and said as a matter of course, "I didn't make them myself." "Could it be that you made them?" "I'm not kidding you." Ouyang Xie frowned and said angrily, "I'm not kidding you from beginning to end." Su Maoyang met her eyes, and answered seriously. After receiving such an answer, Ouyang Xie's heart was suddenly shocked, and a hint of surprise flashed across her pupils. Then, perhaps recalling something, her eyes gradually became clear. "No wonder you were so weak when you went to the battle. It turned out to be because of the alchemy." At that time, she really thought that she was weak, and that she would become so weak after practicing for a while, which was really not presentable. It turned out that she was because she refined so many high-quality pills. If someone else had practiced such high-intensity alchemy, they would have died long ago. She was just a little weak, which was incredible. No wonder Ouyang Xie refused to believe it before. It was really beyond her cognition that a 20-year-old alchemist with divine patterns could achieve such an achievement. Speaking of which, whether it was a puppet master or a beast master, whether it was the tactics of provoking the relationship between the two armies and rescuing them, or the mobile warfare and guerrilla warfare she had just heard, they were all things she had never experienced before. She was familiar with military books, but she had never heard of the tactics that Dongfang Junmo talked about. And she knew these tactics so detailed and planned them so carefully. Obviously, everything was Dongfang Junmo's own idea, and the stain of her relying on Emperor Yin for advice was self-defeating. It seems that what Emperor Yin said was right. She really judged others by her own standards. Excellent people. No matter how they were wronged or how they were smeared, they can always stand up again and prove themselves with their own abilities. After all, the sun will not be covered by clouds forever. Even if it is covered, it will still emit the light that originally belonged to it. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Emperor Yin admired and valued Dongfang Junmo so much. Not only because of her strength, but also because they are the same kind of people. A person born to be as dazzling as the morning sun. Thinking about it, Ouyang Xie smiled with relief, and then took out the medicine bottle that Dongfang Junmo had thrown to her on the way to escape, took 2 steps forward, and put it back into her hand. General Dongfang, I blamed you wrongly before. I apologize to you. You are very good. It is my inferior skills, and I have been against you, causing a big mistake. I am indeed not worthy of the position of the General of the 7th Army, so I hand them over to you. I am convinced there are still many unfinished pills here. I can't use them, and returning them to the original owner may still be useful. After that, Ouyang Xie clasped his fist towards Emperor Yin. I will go out and accept the punishment. Before the voice fell, Ouyang Xie decisively turned around and strode out of the hall. Su Maoyang didn't expect her to apologize to her. She looked at the medicine bottle in her hand in surprise. It seemed that all the grudges before this moment had disappeared. She slowly curled her lips and called her. Why can't you use it? As the Deputy General of the 7th Army, you have to fight side by side with me. There are many places to take drugs. What's wrong? Are you afraid and want to be a deserter? Or do you think you are invincible and have an indestructible body? Don't you need it? Hearing about fighting side by side, Ouyang Xie's steps suddenly paused, and then turned stiffly and looked at Su Maoyang in confusion. Su Maoyang blinked at her and smiled to keep her. As you said, the prehistoric land has never been a battlefield for one person. No matter how good I am, I need excellent partners. So I don't know if you, this excellent partner, can stay to help me. Don't you hate me? Ouyang Xie never expected Su Maoyang to have such an attitude, and was stunned on the spot. She had never been kind to Dongfang Junmo before, and had always been against her. She had brought the 7th Army together to exclude her and throw dirty water on her. Logically, she should have hated herself. Chapter 2436, Unworldly. I don't hate you that much. You haven't done anything unforgivable to me. I just hated you before because I thought you were stubborn and self-willed. But I can understand that if I hadn't appeared, you wouldn't have lost your composure and rushed to prove yourself. If it were me, I would probably hate someone who interfered and took away my military power. After all, the 7th Army is your hard work. Since it is hard work, there is no reason to give up easily. So these pills will be distributed to the soldiers by Deputy General Ouyang later. If you don't want to disobey orders, keep them. As he said that, Su Maoyang threw the medicine bottle back to her. Ouyang Xie's eyes were reddened by her words, and she suddenly reached out to catch the medicine bottle. It must be said that Dongfang Junmo's words touched her heart. She didn't expect that this woman, who was several years younger than her, had such a broad mind, which made her admire her. At this moment, facing the pair of smiling and determined eyes, Ouyang Xie calmed down for a long time before choking and clasping his fists. I obey your orders. Yes, I am relieved to see that you can unite, General Ouyang. Although you disobeyed military orders and made a big mistake, I will give you a chance to make amends for your mistakes because you know how to repent. As long as you take over the prehistoric land, the previous mistakes can be forgiven. Emperor Yin nodded with relief when he saw Dongfang Junmo and Ouyang Xie reconciled. Ouyang Xie was delighted and thanked him quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will live up to your expectations and do my best to cooperate with General Dongfang to win this battle. Okay. Everyone just listen to General Dongfang's battle plan. And you all know how to act. Right? Emperor Yin's words clearly adopted Dongfang Junmo's tactics. Prince Yu also thought that Su Maoyang's tactics were feasible, and nodded without objection. Yes, Your Majesty. I will take care of the mobile warfare, and General Dongfang will arrange the guerrilla warfare. Well, let's do it. Go ahead. Emperor Yin trusted Prince Yu and waved his hand directly. The others knew that time was running out, so they didn't dare to stay. After paying their respects to Emperor Yin, they followed Prince Yu out of the city. Now they had to make all preparations before the attack from the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm. So Su Maoyang, Ouyang Xie, and the soldiers of the 7th Army also rushed to Dezhou City without stopping. The 3rd Army and the 6th Army received the imperial edict that they were accepted by Dongfang Junmo. And they also quickly went to Dezhou City to join Su Maoyang and others. This time, Su Maoyang made great contributions, and the news that he successfully rescued the 7th Army had already spread throughout the army of the Xianshan realm. They admired Dongfang Junmo's bravery and generosity, and admired her ability to break through the siege of hundreds of troops with only 20 people. Therefore, although the 3rd Army and the 6th Army were elite troops, they were respectful and did not dare to act presumptuously in front of Dongfang Junmo. After all, he was now the great general of Zhenhuang appointed by Emperor Yin himself. And this title alone could overwhelm people. They could not repeat the mistakes of the 7th Army. After Su Maoyang counted the number of people, he saw that they were indeed a group of well-trained and powerful soldiers. So he nodded with satisfaction and announced loudly, "This time, the mission of our elite troops is guerrilla warfare, mainly to ambush the enemy's reinforcements. And if necessary, we will go around the enemy's rear to attack their nests. The task is arduous, and everyone had better be mentally prepared." When the soldiers of the 3rd Army and the 6th Army heard this, someone immediately said, "Don't be afraid. With General Dongfang leading us, we will definitely kill the enemy without a single piece of armor left." With Su Maoyang's previous achievements, everyone naturally trusted her very much. However, Su Maoyang had other plans. "I can't lead everyone all the time. At least I have to make time to refine corpse puppets in the first 20 days. So General Ouyang will take over my command in the early stage." She just collected 150 corpses from Yaoyujing, and she had to hurry up to refine the puppets in the first 20 days. What? Ouyang Xia replaces? She fell into the enemy's trap and killed so many soldiers. How can we hand it over to her? Some people in the 3rd Army and the 6th Army immediately raised objections. When Ouyang Xia was reminded of the previous mistakes, she frowned suddenly, and felt uncomfortable as if she was put on fire. However, just as she was about to refuse, she heard Su Maoyang ask loudly, "No one is perfect. Are you so sure that you have never made a mistake? Just because of one mistake, you completely deny General Ouyang's past achievements. Isn't it too one-sided? No matter what, she is a general who has experienced many battles and led the army to victory. I believe in her ability and judgment. I am willing to guarantee with my life that she can lead everyone to win this battle." Ouyang Xia didn't expect Dongfang Junmo to trust her so much and be willing to guarantee with his life. This is a multiple promise. A warm feeling passed through his heart. Ouyang Xia did not want to disappoint Dongfang Junmo's trust, so he stepped forward without retreating. "Don't worry, everyone. Although I am leading the army, General Dongfang has already given a set of feasible tactics. I will strictly follow General Dongfang's instructions, and will not make decisions on my own. In addition, General Dongfang also personally refined a large number of Saint King Raid elixirs with second-level high-level divine patterns, and brought back a lot of spirit beasts and spoils. It's not that easy for the enemy to kill us. Yes, General Ouyang is right. I have prepared 1,000 healing pills and defense-enhancing pills for everyone. 3 pills for each pill, just in case." After that, Su Maoyang took out a few more bottles of pills and threw them to Ouyang Xia. Ouyang Xia had long been immune to her behavior of having too many pills to spend money, and took the bottles of medicine expressionlessly. But the soldiers of the 3rd Army and the 6th Army had never seen such a scene, and they were scared to death on the spot, and their eyes were bigger than copper bells. "General Dongfang, are these healing pills the 2 pills that Mu Zhou took during the gambling battle?" a soldier of the 3rd Army asked with excitement and curiosity. At that time, Mu Zhou took the pills to fully restore his combat effectiveness and defeated the enemy. They still remember it vividly. "That's right." Without waiting for Su Maoyang to answer, Ouyang Xia responded with pride. It seemed that being able to answer such a question made her feel proud. Hearing this, the soldiers of both armies took a deep breath and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Thousands of Minghua pills and Taiqi Yangyuan pills that can fully restore people. They were made by General Dongfang himself. It turns out that General Dongfang is not only outstanding in strength and means, but also a great alchemist. With this understanding, everyone has even more respect for Su Maoyang. When Ouyang Xia saw their shocked expressions, she couldn't help but sneered in her heart. "You have never seen the world. She has seen thousands of them. So what's a mere 1,000? What a fuss!" But she didn't expect that she also looked like an unsophisticated person at the beginning. Chapter 2437, The Pretense of Life and Death Realm. Perhaps because she felt that distributing such pills made her feel proud. Yang raised her neck, glanced at the 3rd Army and the 6th Army, and ordered in a cold voice, "I will distribute pills to you now. Please step out." 2 deputy generals. Hearing this, 2 sturdy men from the 3rd Army and the 6th Army immediately walked out and clasped their fists towards Yang. Since General Dongfang had guaranteed Yang with his life, how could they dare to complain? Moreover, with so many pills on hand, their previous worries were also reduced by more than half. Yang saw that they no longer had any objections, so she handed the medicine bottle to them, and then turned around to distribute the remaining pills to her 7th Army. Su Maoyang waited until they all got the elixir, and then he waved his hand to release the weapons and spirit beasts into space. These are the weapons and spirit beasts looted from Yaoyu realm. You can pick any that suits you. Everyone didn't expect that there were not only elixirs, but also weapons and spirit beasts. They were surprised and happy, and hurried forward to pick what they liked. Not far away, there were also many troops gathering and assembling. Seeing such a lively and fresh scene, they all cast surprised and envious eyes. When did the spirit beasts and weapons of Yaoyu realm become so cheap? They were piled there like a pile of cabbages for people to choose. Only Dongfang Junmo could do such a thing. If the people of Yaoyu realm knew about it, they would be so angry that they would spit blood. Alas, why didn't they have the luck to be incorporated into Dongfang Junmo's army? So many spoils of war were really cheap for the 3rd, 6th and 7th armies. The soldiers of the 367th Army felt the envious gazes from afar, and they were not only happy in their hearts, but also had a particularly bright face. After all, they were the first in the Xianshan realm to receive such treatment. Su Maoyang saw that they had almost finished their selection, and summoned his own spirit beasts and corpse puppets, and ordered the heavenly demon Martin, "You will lead the army of corpse puppets and the remaining spirit beasts that have not been picked. I have given them the elixir, and I am the only one with the antidote, and they dare not rebel. The remaining spirit beasts are at most a few dozen, and they can be led by the heavenly Martin to form a small army, together with the 367th Army and her army of corpse puppets. There are a total of 400 troops, which is a pretty good lineup as the main force of guerrilla warfare. Don't worry, woman. Even if they didn't take the elixir, they wouldn't dare to jump under the nose of my heavenly demon Martin." The heavenly demon Martin blinked confidently and patted his chest. Su Maoyang glanced at him with a smile, and then handed the sound transmission talisman to Yang. "The army is in your hands for the first 20 days. I will let the heavenly demon Martin cooperate with you. If there is any news, please inform me at any time. Well, you can rest assured and retreat. I won't take risks this time." Yang took the sound transmission talisman and nodded seriously. Su Maoyang always knew that Yang was capable. He made mistakes because he was blinded by the desire to win. Now that he can wake up, Su Maoyang is naturally relieved. "Okay, I'll go first. You guys take care of yourselves." After that, Su Maoyang went into the city of Dezhou City and found a training room to start contracting the ice armor Snow Bear, wind controlling Demon Eagle, and Ghost Eye Phantom Cat obtained from Lu Wu. These 3 spirit beasts have reached the level of 4th order fairy king beasts, which is comparable to the strength of spirit fairies. It is said that with her peak level of innate emperor spirit master, she can't contract spirit beasts of this level at all. Fortunately, her mental power and soul power are much stronger than ordinary people. After the training in the ancient realm of Wanxiang, her soul power is incomparable. Although it takes some effort to contract spirit beasts of this level, the success rate is still unquestionable. So in 20 days, Su Maoyang successfully contracted 3 spirit beasts and refined a 150-man army of corpse puppets. Yang reported the battle situation to her several times during the journey. As expected, on the night of her retreat, the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm attacked Dezhou City and Yanghe City respectively. In order to guard the 4 cities, the Xianshan Realm only sent more than 200 people to station in each city, and the Life and Death Realm led the way with more than 100 elite troops, not to mention the Demon Moon Realm. Even if there are not so many people, the number of spirit beasts is only more than that. Therefore, the armies on both sides of the Xianshan Realm had a hard time resisting. Fortunately, they had the elixir given by Su Maoyang. Otherwise, they would have been unable to hold out for 20 days. Of course, they also understood that the purpose of this battle was not to defend, but to consume. Fortunately, Su Maoyang's tactics were foresight. The guerrillas led by Ouyang Xie ambushed everywhere, and bought a lot of breathing time for the large army in Dizhou City. The guerrillas on the Yanghe City side were led by Ouyang Yu himself. Perhaps to make up for the previous mistakes, they fought particularly hard this time. The guerrillas alone repelled several attacks from the Yaoyu realm. However, the casualties of the soldiers were still not optimistic. Su Maoyang knew that although the Xianxin realm had defended the city, they were holding on, relying on their numbers, and taking drugs to fight in a round-the-clock battle. But taking drugs is not a long-term solution after all. It takes a lot of time to recover. Taking too much will also cause great harm to oneself. There are still 20 days left. Whether it can hold on, and whether the life and death realm and the demon moon realm have any tricks is still unknown. Therefore, Su Maoyang did not dare to take it lightly. After refining the puppet, he rushed directly to the direction where Ouyang Xie was. At this time, Ouyang Xie was leading the 7th Army to fight hard with the reinforcements of the life and death realm. Seeing Su Maoyang coming, the pupils of the 7th Army soldiers who were red with killing eyes suddenly jumped into joy and shouted, "General Dongfang is here. We are saved." Su Maoyang saw that there were only 40 people in the 7th Army and more than a dozen spirit beasts left, and he couldn't help but flash a strange color. "Why are you the only ones here? Where are the 3rd Army and the 6th Army?" As he said, he summoned the newly refined corpse puppet army to support. Ouyang Xie was fighting and couldn't spare the time to answer. Instead, the Deputy General Yuan Xiangyu explained, "The people in the life and death realm are too cunning. They made a feint to the east and attacked the west, and divided several groups of reinforcements to attack our Dizhou city from different directions. When our main force arrived, we found that there were only 30 reinforcements here. Knowing that we were tricked, we had to send the 3rd, 6th and corpse puppet armies back to support. Unexpectedly, there were 50 troops in the life and death realm ambushing nearby, killing us by surprise. The guerrillas of the original 400 troops were considered a very luxurious lineup. No matter how they ambushed, they had a 100% chance of winning. But not only the mysterious god realm could calculate, but the life and death realm could also. The life and death realm's posture clearly showed that they had insight into their tactics. So they went out in full force at the beginning, divided into several groups to distract the attention of the mysterious god realm, and wanted to defeat them one by one. At this time, Ouyang Xie finally dealt with an enemy soldier in his hand, turned around and asked, "What should we do next?" "Fight quickly and prepare to send reinforcements." "No need to send reinforcements. The 3rd Army and the 6th Army will most likely be empty-handed. Those reinforcements are just a cover. They will retreat after pretending to fight, and they will not really fight." "What should we do then?" Ouyang Xie did not expect the life and death realm to be so cunning, and he was so angry that his back teeth itched. Chapter 2438 The Purpose of the Son of God. Su Maoyang calculated that since the life and death realm had sent out so many soldiers, the old nest should be the emptiest. So he immediately made a decision. Encircle the old nest. Humph. Since they dare to risk releasing so many baits, they must be prepared to sacrifice the baits. There is no reason to let the baits go back alive in this world. Okay. Attack his old nest. I'll see where he can run. Ouyang Xie killed another one with one hand, and cursed fiercely. As for the other soldiers of the 7th Army, because of the addition of the corpse puppet army, they quickly cooperated to deal with the 30 reinforcements, and immediately took the time to take medicine to restore their combat effectiveness. Su Maoyang quickly looted the corpses on the ground and put them into space, and then sent a message to the heavenly demon Martin. Follow the bait and raid his lair. The life and death realm wanted to disperse the reinforcements to break through her encirclement and achieve the effect of supporting the main army. So Su Maoyang gave him a big gift, so that they could not return home. After making up his mind, Su Maoyang led a large army to attack the West Ji city of the life and death realm. They were lucky. As soon as they arrived in West Ji city, they encountered a group of reinforcements that retreated. There were only 50 people, so the 7th Army was killed by the corpse puppet army before they could make a move. The corpse puppet army and the spirit beast army on the side of the heavenly demon Martin bit the largest bait, and although they had consumed a wave of enemy troops, they still did not hurt the root. As for the 3rd Army, they wanted to cooperate with the heavenly demon Martin, but the main force of the mysterious god realm was too struggling. so they had to stay to support. The 6th Army was a chasing team that had already reached Shiji City, preparing to join forces with Su Maoyang and Tianma Gya's teams. Su Maoyang saw that everyone was proceeding in an orderly manner, so he was not in a hurry. After receiving the news from the heavenly demon Martin, he ambushed at the entrance where the bait was about to return to the city, waiting for the bait to take the bait. As expected, before even a cup of tea, they saw nearly 200 troops rushing back in a panic, and behind them were the spirit beasts and corpse puppets led by the heavenly demon Martin. This army looked like a late-stage Supreme Emperor Spirit Master, and the leader was actually a late-stage Spirit Immortal. Obviously, this was an elite army with quite good combat effectiveness. No wonder they could hold out for so long in the hands of the spirit beasts and corpse puppets. However, no matter how long they hold out, today is their death. Seeing that the prey had been caught, Su Maoyang waved his hand, and the 7th Army and the corpse puppets all rushed out, attacking from both sides, and immediately blocked their way back to the nest. But as soon as they started fighting, Ouyang Xie came to Su Maoyang and reported in a low voice with a solemn face. General, the Deputy General of the 6th Army sent a message that they were ambushed by 100 elite troops of the Life and Death Realm at the south entrance of the city. It seems that the Life and Death Realm has long seen through our ambush, so they sent 100 troops to encircle and suppress the 6th Army. The strength of the two sides is very different. I am afraid that the 6th Army will not be able to hold on for too long. We must quickly support it. Ouyang Xie was anxious. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the Life and Death Realm's old nest could actually send 100 elite troops to come up with such a Weiwei rescue Xiao. He was stunned for a moment and asked uncertainly, "Is it really the news sent by the Deputy General of the 6th Army?" "Yes. I can still hear the voice of the Deputy General. And not only the Deputy General, but other soldiers have also replied to the news. It should not be false." Ouyang Xie knew that Su Maoyang was worried that someone had forged the news and was afraid of falling into the trap of the Life and Death Realm. But even if someone really forged the news, the 6th Army must have fallen into the hands of the Life and Death Realm before they could get their sound transmission talisman. So the 6th Army is probably in danger. Su Maoyang felt strange. According to the vanguard troops and reinforcements sent by the Life and Death Realm, the old nest should not have so many elite troops. That's why she dared to let them surround the old nest. Which link went wrong? Is this a backup plan left by the Life and Death Realm? Or a plan to break them up? But whether it's true or not, Su Maoyang can't take the 6th Army's life to risk it, and immediately made a decision. You and the heavenly demon Martin take the soldiers to trap the reinforcement army first, and I will take the corpse puppets to support the 6th Army. Okay. Leave this to me. Ouyang Xie nodded, and the movements in her hands became even more fierce. Su Maoyang didn't dare to delay, and immediately put the 150 corpse puppets into the space, and turned around and rushed to the location of the 6th Army. When she arrived, she saw that the 6th Army was surrounded and killed without any chance to fight back. She didn't hesitate and rushed into the battle circle with 150 corpse puppets. When the 6th Army saw Su Maoyang coming, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "General, I'm sorry to trouble you." "No problem. I misjudged their number." "Blame me. There are so many elite troops in this nest." Which can only mean that they deliberately spread false information in the previous fight with the Demon Moon Realm, making the mysterious God Realm mistakenly believe that they lost a large number of soldiers. If you want to blame someone, blame her for not being cautious enough, letting the Life and Death Realm take advantage of the loophole. Fortunately, she has contracted 3 spirit beasts comparable to spirit immortals, and there are so many corpse puppets, so there is still hope to help the 6th Army escape. You quickly withdraw from the battle circle and go to the East City Gate to meet General Ouyang. Leave this to me. The 6th Army soldiers knew that they were all seriously injured, and continuing to fight would only hinder Su Maoyang's feat, so they had to follow the order to retreat to the East City Gate. But watching the 6th Army retreating to the east, less than an instant's stick of time, they were seen coming back again, and Su Maoyang suddenly found something wrong. "Oh no! We fell into the trap. This is an illusion. And the Life and Death Realm can't send so many elite troops at all. They just want to hold us back." Su Maoyang reacted immediately and exclaimed. As expected, as soon as Su Maoyang finished speaking, the enemy in front of her disappeared instantly, and the scene changed, and she appeared in a hall. Not only the enemy troops around, but even the 6th Army disappeared. There was only a man in a black robe and a black hat, whose face could not be seen clearly, and who seemed to be hidden in the darkness, sitting above the hall and watching her. His index finger gently looked at the handle beside him, making a very rhythmic tapping sound, each of which seemed to hit Su Maoyang's heart, making her tense up. So it was the saint who did it. I said that such a wonderful illusion could not be performed by ordinary people. Su Maoyang was almost confused, and had to admit that the saint was really good. No way. You are too smart. If I don't do it carefully, it's hard to lure you into the trap. The saint chuckled, and his low smoky voice was actually revealing a bit of indescribable sexiness. Su Maoyang frowned and reminded him with a look of surprise. But don't forget, Saint's son, as the leader of the life and death realm, you cannot go down to the battlefield to participate in the war. Saint's son, are you going to attack the 6th Army now? Are you going to openly violate the agreement? Don't be nervous. I have no intention of participating in the war myself. And my goal is not the 6th Army. So I didn't hurt them and let them go. You can rest assured. The saint's son comforted him carelessly, and his low and hoarse voice gave people a sense of mystery that was intangible and intangible like fog. Su Maoyang couldn't guess his thoughts, and asked, "What is your goal?" "My goal is already standing in front of me." The index finger of the saint's son that was tapping the handle suddenly stopped, and the faint tone suddenly poured into Su Maoyang's back like a gust of cool wind, instantly making her hair stand up. Chapter 2439. Negotiate a deal with her. Should I feel honored to have the Holy Sun personally help me? Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes and said sarcastically. The Holy Sun smiled coldly. You plotted against me in the life and death realm, killed so many of my people in the life and death realm, and refined them into puppets for your use. You made such a big fuss. It's hard for this Holy Sun not to pay attention to you. Su Maoyang couldn't hear any anger from his voice that was like a strong liquor scraping his throat, as if his mood was really as happy as his laughter, which made him feel a little weird. Is this person too good at suppressing emotions? Or is this person simply heartless? Su Maoyang wanted to peek into his demeanor, but he hated that this person was wearing a veil and wrapped himself tightly, like a shadow in the dark night. And he couldn't even see the person clearly, let alone the subtle expressions. Tell me, what do you want to do by arresting me? If you want to use me to threaten Emperor Yin, you are wrong. I am just a temporary general who has just taken office. I can't compare with the 10-year mining rights in the prehistoric land. Su Maoyang did not lose her composure. She bet that the Holy Sun did not do anything dirty just now, and he would not kill her now. Seeing her calm and confident, the Holy Sun couldn't help laughing. She looked like she was not arrested, but just a guest. Relax. I invited you here not to threaten Emperor Yin with you, but just to negotiate a deal with you. Su Maoyang frowned and looked at him suspiciously. What deal? I don't want much from the life and death realm. As long as the mysterious god realm agrees to share the 5-year mining rights in the prehistoric land with the life and death realm, I will immediately withdraw my troops and withdraw from the prehistoric war. How about it? The Holy Sun's low and hoarse voice, like sandpaper, was inexplicably tempting, as if it had the power to bewitch people. Su Maoyang laughed. Sir, what are you kidding me? According to the current situation, we in Xianshan realm are sure to win. So why should we agree to share 5 years with you? Are you so sure that your Xianshan realm will win? The Holy Sun laughed deeply, his tone hinting at sarcasm. You should know that the reason why your Xianshan realm can hold on until now is just because you are holding on. Even if you use your tactics to consume the forces of my life and death realm and Yaoyu realm and successfully fight to the end, don't forget that you have been poisoned by my life and death realm. It is difficult to recover completely without an antidote. No matter how exquisite your divine pattern pills are, they are only a temporary solution. Is this really what Emperor Yin wants to see? Su Maoyang frowned. Although he knew that what he said was reasonable, he didn't want to admit it. At least my Xianshan realm got the prehistoric land and won this battle. The prehistoric land is important, but the Divine Flame Army is also of great significance to Emperor Yin. I heard that the Great Yin dynasty spent a lot of money to build the Divine Flame Army. It took a lot of effort and resources to build such an outstanding army. I think you can guess how difficult it is to train an army even if you don't know. If it disappears overnight, wouldn't the price be too heavy? And my life and death realm and demon moon realm are already prosperous, and consuming these troops is nothing. Anyway, there are still a lot of reserve forces in the rear, waiting to come forward. If we lose this time, we can just come back in the next 10 years. But can you afford this time, and the next time in the Xianshan realm? If the foundation is not stable, how can we talk about development? Drinking poison to quench thirst will never solve the problem. So please consider my proposal carefully. General Dongfang. The slow and calm voice of the Holy Sun was like a hand that cut open the bloody reality and held it in front of Su Maoyang, forcing her to face these serious problems. He was right. The national strength of the life and death realm and the demon moon realm was stronger than that of the mysterious god realm. And the population base and strength were far beyond that of the mysterious god realm. This time, the mysterious god realm might be able to win by chance with her tactics. But such a victory was also built with the corpses and elixirs of the soldiers. The reserve power of the mysterious god realm was not much, and it could not withstand such a loss. Even if the soldiers survived, the poison would leave sequelae in their bodies, hindering their future cultivation. The price was indeed too painful. Before, she had no other choice. In order to win, she had to fight to the end. But now the Holy Sun provided a way to have the best of both worlds. It can reduce casualties and obtain the mining rights of the prehistoric land. No matter how you look at it, the mysterious god realm will not suffer. But Su Maoyang was still worried. You are always cunning in the life and death realm. Why should I trust you? What if you just want to stabilize my Xianshan realm, but secretly join forces with the demon moon realm? Wouldn't my Xianshan mirror ruin the advantage I have worked so hard to build? After all, you have done this kind of thing before. Yes, I admit that I did want to join forces with the demon moon realm to seize the 4 cities of your Xianshan realm. But you have seen the current battle situation. Your Xianshan realm has already won a great chance of winning. Even if my life and death realm and the demon moon realm join forces, it will cost a lot of troops. Not to mention that after defeating your Xianshan realm, I and the demon moon realm will have to compete for the final victory. There is a sure win deal in front of me. Why should I bet everything on a result that I am not sure of? Hearing the words of the Holy Sun, Su Maoyang was somewhat shaken. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly. Okay, since you are willing to form an alliance with us, then show your sincerity. You can share the secret realm of the city for 5 years, but you cannot touch the mineral veins, medicinal materials, and resources of the Evil Sea prison. In these 10 years, your people in the life and death realm are not allowed to kill my people in the mysterious god realm. Once it is discovered that you violate the agreement, you will be disqualified from participating in the primordial war from now on. If the Holy Sun can agree to such conditions, I will report back to Emperor Yin and let him consider your proposal. Otherwise we will continue to fight. Ha ha ha. General Dongfang really doesn't want to suffer any loss. The Holy Sun couldn't help laughing after hearing her request. However, just when Su Maoyang thought he would bargain, he unexpectedly agreed. Okay, I swear by the heart of martial arts that as long as the Xianshan realm agrees to share the secret realm with my Xingxi realm for 5 years, I will not touch other resources, and I will not condone the people below to do something bad to the disciples of the Xianshan realm. If I break the oath, I will give up the right to fight for the prehistoric land. After saying that, a dazzling light flashed under the feet of the Saint Sun, and gradually a swearing formation condensed. Obviously, the Saint Sun showed his sincerity. Su Maoyang was relieved when he saw this scene. Okay, since the Saint Sun is sincere, I will report to Emperor Yin. Now that the deal is over, the Saint Sun should let me go. Leave? It took a lot of effort to invite you here. And I, Xingxi realm, didn't even fulfill my duty as a host and sent you away. Isn't it too rude? How could the Saint Sun let her go easily? Su Maoyang heard that he was clearly going to put her under house arrest, and her face suddenly darkened. The Holy Sun just said that he would not use me to threaten Emperor Yin. Didn't you just say that it's useless to threaten you? So this Holy Sun just wants you to stay as a guest, and has no other ideas. The Holy Sun's light words made Su Maoyang clench her fingers. He actually made the house arrest sound so high-sounding and justified. He is simply a rogue. Chapter 2440 Dongfang Juni is here to kill. The Holy Sun has detained me here. How can I convey the sincerity of the Holy Sun to Emperor Yin? Su Maoyang tried his best to calm down and deal with him. The Holy Sun said lightly, "Don't worry. I have just recorded the scene of our transaction in the photo stone and sent someone to send it to Emperor Yin. So before Emperor Yin gives a reply, I have to ask General Dongfang to stay for a few more days. After all, I have shown the sincerity of the life and death realm. General Dongfang must show the sincerity of your Xianshan realm. Yu Su Maoyang was speechless. This holy son was insidious and cunning. Knowing that she played a decisive role in this battle, he invited her here under the guise of alliance negotiations. In fact, it was a disguised house arrest. Her weight may not be enough to threaten Emperor Yin, but it can also make the Xianshan realm lose its footing and reveal flaws. At least there will be no more corpse puppets and gorillas. And he did not personally participate in the battle, nor did he attack anyone in the Xianshan realm. He just invited a general to discuss the alliance. Emperor Yin couldn't even find a reason to say that he violated the agreement. This saint's son really makes people have no idea where to start. What's more, after talking to him for so long, Su Maoyang didn't even see the person clearly. And he was drunk. Come on. Send General Dongfang down to rest. And serve him well. Su Maoyang was angry. And the saint's son gave an order. And a servant immediately walked in from outside the door and stretched out his hand to Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang didn't dare to act rashly in the territory of the life and death realm. Even if he took action, he would not be the opponent of the saint's son. He had to swallow his anger and prepare to leave with the servant, who knew that at this moment, a general in armor suddenly rushed in from outside the palace and reported to the Holy Sun with a fist in a hurry. Holy Sun, the mysterious god Dongfang Junyi suddenly broke into the city, killed all the 50 soldiers stationed in the city, and was rushing here. Yu Yongyi, Qiao Hongji, Pangfen and Kaiguan went to encircle and suppress him, but failed to kill him. Holy Sun, please tell me how to deal with this guy. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard it. She knew the strength of the 4 generals. They were all in the late stage of spiritual immortals. Even if Jun Haosong was against the sky, he could kill the Supreme Emperor's Spirit Master. But it was undoubtedly a foolish dream to want to defeat the spiritual immortals, thinking that he was being besieged by 4 late-stage spiritual immortals at this moment. Su Maoyang's body suddenly became cold. The fear in her heart did not allow her to think too much, and she ran out of the palace. The general in the hall didn't expect Su Maoyang to want to escape, so he immediately reached out to grab her. Su Maoyang immediately blocked her defense, but her speed did not slow down. The general didn't expect that she, a congenital emperor spirit master, would dare to take on the moves of an early spirit fairy. So he was even more ruthless and punched her hard. According to the rules of the prehistoric war, only leaders like the Holy Sun cannot go down to participate in the war. But he, a general, does not have this restriction. This woman is simply looking for death. However, just as the fist mark was about to fall on Su Maoyang, she was interrupted by a force and a stern shout from above the hall. Asshole! You dare to be so presumptuous without the order of this Holy Sun? Go out and get 100 military sticks. The general was swung several feet away by the power of the Holy Sun before he stabilized his body. He looked at Su Maoyang unwillingly as she ran out of the hall. His chest was boiling with anger, and his face was full of anger. Holy Sun, you just let her run away. We finally caught her. Isn't this letting the tiger go back to the mountain? Emperor Yin will agree to my proposal. The Holy Sun replied calmly, his tone clearly showing his resentment. But we in the life and death realm obviously have a great chance of winning. Why did the Holy Sun bother to form an alliance with the mysterious god realm? In my opinion, we should fight them to the bitter end. He didn't understand why the Holy Sun had arranged all the tactics so well, and could have fought hard to get the primordial land. But he chose a path of compromise. The already unhappy voice of the Holy Sun dropped several degrees because of his words, as if covered with a sound of snow and frost, so cold that it made people's backs shiver. Fight to the end. Do you know how many soldiers will be lost? This Holy Sun has just taken this position, and you want this Holy Sun to be abandoned by everyone, right? The general sensed the evil spirit emanating from the Holy Sun, and was shocked. He knew that he had just crossed the line, and suddenly bowed his head and clasped his fists. Holy Sun, please forgive me. I didn't mean that. There is a long time to come, and this Holy Sun has many opportunities to take over the prehistoric land. Why should I show off my ability for a while? The cold voice of the Holy Sun echoed in the hall, and the general immediately broke into a cold sweat. He just thought that if the Holy Sun could take over the prehistoric land for the first time, he could establish prestige in the realm of life and death and consolidate his current position. But he didn't expect that the heavy loss of troops would also weaken the power of the Holy Sun, making him unable to explain to the Hades. The Holy Sun really had his own considerations. It's just a pity that they could have won this battle. But the Xianshan realm only got the upper hand. At this time, Su Maoyang rushed out of the hall and saw Jun Haocong, who was beaten by 4 spirit immortals and was covered in blood. He was shaky but fought desperately. After not seeing him for so long, Su Maoyang missed him so much that her heart ached every day. The tragic scene in front of her was like a pair of hands tearing her heart to pieces. She was so painful that she just opened her mouth. But she didn't even have the strength to call his name. She could only open her eyes in horror. And tears could not stop flowing down. Jun Haocong spotted Su Maoyang at a glance. Seeing that she was intact and uninjured, he breathed a sigh of relief and ordered, "Leave it to me. Go!" The 4 immortals naturally discovered Su Maoyang's existence. To prevent her from escaping, one of them immediately slammed Su Maoyang with a palm. Jun Haocong was so shocked that his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, "Get out of the way!" Then, regardless of the moves of the other 3 immortals hitting him, he rushed towards Su Maoyang in one step. The 3 forces fell on him and made him spit out blood instantly. But at the same time, he also successfully took Su Maoyang into his arms and resisted all the damage for her. With the power of the 4 late-stage immortals, Su Maoyang was shocked to spit out blood even though she was covered by the protective circle created by Jun Haocong. She felt that her internal organs were about to split. Not to mention Jun Haocong, who could bear all of them. She knew that he had always been invincible. But facing such an attack, he would surely die. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang's eyes turned black, and something in her head seemed to explode and break, making her tremble all over, shaking like sifting chaff. Song, 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 song. Su Maoyang's tongue was tied, and her voice was trembling. She felt as if thousands of pounds of stone were pressing on her chest. She couldn't even utter his name smoothly, as if she was suffocating to death at any time. However, she didn't have time to check Jun Haocong's injuries, and saw a thick black gas suddenly burst out from the body that was hugging her, and instantly lingered on her body. A fierce and domineering force shook out from Jun Haocong's body like a long dormant beast. And Su Maoyang was so shocked that she raised her eyes suddenly, and met a pair of devilish blue eyes stained with black blood. Chapter 2441. It's Lu Yiyuan. Those were eyes full of hatred. Looking into them, it was as if one had fallen into hell on earth. The rolling demonic power released was like a chain that strangled Su Maoyang's body, causing her blood to coagulate and her heart to stop. Soon, the scene in front of her eyes overlapped with the peerless face in her mind that was surrounded by demonic energy, murderous and domineering. This moment was like a bolt from the blue that hit Su Maoyang's chest, and she felt cold all over, as if she was facing the abyss. Lu Yiyuan. It's Lu Yiyuan. Su Maoyang will never forget this unforgettable face until she dies. The scene of his tragic death in Yunqiana's song, the angry howl that cursed Yunqiana. Su Maoyang still remembers it vividly, echoing in her ears, and trembling in her heart. Although Lu Yiyuan and Jun Haocong look extremely similar, the bloodthirsty and murderous look and the terrifying and domineering demonic power perfectly distinguish the two. Su Maoyang can hardly deceive herself. Jun Haocong's previous life has awakened? Does it mean that he has remembered everything in the past? Realizing this, Su Maoyang tensed up his nerves instantly, staring at him in horror, and then heard a roar that broke through the clouds. He raised his arm, and actually shook all 4 spirit fairies away. He was like a demon god descending to the world, with a monstrous demonic power all over his body. His thick black eyebrows were like 2 sharp swords that were about to split the righteous path of the world. His blue demon pupils were like cold stars in the winter night reflected on the sea, dark and cold, as if they were going to drown the people of the world. The jade-like bright skin outlined a cold and gorgeous outline, so beautiful that it didn't look like a real person. But his eyes and expression were not beautiful at all, as if he was a demon born in a demon cave, dark and deep, captivating, and making people fear and surrender from the bottom of their hearts. The 4 immortals, who were blown away by him, felt the overwhelming and boundless demonic power, and their souls trembled with fear. How strong a force does it take to have such a terrifying explosive power? You have to know that he is a supreme emperor spiritual master, facing the siege of 4 late-stage immortals. It was shocking that he was not killed on the spot. It was so abnormal. I didn't expect that he could burst out with enough power to seriously injure them. This is a bit too scary. This is the first time they have met someone more terrifying than Hades and the Son of God. No, it's a demon. He has gone beyond the scope of humans. He is a terrible demon. With such a cognition, they didn't care about their injuries, and only had one thought: this child must not be left. Leaving him behind will definitely cause endless troubles. They will not allow another person like Yin Di to grow up in the Xianshan realm. Then the four immortals all struggled to get up and attack Jun Haocang again. However, Jun Haocang ignored them directly, picked up Su Maoyang horizontally, and strode in the direction they came from. With every step he took, a circle of terrifying demonic energy shook under his feet, blasting the spirits that rushed up 10 feet away one by one, leaving them dying. He came on corpses and returned in blood, with demonic energy rolling all over his body and blood rushing to the sky. As he walked alone, he exuded a strong and domineering attitude that looked down on the world, which made his originally unparalleled face look cold and ruthless. And his domineering aura was overwhelming. No one could stop him, and no one could defeat him wherever he went. This boy is too scary. Saint's son, do you want to take action and assassinate him here? The General Shan Yunting, standing beside the Saint's son, was horrified and immediately suggested. Even if the Saint's son would violate the agreement if he took action, this person had already threatened the entire life and death realm, and he would not care so much when necessary. But there was silence under the black veil for a long time. And then he sighed. This saint cannot kill him. Shan Yunting was stunned when he heard such an answer, and looked at the saint with a shocked face. This degree of surprise was no less than the degree of 4 late-stage spirit immortals being beaten away by a supreme emperor spirit master. Because in his impression, the saint is omnipotent and surpasses the existence of Hades in the past. There is no younger generation in the world who is better than him. He is destined to be the one who reaches the peak of Sanluo. But now, he said that he can't kill a supreme emperor spirit master. What a shocking thing. Does the saint think that he is not as good as Dongfang Junyi? Just when he was shocked and dazed, the servant quickly came to the saint and held up a letter. Without even taking a closer look, the Holy Sun gave a light order. Notify General Feng that the troops can be withdrawn. Shan Yunting was unwilling, but helpless, so he could only clasp his fists and accept the order. Yes. Su Maoyang, who was held in Jun Haocang's arms and escaped from Shiji City, was still in shock all the way. She grabbed Jun Haocang's collar tightly, staring at the handsome face that was both his and not his, with mixed feelings in her heart. And she couldn't describe the taste. Haocang Su Maoyang was unsure, hesitated for a long time, and finally called out tentatively. Jun Haocang lowered his head and looked at her deeply. For some reason, there were fragments like a tide in his head, which made him have a splitting headache. But none of them were pieced together completely. The injuries all over his body were not even 1/10,000th of the pain in his heart. He felt as if his whole heart had been dug out, suffocating and desperate, as if it was more uncomfortable than being hit by hundreds of palms from the spirit fairy. He didn't know what happened to him. The tearing heartache made his eyes burst into tears and dripped onto Su Maoyang's face. He couldn't bear this inexplicable pain, and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He staggered and fell to the ground and fainted. Su Maoyang was startled and quickly pulled out of his arms and hugged him. Haocang, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. But as soon as she touched his hand, she found that he was cold all over, like a piece of jade immersed in a cold pond, without any human life characteristics. The blood-stained face was also frighteningly pale, and at first glance, he looked like a dead person. Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat. She immediately took out several life-saving pills and stuffed them into his mouth in fear. She shouted in a trembling voice, Haocang, you are not allowed to sleep. Wake up! Don't leave me. After the last experience in the 9 Nether Realm, Su Maoyang's psychological shadow was too big. Facing the dying Jun Haocang, she felt like a driftwood on the sea, and would be drowned by a big wave at any time. Old Jinjuan knew that Su Maoyang was worried about Jun Haocang, and immediately comforted her. Girl, don't worry. He should have broken through some kind of seal, and he is too exhausted, so he will not be in danger of life. It is important to take him back to the city to recuperate now. Su Maoyang was so worried that she was confused. After being reminded by old Jinjuan, she suddenly reacted and quickly summoned the wind-controlling demon eagle and took Jun Haocang to Mingyi City. Su Maoyang only knew how to make pills, but not medical skills, so he went to Guanqing as soon as he returned to the city. When Emperor Yin learned that Dongfang Junyi was seriously injured, he immediately summoned all the imperial doctors for consultation. causing Jun Haotsong's room to be surrounded by people for several days, causing quite a stir. The news that she and Dongfang Junyi had successfully returned naturally spread among the army of Xianshan realm. Everyone heard how they escaped from the hands of the Holy Sun. They were not only shocked by Dongfang Junyi's strength, but also by his appearance. He was actually a handsome man with unparalleled elegance and beauty. Chapter 2442 The Kindness of Emperor Yin. In the past few days, people outside have been talking about Jun Haotsong. But the atmosphere in Jun Haotsong's room is solemn and silent. Occasionally, there are footsteps coming in and out, but they are kept very low, for fear of disturbing the patient's rest and causing the displeasure of Emperor Yin. At this time, Guan Qing, who had finished diagnosing the pulse, stood up slightly and waved his hand towards Emperor Yin. Your Majesty, take the pill. The injury of Mr. Dongfang is no longer serious, but he needs to rest for more than a year to fully recover. Unfortunately, the antidote of Lingyin liquid is not as good as Mingyin liquid, and it can never completely remove the remaining evil poison. However, fighting is not a problem in normal times, but it will be relatively difficult to practice. Such a result is already a blessing in disguise. Su Maoyang, who was guarding the bed, was relieved when he heard it. Facing the siege of 4 spiritual immortals, it was a miracle to survive. Now that most of the evil poison can be removed, it is a pleasant surprise. Su Maoyang did not dare to expect too much. Moreover, this unexpected surprise was obtained at a great price. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang quickly stood up, clasped his fist towards Emperor Yin, and said gratefully, Your Majesty, thank you for exchanging the mighty rights of 2 cities for my brother's antidote. I will remember this favor in my heart. Although Lingyin liquid is not as good as Mingyin liquid, it is also a very precious and rare treasure in the realm of life and death, and every drop is worth a fortune. In order to detoxify Jun Haotsong, Emperor Yin actually agreed to the request of the Holy Sun to share the secret realm for 10 years and divide the 2 cities in exchange for the antidote. And even like Guan Qing used the extremely precious red feather Buddha fruit as medicine. It is said that this red feather Buddha fruit is contracted once every 1,000 years, and there is only one in the world. Emperor Yin originally planned to use it to survive the heavenly tribulation. You should know that the risk factor of the heavenly tribulation is extremely high. If you are not careful, you will fall. Not to mention a person of the level and strength of the Emperor Yin. His heavenly tribulation must be even more terrifying. If there is no treasure to protect himself, the probability of falling will be as high as 90%. But he took out the only treasure to save his life and fed it to Jun Haotsong. Su Maoyang has no way to repay this favor. Don't be polite to me. Your brother killed many troops in the Yaoyu realm and seriously injured 4 spiritual immortals in the life and death realm. He has made great contributions to the Xianshan realm. Now he is injured. How can I sit and watch? These are what he deserves. Just accept it. The Emperor Yin's understated comfort made Su Maoyang very moved. She clearly understood how heavy this reward was. I am ashamed. I originally wanted to ask for the dragon bone and the heart of life, but I didn't expect that the Emperor Yin would spend a red feather Buddha fruit. Su Maoyang lowered his head and said with some difficulty. Emperor Yin smiled indifferently. I promised you that as long as you can help Xianshan realm take over the prehistoric land, I will reward you with a piece of dragon bone. I am a man of honor, so you can rest assured. However, you still have to go to the Evil Sea prison to get something for the heart of life. Su Maoyang's eyes lit up when he heard that there was still a chance for the dragon bone and the heart of life, and he immediately took over the conversation. Your Majesty, don't worry. Your Majesty is so kind. Even if there is no heart of life, I will definitely go to the Evil Sea prison this time. Okay. I will wait for your good news then. Emperor Yin smiled and nodded. Su Maoyang smiled, clasped his fist solemnly, and then raised his eyes and inadvertently glimpsed the dark blue in Emperor Yin's eyes. Thinking of how he had been guarding Jun Haotsong together for the past few days, worrying about Jun Haotsong's safety, he felt very sorry. Your Majesty, you should go back and rest quickly. I and the Imperial Doctor are here to guard, so nothing will happen. No problem. I'll wait for him to wake up. Emperor Yin glanced at Jun Haotsong with concern. Su Maoyang declined in fear. Yaoyu realm surrendered a few days ago, and Zuin Xinjing signed an agreement with Xingxi realm. There must be many aftermath matters to be dealt with. How dare I delay your Majesty's political affairs because of such a small matter? When Jun Haotsong wakes up later, she still wants to talk to him alone. And it's not convenient for Emperor Yen to stay here. Emperor Yen may also understand her thoughts. And nodded slightly. Well, I'm relieved to have you here. It will take half a year to go to the Evil Sea prison. So you should take good care of him and accompany him more during this time. Don't worry about other things. Just tell Guan Qing and Su Shu. Su Maoyang was grateful when he heard this. And he bowed and personally sent Emperor Yen out. After Guan Qing and several imperial doctors finished their consultation, they didn't plan to stay for long. He simply told Su Maoyang a few words and left the room. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Maoyang rushed to the bedside and held Jun Haotsong's hand distressfully, as if protecting a treasure, breathing on her lips, trying to give him all the warmth. But the hand that could not be warmed up soon made her eyes wet uncontrollably. You have been sleeping for 6 days. How long will you sleep? Don't you want to see me so much? Su Maoyang choked and muttered, with distress and resentment in her. But she unconsciously held Jun Haotsong's hand tighter, as if she was afraid that he would slip through her fingers. It's obviously you who don't want to see me. How can you blame me? However, at this moment, a more resentful voice suddenly sounded. Su Maoyang was startled and looked up instantly, only to see Jun Haotsong had opened his eyes and was staring at her. Realizing that he was awake, Su Maoyang was overjoyed and immediately leaned over to touch his forehead. You are finally awake. Is it still painful? Is there any discomfort? Who knew that as soon as she touched his face, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. With one move, Jun Haotsong immediately buried himself in Su Maoyang's neck, sniffed deeply, and said muffledly, It hurts? It hurts so much. Su Maoyang was so scared that her face turned pale. She stood up in panic and checked his body. Where does it hurt? I'll ask the imperial physician to come over right away. She was about to get up to ask the doctor. Seeing that she had pulled away from him, Jun Haotsong felt dissatisfied and pulled her into his arms again, pressing her head on his chest, saying aggrievedly, The pain here can't be cured by the imperial physician. Su Maoyang heard his strong heartbeat, which didn't look like he was weak at all. She was so angry that she wanted to break free and get up. But who would have thought that he was so strong that he couldn't move? Don't move. Let me hug you well. I've been thinking about you so much that I'm going crazy. Jun Haotsong hugged her, feeling the softness in his arms. And he was distracted. He just wanted to rub Su Maoyang into his body. It seemed that as long as he held her like this, all the pain in his body could be wiped out. Su Maoyang was touched by this, and her nose was sore. She cursed. I am the one who is going to be driven crazy by you. You scare me like this every time, and I will be scared to death by you one day. No, I will not let you die as long as I live. Jun Haotsong stroked her hair and said firmly. Su Maoyang was very angry. How dare you say that? You dare to go to such a dangerous place. If you really have any accident, what should I do? Do you think I can survive? Recalling the scene of him being besieged by 4 late-stage spirit fairies, Su Maoyang was afraid and cried with heartache. Chapter 2443 Why does his heart hurt so much? Jun Haotsong heard her tiny sobs and felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't help but frown and said, Did you stab me in the chest in your previous life? Su Maoyang froze all over, raised her head suddenly, and looked at him in astonishment. However, before she could speak, he pulled the corners of his pale mouth and smiled bitterly. Otherwise, why would I be so heartbroken when I see you? Su Maoyang thought he had remembered something from his previous life, and a layer of cold sweat had already run down his back. But she didn't know that the second half of the sentence was not what she thought in her heart, and she was relieved immediately. But she was not sure how much Jun Haotsong had recalled. She was silent for a long time, and finally asked tentatively, Did you remember something? Remember what? Jun Haotsong looked at her puzzledly, seeing that her already haggard face had turned even paler. His heart was in tautness. He touched her cheek nervously. Are you hurt? Why do you look so bad? Su Maoyang tightly grasped his hand, holding back tears and shaking her head. No. You protected me very well. Not a single hair was lost. I'm just afraid. Afraid that you will leave me. Jun Haotsong smiled, gentle with some sweetness and joy. You are so reluctant to leave me? Su Maoyang buried himself in his chest and hummed, hearing the beating of his heart. Su Maoyang's mind once again reappeared the scene of Lu Yiyuan's tragic death, and her body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Jun Haotsong sensed her fear and immediately hugged her tighter. Don't worry. I won't leave you. Never. Where have you been during this time? Why haven't you even seen me? Su Maoyang asked unhappily. I have been training in the bloodthirsty demon cave for a while. But why didn't you reply to my message? Jun Haosong was still full of grievances and hadn't come to settle accounts with her. Su Maoyang frowned in surprise when he asked this. When did you send me a message? I have been sending you messages. But you ignored me. You only have eyes for that Yendi. Jun Haosong was full of resentment. Su Maoyang suddenly reacted after hearing this. No wonder that room is full of spiritual power. Especially suitable for training and healing. It turns out that a formation was set up. If it was in the formation, it would definitely not receive messages. Later, Jun Haosong entered the secret realm and was also blocked from messages. So naturally he couldn't contact the other party. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang chuckled and said helplessly. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Jun Haosong stared at her with a serious expression. No, it's not a misunderstanding. It should be Yendi who is making trouble. Yendi? What is Yendi doing? Su Maoyang was stunned by his words. He has ulterior motives towards you and wants to separate us. Jun Haosong said firmly. Su Maoyang thought it was ridiculous and immediately broke free from his arms. Arguing? What nonsense are you talking about? Are you addicted to jealousy and have developed paranoia? We have always been brother and sister. Even if Emperor Yen really has ulterior motives towards me, does he need to separate you? His brother? He may have known our identities a long time ago. This Emperor Yen is very shrewd and not so easy to fool. Don't think he is too simple. I am sure that he must be planning something silently. He is weird everywhere. You must be careful of him. Jun Haosong reminded with a worried look on his face. Su Maoyang thought of how much Yen Di had done for him, but was wronged by Jun Haosong behind his back. Anger instantly rose in his heart. Jun Haosong, do you know how your injury healed? How the poison was cured? And how Yen Di stayed by your side and cared about you these past few days? If you can judge others by your own standards. I feel sorry for Yen Di. What? Villain? He is the real villain. If he didn't have any intentions towards you, he would go to Yonla Palace every day, ask you about your well-being, and worry about your health. Why would he break the rules and make an exception for you? Jun Haosong didn't expect Su Maoyang to get angry with him for a man and call him a villain. The jealous fire that had been buried in his heart suddenly exploded. Su Maoyang knew that he was furious just now, and his words were not expressive enough. He took a deep breath and explained, Haosong, Emperor Yen really doesn't treat me the way you think. When he was in the palace before, he didn't even look at me, except for serving dishes. He stayed with Donfang Liu the rest of the time. If he was interested in me, why didn't he call me to serve him? Besides, when he first contacted Donfang Liu, he just wanted to win you over. Later, when he saw my talent, he wanted to win us brothers and sisters over to serve him. Even when he summoned me, he strictly followed the etiquette and never had any ambiguous or inappropriate behavior towards me. He didn't have the thoughts you think. Last time, he was so worried about your health that he asked the imperial physician to consult you. How do you explain it? Jun Haosong naturally didn't believe it. Su Maoyang was helpless. It was because Donfang Liu was worried about me and nagged Yen Di several times, asking him to bring me back safely. Yen Di took it to heart. In my mind, he is like an elder who cares about people. Not as dirty as you think. Take this time when you were injured. For example, he asked me to accompany you more. If he really wanted to, would he let us be alone? I think Yen Di cares more about you than me. People say he doesn't like women, but maybe he likes someone like you. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so nervous about you. Not only did he agree to such an impolite request from the life and death realm, but he also used such a precious treasure as the red feather Buddha fruit on you. I don't have such treatment. As he spoke, Su Maoyang's tone became sour, and his eyes staring at Jun Haosong became more suspicious. Jun Haosong encountered such a thing for the first time, and he was immediately amused. You are making up excuses and blaming others. As his imperial guard, you hang around him every day. Who knows what's going on between you? You can doubt me. Why can't I doubt you? Su Maoyang raised his neck, looking unyielding, as if Yen Di and Jun Haosong really had something. Jun Haosong was speechless and angry. Okay, even if you and Yen Di have nothing, from now on, stay away from him. Do you hear me? Jun Haosong couldn't argue with her, so he had to take a step back and warn her. Su Maoyang saw that he looked pale and was still sick. So he didn't want to anger him anymore. He nodded obediently. You can ask me to stay away from him. As long as you take good care of your injuries for a year, and don't take risks like this again. I will promise you. Okay. I will take good care of my injuries, and won't take risks again. Jun Haotsong sighed softly, and stretched out his hand to hold her in his arms. He didn't know why he felt so uneasy when he heard her mention Yen Di, and saw her with Yen Di. He couldn't tell for a moment whether he cared too much, was too suspicious, or Yen Di was really weird. Perhaps. He just became so sensitive because he was too afraid of losing her. But why did his heart hurt so much? Chapter 2444 Visiting Jun Haotsong. Jun Haotsong lay in bed for a month. Fortunately, Su Maoyan accompanied him every day. Otherwise, he would have been unable to bear it. However, after a month of conditioning, his body recovered quickly, and he was able to walk. Wei Qinghe, Ran Xingwan, Yuan Qi and others learned that his injuries were no longer serious. So they all made an appointment to visit him together. In any case, Dongfang Jinyi and his sister made great contributions to this prehistoric war. As beneficiaries, they must show their concern and express their feelings. So everyone brought gifts. Even Ouyang Xie, who has always been a loner and not good at socializing, came to the door with a food box, which surprised Su Maoyan, Wei Qinghe and others. Noticing everyone's strange looks, Ouyang Xie's face couldn't help but flash a trace of embarrassment. But she still pretended to be calm and explained, well, I made a few side dishes. You can make do with them. It's not a good idea to always take medicine to supplement. It's better to combine it with food. As she said that, she took out the dishes and put them on the table. When Wei Qinghe heard this, and saw the table full of delicious food, his eyes were bigger than walnuts, as if he had discovered a new continent. And he exclaimed, You made all these? He never knew that Ouyang Xie could actually cook. And cook so well. Just from the fragrance and appearance, you can guess that the taste must be quite good. Of course, not only Wei Qinghe, Yuan Qi, Ran Xingwan and Wen Jingyao also looked at Ouyang Xie with surprise. Everyone knows that Ouyang Xie is a famous female general with outstanding military achievements. She is responsible for leading troops to fight, let alone cooking. Even the skills that a lady should have are completely unrelated to her. As a result, many people still laugh at her behind her back, saying that although she looks good, she is a tigress without femininity, and no man dares to marry her. But no one would have thought that she looks rough and manlier than men. But she actually has such a virtuous side. This contrast is too big. Ouyang Xie was a little awkward under everyone's surprised gaze, and coughed twice. Is it strange that I did it? Yes. It's strange. Wei Qinghe nodded very honestly. What's strange about this? I grew up in a military camp since I was a child, and there was no maid to serve me. At that time, I was young and had no chance to go to war. When the kitchen was busy, I had to help. Do you think you are like a young master? Pampered and well off, with clothes and food provided for you. Ouyang Xie rolled her eyes at Wei Qinghe. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Originally, they only thought that Ouyang Xie was an unattainable and difficult to approach rich and beautiful woman in the world, but ignored that she also had a bitter and difficult side. A little girl was hanging around in the military camp, surrounded by men, with no one to serve her. She had to take care of herself. When the war started, the kitchen couldn't even take care of the soldiers' meals. She didn't even have the chance to open her mouth for food. So she had to learn to cook by herself. No wonder she learned such a good cooking skill. Su Maoyan understood her difficulties and said gratefully, Why bother? He is full from taking medicine every day. How can he eat these? Thank you for your trouble. It is precisely because he is tired of taking medicine every day. I make some food for him to change his taste. Although it is not as effective as medicine, it can always make him feel better. If he feels better, his body will naturally get better faster. Ouyang Xie glanced at Jun Haotsong on the couch. Although her face did not show it, she could not help but be amazed in her heart. It was the first time she saw a handsome man who could rival the appearance of Emperor Yin. Su Maoyan smiled when he heard this. You are still thoughtful. Thank you very much. Why are you being polite to me? You saved my life. I should do more. Ouyang Xie felt that she could not help much and felt guilty. Ha ha ha. Miss Dongfang. We are a few rough men. Not as clever as General Ouyang. So we went to the mine to dig some fairy crystals, hoping to help Mr. Dongfang in his future practice. After speaking, Ran Xinglan and Wen Jingyao took out a few storage bags and stuffed them into Su Maoyang's hands. Su Maoyang naturally couldn't take their immortal crystals, and immediately refused. I still have a lot of immortal crystals. You really don't have to do this. Don't be polite to us. We can't help you with anything else. At least let us show our appreciation. After all, no one would complain about having too many immortal crystals. When Jingyao smiled and forced it back, Yunqi took out a book and handed it to Su Maoyang. I see that Donor Dongfang has no shortage of immortal crystals, so I will give Donor Dongfang a copy of the Heart Sutra. I hope that Donor Dongfang can be pure-hearted, see through the world, see through life and death, and understand the great righteousness, which will help him in his cultivation of the state of mind. Jun Haocong didn't expect there would be such a gift, and immediately frowned and said unhappily, Do you want me to become a monk? Su Maoyang laughed out loud when he heard this, and immediately took the Heart Sutra and touched it like a treasure. This is good. He really needs to be pure-hearted. Seeing that she liked it, Yunqi smiled more. Amitabha. It is my honor to help Donor Dongfang. Jun Haocong wanted to curse him after hearing this. Why did he recite the sutras when he was recovering from his injuries? He still wanted to have a soft fragrance in his arms. Who wants to be a pure monk? Oh, you have fairy crystals and scriptures. But none of you are as practical as me. I went to the back mountain to dig up a lot of medicinal herbs. Miss Dongfang is an alchemist, so she must need a lot of medicinal herbs. Besides, Mr. Dongfang also needs soup and medicine to regulate his body every day. After all, my gift is the most useful. As he said this, Wei Qinghe handed over a bag of medicinal herbs as if to take credit. Ran Xinglan was not convinced and said, You are a rough man. Do you know how to identify medicinal herbs? Who knows if you are digging some worthless rotten grass roots? The medicinal herbs in this wild land are almost all rare species that are not found in the Great Yin Dynasty. Even if I dig them randomly, they are worth a lot. Of course, the specific medicinal effects will only be known after Miss Dongfang has seen them in person. This is the result of his digging for a month. Although he doesn't know if it can help, it is at least his intention. Su Maoyang took the bag and glanced inside. The old man Jinjuan in the space exclaimed, Eternal grass? It's eternal grass. Su Maoyang was startled. She knew that something that could alarm the old man Jinjuan must not be an ordinary item. She raised her eyebrows curiously. Eternal grass? Why does this name sound so familiar? Of course it sounds familiar, because this eternal grass grows from the eternal water. The old man Jinjuan smiled and replied. Hearing about the eternal water, Su Maoyang instantly came to his senses. Isn't this one of the 10 herbs needed to treat Shinuo? Does this mean that the ground where the eternal grass grew is likely to contain the eternal water? The surprise came too suddenly, and Su Maoyang's face instantly showed great joy. Chapter 2445 80% of them are attracted to her. The old man Jinjuan smiled and shook his head, saying firmly, It's not possible. It's certain, because the eternal grass cannot survive without the eternal water. Getting such an answer, Su Maoyang was overjoyed, grabbed Wei Qinghe's hand, and asked excitedly, Where did you find the eternal grass? Wei Qinghe was stunned by her sudden enthusiasm. Seeing her holding his hand tightly, a stream of heat suddenly rushed to his head and his face flushed. It's in the back mountain. Seeing this, Jun Haocong couldn't stand such stimulation. His face sank, and he turned over and got off the bed in an instant, pulling Su Maoyang away from Wei Qinghe. The cold and thorny eyes fell on Wei Qinghe's face, and suddenly made Wei Qinghe's expression stiffen, and he lowered his head in embarrassment. It seems that her brother still doesn't like her very much. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have said so many harsh words to provoke him at the last Wulong conference, so as not to leave a bad impression of arrogance and rudeness. It seems that he will have to work harder in the future to get along well with her brother. As a modern person, Su Maoyang has no concept of sexual intimacy. She is so happy that she doesn't pay attention to these details. She just excitedly shares with Jun Haocong. Eternal grass. There is eternal grass here. There must be eternal water underground, which is one of the medicinal materials for treating Shinuo. After hearing what she said, Jun Haocong finally understood why she was so excited. He was infected by her happy mood, touched her head lovingly, raised his eyes, and asked Wei Qinghe, Where did you find it? Please lead the way. I ran to the back mountains of several cities, and I can't remember where I found it. Wei Qinghe didn't know what the Wangu grass was, so he didn't bother to remember its location. Jun Haotsong was not in a hurry. Then look for it one by one, until we find it. When Ouyang heard that they were looking for the medicinal material called Wangu grass, she immediately suggested, I'll ask the soldiers of the 367th Army to help. There is strength in numbers, so it should be faster. Su Maoyong smiled and stretched out his hand to summon the Xianyan silver snake. No, I have the Xianyan silver snake. It shouldn't take long. This guy is a good hand at finding treasures. And now is the time to use it. Jun Haotsong knew the power of the Xianyan silver snake, but still insisted, we still have to dig it after we find it. It's always good to have more people. The Wangu water is such a rare treasure. It must be hidden very deep. And it is easy to guess that it must be difficult to chisel it open. Jun Haotsong quickly put on his coat. Let's go. I'll go with you. Su Maoyong was worried about his health. You have just recovered a little. It's better to stay in the room to recuperate. We can go okay. It's been a month. It will be boring if it's boring again. Jun Haotsong frowned dissatisfiedly. He sent Yan Di away. And then Wei Qinghe came. Although this Wei Qinghe has no competitiveness, he still can't stand other men hanging around Su Maoyong. Since there is no reason to drive the other party away, he can only watch it himself. But Wei Qinghe didn't know that Jun Haotsong was going to guard against him, and he excitedly joined in. Let Brother Donphan go out for some fresh air. It's good for the body. Anyway, there are so many of us to help. There is no need for Brother Donphan to do it. After saying that, he looked at Jun Haotsong with a flattering face. Brother Donphan? Jun Haotsong felt that he was offended, and his frowning brows tightened a little more. However, seeing that he spoke for himself, Jun Haotsong decided to forgive him this time. Su Maoyong thought that it would be good for him to go out for a breath of fresh air, and nodded helplessly. Okay, General Ouyang. Please notify the soldiers. We will set off now. Ouyang received the order and immediately began to make arrangements. Xianshan realm took 6 cities this time, so Su Maoyong planned to search one by one for Minghe City. However, because the territory of each city was too wide, with the Xianyan silver snake leading the way, they searched until the evening before locking the specific location. It was the bamboo forest area on the back mountain of Xingfeng City, where the bamboo grew lushly and the bamboo skin was shiny, which was nourished by the eternal water. So after finding this specific location, Su Maoyong quickly led everyone to dig. They were concentrating on finding the eternal water. The Wulong group, who were also in Xingfeng City collecting medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits, were dissatisfied when they learned that a large area was occupied by Ouyang and his troops. They complained one after another. It was fine that Wei Qinghe robbed us of medicinal herbs some time ago, but now Ouyang is so domineering that she brought 3 legions to grab resources. Several cities have been plundered by them. Do they really think that this primitive land belongs to her Ouyang family? Some disciples complained unhappily, who let the Donphan brothers and sisters make great contributions and be valued by Emperor Yin. Donphan Junmo is now her immediate superior. Of course, Ouyang has to please them. Someone took over the conversation with a sour tone. One of the disciples who knew the inside story sneered disdainfully. What's that? I heard this morning that Ouyang personally made food to visit Donphan Juni. The prince of Yu looked at the disciple with some surprise. Ouyang personally made food? You heard it right. You can't be wrong. I heard it from the soldiers of the 7th Army. It seems that she made a lot. After all, it is said that Donphan Juni is handsome. Ouyang is so attentive. I think she is not only trying to please Donphan Junmo, but also doing 8 things. Chung also fell in love with the other person's brother and wanted to win his favor and get close to him. Otherwise, with Ouyang arrogant personality, would she condescend to do these girly things? He would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Chu Xinting heard this and was extremely disgusted with Ouyang behavior of paying for him. She sneered. Ouyang is not planning to get married. Why is she doing such a shameless thing? As a general in the Xianshan realm, he actually personally cooked food for a guard. This kind of self-degrading thing made her feel embarrassed for Ouyang Haha. Who made the Donphan guard look good? It's understandable that Ouyang was tempted by worldly desires. The disciple smiled and said. Chu Xinting was disdainful. He's good-looking. But can he be as good-looking as Emperor Yan? He's superficial. Donphan Juni had given her a lot of cold looks before, which embarrassed her. She had always been dissatisfied with Donphan Juni. In addition, she had been hearing news about him recently, saying that he was not only outstanding in strength, but also stunning in appearance, and he was made to look amazing. Chu Xingting felt even more upset. She had seen many good-looking men. So what was there to be surprised about? A male disciple, who like Chu Xingting saw that she was unhappy, and immediately followed up. Yes, Ouyang is a tigress that no one wants. At her age, she must be crazy about men. I guess any man would think she's pretty. Who said no one wants her? You are not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Don't be so self-righteous here. The prince of you, who had been silent all the time, glared at the man who was talking. Zhuge Yuanfeng touched his nose with amusement when he heard this. This fool probably doesn't know that Prince of You had pursued Ouyang before, and was ruthlessly rejected. Isn't this a slap in the face of Prince of You? Chapter 2446, Stealing Their Resources. At this moment, when Prince Yu thought that Ouyang would rather like a guard than him, who was equally outstanding in appearance and temperament, and whose status was more noble than Dongfang Junyi, his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. In fact, it was no secret that he had proposed to Ouyang and was rejected in the Great Yan dynasty. It was just that time had passed, and many people had forgotten it. Or perhaps everyone knew that it was a shame, so no one dared to mention it again. And the disciples of Kang Haman were not in the imperial city of the Great Yan dynasty, and had not heard of these secrets. So they laughed at Ouyang in front of Prince Yu without restraint, which was undoubtedly a trap. It was quite unlucky. As an insider, Zhuge Yuanfeng knew that Prince Yu was upset. So he tried to smooth things over. Prince, don't bother with a fool like him. Dongfang Junyi is just a guard. How can he compare to your elegance and dignity? Besides, he has been ill all the time, and few people have seen his true face. I think everyone just saw that he was appreciated by Emperor Yin, and deliberately praised him to please him. So it can't be taken seriously. What's more, General Ouyang is the eldest daughter of the Ouyang family, could not possibly look down on a guard. At most, she would be grateful to Dongfang Junmo for saving her life. Hearing this, the expression of Prince Yu did not improve. He snorted coldly. Who is he? He is just a dog raised by His Majesty. How can he be compared with this king? He admitted that Dongfang Junyi was very powerful, but he had no background. Emperor Yin valued him just to use him. Even if he was rewarded with an official position, he would still be a minister, and could not surpass his royal family. Tuoba Rueda also had a deep prejudice against Dongfang Junyi. Seeing that Prince Yu was unhappy with Dongfang Junyi, he immediately added fuel to the fire with ill intentions. Even if he is good-looking, can he do whatever he wants and occupy the resources of 6 cities? I heard that his injuries are no longer serious, and he doesn't need so many rare medicinal materials at all. But General Ouyang mobilized so many troops. I have to suspect that he is resentful of us for pitting him in the last battle and deliberately went against us. The last time they fought against Yaoyu realm, they let Dongfang Junyi take the lead, but left Dongfang Junyi behind at the critical moment, leaving him alone surrounded by the enemy and fighting alone. After returning, they concealed the matter and did not let the army support him. But who knew that Dongfang Junyi not only did not die, but also fought his way back? So, knowing that they deliberately watched him die without saving him, he must have been resentful and wanted to retaliate. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, he must be here to retaliate against us. So he deliberately came to snatch our resources. If this continues, won't we have any share of the resources in this wild land? Prince, you have to make the decision for us. No matter how bad we are, we have fought and killed the enemy. Even if we have no merit, we have worked hard. You can't let us go for nothing. Prince Yu is the strongest and most distinguished person in the Wulong group. Everyone has placed their hopes on him, hoping that he can take care of this matter. I believe that even if Dongfang Junyi doesn't take Prince Yu seriously, he will always give Prince Yu some face. Seeing that Dongfang Junyi has caused public outrage, Prince Yu naturally can't sit idly by and ask the disciple next to him, where are they now? The question was naturally addressed to Ouyang and Dongfang Junyi. The disciple understood and immediately said, in the bamboo forest on the left. Well, I want to see what they want to do by plundering so many cities. After that, Prince Yu walked towards the bamboo forest with a fierce momentum. The disciples of the Wulong group were delighted to see that Prince Yu wanted to seek justice for them, and followed him one after another. When they arrived at the bamboo forest, They saw that Dongfang Junmo's 3 armies had surrounded this area in 3 layers. And Ouyang actually went down in person, leading the soldiers to dig the soil. Seeing Ouyang working so hard for Dongfang Junyi, Prince Yu suddenly became jealous and said in a sarcastic tone, "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be General Ouyang. Does General Ouyang need to do this kind of rough work personally?" Ouyang looked up and saw that it was Prince Yu and the disciples of the Wulong group. He kept his usual aloofness and replied, "Didn't Prince Yu come to collect herbs in person? You are so embarrassed to say you are collecting herbs? You brought so many soldiers, and you have plundered all the herbs. Even if I want to collect them, I can't." Prince Yu frowned coldly and said in a bad tone. Ouyang immediately understood their intentions when he heard what he said. He frowned and asked back, "Prince, which eye of yours saw us plundering all the herbs? We have so many eyes that you can't deny it." Chu Xinting snorted angrily. "Yes, you have been leading a large army to search cities one by one since this morning. Not only us, but everyone else has seen it as well." Zhuge Yuanfeng echoed. Ouyang glanced at the disciples of the Wulong group and saw that they were all staring at him indignantly. He was speechless and sneered. "What? Are you here to call me to task? Is there a rule that forbids me from leading troops to search the mountains?" "There is no rule. But you can't go too far. You have occupied all the medicinal materials in the 6 cities. Do you really think that the prehistoric land belongs to your Ouyang family?" Chu Xinting accused angrily. Ouyang heard this and immediately stopped them. "No, don't wrong me. I didn't move any of these herbs. We are looking for the eternal water underground. But I didn't want to steal the herbs from you." Chu Xinting didn't believe a word and sneered. "You said you didn't move? Who are you kidding? So many rare and priceless herbs. How could you not pick them? Do you really think we are stupid?" I said, "We are not for herbs. And we have no intention of snatching resources from you. Believe it or not. Don't delay our work." Ouyang was too lazy to explain so much to them, and waved his hand to drive them away. He Yujinwang only thought she was doing it for Dongfang Junyi, and said with a look of surprise, "Do you have to humiliate yourself like this for a man? What do you mean by this?" Ouyang didn't understand. "You know what you mean. If it wasn't for healing Dongfang Junyi, would you have to mobilize so many troops?" He Yujinwang simply said it clearly. "Your Highness has misunderstood. Our purpose of searching the mountain is not for medicinal herbs, but for the ancient water underground. If you don't believe me, you can wait here until we dig up the ground and confirm it with your own eyes." Su Maoyang heard the movement from Ouyang side, and he and Jun Haotsong walked over quickly and explained. Hearing Su Maoyang's voice, the disciples of the Wulong group looked in the direction of the voice, and the next second they were shocked by a beautiful face that was as exquisite as a painting. Handsome and extremely beautiful, the man was wearing a loose black robe. His hair was scattered and dancing in the wind, with a bit of wildness in the mess. His sword eyebrows flew into his temples. His blue eyes were like the sea. His eyes were like swords. And he was full of murderous aura, like a Shura who walked out of hell. Chapter 2447 Greedy. His tall and proud figure was like a towering mountain. He walked forward step by step, as if wrapped in wind and thunder, emitting a powerful pressure that made people breathless. His straight nose and angular outline could not hide his cold and arrogant edge in the dark night. His beautiful eyes, as blue and deep as the sea, flashed with a sharp cold light. He glanced at everyone sarcastically, like a gust of cold wind sweeping through, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Such a delicate and handsome face with a strong and domineering temperament. Everyone was stunned for a while, and forgot to react. It was not until a sneer came out that they came to their senses. You don't have the ability to find resources, so you blame others for stealing your resources. You are not very capable, but you are very shameless. Hearing this, Prince Hiyu's face darkened instantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, Dongfang Junyi, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are appreciated by Emperor Yin. This primitive land is a resource shared by everyone, not just yours. You are not qualified to monopolize it. I am not qualified. So you are qualified? Jun Haotsong raised his eyebrows and asked back. Prince Hiyu frowned and retorted. When did I say I would monopolize it? You are still searching for medicinal materials with the disciples of the Wulong group. It's just that there are not as many people as us, and the search is not as fast as us. If you don't accept it, you can also ask your father to send more people to you. We have no objection. Jun Haotsong sneered. Prince, he was speechless for a moment. You are making up excuses. Looking at that handsome face that was not like that of an ordinary person, and feeling the aura that was so strong that it completely crushed him, Prince He lost the momentum to argue for a moment. He thought he was already a top-notch looker among the younger generation, but he didn't expect Donphan Junyi to be so much better than him. Now standing in the same frame, he doesn't even have the qualifications to compare with others. As for Chu Xinting and several women in the team, they were so amazed that they couldn't take their eyes off him. If the Emperor Yin is like the morning sun, dazzling and gorgeous, then the man in front of him is like the devil in the dark night, charming and stunning. In the past, they only knew that the Emperor Yin was beautiful, but they didn't expect that Donphan Junyi was not inferior to the Emperor Yin at all. His beauty is domineering, cold, domineering, and self-centered. It seems that he was born to be a demon king standing on the top and overlooking all living beings, which makes people afraid and indulge in it. It turns out that there are really men as handsome as Emperor Yin in this world. Seeing this scene, Chu Xinting's stubbornness in her heart seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer and was gradually disintegrated. At this time, the man who looked like a demon king had a voice that was even colder, and the rising tail tone plucked their heartstrings. You watched us search the mountain, and before you figured out the situation, you came to our door without any reason to ask for punishment. Isn't that more unreasonable? You were caught in the act, and you still dared to quibble. Donphan Junyi, do you really think we are blind? As a man, Zhuge Yuanfeng was not confused by his appearance. Seeing that He Yuzhenwang was speechless, he hurriedly joined in. Ouyang Xie snorted coldly and took over the conversation. Even if we are really plundering resources, if it weren't for Donphan Junyi and his sister, you wouldn't even have the chance to stand here, let alone resources. Now that you have been allowed to enjoy the secret realm of 6 cities, you should be grateful to the Donphan brothers and sisters. I didn't expect that you would have the nerve to accuse the Donphan brothers and sisters of stealing your resources. In my opinion, you cowards who can only hide behind Donphan Junyi in a war and act like turtles, don't even think about getting a single herb. Although Ouyang Xie didn't like gossip, she also heard a lot about the friction between the Wulong group and Donphan Junyi from the soldiers. These young people were originally the successors that Xianshan realm was committed to cultivating, but they relied on their low level and good background to not only not contribute, but also enjoy the best treatment. Logically, they should be content, but they are still so greedy. There are so many medicinal herbs for them to collect, but they are worried that the best ones will be plundered by Donphan Junyi. It's disgusting. Wei Qinghe felt very relieved after listening to Ouyang Xie's words, and couldn't help but add a knife. Even if they occupy all the resources, they rely on their own strength and fight for their lives. What about you? No military exploits, no strategies, no courage, nothing. Just shut up. No one thinks you are trash. You, the disciples of the Wulong group, were speechless and blushed. They wanted to say that although they were of no use in the war, they contributed to the gambling war. But when I think back, I find that even the 4 cities in the gambling war are the credit of Donphan Junyi and Donphan Junmo. They seem to be useless except for enjoying resources. Realizing this, everyone lowered their heads, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and crawl into it. At this moment, the soldiers shouted in surprise not far away. We dug it. General Donphan. General Ouyang. We dug it. Su Mayan was shocked and didn't bother to pay attention to the Prince of Yu and others. He turned around and ran towards that direction. Sure enough, he saw the eternal water gushing out like a spring. Su Mayan hurriedly took out the medicine bottle, filled several bottles with it, and then stopped and put it into the space, and then exhaled with joy. Gratefully, thank you for your hard work. This time, I can get the eternal water thanks to your help. I have some pills here as a reward for everyone. Su Mayan took out a bag and handed it to Ouyang Xie. Please distribute it when the time comes. No. It's just a small favor for us. We don't need such a valuable reward. Some soldiers laughed and waved their hands to refuse. It's just a little gift from me. Just accept it, Su Mayan insisted. Seeing everyone's embarrassment, Ouyang Xie smiled and said, just accept it. Your General Donphan is a master of alchemy. He has a lot of pills. I see her spirit beasts are eating them like candy. This is nothing. Hearing this, the soldiers of the 3 armies happily accepted Su Mayan's kindness. But the disciples of the Wulong group were upset. It seems that everyone who is friendly with Donphan Junmo will benefit. Even Wei Qinghe, Ran Xingwan, Wen Jingyao and Yunqi, who are originally from the Wulong group, have gained a lot. Only they didn't. The most speechless thing is that not only did they not benefit at the moment, but they also offended the two siblings. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get along with them in the future. If they had known earlier, they should have learned from Wei Qinghe's brother Wei Chungjing, stayed out of it, and retreated in the secret realm, so as not to please the Dongfang siblings, and not to cause so many things. Su Maoyang got what he wanted, turned around and said to Prince Hiyu, "The land is given to you. We are withdrawing." After that, Su Maoyang led the large army to leave the back mountain in a mighty manner, leaving only the disciples of the Wulong group frozen in place, not leaving or continuing, and was extremely embarrassed. Chapter 2448 Ningjianzhou is about to change. Su Maoyang was happy to find the eternal water, but the Gongsun family in the Tiansheng dynasty did not know that danger was approaching them step by step. Tianxing City, the Imperial Palace, the Lord of Huiyin City, and his daughter Xu Yunya waited quietly outside the imperial study. After waiting for an unknown period of time, Eunuch Chai came out and coldly ordered, "The Emperor asked you to go in and answer." Xu Shinan was delighted when he received the summons from the Emperor, and told Xu Yunya next to him, "Behave yourself and be careful when you speak." Xu Yunya was a little nervous when she met the Emperor for the first time. She nodded with her chin tucked in, and her father took her into the imperial study. The Emperor was sitting behind the desk, writing something. When he heard the footsteps, he raised his head slightly and glanced at the father and daughter. At this time, feeling the sharp gaze and strong sense of oppression, the father and daughter immediately knelt down and saluted, crawling on the ground, not daring to breathe. Before they saw the person, the aura that was blowing in their faces was enough to make Xu Shinan and Xu Yunya feel awed. It was hard to imagine how majestic the royal face must be. "Raise your head." A voice as cold as a knife suddenly sounded, which shocked Xu Shinan and his daughter, and made them raise their heads. The Emperor of Heaven in front of them had a majestic figure and a dignified appearance. Although he was old, there was no trace of age on his face. His features were as cold and resolute as a knife. His deep and dark eyes flashed with a shrewd and sharp light, which made the two of them lower their heads in a hurry. "I am terrified." Xu Shinan sighed in shock, being scrutinized by such eyes. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back in an instant. "Don't be restrained. I just want to know whether what you wrote in the memorial is true. Just answer honestly." The Emperor of Heaven did not intend to embarrass them. Xu Shinan breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly clasped his fists and replied, "I dare not deceive your majesty. The news in the memorial is true." The Emperor of Heaven raised his eyebrows, and then took a deep look at Xu Yunya. "Tell me, how did you find out?" "Your majesty, I participated in the preliminary selection of the Wulong conference some time ago. Although I did not get a place, I stayed in the Great Yan dynasty for a while, and found out about the news of the Bloody Sword Pavilion. It is said that Senior Jing Hani of the Bloody Sword Pavilion has only one direct disciple named Gao Jian. In addition, there is not even a nominal disciple, not to mention the female disciple named Su Maoyang. And Senior Jing Hani has been in seclusion, and has never been to the Tiansheng dynasty. Therefore, I have concluded that the Jing Hani last time was a fake, and Su Maoyang could not be Senior Jing Hani's disciple. Everything is Su Maoyang's show for us, in order to shock the dynasty forces, and successfully take the Qingming sword into her pocket. Xu Yunya has always been jealous of Su Maoyang. In the Great Yan dynasty, she collected a lot of information about the Bloody Sword Pavilion just to confirm whether she is really Senior Jing Hani's disciple. It stands to reason that Su Maoyang, as a member of the Immortal Palace, cannot worship other people as her master. So Xu Yunya was suspicious and asked around, and she found out the truth. She knew that the royal family had always attached great importance to the Qingming sword and wanted to take it for themselves. But they were afraid of the Bloody Sword Pavilion and did not dare to easily attack Su Maoyang. Therefore, she wanted to report the truth to the Emperor of Heaven and obtain the position of governor for her father. She believed that compared with the Qingming sword, this reward was nothing to the Emperor of Heaven. Upon hearing this, the Emperor stared at her without blinking, and warned in a deep voice, "Do you know the consequences of deceiving the Emperor?" Xu Yunya was frightened by the Emperor's momentum and cowed out quickly. "Your Majesty, I dare not deceive you. I dare to guarantee with my life that Su Maoyang not only has nothing to do with the Bloody Sword Pavilion, but also comes from the lower plane and has no background in the Sunluo realm. Everything before was just a bluff. The emperor heard her firm and decisive words, which did not seem to be false, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. I will send someone to verify the authenticity of this matter. If there is any lie, you will be beheaded. Go down. Hearing this, Xu Zhinan and Xu Yunya cowed out heavily again in fear. The words that rolled to their lips were hindered by the powerful aura of the emperor, and they did not have the courage to speak. Your Majesty, that. The Emperor of Heaven saw that they were still lying on the ground and refused to leave. He raised his eyebrows and said lightly, Don't worry. If this really happened, the position of governor of Ningjianzhou will be awarded to you. Thank you, Your Majesty. After getting the promise, the father and daughter were both surprised and thanked repeatedly, and then stood up neatly and left the imperial study. This time, they can not only avenge their previous revenge, but also take Ning Jianzhou into their pockets. Perhaps Ning Qishuan will never think that the position he got by making friends with Su Maoyang will soon be handed over because of Su Maoyang. After watching the Shu family father and daughter leave, the Emperor of Heaven polished the memorial in his hand and called out in a low voice, Chai Sheng. When Chai Gonggong, who was waiting outside, heard the voice, he immediately stepped into the imperial study and bowed, saying, What does Your Majesty want? Send someone to check whether there is a disciple named Su Maoyang in the major forces of the Great Yan dynasty, and then notify King Duanquan to keep a close watch on the Gongsun family, Qingyang Medicine Store, and the Prime Minister's mansion. Yes, I'll do it right away. Now that Su Maoyang's whereabouts are unknown, he can only start with the forces she left here. Prime Minister's mansion. How is Ning Jianzhou doing recently? Fu Hexian took a sip of tea leisurely and asked lightly. The secret guard who reported the situation as promised bowed his head and clasped his fists. Telling the truth, with the help of the Prime Minister, the industry of the Gongsun family has slowly begun to erode Ning Jianzhou. However, I have found that there are always people hanging around the Gongsun family and Qingyang Medicine Store recently, with unclear intentions. I'm afraid there is something fishy. Oh! Fu Hexian raised his eyebrows unexpectedly, his face gradually solemn. Continue to investigate and see who is sneaking around. I obey your orders. The secret guard clasped his fists and quickly disappeared from sight. Fu Hexian had some guesses in his mind and immediately called the housekeeper. Mr. Gua, have there been a lot more people around our Prime Minister's mansion recently? When Mr. Gua was asked this question, he immediately remembered. It seems so. It has been quite lively since a few days ago. Something is wrong. Fu Hexian immediately smelled something unusual and immediately ordered. The whole mansion is under martial law recently, and the in and out population is strictly controlled. Report any disturbance immediately. Now go and gather the mansion soldiers. I have something to announce later. Although Fu Hexian did not say it clearly, Mr. Gua, who was old, guessed that this matter might be serious, and immediately took the order to make arrangements. As soon as Mr. Gua left, Fu Hexian took out the sound transmission talisman and informed, Senior Meng, Ning Jianzhou is about to change. Hurry up and notify Su Yada to come back. Before Su Maoyang left, he left the undead Meng Haiyang in Ning Jianzhou to protect the safety of the Gongsun family. But Meng Haiyang alone is no match for the Emperor of Heaven. If it was that late at night, the Gongsun family might be in great danger. Chapter 2449. Support her. Su Maoyang got the news 5 days later. Fortunately, Meng Haiyang was her puppet and could transmit sound in her heart. Otherwise, the sound transmission talisman would be useless given the distance between the prehistoric land and the Tiansheng dynasty. Now that she knew that the Gongsun family was in danger, Su Maoyang dared not delay any longer and immediately asked for leave from Emperor Yin to return to the Tiansheng dynasty. Emperor Yin knew that her friends in the Tiansheng dynasty were in trouble and was very righteous and planned to send the Xinyan army to support them. But Su Maoyang felt that she owed Emperor Yin enough and didn't want to cause him any more trouble. Besides, the prehistoric land also needed people to guard it. So she decided to take only the 367th army. In any case, she still had a large puppet army, plus the 367th army, and there were also 500 to 600 elite troops. It was no problem to help the Gongsun family and Qingyang Medicine Shop retreat. She declined the Emperor Yan's kindness, and after coming out, she informed Ouyang Xia about going to the Tiansheng dynasty. She went to Guan Qing's office and asked him for a drug that could make people sleep for a few days, and put it in Jun Haosong's daily soup. She knew that Jun Haosong would never let her leave alone, but his current body could not withstand the fatigue of the journey. Not to mention that it would take 4 months to go to the Tiansheng dynasty. In addition, he had to use needles to force out the poison every day, and it would take at least a year. He couldn't bring the imperial doctor with him. And this time when she returned to the Tiansheng dynasty, she was facing the Emperor of Heaven and the power of the entire Tiansheng city. She would inevitably face the danger of fighting. Su Maoyang was naturally worried about bringing Jun Haosong, a patient, with her. Therefore, Su Maoyang made an unwelcome request to Emperor Yin, hoping that after she left, he could help her look after Jun Haosong, let him recuperate well, and relieve her of worries. I believe that with Emperor Yin watching, it would not be easy for Jun Haosong to leave even if he wanted to. Su Maoyang arranged everything properly, and after watching Jun Haosong fall asleep, he quietly got up and walked out of the room. At this time, the 3 armies had assembled at the entrance of the prehistoric land, and even the spirit beasts that had been training in the secret realm during this period came out in time and waited obediently. In addition to the soldiers and spirit beasts of the 3 armies, Ran Xingwan, Wei Qinghe, Yun Qi and Wen Jingyao, and even the prince of the northern Qin dynasty, Yan Muqing, came. I think they all learned about this from Ouyang Xie. Su Maoyang felt warm in his heart and said with a smile, "You don't have to send me off. Go back to practice." "What do you mean by send you off? Your friends in the Tiansheng dynasty are in trouble. We have to support you anyway." Wei Qinghe patted his chest and said with great passion. Ran Xinglan nodded. "Yes, although the Tiansheng dynasty is not very powerful, it is still a dynasty after all. We are not sure if you are leading hundreds of soldiers alone." Su Maoyang didn't expect them to go with him. A trace of surprise flashed across his face, and he waved his hand quickly. No. This trip is dangerous. You don't have to take risks with me. Not to mention that this is my private matter. How can I trouble you? What do you mean by your business and my business? Your business is our business. I, Wei Qinghe, treat you as a friend. But you are still so polite to me. I am going to be angry. Wei Qinghe retorted unhappily. At the beginning, he was able to save his life because of her advice, and he was grateful to her in his heart. Later, after seeing her strength and strategy, he admired and respected Dongfang Junmo. So he, who had never had many friends, finally decided to make her his friend. And of course, he would stick up for his friend. "Miss Dongfang, don't worry. I am a prince of the northern Qin dynasty after all, and the Emperor Liang Tian would not dare to do anything to me, let alone take risks. I haven't been to the Tiansheng dynasty for so many years, and I want to go and see it." Yan Muqing smiled and comforted, obviously not taking the Tiansheng dynasty seriously. Yunqi clasped his hands together and said sincerely, "Ba, I received the kindness of the donor Dongfang before, and now the donor Dongfang is in trouble. How can I sit idly by? I must do my part." Su Maoyang was touched by their support, but still didn't quite agree with them going together. Seeing that she was reluctant to give in, Ouyang Xie could not help but persuade her. "General Dongfang, just let them go. Anyway, there are still 10 years in the prehistoric land, and there is no rush to practice. More people will always make the Emperor of Heaven more afraid." Su Maoyang thought that they all had extraordinary backgrounds and might really be able to hold the scene. So he smiled and shook his head. "Well, if you are willing to follow, just follow. But don't act on your own and follow my command. Otherwise, if you have any problems, I will not be able to explain to your family and sect. Don't worry. We will never cause you any trouble." Wei Qinghe smiled happily, as happy as a child. It seemed that this trip to the Tiansheng dynasty was not to save people, but to travel. Su Maoyang glared at him unhappily, and was about to ask everyone to leave. Unexpectedly, another voice interrupted. "The younger generations are all going, and I, an elder, must go." After the words fell, Ouyang Yu strode over from a distance. Su Maoyang didn't expect that even an old general like Ouyang Yu would go to help, and he felt even more guilty. "General Ouyang, you must not do that. You are the main general. You have to stay here and guard the prehistoric land." There are other generals guarding, so I can't be used for the time being. What's more, His Majesty is here, and people in the realm of life and death can't make any waves. But you? With hundreds of people, and a group of children. How can I feel at ease if I don't go to watch? Yang Yu smiled and waved his hand, obviously making up his mind. Besides, this is also His Majesty's intention. The Great Yan dynasty still has my other troops. If we really fight, I can still dispatch troops to support, so that we won't be bullied by the Tiansheng dynasty. Su Maoyang was grateful in his heart, and the whole person was warm. Thank you very much, General Ouyang. Oh, why are you saying this? Didn't you bring 20 people deep into the enemy to rescue us? These are just a piece of cake for me. Yang Yu smiled indifferently. Since everyone is here, let's go quickly. The journey is long, and it will be too late if we delay any longer. When Jing Yao kindly reminded, Su Maoyang nodded and was about to leave when he saw Yang Yu waved his hand and summoned the spiritual boat they had taken at the beginning. His Majesty said that it would be faster to take his spiritual boat. Everyone hurry up and get on. His Majesty is really thoughtful. He is willing to take out such a precious spiritual boat. I am really envious. Ren Xinglan looked at Su Maoyang teasingly. Wei Qinghe glared at him unhappily. Miss Dongfang has made great contributions to the Xianshan realm, so of course Emperor Yin should take care of her more. Ren Xinglan heard this, and just smiled without saying anything, as if he acquiesced to Wei Qinghe's statement. But his expression did not seem to be that serious. Su Maoyang naturally did not take these ridicules to heart. His thoughts had already drifted to the Tiansheng dynasty, hoping that everything was still in time. Chapter 2450, Become a Prisoner. Yanqing City. Gongsun Family. 10 days ago, the Gongsun family was still crowded with people and prosperous. It was the richest and most enviable family in Yanqing City, and even Ningjianzu. But who knew that things were unpredictable? In a blink of an eye, it was surrounded by enemies and in danger. It became a prisoner that everyone avoided. What is intriguing is that this time it was the Emperor of Heaven who ordered Wen Ho to lead the troops personally to capture the Gongsun family. This move undoubtedly sentenced the Gongsun family to death, leaving them no chance of turning over. After all, the arm cannot bend the thigh. No matter how powerful the Gongsun family is, they can never turn over the 5 Fingers Mountain of the Emperor of Heaven. At this time, a burly, dark-skinned general in armor was sitting in the courtyard of the Gongsun family. He looked down at Gongsun Yinhua, Gongsun Yandong and Meng Heong who were kneeling on the ground, and warned them coldly. I gave you 5 days to think about it. Have you thought it through? If you don't tell me the whereabouts of Su Maoyang, you 2 old bones will have to die here today. I said I don't know. So I don't know. You can kill me or cut me up. Old man Gongsun stiffened his neck and looked fearless. Although Gongsun Yandong didn't speak, he turned his face away. Obviously he didn't intend to confess. Seeing that they were so stubborn, Wen Ho's face sank, and he raised his eyes and gave the 2 deputy generals a look. The deputy general immediately whipped Gongsun Yinhua and Gongsun Yandong. This whip was not only dipped in chilly water, but also in powder that caused skin ulcers. Every whip would cause the person's skin to be torn apart and cause excruciating pain. What's more, the 2 deputy generals are both at the peak level of the innate imperial spiritual master, and their strength is stronger than that of Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yandong. Just the spiritual power they wielded was enough to make them feel awful. Meng Heong couldn't bear it and gritted his teeth and yelled. They don't know anything. It's me who is connected to Su Maoyang. If you have the guts, come at me. You are Su Maoyang's puppet. Of course I know you are connected. But you are a puppet that doesn't feel pain or get hurt. I'm too lazy to torture you. Just watch from the side. When you feel sorry for them, tell me. Wen Ho raised his eyebrows and said lightly. But Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yandong bit their gums tightly, enduring the torture of whip after whip, and didn't say a word even when blood was flowing out of their mouths. Time passed by bit, and Wen Ho still couldn't get a word out of them. He gradually lost his patience. It's useless for you to hold on. The Emperor will find out her whereabouts sooner or later. Why bother with such a meaningless struggle? Humph. Let him check it out. I'm an old man anyway. I've already taken life and death lightly. Why should I be afraid of your threats? I advise you to save your breath. Old man Gongsun stared at Wen Ho with a fearless look on his face and snorted coldly. Gongsun Yandong also sneered. It's not a disgrace to the name of my Gongsun family that the Emperor and Wen Ho have mobilized so many troops to attack my Gongsun family. Such an honorable thing. We will die without regrets. Hey, You feel superior after being beaten? It seems that the force is not strong enough. Haven't you two eaten? Wen-ho frowned angrily and shouted angrily. The two lieutenants received the order and worked even harder. The whole yard was filled with the sound of violent whipping, and the air was shaking slightly. Soon, Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yan'an were covered in blood and wounds, with deep whip marks visible to the bone, which was extremely terrifying. As if he was not satisfied with the whipping, Marquis Wen had someone hand over a small knife, and used every possible means to remove bones, flesh and skin. Master Gongsun and the other two were soon tortured to death, but Marquis Wen kept them alive, making them unable to live or die. Their screams were so heartbreaking that pedestrians on 2 streets away could hear them clearly, and they were terrified and retreated. At this time, Gongsun Jingji, who was lying in ambush not far away and had been waiting for the opportunity, heard this noise. His heart felt like it was being rubbed back and forth by a sharp file. Blood was faintly flowing out of his clenched palms. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, my grandfather and father will be tortured to death by them. Chu Yin grabbed him and stopped him, saying, Now the Gongsun mansion is surrounded by soldiers. Not only are their numbers higher than ours, but they are also led by Marquis Wen himself, with many late-stage spirit immortals in charge. Even if you rush out, you can't save them. What should I do? Do you want me to watch them being tortured to death? Gongsun Jingji's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared in collapse. Fan Yibin understood his feelings and hurriedly comforted him. Jingji, the reason why your grandfather and father endured torture and didn't say a word was for you and Su Maoyong. If you rush out, the Gongsun family will really be finished. Can you bear to disappoint their only hope? Originally, Grandpa Gongsun was worried that Gongsun Jingji would come back and fall into the trap if he knew about this. So he had Chu Yin and Yang Sheng keep it secret from Gongsun Jingji. But who knew that the Emperor of Heaven made such a big fuss that the matter still reached Gongsun Jingji's ears? Chu Yin and Yang Sheng tried to dissuade him, but failed. As Gongsun Jingji's friends, they naturally couldn't leave him alone and had to accompany him back to the Tiansheng dynasty. Yes, it's obviously not the right time now. Wait a little longer until the master comes back. The master will definitely find a way. Gu Qiuyan agreed with Fan Yibin's statement, trying to stabilize Gongsun Jingji's emotions and pinning his hopes on Su Maoyong. Gongsun Jingji felt as if he was on fire. He didn't have the heart to wait. He suddenly waved Chu Yan's hand away. I can't wait any longer. They are my last relatives in the world. They are going to die. What's the point of me supporting this Gongsun family? After that, Gongsun Jingji rushed out regardless of anything, ready to fight with Wen-ho. The ones suffering there are his grandfather and father, who love and support him the most. If he watches them being tortured and does nothing to save them, he is simply a ruthless person. Seeing Gongsun Jingji rushing out, Yang Sheng hurriedly ordered the Silver Ghost Corps led by Fan Yibin and the Proud Wolf Corps led by Gu Qiuyan. You hold on to the officers and soldiers outside, and Chu Yin and I will go in to rescue them. Once you succeed, retreat immediately, and don't fight to the end. After that, everyone flew out and headed straight for Gongsun Mansion. Of course, they couldn't let Gongsun Jingji fight alone. Wen-ho heard the noise outside and got the report from the soldiers. He couldn't help but sneer and looked at Gongsun Yinhua and Gongsun Yan'an. Do you know who is outside? Seeing that they still hung their heads and didn't want to pay attention to him, Wen-ho didn't get angry and directly said his name. The successor you are proud of. Gongsun Jingji. Hearing Gongsun Jingji's name, Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yan'an trembled and raised their heads suddenly. Oh! Are you in high spirits? Are you interested in listening? Wen-ho raised his eyebrows and smiled, reminding, if you don't want Gongsun Jingji to be in trouble, quickly tell me the whereabouts of Su Maoyong. Otherwise my men will not take it seriously. If you let your descendants be cut off, wouldn't it be a pity? Chapter 2451 Rescue Failed. Gongsun Yan'an was so angry that he trembled all over. His bloody face was grim. You? You beast! If anything happens to my son, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Become a ghost? If you don't tell the truth, you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Wen-ho sneered coldly, as if he had heard a joke. Wen-ho, I originally thought you were a loyal and righteous person, but I didn't expect you to be just a running dog of the Emperor of Heaven. My Gongsun family doesn't owe anyone, and has never done anything wrong. We will never bow to villains. I believe that the law of heaven will turn. And you will eventually pay a heavy price for killing innocent people and harming loyal people. Master Gongsun no longer has the strength to speak, and every word is squeezed out from the gap between his teeth. But the weight of each word is not light, showing the unyielding spirit of his Gongsun family. Wu Anho was cursed by him, and his face became even more frightening. He took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. Very good. Since you are not afraid of death, then beat them to death. Seeing the two being whipped again, Meng Heong was so angry that his teeth itched. Wu Anho, don't you just want the Qingming sword? If my master knows that they are dead, you won't get anything. Don't worry. Don't we still have Gongsun Jingji's group of idiots? As long as we catch them. Are you afraid that your master won't take the bait? Wu Anho glanced at him indifferently. Obviously, the life and death of these two old guys were no longer important to him. Meng Heong's face turned pale, and he didn't care about the two late-stage spiritual immortals who were holding him. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he suddenly broke free from the restraints and attacked Wu Anho. Unfortunately, before he could get close to Wu Anho, he was slapped away by the spirit fairy, who suddenly rushed out from the dark. At this time, Chu Yan and Yang Sheng were rushing in. Seeing Gongsun Yinhua and Gongsun Yangon being tortured into such a ghostly state, and even Meng Heong being beaten to the ground, they were also full of anger. But before they could do anything, they were surrounded by several late-stage spirit fairies, who suddenly rushed out from the surroundings. Obviously, they underestimated Wu Anho's preparations. The number of late-stage spirit fairies who came this time was far beyond their expectations. Therefore, when Wu Anho saw Chu Yan and Yang Sheng rushing in, his eyebrows did not move, and there was even a hint of smile on the corner of his mouth. But the smile was cold and cold, flashing with a bit of excitement. If we had known that Su Maoyang had a puppet, how could we not have kept a hand? And you didn't use your brain to think about it. Of course Yang Sheng and Chu Yan knew. Otherwise they would not have dared to take action. But seeing that Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yangon were in imminent danger, they couldn't just stand by and watch them die. At least there was some hope if they took action. If they waited any longer, the Gongsun family would be destroyed. At this time, Wu Anho was in a good mood when he saw the two puppets were caught in the jar. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Take them down." Several spirit immortals swarmed up in an instant after receiving the order. Originally, Yang Sheng and Chu Yan's fighting power was quite good, but the spirit immortals brought by Wu Anho were not simple goods. If it was a one-on-one fight, Yang Sheng and Chu Yan might have some chances of winning, but the other party had the advantage in numbers. After several rounds of fighting, they were entangled and couldn't get away, let alone save people. As for Gongsun Jingji, Fang Yibin and others outside, they were beaten by the officers and soldiers, and were covered with scars and bleeding. It was quite tragic. Jingji, retreat. There is always a way out. If we continue like this, not only will we not be able to save people, but we will also be in trouble. We won't even have the chance to avenge Master Gongsun. Fang Yibin was somewhat rational, and couldn't let Gongsun Jingji go crazy. The leading guard sneered when he heard this. Retreat? Where to retreat? Since you've fallen into our trap, you can't escape today. After that, the surrounding soldiers immediately surrounded Gongsun Jingji and others, not giving them a chance to escape. If it weren't for the instructions from the higher-ups not to harm the lives of Gongsun Jingji and his group, they would have killed them long ago, and there would be no need to deal with them for so long. Wanting to escape is even more wishful thinking. Fang Yibin, Gu Qiuyun and others saw that there was no way to retreat, and they were all bloodthirsty, thinking that if they could hold on for one more second, they would have more hope of survival. No matter what, they could not fall into the hands of the enemy. Even if they died, they would never become a burden to Su Maoyang. However, just when everyone was determined to die, there was a loud bang, and a domineering force shook and opened, suddenly shaking the soldiers who trapped them away. 3 figures fell from the sky like saviors and landed beside them. Fang Yibin saw the person clearly and exclaimed, "Prime Minister." Gu Qiuyun and others did not expect Fu Hexian to appear at this time, and they all jumped up in surprise. In addition to Fu Hexian, his 2 brothers also came together. The arrival of 3 spiritual immortals undoubtedly increased the chances of winning. But when they thought that Fu Hexian saving them at this time would be tantamount to openly opposing the Emperor of Heaven, and would inevitably implicate the entire Prime Minister's mansion, everyone's excited heart sank in an instant, leaving only worry. as the person involved. Gongsun Jingji felt even worse and immediately stopped them loudly. This is my Gongsun family's business. The Prime Minister should not intervene. He was willing to die, but he could not implicate other innocent people. Fu Hexien shouted while repelling the soldiers who rushed up. Stop talking nonsense. I'll let my third brother and the palace soldiers escort you away. And leave the rescue to me. No. I can't implicate the Prime Minister's mansion. Gongsun Jingji refused with a firm attitude, and was unwilling to go with the palace soldiers. What nonsense are you talking about? There are still a few ancestors in my Prime Minister's mansion. The Emperor of Heaven will not easily move my Prime Minister's mansion. But you? If you don't leave, you will be captured alive and tortured. You can't die even if you want to. The Emperor of Heaven's goal is to catch them and lure Su Maoyang into the trap. Even if Su Maoyang doesn't take the bait, the Emperor of Heaven can torture them to find out Su Maoyang's whereabouts. At that time, death is a luxury. And Fu Hexien doesn't want such a thing to happen. So we should save as many as we can right now. Ha ha ha. Prime Minister, you are quite optimistic. But I guess that at this time, your ancestors have been taken into the palace by the Emperor of Heaven and are being treated well. However, you don't have to worry too much. I will send you back to reunite with them later. At this time, Wenho walked out of Gongsun Mansion with a swagger, and said to Fu Hexien with a smile. Sure enough, hearing this, Fu Hexien and his two brothers were shocked, and their faces turned pale instantly. Originally, they thought that the Emperor of Heaven would be more or less concerned about the ancestors of the Prime Minister's mansion, and would not dare to do things too drastically. Unexpectedly, in the face of interests, the Prime Minister's mansion, which stood in the Tiansheng dynasty, and was loyal to the Emperor of Heaven for many years, could also be sacrificed. At this moment, Fu Hexien felt cold all over, and he smiled bitterly. I was self-righteous. It turns out that my Prime Minister's mansion is nothing in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. Chapter 2452. Fortunately, the relationship has been cleared up. Marquis Wen snorted coldly. You betrayed the Emperor of Heaven and protected the Gongsun family first. So don't blame the Emperor of Heaven for being unkind to your Prime Minister's mansion. Ha! Stop saying these high-sounding words. For so many years, my Prime Minister's mansion has been cautious and dared not show up. Isn't it because the Emperor of Heaven has many suspicions about my Prime Minister's mansion? You and I both know that even if there is no Gongsun family, the Emperor of Heaven will sooner or later attack my Prime Minister's mansion. This time it's just an excuse that happened to be handed to him. Fu Hexien sneered. His tone was full of irony. He knew too well how the Prime Minister's mansion had been through these years. And he also knew too well what kind of person the Emperor of Heaven was. He thought that he would always be more compassionate to the Emperor of Heaven if he was humble and low-key to the extreme. Unexpectedly, he still overestimated the status of the Prime Minister's mansion in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. At this moment, he realized that all his previous loyalty, all his efforts, and all his concessions could be written off in the face of interests. This is reality. This is human nature. The only thing to be thankful for is that he had sent several of his descendants, including Fu Minxiu, to Finchan Mansion for temporary refuge early on. I believe that even if the Emperor of Heaven wanted to eradicate the roots, it would not be easy to attack Finchan Mansion directly, as long as the descendants of the Fu family are still alive in this world. The Fu family will have more hope. Seeing that he was a wise man, Wenho did not waste any words and waved his hand, closed the net, and returned to the court. At the command, the surrounding spirits rushed out one after another, and Fu Minxiu, Gongsun Jingji, and others were doomed. Soon, the news that Prime Minister Fu rescued the Gongsun family, but was captured and taken back to Tiansheng City with the Gongsun family spread like wildfire and spread throughout Ningjiansu. At this time, Gongsun Yanpan and others who were in Huiyin City and were arranged by the Lord of Huiyin City to stay in the other courtyard received the news that Gongsun Jingji was captured and celebrated with a feast. Ha ha ha. Big Brother is still awesome. Fortunately, we have drawn a clear line with Gongsun Jingji and Su Maoyang's group and joined the Lord of Huiyin City. Otherwise, we would be the ones to be captured. Gongsun Jingji immediately stood up and toasted Gongsun Yanpan. Gongsun Hongshan also nodded with a smile, scooped up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth, and said with a satisfied face, Yes, we have to thank Su Maoyang and Gongsun Jingji. If they hadn't driven us away, we wouldn't have escaped. You see, without them, our Gongsun family would still be doing well. Haha. We can have such a comfortable life now. But it's all thanks to my eldest brother, who told the Lord of Huiyin City that Su Maoyang's identity was fake. Otherwise, how could you eat and drink here? Gongsun Qingji smiled and glanced at him. This was undeniable. Gongsun Hongshan stood up and said respectfully to Gongsun Yanpan, "Fourth brother is right. Big brother. The Gongsun family will rely on you from now on. Now that the old man, Gongsun Yangon and Gongsun Jingji have all been imprisoned, there is probably no hope of survival. Several ancestors also don't care about worldly affairs. Since they broke off their relationship with the old man Gongsun, they have been in seclusion. At present, their generation and the younger generations of Gongsun Yuri, Gongsun Weiyuan, and Gongsun Jiani will have to rely on Gongsun Yanpan to take charge of the overall situation in the future." Gongsun Yanpan was flattered by them, and was in a good mood. He smiled and drank a cup, and said cheerfully, "No problem. We are all family. As the head of the family, of course, I have to revitalize the Gongsun family, and lead everyone to live a good life. Speaking of which, my Gongsun family could have had a good future. It's all because the old man didn't know people well and favored Gongsun Jingji. He didn't believe that Su Maoyang could bring hope to the Gongsun family. Now, not only are they being tortured, but now even their lives are in danger. What a sin!" Gongsun Yuri also always hated what happened that day and sneered. "At the beginning, Grandpa and Gongsun Jingji insisted on kicking me out of my ancestral home. Now they are going to be expelled first. I think it's retribution. Grandpa is really confused. Why did he trust that little bitch? Look, they have been in prison for a month. And Su Maoyang is nowhere to be seen. It can be seen that he is unreliable." Gongsun Weiyuan sighed speechlessly. Not only is he unreliable, he is a swindler, a coward, or he wouldn't have fabricated the identity of Jing Hani's direct disciple. If Miss Yu hadn't investigated carefully, the entire Tiansheng dynasty would have been almost deceived by her. Gongsun Jiani sneered, and was extremely disgusted with Su Maoyang. Gongsun Yuri curled his lips, with a bit of excitement in his eyes. Gongsun Jingji must be regretting it now for getting involved with a liar and implicated his grandfather and father. That's for sure. If it were me, I would have wanted to die. Gongsun Weiyuan nodded gloatingly. After the words fell, a burst of relieved laughter came from the hall. Tianjing City. Imperial Palace? Have you confessed? The Emperor, who was dozing on the recliner in the Imperial study, heard the footsteps coming in and asked lightly. After paying his respects, Prince Duanchuan sighed softly. No, not only those old guys are stubborn, but the young people are also unwilling to speak. He is quite courageous. The Emperor of Heaven murmured softly with thin lips, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. However, Prince Duanchuan suggested impatiently, Su Maoyang has not shown up yet, so he probably won't come. Do you think we should kill the two old guys to scare the monkeys? No hurry. Killing them will only anger Gongsun Jingji. Let's wait a little longer. The Emperor of Heaven rejected his proposal outright, as calm as if he knew that Su Maoyang would definitely come. These young people are all tough guys, and if they are pushed into a corner, they might do something out of their control. Anyway, the bait has been prepared, and life and death are not the point. The point is to make Su Maoyang take the bait. After all, he is now interrogating the Gongsun family, under the pretext that Su Maoyang deceived the Emperor, and wanted them to reveal Su Maoyang's whereabouts. If someone really died because of this, he would more or less bear the reputation of cruelty and killing innocent people. To deal with a woman in her 20s, the Emperor of Heaven would not go to such lengths. Prince Duanchuan understood the Emperor's plan, bowed his head, and was about to leave. But before he left the Imperial study, he was hit by Eunuch Chai, who rushed in a hurry. Seeing Eunuch Chai so flustered, Prince Duanchuan's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "How can you be so flustered?" Eunuch Chai had no time to apologize to him, and hurriedly reported to the Emperor, "Your Majesty, it's bad. The Great Yan dynasty sent 3 armies to break into the palace. They are coming here." Hearing this, Prince Duanchuan was the first to exclaim, "What? The Great Yan dynasty sent troops to break into the palace? Did I hear it right?" "Your Majesty heard it right. They broke into the palace and came straight here. Now the guards dare not act casually, for fear of causing a war between the two countries. Please come up with a plan quickly." "Your Majesty," Eunuch Chai panted, wiped the sweat on his forehead. and said anxiously. Chapter 2453. It turns out that there is a prince's support. Hearing that the Great Yan dynasty was going to invade, this matter was serious. Even the Emperor of Heaven did not dare to take it lightly, and immediately stood up and strode out of the imperial study. Sure enough, as soon as he went out, he saw a huge spirit boat coming from a distance. The spirit boat was full of soldiers wearing armor, and it was estimated that there were about 200 or 300 people. Looking at the flame logo on the armor, it turned out to be the most powerful army of the Great Yan dynasty, the Divine Flame Army. But what was surprising was that the people standing in front of the Divine Flame Army were not generals, but several young people who looked only in their 20s. Such a lineup is rare. The Emperor of Heaven could not figure out the other party's intention for a while, frowned and scolded. What do you mean by the Great Yan dynasty? You broke into the palace of my Tiansheng city without even saying hello. It's too rude. Not rushing in directly is already my greatest courtesy. The Emperor of Heaven should not ask too much. Su Maoyang snorted coldly, and the crisp and loud voice instantly spread throughout the palace. The Emperor of Heaven did not expect that a young woman would dare to be so arrogant in front of him. His eyes sank, and he shouted angrily, "You are so bold. How dare you openly provoke my Tiansheng dynasty? Do you really think that there is no one in my Tiansheng dynasty? The Emperor of Heaven tried every means to find out my whereabouts, and used all means to lure me here. Now I have done what you want and appeared in front of you. The Emperor of Heaven should be happy. Why is he blaming me?" Su Maoyang had a cold face from beginning to end, and his voice was even more chilling. Upon hearing this, the Emperor was shocked, and his pupils instantly showed a hint of surprise. You are Su Maoyang?" Su Maoyang had changed her appearance, and the Emperor could not recognize her at first glance. In addition, there were so many Divine Flame Army soldiers following her, so the Emperor subconsciously thought that she was from the Great Yan dynasty. But unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for was already standing in front of him. Su Maoyang did not answer him, but waved her hand to restore her original appearance. At that moment, she showed an oval face as delicate as ice and snow. The sun poured down on her face, flowing a layer of light silver light, and her cherry red lips were red without any touch, like a red plum standing proudly in the snow, faintly evoking a piercing coldness. Her straight and beautiful nose and phoenix-like bright eyes were like a stroke of genius, meticulously carved and depicted, and her flying silver hair made her look radiant and elegant, cold and unparalleled. Seeing this scene, Wei Qinghe, Ran Xingwan, Yin Muqing and others were so shocked that they took a deep breath and were completely stunned. Having seen Dongfang Juni's true appearance before, they more or less guessed that Su Maoyang had also changed her appearance, but they never expected that her original appearance would be so stunning. This is what a goddess looks like when she descends to the earth. When King Guanchuan saw that it was indeed that impressive face, his pupils shrank, and he shouted angrily, "Su Maoyang, you have committed the crime of deceiving the Emperor, and you dared to lead the Divine Flame Army to trespass into the palace. This is simply an aggravated crime, and it is unforgivable. No wonder she has not shown up yet. It turns out that she went to the Great Yan dynasty to ask for help, although I don't know how she incited the 200 or 300 troops. Since she has been caught in the net, there is no reason to let her go easily." Su Maoyang just found it funny. "I really envy the prince's skin. It's so well maintained. We all know whether you are here for the crime of deceiving the Emperor or for the Qingming sword. Why do you have to pretend to be a virgin here with a child? Disgusting people. Xiao Yaoyan. The reason why I arrested you is that the Lord of Huiyin City and the head of the Gongsun family reported to me that you disguised yourself and sneaked into the mine of Huiyin City, stole a large amount of fairy crystals, and then fabricated a false identity, deceived the Gongsun family, and designed to steal the Qingming sword. You have done such a shameless thing of deceiving the Emperor and disregarding the law under my nose. I cannot sit back and watch." The Emperor of Heaven said it with righteousness, and he pretended that his despicable behavior was fair and just for the people of the world. Su Maoyang felt sick and wanted to vomit, and warned without patience, "I am not here to talk nonsense with you today. I advise you to hand over Prime Minister Fu and Gongsun Jingji as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a war." "What? Are you planning to go to war with my Tiansheng dynasty? I know that the Shenin army is indeed powerful, but you dare to make trouble on the territory of the Tiansheng dynasty with 200 or 300 people. Don't you think it's too naive?" The Emperor of Heaven sneered disapprovingly. thinking that Su Maoyang's behavior was absurd and ridiculous. Su Mo said in a low voice with a cold face, "It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has made up his mind to fight. In this case, I will accompany you to the end." Seeing her look of confidence and fearlessness, the Emperor of Heaven felt humiliated. His eyes were stern and he gave an order. "Guards, listen to my order. Take them down for me." Although his Tiansheng dynasty was far inferior to the Great Yin dynasty, it was now forced to abdicate. As the emperor of the Tiansheng dynasty, how could he be controlled by a young man? What's more, 200 or 300 people dared to make trouble. They really didn't take the Tiansheng dynasty seriously. If these little bastards were not taught a lesson, they would really think that the Tiansheng dynasty was a soft persimmon that could be squeezed by anyone. Yin Muqing saw that the Tiansheng dynasty was really going to take action, and immediately stepped forward and scolded. "If you dare to touch them, this prince doesn't mind bloodbathing your Tiansheng city and razing your Tiansheng palace." When the Emperor of Heaven and Prince Tuanchuan heard that he not only spoke nonsense, but also called himself a prince, they were stunned for a moment and looked at Yin Muqing suspiciously. Prince? Could it be the prince of the Great Yin dynasty? But Emperor Yin had no offspring. So where did the prince come from? Thinking of this, Prince Tuanchuan questioned, "Where did you come from, kid? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Tiansheng dynasty?" Wei Qinghe heard this, and sneered before Yin Muqing could speak. "Your Highness is quite out of touch with the news. He doesn't even know the fourth prince of the Northern Qin dynasty." When they heard that it was the fourth prince of the Northern Qin dynasty, the Emperor of Heaven and Prince Tuanchuan were both shocked, and their expressions suddenly became solemn. "Su Maoyang is the best at fabricating identities. You and her are naturally birds of a feather. Who knows if it's another person pretending to be a prince?" Prince Tuanchuan snorted coldly, his face full of disbelief. Seeing that they doubted him, Yin Muqing immediately took out a silver token with the word Beiqin engraved on it. A breath belonging to the Beiqin royal family vibrated out, which immediately made the emperor frown. This token is unique to the Beiqin royal family, and only a very prestigious royal family can own it. And the Qin emperor's spiritual imprint is imprinted inside. If you are not of royal blood, you will only be spiritually attacked if you pick it up. It seems that the young man in front of him is indeed Yin Muqing, the fourth prince of the Beiqin dynasty. Speaking of which, the fourth prince came to the Tiansheng dynasty when he was a child. No wonder he felt a little familiar just now. It's just that so many years have passed, and his appearance has changed. Besides, he never thought that the fourth prince would be involved with Su Maoyang. Now that he had confirmed the other party's identity, the emperor had to be cautious, and then looked at Su Maoyang and sneered. "No wonder you are so confident. It turns out that you have the support of the prince of the Northern Qin dynasty. But it is also a pipe dream to want to massacre my Tiansheng city with just one prince. It won't work with just one prince. What about my Wei family?" Wei Qinghe rubbed his fists, ready to fight. Chapter 2454, The Arrogant Background. Prince Tuanchuan was still in shock at the fourth prince, and when he heard Wei Qinghe reveal his family background, his heart skipped a beat again. He opened his eyes wide and asked, "Wei family? Is it the powerful Wei family in the Great Yin dynasty? The leader of the 5 clans? Oh, it seems that your majesty is not particularly ignorant. You have heard of the Wei family. Not bad." Wei Qinghe nodded with a smile. However, Prince Tuanchuan was not happy after receiving such praise, because the well-known Wei family? Not to mention him. Even the secluded Yin clan has heard of it. Isn't it obvious that this kid is mocking him by saying this? "You are actually the son of the Wei family," Prince Tuanchuan said with a dark face and frustration in his heart. Everyone knows the status of the Wei family in the Great Yin dynasty. It is a family that even the Yin emperor has to give some face with a single order. Wei Qinghe admitted openly. "Yes, I am Wei Qinghe. In addition to my Wei family, there are Ran Xinglan from Wuwang Peak, Yun Qi from Shijue Mountain, Wen Jingyao from Tianyin sect, and Ouyang Xia from the Ouyang family. We are all friends of Su Maoyang. If you want to touch her, you have to get past us first." He heard the emperor call Dongfang Junmo Su Maoyang, and he roughly understood that this was her real name, because he was worried that he could not intimidate the emperor. He also enthusiastically introduced the names of several other companions, intending to use their backgrounds to put pressure on the emperor. In any case, it would be best if they could rescue the people without spending a single soldier. After hearing that among these people, one came from the top sect of the Great Yin dynasty, Wuwang Peak, One came from the most mysterious Buddhist sect Shurjua Mountain, and even a general family that formed the Xinyan army. Even the calm emperor couldn't help but tremble his eyebrows. These three forces are well known in the Great Yin dynasty. With a wave of their hands, they are stronger than a large state under his control. The Emperor of Heaven has also heard of the names of Ran Qinglan, Yun Qi and Wen Jingyao. It is said that they are the top talents in the top 10 of the Wulong Conference. They may be the successors of Wulong Peak, Shurjua Mountain and Tianyin sect in the future. As for Ouyang Xia, he is already a general who can stand on his own. No wonder Su Maoyang can ask the Xinyan army for help. It turns out that he has a relationship with Ouyang Xia. But as far as he knows, although Ouyang Xia has an elite force, the number is not large, and it is still far from going to war with the Tiansheng dynasty. However, he was still very surprised that Su Maoyang could actually get in touch with so many young people of good status, which made him have to reconsider taking her life. After all, if these young people really have any problems, it is obvious that the forces behind them will definitely not spare the Tiansheng dynasty. Prince Duanquan was also shocked by the identities of these young people. The identity of the fourth prince was already very remarkable, but he didn't expect that the others were more complicated than the others. I really couldn't understand how Su Maoyang made friends with these people. This luck, this popularity is too good. Thinking of this, Prince Duanquan didn't dare to act rashly, and could only patiently analyze for them. You are all well-known figures, and you may be giants in the future. Why do you want to ruin your relationship with the Tiansheng dynasty for a woman and ruin your future? Yunqi clasped his hands together and sighed. Amitabha, I, Shurjua Mountain, have always been compassionate. Donor Dongfang is in trouble, and I will help you with all my strength. Otherwise, it will go against the Buddha's heart and be ashamed of Buddhism, which will ruin your future. If Wei Qinghe and the others had not seen Yunqi fighting and killing people, they would have been fooled by his pretty face and serious nonsense. Those who know him know that this monk is not a good person. Wei Qinghe laughed in his heart and echoed. Yes, my Wei family has always been upright and righteous. If I fear power and bow down to you villains, if my father knew, I'm afraid he would not recognize me as a useless and cowardly son. Hearing them say this, King Duanquan was choked and speechless. It was obvious that they were determined to help Su Maoyang. Seeing their firm attitude, the emperor's face was covered with a layer of frost, and he shouted coldly, "Let alone you young people. Even if your elders come, there is no reason to force your way into my Tiansheng palace. Since you don't know how to appreciate my kindness, then there is no need for this emperor to be polite to you. Guards, capture them alive. The emperor may not kill them, but it does not mean that he can allow them to challenge the imperial power and interfere in the affairs of his Tiansheng dynasty. If this gets out, where is his majesty as the emperor?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a large army approaching in the distance. The emperor recognized the leading general almost at a glance and immediately frowned. "I didn't expect that it would alarm General Ouyang." "What? General Ouyang also intends to meddle in the internal affairs of my Tiansheng dynasty?" Seeing that the other party brought so many soldiers, the emperor's face sank. His eyes were as cold as ice, and he shouted loudly. Ouyang Yu sneered after hearing this and retorted, "What do you mean by meddling in other people's business? You want to kill the great General Zhenhuang of the Great Yin dynasty. I came to support you on the orders of the Emperor Yin. This is a military order, and it is my duty. I can't stop meddling in case of a real war with the Tiansheng dynasty." After coming out of the prehistoric land, Ouyang Yu went directly back to the Great Yin dynasty and mobilized other troops for support. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Otherwise, if they really had to fight, they would be at a disadvantage if they relied on just a few young people. Hearing this, the Emperor of Heaven was stunned for a moment, and his frowned brows seemed to be twisted into a knot. "General Zhenhuang? What do you mean? When did the Great Yin dynasty have a General Zhenhuang?" "Haha. It seems that the Emperor of Heaven has not received the news. My Xianshan realm defeated the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm in the prehistoric war, and successfully took over the prehistoric land. All this is the credit of Su Maoyang. The Emperor of Yin specially named her the General Zhenhuang to reward her. So Su Maoyang is now a great contributor to my Great Yin dynasty. And you can't move it just because you want to." Wei Qinghe explained proudly, as if he was the one who won this honor. Sure enough, the Emperor of Heaven and King Duanquan were both shocked when they suddenly received such news. They calculated, But they never expected that Su Maoyang would become the general of the Great Yin dynasty. And the title was given by the Emperor Yin himself, named after the prehistoric land. This honor is almost equal to that of the Ouyang family. It can be seen that the Emperor Yin values her. It is not their fault that they are out of touch with the news. The prehistoric land is far away from the Xianshan realm, and the sound transmission talisman is useless. So it is naturally difficult to get the news back. Now that they know Su Maoyang's identity, the Emperor of Heaven and King Duanquan are more uncomfortable than swallowing a fly. Originally, they dared to attack Dongfang Jingji and others and lure Su Maoyang into the trap, relying on the fact that Su Maoyang did not have the support of the Bloody Sword Pavilion. Unexpectedly, he was indeed not a disciple of the Bloody Sword Pavilion, but a general who was personally appointed by the Emperor Yin in the Great Yin dynasty. This is much more awesome than Jing Hani's direct disciple. Chapter 2455. We have to invite people out. And everyone knows that the Xianshan realm has never taken over the prehistoric land in these years, and has always been suppressed by the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm. Therefore, in the prehistoric war, the Xianshan realm has always focused on participating, and has no hope at all. But unexpectedly, this time, they can actually kill the other two realms and win the first place. I believe that such a big thing will sooner or later spread throughout the Xianshan realm, and the Great Yin dynasty will not make up such a low-level lie to fool them. Moreover, not only the younger generation of various forces supported Su Maoyang, but even Ouyang Yu and the army of the Great Yin dynasty were alarmed. If it is said that young people are impulsive, loyal, and stick their necks out for their friends, it is not that Ouyang Yu, an elder in his teens, also followed the children to watch the nonsense. Then it is probably true that Su Maoyang made contributions to the Great Yin dynasty, and was appointed as the Great General of Zhenhuang by the Yin Emperor. But how did Su Maoyang do it? She is only in her 20s. Does she have that ability? Just thinking of this, the Emperor of Heaven and King Duanquan were shocked and confused, and they wanted to stare a hole in Su Maoyang. After digesting it for a long time, they could not accept such a blow. However, Ouyang Yu did not give them a chance to think, and directly issued an order. All soldiers listen to my order. Kill! After the words fell, the soldiers behind him rushed out like cheetahs to kill the guards of the Tiansheng dynasty. Seeing this, Su Maoyang quickly summoned his puppet army and joined the battle. When the Emperor of Heaven and King Duanquan saw Su Maoyang's move, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. King Duanquan's mouth twitched, and he exclaimed tremblingly, "Soldiers from the Life and Death realm and the Demon Moon realm. Am I seeing it right?" King Duanquan rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and repeatedly confirmed the logo on the puppet army's armor. Although he did not participate in the prehistoric war, he still knew the armies of the other two realms. At this moment, they suddenly understood why Su Maoyang was able to win and seize the prehistoric land, with her skill of refining the soldiers of the other two realms into her own puppets. It would be difficult not to win. It seems that they were wrong from beginning to end. It was not because Su Maoyang had good popularity and good luck that she could make so many friends with scary backgrounds. It was because she was excellent and attracted geniuses of the same generation, and was admired and pursued by them, which made them risk their lives to support her. The most terrifying thing is that she does not need any force to support her, because Emperor Yin is her biggest backer, let alone the Great Yin dynasty. Even in the entire Xianshan realm, no one can compare to Emperor Yin. So, with such an identity and such a background, is Su Maoyang still afraid of his Tiansheng dynasty? The answer is definitely no. Thinking of this, the Emperor of Heaven couldn't help but panic, and immediately shouted to stop. "Stop! I will send someone to invite Gongsun Jingji and others out. Are you thinking about handing them over now? But we don't have the patience to wait, so we can only trouble the Emperor of Heaven. When they are invited to come, we will stop." Ouyang Yu obviously wanted to vent Su Maoyang's anger, so even if he heard that he was willing to hand them over, he had no intention of stopping immediately. Su Maoyang understood Ouyang Yu's thoughts, and a warm current flowed through her heart. It feels so good to have someone back her up and vent her anger. Seeing him being aggressive, the Emperor of Heaven's face was as angry as eggplant skin, and he shouted angrily, "Ouyang Yu, don't go too far. Do you really think that this Emperor can't do anything to you? If they continue to kill like this, will there be any survivors in his Imperial Guards? Of course you can't do anything to me, but once you attack us, you will be openly declaring war on the Great Yin dynasty. At that time, It will not be these imperial guards who will suffer losses. But it is very likely that even your Tiansheng dynasty will not be able to be saved. If you don't believe me, we can try it. Yang Yu raised his eyebrows and chuckled, with an expression of come and hit me if you dare, which made the Emperor of Heaven itch. In the end, he still didn't dare to risk the entire Tiansheng dynasty, and urged Chai Gongnan behind him. Quick! Please invite Fu Hexian and Gong Sun Jingji out. Yang Yu heard this and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, it has to be quick. Otherwise it will be bad if your Tiansheng palace is bloodbath. The Emperor of Heaven was angry but didn't dare to vent it. He could only look gloomy, endure all the anger, and stare at Yang Yu fiercely. If eyes could kill, Yang Yu and Su Maoyan would have been riddled with holes. But Wei Qinghe and his group of young people felt very relieved. They were excited to watch the killing and the expressions of the Emperor of Heaven and Prince Duanquan, which were uglier than eating shit. They almost applauded, because this battle was obviously an overwhelming victory for the Great Yin dynasty. The high-level officials of the Tiansheng dynasty did not dare to take action easily, and let the Great Yin dynasty vent its anger. After all, once they took action, it would be a declaration of war against the Great Yin dynasty. Once the war started, the Tiansheng dynasty would definitely lose. The cession of land and compensation were trivial matters. If the Emperor of Yin was serious, the imperial power of the Tiansheng dynasty would be shaky. Even if they tried their best to resist the blow of the Emperor of Yin, they would still be injured and suffer heavy losses. So the Emperor of Heaven would rather sacrifice the imperial guards and the Tiansheng palace and bow to the Great Yin dynasty to stabilize the overall situation. If they want to blame someone, they should blame them for misjudging the situation. They didn't expect Su Maoyan to have the status she has today. It's ridiculous that they relied on her lack of power and wanted to take her life and seize the Qingming sword. It was simply wishful thinking. The battle on the side of the Emperor of Heaven was fierce and lively, while Gongsun Jingji and others who were imprisoned in the prison were lifeless and dying. It was not until a jailer opened the prison door and wanted to take them out that they weakly raised their heads and regained some consciousness. Fu Hexian was a tough guy. He thought he was going to interrogate them and immediately refused. No need to interrogate. I don't know anything. Just kill me directly, so as not to waste your saliva. The jailer, however, had a rare flattering smile on his face and explained, I'm not going to interrogate you, but there is an order from above to let you out. Come with me quickly. Let us go. Fu Hexian and several ancestors of the Fu family looked at each other in surprise. At this time, several jailers came out with a large group of people including Gongsun Jingji and Fan Yibin, who were imprisoned in other cells. When everyone's eyes met, they all saw confusion in each other's eyes. Although they didn't understand what the Emperor of Heaven was doing, they were not afraid when they thought that they would die anyway, and followed the jailers out of the prison. When they were brought to the Emperor of Heaven, everyone was completely dumbfounded. How did the guards fight with a group of soldiers? And judging from their attire, they were not soldiers of the Tiansheng dynasty. Just when everyone was shocked and hadn't gotten an answer, their eyes were suddenly captured by that stunning and familiar figure. At this moment, everyone's eyes instantly jumped into ecstasy, and their pale and frightening faces squeezed out a little blood. It's Su Maoyan. It's Su Maoyan. But when they thought that she was about to face the torture of the Emperor of Heaven, everyone tightened their hearts and sweated for her. Chapter 2456 Disagreement in Finshan Mansion. However, just when everyone was worried, they heard the Emperor of Heaven shout helplessly, The people have been brought here. Can you stop now? Yang Yu did not dare to make a decision, and looked at Su Maoyan. General Dongfang, count the number of people to see if they are these people? Su Maoyan glanced at Fu Hexian, Gongsun Jingji and others. There were quite a few people, but seeing that they were covered in wounds and had obviously been cruelly tortured, the anger in his heart suddenly rose a lot. I asked you to hand them over intact. Who asked you to torture them? Keep killing them. Seeing that Su Maoyan was still unwilling to let go, the Emperor of Heaven also became anxious, gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't push your luck. Today we pushed our luck. What's the matter? If you don't accept it, you can declare war on my Great Yin dynasty. Yang Xia said domineeringly, not giving the Tiansheng dynasty a chance to talk back. The Emperor of Heaven was choked and his face turned black. His suppressed anger seemed to burst out of his eyes. He took several deep breaths and calmed down a little. What do you want to stop? Although Su Maoyan was very angry, It was rare to see the Emperor of Heaven give in, and he didn't want to miss the opportunity to blackmail him. I want 10 million fairy crystals, 1 million top-grade fairy weapons, 1,000 magic weapons, 1 million Xiang grade and above medicinal materials, and 100,000 Xiang grade and above elixirs. I believe this amount is not difficult for the Emperor of Heaven. What? 1 million top-grade fairy weapons, 1,000 magic weapons. Why don't you go and rob? King Duanquan was shocked by this number, and screamed excitedly. Su Maoyong stared at him expressionlessly. Do you think I'm discussing it with you? It was obvious that she was robbing. And she was robbing openly and confidently. King Duanquan was so angry at her domineering behavior that his face turned blue, and he gritted his teeth. It's okay if you don't want to. Then wait for the war to start. Yang, you didn't want to waste time with him anymore. So he said simply. The Emperor saw that they were so tough, and he had to bow his head even if he felt humiliated. Okay, I promise you something. But the quantity is too large, and I can't get so much at once. So you must give me time. 5 days. I'll give you 5 days at most. If you get it all together, the previous grievances will be written off. And if you can't get it all together, we can go to war at any time. Su Maoyong was not an unreasonable person, and he immediately said something and made some concessions in order to make her army stop. The Emperor nodded readily. Okay, I promise you. Stop it quickly. Su Maoyong heard this and gave Yang Yu a look. And Yang Yu immediately raised his hand to stop and let the guards go. Seeing the Emperor of Heaven being so submissive and patient, Fu Hexian, Master Gongsun, Gongsun Yangon, and even several ancestors of the Fu family were all stunned. They knew the Emperor of Heaven very well. He was a very proud and conceited person. Now he actually gave in to Su Maoyong and agreed to such a high-handed request. It was like a dream and unbelievable. It turned out that the Emperor of Heaven brought them here not to threaten Su Maoyong, but was forced to hand over the people by Su Maoyong. Those soldiers who attacked the Imperial Guards were also brought by Su Maoyong and obeyed her orders. When did Su Maoyong have his own army? And was he called the Eastern General? Everyone looked at Su Maoyong in confusion. It was true that Su Maoyong had been in a prehistoric land for a long time, and they knew very little about what happened to her in the prehistoric land. They never thought that Su Maoyong would have the confidence to fight against the Emperor of Heaven in a blink of an eye. How could it not be shocking? Everyone was still standing there, puzzled. But at this time, Su Maoyong and the soldiers had already stepped forward and took them from the jailers. Yang Xie drew his sword and cleanly dealt with several jailers. Although they were ordered by the Emperor of Heaven, they still carried out the punishment themselves. It was a bargain for them to end it like this. Su Maoyong knew that they were seriously injured and needed to be settled urgently. So he just told the Emperor of Heaven coldly, "We will stay in the Prime Minister's mansion during this period. If the Emperor of Heaven has gathered all the things, please send them to the Prime Minister's mansion. Let's go!" After that, Su Maoyong led a large army to quickly leave the Tiansheng Palace and headed straight for the Prime Minister's mansion. Fu Hexian was worried about Fu Minxiu and the younger generation, and hurriedly said, "Su girl, Xiao and his cousins are still hiding in Finchin Mansion. They probably don't know that we are saved. Let's go pick them up first." Su Maoyong thought of Fu Minxiu, nodded, and then took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Fu Hexian. "Okay, I'll go pick them up. You are seriously injured. Go back to the Prime Minister's mansion with General Ouyang to recuperate first. I will bring them back to you later." "No, I will go with you. If I don't show up, my old friend may not be at ease to hand over the people. Others can go back to the Prime Minister's mansion first." Fu Hexian swallowed a pill and handed the bottle to the ancestor of the Fu family. Su Maoyong thought it made sense, and asked Ouyang Yu, "General Ouyang, please take these injured people back to the Prime Minister's mansion and ensure their safety. Don't worry. The Emperor of Liantian will not dare to act rashly." Ouyang Yu nodded, and then called his soldiers to escort Gongsun Jingji and others away. Su Maoyong took Ouyang Xie and his group to Finchin Mansion. Compared to the bloody Tiansheng Palace, Finchin Mansion was also in chaos at this time. I don't agree. The Fu family has become prisoners now. The Emperor of Heaven will definitely cut off the roots to eliminate future troubles. But our Finchin Mansion hides the descendants of the Fu family. Isn't this against the Emperor of Heaven? If the Emperor of Heaven finds out, my Finchin Mansion will not be able to escape responsibility. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black gown, thin face, and a mustache in the conference room objected angrily. The other middle-aged man in a white gown, who looked a little wealthy, pleaded with a reluctant look on his face. Elder Ding, please have mercy on them. They are still children and know nothing. Now the Prime Minister's mansion has suffered a devastating disaster, and the family has been destroyed. Only these few bloodlines are left. Can't you leave a descendant for the Fu family? Leave a descendant for his Fu family. But have you ever thought of leaving a descendant for our Finchin mansion? You have some friendship with the Fu family. But we don't. The man called Elder Ding snorted coldly and refused sternly. Didn't I let them hide here temporarily because the situation was urgent before? Tonight, I will take them away tonight, and will never involve Finchin mansion. Elder D sighed helplessly. I thought that no one would find out that Fu Minxiu and his children were hidden in the dark room. But it still reached Elder Ding's ears. However, as soon as Elder Ding got the news, he immediately notified the owner of the mansion, forcing him to send the children of the Fu family away. But Elder Ding was not willing to give in. No. I still agree to hand the person over. Only in this way can I get rid of my Finchin mansion. Di Changlao was furious when he heard this. Elder Ding, I said I would quietly send the person away and would not implicate Finchin mansion. Why are you holding on to it? You also know that as long as the Emperor of Heaven does not have concrete evidence, it is difficult to say that it was my Finchin mansion that did it. It's just a reputation of suspicion. There is no substantial loss to us. But it is a disaster for the Fu family. What's more, the Prime Minister's mansion has helped our Finchin mansion a lot in the past. If you don't get along with me, it's fine. But why do you have to kill them all and blame it on the children? Chapter 2457, Treat Finchin mansion as a refuge? This Elder Ding has always been at odds with him, and always against him. He was too lazy to care about some trivial matters in normal times. But he didn't expect that he would interfere in such a major issue. In any case, it was he who offended Elder Ding, not the Fu family. So why bother to involve several innocent young people from the Fu family? If he really handed the person over to lick the Emperor of Heaven, it would undoubtedly be a mean act. The Lord of the Mansion was somewhat grateful for Fu Hixian's kindness. After pondering for a moment, he agreed with Elder D's statement. My Finchin mansion can't do such a ruthless and ungrateful thing. Just follow Elder D's words, and send the person out overnight, and find a hidden place to settle him. I don't agree to send him away. However, as soon as the Lord of the Mansion finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and Yunfei strode in. What are you doing? Is this a place you can come to? The mansion master didn't expect Yunfei to break in, and stood up and scolded. Master, forgive my rudeness. This is a matter of life and death for my friend. I can't just sit back and watch. Yunfei and Fu Minxiu were the only ones in the Tiansheng dynasty who were selected for the Wulong conference. So they had a deep friendship when they were in the Great Yin dynasty. Now that he knew Fu Minxiu was in trouble, although Yunfei couldn't fight against the Emperor of Heaven, he could still provide a place for him to stay. Elder Ding was very annoyed by Yunfei's recklessness. Due to his status and position in Finchin mansion, he suppressed his anger and reminded, Nephew Yun, don't let the entire Finchin mansion fall into your trap for your own selfish interests. Elder Ding, are you ashamed to say this? You took the initiative to hand over people to please the Emperor of Heaven. Isn't it for your own selfish interests? Yunfei narrowed his eyes unhappily and retorted sharply. Elder Ding was so angry that his face froze, and he forced an explanation. I don't want to implicate Finchin mansion. As one of the 9 major sects of the Tianxing dynasty, Finchin mansion has a history of thousands of years. Even the Emperor of Heaven has to give it some face. If you are afraid of being implicated because you secretly hit a few juniors, I think Elder Ding, who is as cowardly as a mouse, flattering others for fame, and taking advantage of others' misfortunes, is not suitable for the position of elder. Yunfei used 3 words in a row, and immediately humiliated Elder Ding so much that he was furious. Upon hearing this, the mansion master also frowned and scolded. Shut up. Is this the attitude you should have when talking to your elders? I just said that I will send them out safely, and you don't have to worry about Fu Minxiu's safety. Master, how can it be safe to send them out? If it was really safe, Prime Minister Fu would have sent them long ago. Why would he come to ask my Finchin mansion for help? Didn't they send them here just because they thought that the Emperor of Heaven would be more or less afraid of my Finchin mansion? Yunfei shook his head speechlessly. The mansion master nodded. I understand. But do you think that if the Emperor of Heaven really comes to visit, He will not be able to find anyone with his ability? Can our Finchen mansion really stop him? The Emperor of Heaven's main target is Su Maoyong, not Fu Minxiu and the others. As long as Su Maoyong shows up, the Emperor of Heaven will not offend our Finchen mansion for a few insignificant juniors. Master, for my sake, please save their lives. I beg you. Yun Fei knelt directly in front of the mansion master, and his sincere and firm attitude made the mansion master speechless for a while. Elder Ding was so angry that he laughed. Yun Fei, what nonsense are you talking about? It's been so long, and Su Maoyong hasn't even shown up. You actually expect her to show up? Have you become stupid from practicing? I know her. She will definitely show up, Yun Fei said firmly. It's over. Lord, if you really hand over the position of Lord to your stupid disciple, Finchen Mansion will be destroyed by him sooner or later. His brain is not worthy of the successor of Finchen Mansion. I am the first to disagree. Elder Ding was so angry that he covered his face and spread his hands, disappointed with Yun Fei's words and deeds. The Lord was unhappy with his slander of his beloved disciple, but he had no way to refute that his words were unreasonable. As a young man, Yun Fei was full of blood and vigor, and it was normal for him to have some affection and appreciation for Su Maoyong. But it was too one-sided and arbitrary to judge that Su Maoyong would show up. After all, as long as Su Maoyong was not stupid, he knew to hide to save his life. How could she, a postnatal emperor spiritual master, dare to confront the emperor head-on? Yun Fei's idea was too naive. Okay, don't embarrass yourself here. Escorting them away is the last goodwill of Finchen Mansion. There is no need to discuss this matter anymore. Dismissal. After saying that, the mansion master resolutely stood up, walked around Yun Fei, who was kneeling on the ground, and prepared to leave the conference room, who knew that he had just taken 2 steps when he saw an elder rushing in with an anxious face. Mansion master. Mansion master. Su Maoyong and Fu Hexian are here. What? Say it again? The mansion master suddenly heard such news. His forehead twitched, and he doubted his ears. The elder was speechless, panting and repeating the words just now word by word. Not only the mansion master, but also Elder Ding, Elder Di and Yun Fei, who were present, were shocked. Everyone had a thought in their minds at the same time. Su Maoyong rescued Fu Hexian? Su Maoyong was really brave. He dared to save people from the Emperor of Heaven, and even took people to his Finchen Mansion to seek refuge. It must be said that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But she herself is a tiger, and there is no need to divert the trouble to his Finchen Mansion and cause trouble. So, hearing such a thing, Elder Ding was so angry that he pointed at Elder Di and Yun Fei and scolded them. See, it's all your fault. I said I couldn't help you with this. But now, not only the descendants of the Fu family, but even Su Maoyong, the evil spirit, has taken my Finchen Mansion as a refuge. Now there is no need to hide it. The Emperor of Heaven also knows that my Finchen Mansion has provided help to the Prime Minister's mansion in private. I don't think there is a need for the future. Finchen Mansion will be destroyed in your hands now. The Lord of the Mansion knew that the matter was of great importance, so he had no time to blame anyone. He hurriedly ordered, "Where are they? Take me to see." They just arrived at the gate of the mansion, and said they wanted to see Elder D. After the elder who came to report the news said this, he turned around and led the way. Hearing this, not only the mansion master, but also Elder D, Elder Ding and Yun Fei hurriedly followed, intending to take a look. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, they saw Su Maoyong and Fu Hexian, who was covered in wounds. But in addition, there were hundreds of soldiers following them. Judging from their attire, they should be soldiers of the great Yan dynasty. At this moment, they suddenly understood why Su Maoyong was able to rescue Fu Hexian. It turned out that he escaped by luck because he led hundreds of people to rescue the prisoners. They said, how could Su Maoyong, a postnatal innate emperor spiritual master, accomplish such a feat? If there were helpers, it would make sense. Just relying on these hundreds of people to escape the pursuit of the Emperor of Heaven. Isn't it just a foolish dream? Chapter 2458, A Misunderstanding. Thinking of this, Elder Ding's face was extremely embarrassed, and he drove them away rudely. Prime Minister Fu, it's not that we don't want to take you in. It's that my Finchen Mansion really can't go against the Emperor of Heaven. You'd better leave quickly. Finchen Mansion can't help you. Hearing this, Fu Hexian looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? I'm here to pick up the children of my Fu family. This time, Finchin Mansion has done a great favor, and my Fu family will never forget it. If Finchin Mansion has any instructions in the future, I, Fu Hexian, will go through fire and water without hesitation. Count me in. Finchin Mansion is helping the Prime Minister's mansion out of righteousness. And it is also my Su Maoyang's friend. If there is anything in the future, just let me know. Su Maoyang also expressed his gratitude. Who is your friend? I helped you. You can't repay kindness with enmity. Hurry up and leave. Don't let me get involved. Elder Ding waved his hand impatiently, as if he was afraid that if they stayed for a second longer, they would dirty the territory of Finchin Mansion. Hearing this, Fu Hexian and Su Maoyang looked at each other in surprise. So they were blamed for getting involved in Finchin Mansion? Elder D felt sorry for Fu Minxio's children, and said, Brother Fu, for the sake of the children, you should not let the children go with you. Why can't you go with him? He has taken the initiative to pick up the children. Are you going to stop him? Elder Ding glared at Elder D with dissatisfaction. Yun Fei was too lazy to pay attention to Elder Ding, and said to Fu Hexian, Prime Minister, Fu Minxio is safer in my Finchin Mansion than with you. Don't worry. They are here. I will take good care of them. As for you, you should escape quickly before the Emperor of Heaven catches up. After all, if the Emperor of Heaven really comes, my Finchin Mansion will not be able to stop him even if we want to. After hearing what Yun Fei said, Su Maoyang and Fu Hexian finally reacted. It turned out that they thought that the Emperor of Heaven was still chasing them, so they ran to Finchin Mansion for refuge. However, from their tone, Elder D and Yun Fei were obviously on their side, and were really worried about their safety. The other elder was afraid that they would implicate Finchin Mansion, and was anxious to drive them away. After understanding the whole story, Fu Hexian laughed and shook his head. You misunderstood. The Emperor of Heaven has agreed to release them, if he doesn't want to declare war on the Great Yin Dynasty. The Emperor of Heaven should not embarrass my Prime Minister's mansion and Gongsun family anymore. Declare war on the Great Yin Dynasty. What does this mean? Miss Su, is she really a disciple of Jinghani? The Silent Mansion Master couldn't help but ask. When this was said, Elder Ding and Elder D were shocked and widened their eyes, looking at Su Maoyang in confusion. She is indeed not a disciple of Jinghani. Fu Hexian smiled and shook his head. However, she is the general who was personally appointed by the Yin Emperor, leading the Shenyan army and being the Yin Emperor's right-hand man. This made the Emperor of Heaven stop. Fu Hexian's first half of the sentence made the people of Finchin Mansion feel relieved. But who knew that the second half of the sentence would make them nervous again? General who is responsible for the destruction? Or was he personally appointed by the Yin Emperor? Is this Su Maoyang's true identity? Why did she pretend to be a disciple of Jinghani before? Compared with the general of the Great Yin Dynasty, she is nothing but a direct disciple. Is she just trying to keep a low profile? The people of Finchin Mansion could not digest this fact for a while, staring at Su Maoyang for a long time, without any reaction. It was still Ouyang Xia who broke the deadlock. You don't have to worry at all. With General Dongfang and my Ouyang family here, the Emperor of Heaven would not dare to touch you even if he had 100 guts. Ouyang family? Are you from the Ouyang family? The Mansion Master had naturally heard of the deeds of the Ouyang family of the Great Yin Dynasty. They held the most terrifying military power in the Great Yin Dynasty. Ouyang Xia clasped his fists. I am Ouyang Xia. Everyone in Finchin Mansion was shocked. It turned out to be Ouyang Xia, the most outstanding genius of the Ouyang family, who was now standing next to Su Maoyang, as if he respected Su Maoyang. From this point of view, Su Maoyang's status in the Great Yin Dynasty is higher than they imagined. The Mansion Master reacted the fastest and immediately ordered the elders behind him. Quick! Pick up the children of the Fu family. After saying that, he raised a kind and friendly smile and smiled at Su Maoyang. The Prime Minister's mansion and my Finchin Mansion have always had a good relationship. Now that the Prime Minister's mansion is in trouble, my Finchin Mansion can only do a little bit of help. But I feel very guilty. The Mansion Master is too kind. Thanks to your master and this elder who took care of the descendants of the Fu family. Otherwise the Prime Minister's mansion would not have been able to survive until now. Su Maoyang pointed at D. After the elders, he took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to the Mansion Master. These are some pills I made. Just consider it as a little gift from me. The Mansion Master opened the medicine bottle and took a look. It turned out that they were all Holy King Grade Divine Pattern pills. Just one pill was worth a fortune. I didn't expect that there were thousands of them. Such a big deal can only be called a little gift? Are these 1,000 holy king-grade pills with double-layer high-level divine patterns? The mansion master's hand holding the bottle trembled slightly, and he asked in disbelief. Su Maoyong nodded. Yes, I think it will be of some use to the disciples of Finchin Mansion. The mansion master gasped in shock. Not only for the disciples, but even for the elders. They are extremely precious and worth a lot. Therefore, Elder Ding and Elder Di, who heard the conversation between the two, were shocked and stunned. Just because they took in a few children for a period of time, they gained so many treasures. His Finchin Mansion made a fortune. If he had known that there would be such benefits, even if he risked offending the Emperor of Heaven, Elder Ding would be willing. Anyway, the Emperor of Heaven would not really attack Finchin Mansion. However, because of what he said just now, it is unlikely that the elixir will be divided into his hands. However, just when he was salivating and regretful, Su Maoyong took out 2 more medicine bottles, handed one to Elder Di and the other to Yunfei. Thank you too for taking care of the younger generation of the Fu family. I, Su Maoyong, will remember this favor. From now on, I will take care of all your medicinal materials, elixirs, weapons and skills. Just tell me what you want. Seeing 2 more bottles of elixir, Elder Ding's eyes turned red with jealousy. He also wanted to explain a few words to ease the relationship with the other party. But who knew that before he could open his mouth, several younger generations of the Fu family had been brought to him. Seeing that the children were all safe and sound, Fu Hexian was completely relieved and bowed heavily. Thank you, Lord, Elder Di and nephew Yunxian. I will remember your kindness in my heart. Well, thank you very much. We have something important to do and have to go back quickly. I have to say goodbye first. Su Maoyong nodded gratefully to Yunfei and others. I will come to thank you again when I have time. Fu Hexian did not dare to stay. After saying goodbye to the Lord and others, he turned around and left Finchin Mansion with Su Maoyong and others. However, not long after they left, an elder who went to inquire about the news came to report. Palace Master, I have heard everything. Su Maoyong led the Divine Flame Army to break into the Tiansheng Palace today. Ouyang Yu even vented his anger for Su Maoyong and led his troops to kill the enemy and bloodbath the Imperial Guards, forcing the Emperor of Heaven to hand over the person. He even promised Su Maoyong 1 million top-grade immortal weapons, 1,000 divine weapons, 10 million immortal crystal stones, and 1 million Xian-grade and above medicinal materials and pills as compensation. What? Elder Ding exclaimed in disbelief. This Su Maoyong is really bold. He dared to make such a request, and he didn't expect that the Emperor of Heaven actually agreed. Chapter 2459 The Real Backer. However, before Elder Ding could recover, the elder continued with excitement. In addition, I also heard that the reason why Su Maoyong was named the Great General of Zhenhuang by Emperor Yin was because she helped Xianshan Realm defeat the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm and seize the prehistoric land. This time she made great contributions and won so many rare resources for Xianshan Realm. She is highly valued by Emperor Yin. I am afraid that her future is limitless. So the real backer behind her is Emperor Yin, not the Bloody Sword Pavilion at all. After hearing this, everyone suddenly realized. No wonder the Emperor of Heaven was so humiliated that he hit a wall. Su Maoyong was a great contributor to Xianshan Realm and a talent valued by Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin would not let others attack his favorite ministers. No matter how powerful Emperor Tian was, he dared not challenge Emperor Yin. After all, if the Tiansheng dynasty and the Great Yan dynasty really go to war, the only one who will suffer will be the Tiansheng dynasty, and the loss will be immeasurable. That is not as simple as a Qingming sword. I just didn't expect Su Maoyong to be so capable that she actually took over the prehistoric land. If that's true, then this young man is a bit terrifying. So, as soon as the other party finished speaking, Elder Ding was so scared that his legs softened, and he grabbed the mansion lord to stabilize his body. No wonder Su Maoyong dared to say that the elixir, medicinal materials, weapons, and skills were all left to her. People have taken over the prehistoric land, and rare resources are definitely not everything. And there are countless. When the mansion lord learned the truth, he was secretly glad that he didn't say the wrong thing just now. It was also thanks to Elder Di and his apprentice's kindness that they not only did not offend Su Maoyong, but also made her owe such a big favor. There will definitely be a lot of benefits in the future. But when he thought of Elder Ding's flattery, The mansion master's face changed and glared at him fiercely. Humph. I think Finchin Mansion will only be destroyed in your hands. After saying that, the mansion master suddenly flicked his sleeves, shook off Elder Ding, and walked away. Elder Ding stood there awkwardly, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. His heart seemed to have overturned a bottle of 5 flavors. With mixed feelings. Prime Minister's Mansion. After Su Maoyong brought Fu Minxiu and others back from Finchin Mansion, the Prime Minister's Mansion was finally reunited. Although they were all injured, they were not seriously injured with Su Maoyong's elixir. At most, they would be cured after a period of conditioning with soup medicine. So after 5 days of recuperation, they are now sitting in the hall, talking and laughing. And their spirits are obviously much better. Ha! The Emperor of Heaven must be vomiting blood now. He originally thought that Lianger was a fake and had no background. But he didn't expect that the Emperor of Yin was even more terrifying than the Bloody Sword Pavilion. He didn't get what he wanted, and he had to collect so many weapons and elixirs. It's so funny. Fu Minxiu imagined the Emperor of Heaven's expression as if he had eaten shit, and laughed so hard that he slapped his thigh. The cousin sitting next to him also smiled and nodded repeatedly. Yes, Jing Hani's direct disciple is nothing. Sister Lianger is now a general with military power in the Great Yin dynasty. Even 10 direct disciples can't compare to her. As soon as the young people came back, they learned from their father about Su Maoyong's disturbance in the Tiansheng Palace, and even inquired about the details clearly. So, now Su Maoyong has a few more fans, who pester her every day to ask about the prehistoric land, which is more difficult to deal with than Fu Minxiu. The elders of the Fu family shook their heads helplessly when they saw their children making a mess. Fu Hexian said to Su Maoyong with some regret, "Su girl, you have worked hard during this period. Not only do you have to take care of us, but you also have to deal with several children. It's okay. They are the same age as me. Like brothers and sisters. It's fun to play with them." Su Maoyong shook her head indifferently, with joy in her eyes. Ha! I think they are about the same age as you. But their minds are far behind you. Compared with you, they are still children who never grow up. Fu Hexian's third brother Fu Chenghong took over with a smile. Su Maoyong was a little envious. It's good to be a child who never grows up. Carefree. So happy. Only those who are well protected and surrounded by love are qualified to be children. Orphans like her who were born don't even have the chance to be children. Hearing this, Fu Chenghong gradually restrained his smile. They only saw Su Maoyong's current glory, but forgot the bitterness and blood and tears behind it. That was the Great Desolation War. And the opponents were the Life and Death Realm and the Demon Moon Realm. Even the war between the mysterious god mirrors was extremely brutal. Not to mention the Great Desolation War. Even if they had not been there in person, they could imagine how dangerous the battle situation Su Maoyong was facing at that time. So, although she was named the Great General of Zhenhuang, it was also earned by her sacrificing her life and blood. Compared with the descendants of their Fu family, she had endured too many things that she should not have endured at her age, and even encountered more cruel things than the older generation of them. In this way, Fu Minxiu and others are indeed much happier than her. Master Gongsun also thought of this, and felt sorry for Su Maoyong. He asked with concern, "Girl, now that the prehistoric war is over, you should have a good rest." "Right. No time to rest. I still have to go to the Evil Sea prison, so I have to set off to return to the prehistoric land tomorrow. It will take 2 months on the road, and Su Maoyong dare not stay here any longer." Hearing her so anxious, Fu Minxiu complained unhappily, "It's really not easy to talk to you for a while. Do we have to queue up in advance to see you in the future? How can it be so exaggerated? When I come back from the prehistoric land, I will punish myself with 3 cups to apologize to you." Su Maoyong laughed and shook his head. 3 cups? Wishful thinking. Don't think of running away if you don't accompany me to drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Fu Minxiu looked like he was going to knock Su Maoyong down. Su Maoyong raised his eyebrows without comment. "Okay. As long as you are not afraid of Jun Haotsong settling the score, I am always here to accompany you." When he heard the 3 words Jun Haotsong, Fu Minxiu, who was just full of enthusiasm, instantly became timid and cowardly. Then forget it. Drinking with a married woman is boring. Jun Haotsong is the jealous king. He would kill people just by looking at him, let alone drinking. I am afraid that in the end, it will not be drinking, but drinking his blood. Su Maoyong heard this, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, only Jun Haotsong could calm him down. But when he thought of Jun Haotsong's current situation, Su Maoyang's mood unconsciously became heavier. Fortunately, at this time, Guo Lao, the housekeeper of the Fu family, came in happily and quickly, and his joyful voice slightly diluted Su Maoyang's depression. Master, Miss Su, the Emperor of Heaven said people to deliver all the things as promised. It contained several space rings. As he said, Guo Lao presented it with both hands and gave it to Su Maoyang. He knew that all this was due to Su Maoyang, so she had to distribute these treasures. Seeing Su Maoyang accept the ring, Old Guo looked at Old Man Gongsun and others, slightly suppressed his smile, and said in a deep voice, "In addition, this old servant just heard something outside about the Gongsun family." Chapter 2460, Everything is Retribution. What did you find out? Gongsun Jingji was aroused by his hesitation and difficulty in speaking, and asked impatiently. Guo Lao knew that he could not hide it from them, so he had to tell the truth. Young Master Gongsun, do you still remember Gongsun Yanpan and Gongsun Yuri? When they heard this name, not only Gongsun Jingji, but also Master Gongsun and Gongsun Yangon all looked gloomy. Because of this group of damned people who surrendered to the Lord of Huiyin City, everyone was imprisoned and almost died, and caused so many troubles. Why mention them for no reason? Master Gongsun was no longer disappointed with his eldest son, but hated him so much that he could not control his anger and scolded him just by hearing his name. No matter what, he is their father. If Gongsun Yanpan and Gongsun Hongshan had a little conscience, they would not put their own father and brothers to death. This is a very cruel and evil heart that can do such a thing. Seeing that they all hated this person very much, Mr. Guo said with a gloating tone, "Don't be angry, old man. This time, Emperor Yin made such a big mistake and suffered heavy losses, so he will not let the Lord of Huiyin City go. So I heard that the Emperor of Heaven said people to hunt down the Lord of Huiyin City and his family 2 days ago, and even the 3 brothers Gongsun Yanpan and several younger generations of Gongsun Yuri were slaughtered, and no one was spared." Hearing this, the 3 of Gongsun looked at each other in shock, and their mood became complicated instantly. And Su Maoyang was not surprised that they died at the hands of the Emperor of Heaven, but was a little curious about Xu Yanya's whereabouts, and asked, "Where is Xu Yanya? Was she also killed?" That's right. It is said that the city lord's mansion was flooded with blood. How could Xu Yanya, a yellow-haired girl, escape the clutches of the Emperor of Heaven? Old Guo didn't pay much attention to Xu Yanya, and guessed based on his imagination. Su Maoyang thought it was unlikely. Xu Yanya was a disciple of the Immortal Palace Gate after all. It was easy for her to escape. As long as she returned to the Immortal Palace Gate, even the Emperor of Heaven would not find her easily. But her family would not be spared. However, she deserved the destruction of her family this time, who made her so mean that she went to the Great Yin Dynasty to investigate her, and also informed the Emperor of Heaven and stabbed her in the back. If it hadn't happened, everyone would have been in peace, and it would have been great if they hadn't interfered with each other. Of course, the most despicable ones were Gongsun Yanpan and his group. Not only did they retaliate against her, but they even took action against their own relatives. Such a ruthless and heartless person is simply intolerable. Forget it. God has given them the punishment they deserve, and there is no need for us to hold on to them. Mr. Gongsun sighed softly, feeling sorry for the Gongsun family. A big family could have been fine, but it was torn apart, which was not what he wanted to see. However, compared to their fate, Su Maoyang had more important things to explain. So he ordered Mr. Guo, "You go down and guard the door, and don't let anyone in." When Mr. Guo heard this, he knew she had something to say, so he nodded and left the living room. Then, Su Maoyang took out 100 artifacts from the ring and threw the rest to Fu Hexian and Grandpa Gongsun. "Uncle Fu, Grandpa, you will distribute these materials. Now the Gongsun family wants to grow and develop in Ningjianzu. Materials are indispensable. Once you have a firm foothold, you can expand the scale and develop to other states. The economic lifeline of the Tiansheng dynasty will be handed over to Grandpa and Uncle Gongsun. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Ming Heong for help. He will contact me." Su Maoyang had always given the Gongsun family the task of doing business and providing various materials and logistical support. As for the Prime Minister's mansion, she had another plan. "Uncle Fu, through this incident, I understand one thing. So I want to ask you for a favor. Fu Hexian heard that he could be of use, and he was obliged to do it. My Fu family still needs your support. Just tell me. You also know the importance of military power. If I hadn't led the troops to break into the palace and expose my identity as a general of the Great Yin dynasty, the Emperor of Heaven would probably not hand me over. Su Maoyang knew very well that the Emperor of Heaven was not afraid of her, but the Emperor of Yin behind her and the military power she held. Fu Hexian heard her words and immediately understood her intention. Do you mean you want to build your own army? Su Maoyang smiled and nodded, full of admiration. It's easy to talk to smart people. She knew her situation very well. Now in the Great Yin dynasty, she could still rely on the Emperor of Yin to show off her power. But once she left the Great Yin dynasty, she would no longer be the general who would suppress the wilderness. She is nothing. At most she is a young person who deserves attention and has some talent. In front of those big guys, she is always not good enough. So, she must have her own army. Not loyal to any force. Only loyal to her. No wonder you sent away those people from the Great Yin dynasty today. It turns out you have something to say. Fu Hexian understood that this kind of privately building one's own army is a rebellious act. If the Emperor Yin knows about it, it will be terrible. Well, this matter must be carried out in secret. I think the Gongsun family can be used as economic support, and the Fu family can become the next Ouyang family. Su Maoyang actually directly compared the Fu family to the Ouyang family of the Great Yin dynasty, which immediately shocked Fu Hexian and the Fu family's ancestors and made them take a deep breath. They knew the status and capabilities of the Ouyang family very well. Su Maoyang actually placed such high hopes on them, which really showed that he thought highly of them. However, the more this happened, the more Fu Hexian didn't want to disappoint her, and he nodded solemnly. Okay. As long as you trust my Fu family will sacrifice our lives and die. I feel relieved when you say this. Although the Emperor of Heaven is afraid of my identity now, and dare not take action against you, I can't predict what the situation will be like later. So I still leave 200 corpses to protect your safety. Fortunately, in the Great Yin dynasty, Jing Ji and his senior brothers have already established a foothold and have a base. If something goes wrong, you will evacuate to the Great Yin dynasty. Don't worry. You have provided us with so many resources and conditions. We are old enough to know what to do specifically. Fu Hexian and Master Gongsun both nodded in understanding. Su Maoyang smiled with relief. But the smile did not reach his eyes, and he actually looked a little haggard. Fu Hexian didn't know about Jun Haotsong. Seeing Su Maoyang looking a little tired, he thought she was just lacking rest. He stood up with great vigilance and said, Su girl, you will leave tomorrow. Take a rest today, and we won't disturb you. Fu Minxiu frowned in dissatisfaction. What's the point of resting? Su Maoyang is invulnerable and very strong. I also want to hear her tell me about the prehistoric land. Fu Hexian's face darkened when he heard this. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Fu Minxiu's ear. Why did I give birth to such a stupid person like you? Even if you can't see her tiredness, you can use your brain to think about her hardship from the journey. Chapter 2461 Guanqing is dead. Ouch. Be gentle. I just can't bear to leave her. Fu Minxiu hurriedly held his ears and cried out in pain. Bullshit. Are you reluctant to leave her, or are you coveting the wild land? Get out of here. Fu Hexian let go of his ears and kicked him on the butt. Fu Minxiu lost face in front of everyone. His old face flushed with shame, and he looked like he hated Fu Hexian, but couldn't get rid of him. In the end, he could only leave the hall cursing. Then the others also left one after another, making room for Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang simply explained to several dead spirits, and began to hurry up to refine the corpse puppets collected before. After all, she would go to the Evil Sea prison soon after she returned, and more corpse puppets would provide more protection. Because she was concerned about Jun Haotsong's safety, Su Maoyang was eager to return home. Before dawn the next day, she took the Shenyan army on the spirit boat and headed straight for the wild land. However, when she arrived at the prehistoric land, she heard a shocking piece of bad news. Guanqing is dead. He was beaten to death by Jun Haotsong. Su Maoyang was filled with resistance when she heard the news. It was not until she met Emperor Yin and heard him admit it in person that Su Maoyang was sure of the matter. Impossible. He is not a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. But Su Maoyang still didn't want to believe that Jun Haotsong would really do such a cruel thing. and shook her head in disbelief. Although he was a cold person and regarded human life as worthless, he still had a sense of right and wrong. Not to mention that Guanqing helped him heal his wounds and detoxify. How could Jun Haocong kill his benefactor? However, as soon as Su Maoyong finished speaking, he heard a furious roar from behind him. According to you, we, the imperial doctors, lied? Upon learning that Su Maoyong had returned to meet Emperor Yin, several imperial doctors also rushed over to seek an explanation. Who knew that as soon as they entered the palace, they heard Dongfang Junmo say that her brother could not have killed anyone, and the anger that had been pent up in their hearts suddenly rushed to their heads. Su Maoyong watched several imperial doctors come in aggressively, and he didn't care about their angry eyes, and asked the doubts in his heart. Seniors, what was the situation at that time? Was there any misunderstanding? Why did he suddenly kill people? Humph. You still have the nerve to ask. It's because he woke up and learned that you left without saying goodbye and went to Tiansheng Dynasty to take risks. And he refused to stay to recuperate. Emperor Yin also told him not to let him leave. Guanqing had to stop him for his health. Who knew that he was stimulated like a different person, full of demonic energy. And demonic power was overwhelming. Guanqing couldn't block his palm at all, and was beaten to death by him. We were also affected and all injured. If this is not considered killing innocent people, does it count as killing all of us old guys? When several imperial doctors mentioned the situation at that time, their faces turned purple, and their cheeks twitched with anger. They treated Dongfang Jinni with good intentions, but they were repaid with ingratitude, and ended up with death or injury. How could they swallow this breath? You know, Guanqing is the most authoritative and top-notch divine pattern alchemist in the Great Yin Dynasty. Even the pills that Emperor Yin usually takes are made by him. He is the indispensable right-hand man of Emperor Yin. For the Great Yin Dynasty, his value is no less than that of a family. But now, he has been destroyed by Dongfang Jinni. If it weren't for his meritorious service and Emperor Yin's forced protection of him, Dongfang Jinni should have been executed by slow slicing. When Su Maoyong heard them say that Jun Haocong seemed like a different person, the scene of Jun Haocong rescuing her from the city of life and death that day suddenly appeared in her mind. And a thought flashed through her mind involuntarily. Could it be because Lu Yeyuan's soul awakened? Jun Haocong. She was sure that he would never do such a thing. But Lu Yeyuan. She couldn't guarantee it, because she only had a few vague images of her previous life. She didn't know Lu Yeyuan at all. If he came for revenge, then he would most likely do these extreme things. After all, he was the son of the bloodthirsty and cruel demon clan. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong's whole body was cold and his heart was chilled. Then, he knelt in front of several imperial doctors and Emperor Yin, clasped his fists and apologized. I am very sorry and guilty about the death of Senior Guan. But I know my brother. He looks cold and ruthless. But he is more loyal than anyone else. He can give everything, even his life, for the people he loves and cares about. So, I believe he will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. He must have been invaded by evil spirits and killed people by mistake. I know that the facts have been made, and no matter how much I explain, it is meaningless. So, I don't ask for your understanding. I just ask you to put all the hatred on me, and I am willing to take everything. Su Maoyong understood the importance of Guanqing to the Great Yin Dynasty and Emperor Yin, and also understood their resentment and heartache about this matter. She had no way to recover the loss, so she had to take responsibility. As long as she could save Jun Haocong, she would accept it if he was killed or shaved. Emperor Yin saw that she defended Dongfang Jinni to such an extent, and sighed softly. Get up. I don't mean to embarrass your brother. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen him long ago. Hearing Emperor Yin say this, it was clear that he wanted to settle the matter peacefully. An imperial physician named Qi Xian would immediately objected angrily. Emperor Yin, Master Guan, he is loyal to you and has devoted his whole life to the Great Yin Dynasty. Not only the royal family, but also the major families, and even the subjects have received a lot of favors from him. In the end, he ended up like this. If you don't give a fair and just punishment, how can you settle the people's hearts and calm the anger? This imperial physician named Qi Xian is Guanqing's apprentice, and he has a deep relationship with Guanqing. At this time, he didn't care about offending Emperor Yin, and asked loudly, as if he wanted to roar out all the indignation during this period. How dare you? What decision I make? Do you have the right to interfere? Besides, I have already injured him. And he is still unconscious. Which is also a punishment. What else do you want? Do you have to take his life before you stop? Emperor Yin was rarely angry. And his handsome face suddenly revealed an indescribable severity and coldness. Su Maoyang was shocked when she heard this. And blurted out. Unconscious? He was seriously injured? Humph. Compared to the death of Guan Lao, being unconscious is already a bargain for him. Qi Xianwen snorted and cursed. If it weren't for the Emperor Yan's mercy and intention to protect him, Dongfang Juni would have died long ago. How could he be so simple as being unconscious? Hearing this, although Su Maoyang was worried about Jun Haotsong's condition, she had to restrain her emotions and bow her head to admit the curse. She knew Lu Yeyuan's strength. If it weren't for the Emperor Yan's action, more people would have died. The Emperor Yan injured him, probably because he had to do so in order to calm the incident. She couldn't blame anyone but herself for not taking good care of him. Chapter 2462, Make Up for the Mistakes. Okay. I am also very sad about Guan Qing's death. But Dongfang Juni killed people because he was poisoned and his mind was invaded by the evil poison. Not from his own heart. After all, he was poisoned because he went to the war of prehistoric times for the sake of the great Yin dynasty. So, considering his merits in the war, the merits will make up for the mistakes and write it off. There is no need to mention this matter again in the future. I really don't want to see the loss of an alchemist and then a promising genius. It will be a huge loss to me and the entire great Yin dynasty. The pain in Emperor Yan's heart was no less than that of the imperial doctors. But considering the military merits of the Dongfang brothers and sisters, and the fact that it was not intentional, he had to suppress public opinion and proceed from the overall situation. Seeing that Emperor Yin had said so much, the imperial doctors would definitely not deal with Dongfang Juni anymore, and had to leave with a lot of anger. Su Maoyang felt bad and hurriedly called them. Seniors, I'm deeply sorry for Senior Guan. If you want to beat me, scold me, or ask me to pay my life for my own, I won't say a word. Is there any point in saying this? If taking your life can bring my master back to life, I'll be the first to kill you. Qi Xianwen stared at her speechlessly, and every word squeezed out from his teeth was full of murderous intent. Su Maoyang wanted to make up for it. In this case, today I swear with my martial arts heart that if you need any medicinal herbs or elixirs in the future, or if you need me, just tell me. I will do it for you even if I risk my life. If you break this oath, you'll be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. Humph. You'd better remember what you said today. This is what you owe us and the great Yin dynasty. Qi Xianwen glanced at her coldly and strode away. Su Maoyang watched their resolute backs, and a feeling of guilt suddenly made her breathless. But when she thought that Emperor Yin must have been under greater pressure than her during this period, she felt ashamed and pleaded. Your Majesty, it's all my fault. I have caused you to bear the crime of partiality and shielding. You should punish me severely to vent their anger. There is no need to punish me. Don't forget that you still have to go to the Evil Sea prison for me. That place is extremely dangerous. Only young people below the level of Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master, and whose bone age is less than 25 years old can enter without being easily backfired by the power. But if you want to survive, you must have a long term, far beyond the power of the Supreme Emperor Spiritual Master. So looking at it as a whole, only you are the most suitable. But you should know that the Sea of Evil prison is a terrifying existence. This trip is a life or death journey. Whether you can come back alive is a question. So if you die there, it can be regarded as an explanation to them. Of course, if you can successfully help me get the Samsara stone, it will be a great achievement. The merits and demerits will offset each other. I believe they will not mention Guan Qing again. As he said, Emperor Yin threw her a wooden slip, which recorded the information and appearance of the Samsara stone. But there was very little information about the Sea of Evil prison. Obviously, Su Maoyang had to explore what was in the Sea of Evil prison himself. But after hearing this, Su Maoyang was somewhat disappointed. She understood that the reason why Emperor Yin kept her was because she was still useful to the great Yin dynasty. And naturally, he could not let Guan Qing's death affect his business. If she died in the Evil Sea prison, it would be considered as exchanging her life for hers to give an explanation to the subjects of the great Yin dynasty. If she succeeded in getting back what the Emperor Yin wanted, she would be a great contributor to the great Yin dynasty, and Guan Qing's death would not be a big deal. Emperor Yin is worthy of being Emperor Yin, even when someone so close to him died. he could still stay sober and rational, and come up with the most favorable plan for the great Yin dynasty. But she also understood that Emperor Yin made such a choice not because he was not sad about Guan Qing's departure, but because he did not want to cause more losses. Su Maoyang felt too much guilt in her heart, so she had no face to face Emperor Yin again. She could only bow her head and accept the order, and secretly decided, "Your Majesty, don't worry. I will risk my life and find the reincarnation stone and bring it back for you." Well, a month later is the weakest time of the year for the Evil Sea prison. Time is running out. Go back and prepare. And go see your brother. He is seriously injured, and I am afraid he will not wake up for a while. Fortunately, his life is safe, so you don't have to worry too much. Emperor Yin understood her anxiety about Jun Haocong and waved his hand to let her go. Su Maoyang was as if she had been pardoned. After bowing to Emperor Yin with gratitude, she got up and went straight to Jun Haocong's residence. At this moment, Jun Haocong was lying on the couch as if he was sleeping. His pale handsome face was calm and peaceful. It was hard to imagine that he would lose control and kill people. But his arms covered with blood scabs still made Su Maoyang's heart tighten. And she couldn't help crying. Originally, she thought that even if Jun Haocong was unhappy with her leaving without saying goodbye, he would at most be in a bad mood. After the trouble, he would still take good care of his injuries and not let her worry. After all, after so many years of feelings, he should be able to understand her and understand her hard work. But who knew that he would lose his mind and even go crazy and kill people? This is not the Jun Haocong she knows. Although the Jun Haocong she knows is cold and ruthless, he never implicates innocent people. During this period of time, he had suffered so much humiliation and hardship for her, and he had endured humiliation and compromise for her under the eyes of Emperor Yin. But he had not lost control and killed anyone. How could he kill anyone at this critical moment? He knew how much she valued the heart of life and the dragon bone. So how could he bear to let her fail at this critical moment? Therefore, Su Maoyang did not believe it from the bottom of her heart. But the words of several imperial doctors made her have to face this cruel fact. Then there was only one possibility. That Liu Yiyuan's awakening made him crazy and out of control. And he became possessed. She underestimated Liu Yiyuan's influence on Jun Haocong. Otherwise she would not leave Jun Haocong alone here. It was just that she returned to the Tiansheng dynasty to handle her own private affairs. And Jun Haocong needed a group of imperial doctors to see and force out the poison every day. And she had troubled Emperor Yin enough. So she was too embarrassed to ask Emperor Yin for a few imperial doctors to go to the Tiansheng dynasty with her. In addition, she was worried that they would really fight with the Tiansheng dynasty. So she didn't dare to take risks with him as a patient. She left in a hurry and didn't care too much. Who knew that such a big disaster would happen in the blink of an eye? Su Maoyang deeply regretted and felt distressed. It was all because of her that Jun Haocong, Emperor Yin, and several imperial doctors suffered so much pain. Perhaps she really did too many bad things in her previous life, and she made the people around her suffer in this life. I think she, an ominous person, should have been wiped out in her previous life. The old man Jinjuan understood Su Maoyang's heartache and comforted her. Girl, don't be sad. It's not your fault. You did it for his own good. No one expected it to turn out like this. Now think about how to get the reincarnation stone. As long as you make a contribution, it can be regarded as making up for the great Yin dynasty. The Evil Sea prison is not simple. It is said that there are particularly terrible things sealed in it. No one dares to set foot in it. For Su Maoyang, it is definitely an unprecedented challenge. Chapter 2463 The Sea of Evil Prison. Su Maoyang knew that this trip was dangerous, and nodded in understanding. She quickly gathered her emotions and prepared to refine puppets. Although she had successfully refined 300 puppets before, she was still worried about leaving 200 for them for the safety of the Gongsun family and the Prime Minister's mansion. In addition, Meng Haon also stayed in the Tiansheng dynasty to help, while Yang Sheng and Chu Yin returned to the Dian dynasty to help Fang Yibin and Gu Qiuyun's industry. Therefore, the only person who could help her was Sun Yu. If she didn't refine more puppets, she really couldn't guarantee whether she would be able to survive and come out of the Sea of Evil prison. Fortunately, she also collected a lot of corpses from the life and death realm this time, so it was not a problem to refine another 100. Thinking of this, Su Maoyang put aside distracting thoughts and began to output mental power to refine corpses. However, Even when refining puppets, Su Maoyong still stayed by Jun Haotsong's side. She fed him medicine and soup at a fixed time every day, and observed his physical condition at any time. Originally, she was going to give him acupuncture to remove the poison, but she offended several imperial doctors, and no one wanted to see Jun Haotsong again, so the detoxification had to be shelved. So, watching his body gradually being invaded by the poison, and none of his internal organs were intact, Su Maoyong could only worry and keep feeding him pills. But she knew that if this continued, no matter how good the pills were, they would not be able to keep him alive. The best strategy was to get the reincarnation stone as soon as possible and leave this place to find other doctors for treatment. So, she kept refining and practicing, constantly consolidating her strength, so that before a month had passed, she couldn't wait to find Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin understood her feelings and took her to the Sea of Evil prison without saying a word. Although the Sea of Evil prison is also in the prehistoric land, it is still far away from the 8 major cities. Su Maoyong also flew for most of the day before reaching the periphery of the Sea of Evil prison. But just the periphery. Everything in front of him was enough to shock Su Maoyong. The vast sea area was endless, and the calm sea water without a trace of waves was pitch black, as terrifying as a cemetery without any life, giving people an endless sense of suffocation and a creepy and gloomy feeling. This was the first time she saw the legendary evil land, which was more spectacular and mysterious than she had imagined. Even Emperor Yin, who was well versed in ancient and modern times, didn't know much about it. He only knew that this sea prison had killed the peak-level Supreme Spirit Fairy. You have to know that this level of Spirit Fairy is only one step away from the Spirit God of ancient times. This level of existence can be called a great terror in the realm of Sunluo. But even this great terror was suppressed in the evil sea prison, which shows how terrible this sea area is. But what Su Maoyong could not have imagined was that there were innate Emperor Spirit Masters who came out alive from it. However, those who came out alive also knew very little about the evil sea prison, because they did not touch anything from beginning to end, and the power of the sea water alone was enough to make them return to the shore without daring to stay any longer. However, it can be seen from this that the power backlash suffered by low-level people entering it is indeed much smaller. At least they will not easily lose their lives. Of course, it is precisely because no one above the innate Emperor Spirit Master has survived the entry. This evil sea prison has also become a place to bury immortals, and high-level people dare not easily set foot in it. After all, it is not like an ordinary secret realm, which is a test for future generations. It is a real-life forbidden zone. Even the peak Supreme Spirit Fairy, who is only one step away from the Spirit God, cannot escape. Ordinary Spirit Fairies dare not take risks. Are you sure you are ready? Emperor Yin looked at Su Maoyong solemnly, and his low voice seemed to be a huge rock pressing on Su Maoyong's heart. Su Maoyong took a deep breath, nodded with full spirit. Okay. She prepared a lot of pills and puppets. Her spiritual power had a tendency to advance, but in order to enter the evil sea prison, she was forced to suppress it. Therefore, with her current strength, she may also fight against the peak Supreme Emperor Spirit Master. In addition, there are helpers, like Sun Yu and Tianmo Martin, who are comparable to the strength of spirit fairies. As long as they don't encounter particularly terrifying creatures, it is not a problem to save their lives. Seeing that she was ready, Emperor Yin took out 3 blue beads. These are the only 3 Tonghai Lingzhu I have. Taking it can allow you to survive in the sea for as long as on land. In addition, it can also ward off evil spirits and avoid poison. There are many evil things down there. If you are not careful, you will be seduced and your mind will be corroded. You must be especially careful. Su Maoyong took the Tonghai Lingzhu and swallowed it without hesitation. The other 2 were thrown to Tianmo Martin and Xianyan Silver Snake. This time, she couldn't do without Xianyan Silver Snake's help in finding the Samsara Stone. Now that her life was at stake, she didn't intend to be polite to Emperor Yin. Well, I will be very careful. If Emperor Yin doesn't have other instructions, I will go first. Emperor Yin nodded. Go ahead. If it really doesn't work, go ashore quickly. Don't force it. Su Maoyong clasped her fists and accepted the order, then turned around and jumped into the sea. She didn't feel anything outside, but once she was in it, she really felt the horror of the seawater. This can't be called seawater. It's just corrosive poison. Even her body, which is immune to all poisons, felt the terrible toxins corroding her body. I believe that if it weren't for the protection of the Tanhai Lingzhu, her body would probably have become a pool of blood and flesh. In addition to the poison, there was also a strange force impacting her body, which felt no different from being pressed to the ground and beaten by a spiritual fairy. Fortunately, her physical fitness was strong enough to withstand it. But the deeper she went, the stronger this force became. Su Maoyang was a little tired after only going a few thousand meters deep. At this time, there were also many so-called evil things around, which were called by Emperor Yin. They looked strange, and Su Maoyang couldn't tell whether they were people or sea creatures. Of course, facing the attacks of these evil things, Su Maoyang didn't have the mind to think about what they were. After all, it was difficult to even deal with them. Fortunately, she brought a lot of puppets this time. And she also had the Tanhai Lingzhu in her body, which helped her relieve a lot of pressure. Otherwise, she would not be able to count the number of dishes she sent. However, what made Su Maoyang despair was that she had killed so many evil creatures and sea creatures all the way down that she could not count them. The depth of her sinking was at least tens of thousands of meters. But there was still no sign of reaching the bottom. The evil sea prison had no bottom, and her heart was also uncertain. But the direction guided by the Xianyan silver snake should not be wrong. But she didn't know what the situation was at the bottom of the evil sea prison. Perhaps driven by curiosity, Su Maoyang sank faster and faster. In the end, she couldn't count how long she had been swimming. She was exhausted from fighting evil creatures. Finally, when she sank to a distance of about tens of millions of meters, she saw an extremely terrifying scene. Chapter 2464 Demon's Eye. It was a huge eye, like a demon from the abyss. The dark pupils were filled with a terrifying murderous light, as if a black hole vortex was about to swallow people. The whites of the eyes were red, like bright red blood, ready to overflow from the cracked eye sockets at any time, giving people a gloomy and weird feeling. Being stared at by such a terrifying ghost eye, Su Maoyang's hair stood up instantly. Her back felt cold, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Su Maoyang had lived so long and experienced so much, but she had never seen such a creepy scene. She didn't expect that the thing she had always been curious about and wanted to find out was actually an eye. And it broke into her sight so quietly without any psychological preparation. It was as if she didn't know that her every move had been secretly spied on by someone. And finally she suddenly met the pair of eyes that were peeping at her, which made her tremble with fear, and her hair stood on end. Not only Su Maoyang, but even the old Jinjuan in the space turned pale with fear, and shouted in shock. Devil's Eye? That's the Devil's Eye. Su Maoyang had never heard of the Devil's Eye, and subconsciously asked, Devil's Eye? What is that? I don't know the details. I only know that the place where the evil things are buried gathers the power of the super god. And then the scene of the Devil's Eye will appear. The old Jinjuan swallowed in fear, his voice trembling with difficulty. In other words, the things in this evil sea prison may be super gods, much more terrible than we imagined. Originally, he thought it was a powerful figure at the level of the spirit god in ancient times. But now it seems that it is more than just a spirit god. It is very likely that there are things beyond their cognition, even things that do not belong to the realm of Saluo. If so, it is quite dangerous. Realizing this, seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the demon eye, the old man Jinjuan had no time to think, and he shouted anxiously, Quick! Run! The things below are no longer something we can deal with. If we go in, let alone save our lives, we will not even be able to save our souls. No wonder the top-level Supreme Spirit Immortals were killed in this sea area. You know, even the spirit gods of ancient times would be in trouble if they encountered the demon eye. Su Maoyang had never seen the old man Jinjuan so terrified, so she knew that the things below were extraordinary. But no matter how hard she tried to swim up, she was locked and sucked by the eye, as if she was being dragged by an invisible force. And she couldn't escape even if she wanted to, no matter how hard she tried. All her martial arts, all her moves and methods, it was in vain. The sense of danger of being on the verge of death was no less than that of the Wanxiang ancient realm before. It was even stronger. At this moment, she knew that she was in danger. What was funny was that she was still thankful that she had the 8 gates to temper her body, the Wanxiang ancient realm to temper her soul, and her strong defense. She also had the advantages of being at a low level and suffering less backlash, and having so many puppets to help her. So it was much smoother and easier than ordinary people. Who knew that she would encounter such a terrifying scene before she could be happy? It must be said that Emperor Yin really thought highly of her, and gave her such a difficult task. She couldn't help but suspect that Emperor Yin was doing this to avenge Guan Qing. But she couldn't think too much at the moment. Of course, she was exhausted from fighting the evil creatures, so she didn't have the energy to think. She almost ran for her life upwards like crazy. But the reality was that she had just struggled up 1 meter when she was dragged down 10 meters by the demon eye. And in just a few breaths, more than half of Su Maoyang's body was swallowed up. Similarly, the Sky Demon Martin, the Black Flame Silver Snake, and the puppets, who accompanied Su Maoyang were no exception. They were swallowed into the eye without any chance to struggle. However, just when Su Maoyang thought he was dead, he found that the scene changed and appeared in a dark and vast land. Looking around, there were broken walls everywhere. Although they were broken, from the remaining structure, we can also get a glimpse of the former glory and magnificence. However, what is more eye-catching is that there are densely packed stone tablets standing among the broken walls, and weapons covered with bloody copper rust are inserted next to the stone tablets. Although these weapons have been weathered and lost their original appearance over the long years, the terrifying aura they exude still allows Su Maoyang to recognize their level at a glance. It turned out to be Hongming Lingbao, the top-level Lingbao that only the spiritual gods of ancient times can possess. It is incredible that they appear here in large numbers. I think that there are probably many corpses of powerful people buried underground, which can explain this wonder. But the strange thing is that there are no words on these stone tablets. Even if Su Maoyang uses his mental power to explore, he can't find any records about powerful people. So Su Maoyang can't help but guess that a devastating disaster may have occurred that year, causing these spiritual gods to fall in an instant. Due to the extremely strong destructiveness and wide range, too many people died, and it was impossible to tell who was who. So they just randomly erected these stone tablets without words, and filled them with their weapons in their lifetime to express their mourning. I really don't know what the disaster that ended the ancient times was, which was so tragic that the gods were extinct, and none of the 4 tribes survived. Just thinking about it, Su Maoyang was terrified. It was hard to imagine how desperate the people who had experienced it would be. My God, I am not dreaming. There are so many Hongming spiritual treasures. This is like a tomb of the gods' weapons. I have learned a lot today. The old man Jinjun in the space was so shocked that he shook his head and couldn't calm down his excitement for a long time. Sun Yu also nodded in agreement, looking unbelievable. I pride myself on my wide knowledge, but this is the first time I've seen such a scene. The gods' tombs. I've seen a wonder that was not even seen in ancient times. I'll die without regrets in this life. Su Maoyang was shocked, but soon attracted by the dark shadow looming in the fog in the distance. What is that? Sun Yu followed her line of sight and found a huge monster. After a moment of silence, he soon made a major discovery. Master, have you noticed that these tombs seem to be built around that thing? Yes, I found it. It seems that the thing in the distance is the center of gravity of this tomb. Su Maoyang nodded solemnly. However, before she finished speaking, the black flame silver snake crawled directly towards the huge monster in the distance. Su Maoyang saw this and immediately realized that the Samsara stone should be inside that huge monster, and immediately ordered, "Let's go and take a look." Since she had been dragged into this space, she certainly couldn't miss the Samsara stone and return empty-handed. Chapter 2465 Mysterious Altar. When Su Maoyang approached, he found that the huge monster in the thick fog was actually an octagonal ancient tower. Looking up, the ancient tower seemed to be thousands of feet high, like a pillar supporting the sky. Standing on this land, tall and straight, ancient and majestic. If you look closely, you can also find that there are complex and strange runes engraved on the tower. Surrounded by the misty fog, it flashes with a faint red blood light, which is very mysterious. As a divine pattern master, Su Maoyang subconsciously outputs mental power to find out. But unexpectedly, before the mental power falls on these runes, the whole person is blown away by a terrible force and spits out a mouthful of old blood. The injury was even more serious than being besieged by 100 evil creatures. Su Maoyang was so scared that she quickly swallowed a pill to stabilize her heart. After a long time, she sighed with lingering fear. So strong. Just by sending out a ray of mental power, she was attacked so terribly. It is hard to imagine how miserable she would be if she took action and used spiritual power. She would probably end up in ashes. Thinking of this, Su Maoyong did not dare to be careless. She gathered her mind and stood up carefully. After making sure there was no danger, she walked towards the gate of the octagonal ancient tower carefully. For some reason, just when Su Maoyong was thinking about how to enter, the gate opened by itself, as if inviting them in. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyong and Sun Yu looked at each other in shock. The ancient tower opened the door for them automatically. No matter how you look at it, it seems that there is something fishy. Master, I feel something is not right. How about we just forget it? Sun Yu, despite his age, was frightened by the scene and was ready to back out. Su Maoyong shook his head. I just observed that there is no exit here. I think this tower is the key to get out of this space. After entering this space, the devil's eye disappeared, and it is impossible to return by the original route. And the whole area in front of us is full of soldiers' graves. If you are not careful, you will be killed by the evil spirits on the remaining weapons. So, if you want to find an exit, there is only hope in this ancient tower. After hearing Su Maoyong say this, although Sun Yu is worried, he can't deny that this ancient tower is indeed the key to this space. The Sky Demon Martin looked at Sun Yu with disdain. You said you have been dead for so long. What is there to be afraid of? A coward. What do you know? The things that can form the devils, I can not only kill 10,000 of you in seconds, but also make your soul fly away and never reincarnate. If something really happens, it's not a pity for you to die. What will the master do? Sun Yu retorted unhappily. TSK. I'm an ancient beast. I'll protect her. I won't let her get into trouble. The Demon Martin snorted confidently. Sun Yu heard it, but shook his head speechlessly and sneered. Naive. Sure enough, the minds of demon beasts are simple and stupid. What? Who are you calling stupid? Say it again. The Demon Martin was so angry that his eyes widened, and he was ready to fight. Su Maoyong was already upset, and when he heard that they were arguing, he couldn't control his temper and scolded. You don't think there are enough things? Right. You dare to quarrel in this place? Woman. It's him. Timid and afraid of trouble. And he dared to scold me. Shut up. It's time to still care about these things. If you don't want to die, just be quiet. If you really alarm something, don't blame me for not reminding you. Su Maoyong glared at Tianmo Martin and Sun Yu angrily, and then walked into the ancient tower. Although Tianmo Martin and Sun Yu disliked each other, they didn't dare to do anything after being scolded by Su Maoyong, and followed him in. As soon as they stepped into the ancient tower, they were frightened by the scene in front of them. There were 33 floors in the tower, and each floor was densely packed with eyes, staring at them faintly. At this moment, even Sun Yu, who was supposed to have no perception as a puppet, was shocked by this weird scene and felt cold all over. Tianmo Martin was so scared that his hair stood up, and he had goosebumps all over his body. He smacked his lips in disgust. What kind of place is this? So many eyes. These are not eyes, but black caves shaped like eyes. Su Maoyong frowned and told the truth. Fortunately, she didn't have intensive phobia. Otherwise she would probably faint from the scene. But even so, she was still disgusted. Caves? It's dark inside. Can you see what's inside? Sun Yu didn't dare to look directly at the caves, and asked curiously. Su Maoyong shook his head solemnly. I can't see clearly even with my spiritual sense. It must not be a simple thing. It contains the primordial spirit and soul of the ancient times. However, just as Su Maoyong finished speaking, a simple and deep voice suddenly sounded in the ancient tower, which shocked Su Maoyong and others and made them tense up. Who is there? Sun Yu looked around quickly like a frightened bird, but he didn't see anyone. Just when he searched fruitlessly, the mysterious male voice sounded again. You don't need to know who I am. I'm just one of the people sealed here. Hearing this, Su Maoyong's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly spread out his perception and asked tentatively, Is the senior also a soul? No. I'm different from them. He chuckled and answered ambiguously. Su Maoyong followed the source of the sound and sensed for a long time, but couldn't tell his direction, which shows how terrifying this person's strength is. Also, he said that he is different from these souls and spirits, so it is very likely that he is a real person. But who is it that will be sealed here? Is he an explorer who has mistakenly entered the evil sea prison like them? Why is the senior sealed in this tower? After pondering for a long time, Su Maoyong still asked the doubts in his heart. Do you see the altar in the middle? Su Maoyong heard this, and immediately looked up at the stone platform in the center. In fact, she noticed this stone platform as soon as she came in, because the stone platform was engraved with the same Bagua map as the 8 doors. But she never thought it was an altar. Could it be that you are sealed here by this altar? Su Maoyang frowned. Yes. I wanted to open this altar back then. But I was attacked by the power and sealed in this chaotic cave. Now even death is a luxury. Su Maoyang took a deep look at the altar and asked, "Why is there an altar here? Did you see the 2 caves on the top floor? There are 2 most terrifying souls from ancient times to the present sealed there. This altar was built for them." The man lowered his voice. His tone was a bit solemn, and he was obviously very afraid of the things in the cave on the 33rd floor. Su Maoyang looked at the 2 caves he mentioned, and saw that there was a black gas mass floating around one of the caves, and a golden gas mass floating around the other. Strangely, the black gas mass gave her an illusion of incomparable familiarity. Chapter 2466, The Key to the Altar. But before she could take a closer look, the old Jinjuan in the space murmured strangely, "Huh? There's something wrong with that floating golden gas mass." Su Maoyang's attention was all attracted by the black gas mass. After hearing what the old Jinjuan said, she turned her sight to the golden gas mass. But she looked for a long time and couldn't figure it out. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. I can't describe the feeling." The old Jinjuan frowned and shook his head after a long time. Su Maoyang saw that the old Jinjuan didn't know either, so she could only ask the man sealed here, "Senior, do you know whose souls those 2 souls belong to?" "I don't know who they are. The only thing that is certain is that there is a super god in the cave of the golden gas mass." Hearing this, Su Maoyang was not surprised at all. After all, it was not surprising that a super god could be sealed in such a great omen as the Devil's Eye. Then did the senior open the altar to release the Yuanshan here? Su Maoyang was full of doubts and asked. The man seemed to be amused by her words. "I don't have such good intentions. Besides, these sealed Yuanshan are all the great evil people in ancient times. If I release them, the whole Salua realm will be devastated, and it will be another catastrophe of genocide. I can't save the people of the world, and I can't be a sinner in history. Then what is the senior for?" Su Maoyang was even more curious. "For the treasure under the altar. It is said that the art of reincarnation and immortality is buried. If you practice it successfully, you can not only become a super god, but also become the master of the world. And there is also a divine object that can bring people back to life. But I didn't expect that I didn't get the reincarnation immortality technique. Nor did I save the people I wanted to save. And I ended up with no chance of reincarnation." The man smiled bitterly, his tone showing the vicissitudes of life and death. Su Maoyang immediately made an association when he heard about the reincarnation immortality technique, and asked excitedly, "Is the legendary reincarnation stone buried under the altar?" "Reincarnation stone? Haha. Little girl, you are too naive. The reincarnation stone is just the key to open this altar. Do you see the 2 points of yin and yang on the Bagua diagram? That's where the reincarnation stone is. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to put it there." The man was a little regretful that he was sealed here before he could see what was under the altar. He sighed again. Su Maoyang didn't expect that the reincarnation stone was the key to open the altar. He was shocked and took a few steps forward. He carefully checked the 2 points of yin and yang on the Bagua stone platform. Sure enough, it was sunken by 2 arcs. "According to what you said, you have found 2 reincarnation stones?" "Of course. I wouldn't dare to take risks here without finding the reincarnation stones. And even if I succeeded in getting the reincarnation eternal life technique, I couldn't get out of this soldier's tomb without the reincarnation stone." "Little girl, you didn't just barge in without knowing anything, did you?" The man felt strange when he heard her tone and immediately made a guess. Su Maoyang twitched his mouth awkwardly. I really don't know. I really broke in by accident." "Ha ha ha. Little girl, you are really brave. However, this place is not something you can just enter. You are not simple to find this place without the reincarnation stone." The man smiled and praised. Su Maoyang didn't have the heart to think about how she got in now. She was focused on the samsara stone and immediately set her sights on the mysterious man. "Senior, actually I came here for the samsara stone. I don't know the existence of this altar, and I have no interest in the samsara immortality technique. Now I just want to get the samsara stone back to report. I wonder if you can help me." "Of course. I won't take your samsara stone for nothing. If you have any needs, just tell me, and I will do my best to do it for you. Su Maoyang knew that even this mysterious senior, who was obviously much stronger than herself, couldn't open the altar. So it was even more impossible with her current strength. So it's better to think about something practical now. After all, the purpose of her trip was the Samsara Stone. As long as she could complete the mission of Emperor Yin and successfully walk out alive, she would be thankful and satisfied. How could she dare to expect immortality and dominance of the world? Hee. Little girl. Although the Samsara Stone is not as precious as the treasure under the altar, I also spent a lot of effort to find it in this evil sea prison. How can I just give it away? The man was obviously reluctant to give it away. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. I understand the preciousness of the Samsara Stone. But don't you have two pieces? And I only need one of them. If someone wants to open the altar with the Samsara Stone in the future, won't they always need to collect the piece in your hand? So, if you want to open the altar, you have to get your consent. You still have a share of the treasure under the altar, so you don't have to worry at all. But you are sealed here now, and there is no use keeping the Samsara Stone. Why not use it to exchange for something useful to you? It must be said that Su Maoyang's persuasive ability is quite powerful. She hit the nail on the head with just a few words, which really moved the man. What you said is not unreasonable. But what useful things can you give me as a little girl? Do you have any relatives in the world? Or do you have any unfulfilled wishes? Su Maoyang guided her patiently. No. They are all dead. The wish is to open the altar and get the treasure below. Do you think you can do it? The man said sarcastically. Su Maoyang still has some self-knowledge. It is definitely not possible to open the altar now. But I can promise you that if I have the strength in the future, I will come back to help you fulfill your wish. I can swear with my martial arts heart. Don't even think about opening the altar. I am only one step away from the spirit god. But I am sealed here. Do you think you can achieve the spirit god in the future? The man sneered, thinking that Su Maoyang's promise was too fantastic. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. One step away from the spirit god? Could it be that the senior is the legendary supreme spirit immortal who was killed here? Such a level can be said to be a terrifying figure standing at the top of the Sanlua realm. So what if it is? So what if it is not? Even the existence of the super god is sealed here, let alone a supreme spirit immortal like me. The man sneered and sighed. Su Maoyang was shocked when he heard this. In the Sanlua realm, the top powerful figures in the eyes of ordinary people are as small as ants here, giving people an extremely absurd feeling. I really don't know what was sacrificed under this altar, which can not only seal the supreme spirit immortal, but also the existence of the super god. At this moment, Su Maoyang also became interested in this altar. Chapter 2467 Ashes to Ashes. With this idea, Su Maoyang felt more confident and advised again. Senior, I know that opening the altar is a far-fetched and even wishful thinking for me. But things are unpredictable. Just like you didn't expect that I, a congenital emperor spiritual master, could accidentally break into this ancient tower. None of us knows what will happen in the future. But I always believe that everything is possible. It is better to try with hope than to have no hope and do nothing. As the saying goes, good deeds will bring good results. If you help me today, I will go through fire and water for you in the future. So, instead of waiting for death, why not take a gamble and make your endless life a little more meaningful? Isn't it good to look forward to it? Hearing this, the man laughed deeply. Ha ha ha. You are born with a clever mouth. Well, maybe it's because I haven't seen you for too long. I feel particularly kind when I see you. The Samsara Stone has no meaning to me now. And it's no big deal to give you one. Just treat it as the kind of good deeds you said. Su Maoyang was overjoyed when he saw him agree. Thank you for your help, Senior. I will never forget your kindness today. As long as I can get out alive, I will do everything I can to rescue you and help you fulfill your lifelong wish. Okay. I'll wait. I hope that there will be a day when I can see the light of day again and see her again. The man sighed with yearning, and his tone revealed a bit of sadness. Su Maoyang heard that he wanted to see someone, and asked curiously, who does the senior want to see? Maybe I can bring a message to the senior after I get out. My wife. Unfortunately, she has passed away. The man was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly, his hoarse voice carrying some subtle bitterness. Su Maoyang didn't expect to touch upon his sad story, and immediately apologized. Sorry. I didn't know that you, Senior, didn't care. She lives in my heart and has never left. There is nothing to be sad about. The man smiled with relief, and his seemingly relaxed words could not hide his deep affection. Su Maoyang didn't expect that such a big man standing at the top level of the Sanlua realm was actually a lovesick person. Although she didn't know who the woman was, she was still relieved and happy for the woman. Having such a man who cares about, misses, and loves deeply is not in vain. Senior is so affectionate and loyal. I admire you. Good people will be rewarded. I believe that God will repay you one day. Su Maoyang felt respect and bowed to the void. Ha! I hope so. This is the Samsara Stone. When you take it out, it will guide you out of the Tomb of Soldiers. But you will inevitably be attacked by the Tomb of Soldiers on the way. Whether you can get out alive depends on your luck. As soon as the man's voice fell, a round jade stone flew out from the direction of the cave on the right. Su Maoyang was quick-witted and caught it. A refreshing chill instantly went straight to her heart, making her shiver. She looked at the Samsara Stone carefully, and couldn't help feeling that this trip was not in vain. At least, she got what Emperor Yin had told her. And with the Samsara Stone, there was an exit to go back, so she wouldn't be trapped here forever. However, when she said goodbye to the mysterious senior and came out of the tower, she realized how naive her thoughts were, because the reincarnation stone not only opened the exit, but also successfully activated the ancient weapons in the tomb. So as soon as Su Maoyang stepped into the tomb, he heard a strong wind, and the roaring and hissing of the clanging swept over. The dark world was filled with suffocating death and blood, giving people a sense of oppressive and gloomy fear. Looking around, the weapons that were covered in dust by history began to tremble continuously, and even the land began to tremble, as if it would collapse at any time. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang secretly said that it was not good and hurriedly summoned the weapon. But how could her weapon compare to the ancient Hongming Lingbao? It couldn't even block 1/10,000th of the power. And even the person and the weapon were blown away. Facing the power of the ancient weapon, Su Maoyang's defense was shattered no matter how strong it was. He spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and fainted before he fell to the ground. Sun Yu and Tianmo Martin were frightened by this sudden scene and shouted, "Master, woman!" This was too shocking. Before they could help, Su Mo Liang was seriously injured. From beginning to end, it was only a blink of an eye. She didn't even have a chance to resist and lost her mind. It was an overwhelming crush. So, watching the ancient weapons from all directions rise up from the ground and attack Su Mo Liang's body fiercely, Sun Yu and Tianmo Martin were so scared that they wanted to save her. But before they could step forward, they were both blown away by the residual power. Tianmo Martin claimed to be an ancient beast with the most abnormal body. At this time, it was also blasted with blood all over its body and was dying. As for Sun Yu, he was supposed to be an invulnerable puppet, but now his arm was broken. I believe that if he didn't have internal organs, he would have died of bleeding. The residual power alone was so terrible. It was hard to imagine how terrible it would be if the power of the murder weapon really fell on Su Maoyang. You don't have to guess. You know, it's a sure death. Thinking of this, Sun Yu and Tian Ma Diao both screamed in fear. Don't. However, just when they were scared out of their wits, a black figure suddenly rushed out from behind and blocked Su Maoyang with a sword. Sun Yu and Tian Ma Diao were very familiar with the tall and majestic figure, and subconsciously shouted his name. Jun Haocong. Quick! Take her away. Jun Haocong held a sharp sword. His whole body was rolling with demonic energy, and he swung the sword and roared while gritting his teeth. The roar shook the sky and echoed in this space, like a hero at the end of his road. Shrill and tragic, Tianmo Martin and Sun Yu watched with their own eyes as the ancient weapons all killed Jun Haocong. His tall and proud figure was instantly riddled with holes, and blood was pouring out. At the moment, they were shocked by this bloody and tragic scene, and their eyes were red. They knew that if they left, Jun Haocong would have no chance of survival. And Su Maoyang loved him so much. If she knew that he died here for her, how could she live in the world? Let's go together. If we leave you behind, we can't explain to the woman. Tianmo Martin struggled to get up weakly, and shook his head firmly. Stupid. If we don't leave, everyone will die. The demonic energy on Jun Haocong became more and more intense, and his ice blue eyes seemed to be demonized, covered with a layer of black air. The roar of grief and the sound of the weapons fighting were intertwined, shaking Tianmo Martin's heart and clenching his gums with sadness, thinking that if they didn't leave, everyone would die here. The demon Martin hesitated for a moment and finally hardened his heart. He endured the injury and ran to Su Maoyong, picked her up and threw her on Sun Yu's back, and made a painful decision. Go! After the word go, Sun Yu no longer hesitated, carrying Su Maoyong on his back, and fled in the direction indicated by the reincarnation stone. However, they had just gone less than 10 meters away when they heard a violent sound behind them, shaking the land like an explosion. The demon Martin looked back and saw that Jun Haotsong was pierced by countless weapons, and turned into blood mist in the air, and disappeared. Chapter 2468 A Permanent Solution. Jun Haotsong. The demon Martin was so shocked that his eyes were bloodshot, and he screamed. But in just 1 or 2 seconds, the sword energy in the distance swept away rapidly, and was about to hit the demon Martin. Seeing this, Sun Yu was so frightened that his face changed drastically. He didn't care about Jun Haotsong anymore. He immediately pulled up the frightened demon Martin and ran away frantically. But the power of the Hongming Ling Bao was too terrifying. No matter how fast they ran away, they couldn't catch up with the speed of the weapon. At this moment, Sun Yu and the demon Martin realized that they might die here today. Unexpectedly, just when they were desperate, there was a loud bang, and the sword energy that was about to fall on them by a millimeter was instantly blocked. I saw Yen Di holding a scepter, like a god descending from heaven, and a sweep actually repelled the power of the Hongming Ling Bao. However, the ancient weapons were too brutal. In the blink of an eye, they swept in from all directions and surrounded Emperor Yin in an instant. This attack frightened Tian Modio and Sun Yu again. However, what they could not have imagined was that in the face of the encirclement of the ancient weapons, Emperor Yin could calmly repel wave after wave of attacks. Although the resistance was somewhat strenuous and his body was somewhat bruised, his handsome figure did not look embarrassed at all. His every move was as pleasing to the eye as a painting, which made Tian Modio and Sun Yu stare at them in disbelief. They knew the power of Hongming Ling Bao very well. It was a weapon owned by the spirit god, and its power was unimaginable. What's more, these were ancient weapons made with countless wronged souls and blood. Therefore, the lethality they released could no longer be described as horrible. But they were unexpectedly blocked by Emperor Yin. This scene was too horrifying, giving Tianmo Martin and Sun Yu a great visual impact, and they couldn't recover for a long time. They really couldn't imagine how powerful Emperor Yin was, and how strong he was. It was really hard to see through the young emperor in front of them. At this time, Emperor Yin had just repelled a wave of encirclement and suppression, and seeing that the two were still standing there, he shouted to remind them, "Don't leave yet. Do you want to die?" Hearing this, the two came to their senses and hurriedly fled to the exit indicated by the Samsara stone. Fortunately, they were not destined to die, and under the escort of Emperor Yin, they finally returned to the shore smoothly. Tianmo Martin lost most of his life. Although Sun Yu, as a puppet, had no sense of pain, he faced a death that was more terrifying than before, and was severely traumatized psychologically and mentally. The only thing to be thankful for was that Xianyan Silver Snake was taken into the space by Su Maoyong. Otherwise he would have died long ago. However, the most seriously injured was Su Maoyong, whose internal organs were damaged. If it weren't for her strong defensibility, she would have been annihilated. Emperor Yin knew that Su Maoyong's condition was not optimistic, so he immediately carried her back to Mingyi City. After several imperial doctors took turns to consult, and with pills and secret medicines, Su Maoyong was finally out of danger. But she didn't wake up for a day, so everyone didn't dare to relax at all, and their mood was heavy and depressed. Especially Tianmo Martin, Sun Yu, Jinju an elder, and a group of spirit beasts. They were even more tormented. They knew that even if Su Maoyong's life was saved, everything they did now would be in vain when she woke up and learned about Jun Haotsong's death. After all, the two had such a deep relationship. If Jun Haotsong died, they knew without guessing that Su Maoyong would never live alone. What's more, Jun Haotsong ended up in ashes to save her. If Su Maoyong knew the truth, could she forgive herself? You know, she would rather die than let Jun Haotsong get hurt. It would be worse than death if she woke up and found out about this. Just thinking about this, the old man Jinjuan had a headache. Tianmo Diao thought that Su Maoyong had gone through so much suffering and had to face the separation of life and death, and wiped away tears with heartache. Women are so pitiful. If she wakes up and finds out that Jun Juni is dead, I don't know if her body can withstand such a blow. Yes, the body is so badly injured. If the spirit collapses again, I don't know if it can be cheered up. Sun Yu also sighed with worry. Tian Madio shook his head. Don't even think about cheering up. I'm just hoping that after she knows the truth, she won't torture herself. Thank God. Yan Di heard this and couldn't help but suggest. Her body can't stand any stimulation now. I think it's better not to let her know the truth. But she won't be able to see Jun Yi when she wakes up. Sooner or later, she will know. Tian Madio felt that it was completely unrealistic to hide it from her. Sun Yu also shook his head in agreement and sighed. Yes, she is so smart. No matter what reason she finds, she will always find out that something is wrong. A little investigation will reveal the truth. How can we hide it from her? Yan Di looked at Su Maoyong deeply, pondered for a long time, and said faintly, I have a way to solve it once and for all. What method? Tian Madio and Sun Yu asked almost in unison. Emperor Yan retracted his gaze and looked at them. Forget worry pill. Forget everything and start over. You mean? Let her take the forget worry pill and forget all the people and things in the past? Sun Yu confirmed in surprise. Emperor Yan nodded. Yes. Only in this way can we keep it a secret from her forever. Otherwise, it will always be exposed. And she will always have to experience the separation of life and death. But the dead cannot be resurrected. Adding to the grief, it's not worth it. Hearing this, Tian Madio and Sun Yu both felt that it made sense and looked at each other. Jun Haotsong has been reduced to ashes, and it is impossible to revive. So if Su Maoyong knew it, it would only add to the sadness. And there was nothing he could do. Instead of watching her grief-stricken, it is better to let her forget the past and start over. This is a good way for both Su Maoyong and her loved ones and friends. Thinking of this, the demon Martin was obviously a little shaken, and couldn't help but ask the old man Jinjuan's opinion in his heart. Senior, I think this method is feasible. What do you think? Well, although I deceived her, it is also for her good. It seems that there is no better way than this. The old man Jinjuan was also sad about Jun Haotsong's departure, but he felt more distressed for Su Maoyong, fearing that she could not withstand such a blow and could not accept such a fact, because in the mind of the old man Jinjuan, there is nothing more important than Su Maoyong's happiness and safety. These years, they have been together day and night, and he has long regarded her as his own daughter. How can he bear to see his daughter sad and upset? With the approval of the old man Jinjuan, the demon Martin nodded to the Emperor Yin. Okay, let's do it. As long as she can recover from her injuries and cheer up. I can't care so much. Forget them. You can get to know them again. As long as Su Maoyong can live well and stay with them. No matter what method it is, the demon Martin is willing to try. Chapter 2469 matched them up. Sun Yu still has concerns. But there are many people who know Dongfang Junyi. Just because she forgot doesn't mean others have forgotten. What if someone lets it slip? Don't worry. I will personally tell everyone about the prehistoric land and the Great Yin dynasty. From now on, there will be no Dongfang Junyi. Emperor Yin understood his concerns and promised solemnly. Sun Yu nodded with relief. With Emperor Yan's status and prestige, he believed that as long as he gave an order, no one in the entire Great Yin dynasty would dare to mention Dongfang Junyi's name. Thinking of this, he bowed gratefully. Then I'll have to trouble Emperor Yin. They didn't dare to expect too much in the future. They just hoped to keep it a secret for a while, and let Su Maoyong get better first. Fortunately, Su Maoyong and Jun Haotsong did not reveal their true identities. Everyone thought they were siblings. Even if someone let it slip in the future, Su Maoyong would just think that his brother had died, and would not associate it with anything else. If she forgets this relationship, she will not be so painful, and will not be so depressed. Seeing that they all agreed to his proposal, Emperor Yin ordered the imperial physician to send the forget worry pill to Su Maoyong for him to take. Seeing Su Maoyong take the pill with their own eyes, Tian Madio and Sun Yu finally let go of their worries. At this time, Eunuch Su also came in with the medicine soup. Your Majesty, Miss Dongfang's medicine is ready. Upon hearing this, Emperor Yin reached out and took the soup bowl. Seeing this, Tian Madio hurriedly stopped him. Emperor Yin, we have troubled you too much during this period. Let us do these trivial things. Emperor Yin is an outsider after all. He had received his life-saving grace before, and now it is a bit unreasonable to trouble him even for such trivial matters. Emperor Yin shook his head indifferently, sat directly beside Su Maoyong's couch, and fed her carefully one spoonful at a time. It's okay. Junmo's injury was caused by me. I have an unshirkable responsibility, and it is my duty to take care of her. Hearing Emperor Yin say this, Tianmo Martin wanted to persuade him again. But Sun Yu, who was standing by, saw such a warm and ambiguous scene. But an idea suddenly came to him. Before Tianmo Martin could say anything, he covered its mouth and took it into his arms. Then he said goodbye to Emperor Yin tactfully. Since Emperor Yin and the imperial physician are here to take care of you, we are relieved. We are also seriously injured, so we should go back and rest first. I will trouble Emperor Yin here. Well, go ahead. I am watching here, and nothing will go wrong. Emperor Yin fed the medicine attentively and replied lightly. After that, Sun Yu took 2 steps at a time and left the room with Tianmo Martin in his arms. The demon Martin didn't understand what Sun Yu meant. He struggled for several times. Only when he walked away did he have the opportunity to speak. He asked angrily, "What do you mean? Women are so fragile now. They need someone to protect them. How can we leave?" "Oh, I said you monsters are stupid, but you still don't admit it. Don't you think that Emperor Yin and our master are a perfect match?" Sun Yu looked at the demon Martin with disdain, with an expression that he couldn't carve a rotten wood. After he said this, the demon Martin finally understood. "You mean, you want to match them up? I don't think I need to match them up. Look at the way Emperor Yin looks at our master, and his caring and thoughtful actions. If this trend continues, even if there is no love between men and women now, it will not be far from love between men and women." Sun Yu analyzed everything. The heavenly demon Martin thought of the care that Emperor Yin had given Su Maoyang in the past few days, and the scene of him feeding her medicine gently and patiently just now, and nodded, feeling that something was fishy. Emperor Yin does care about women, but that's because she got the reincarnation stone for him and his brother died. So he wanted to compensate her. Yes, I admit that there is a thought of compensation in it. But our master is so outstanding and looks so good. Which man would not be tempted? Sun Yu always felt that it was not that simple. No. Jun Haosong just passed away, and let the woman fall in love again. This is too conscienceless. The heavenly demon Martin was so scared that he waved his hands. It couldn't accept Emperor Yin interfering in their relationship, even if Jun Haosong died. Sun Yu thought it was pedantic. What do you know? A monster? I've lived for so many years, and tell you that the best way to forget a relationship is to start another new one. You know, it's not easy to find a man as good as Yen Di. How many people want to be his best friend? And with Yen Di's protection, our master's injuries don't have to worry about it. She can walk sideways in the Xianshan mirror, and doesn't have to be afraid of anyone. Of course, leaving all this aside, what's wrong with having one more person love her? What's more, this person is a powerful and capable big shot. Such a good backer. Don't miss it. Besides, Yen Di is our master and our savior. He has been providing us with good food and drink during this period, and has rewarded us with a lot of secret medicines. He has always been very courteous to us. Just for this reason, I agree that they should be together. Instead of wandering helplessly, Sun Yu felt that it was better to hold on to the straw of Emperor Yin, which was better than Su Maoyang being alone. At least someone would protect her on behalf of Jun Haosong and feel sorry for her, which would also make them feel more at ease. After listening to Sun Yu's analysis, Tianmo Martin felt that it seemed to be the case. It did not understand human emotions, let alone the emotions between men and women. If more people were to protect and love Su Maoyang, he would naturally agree with it. In addition, they did receive a lot of favors from Emperor Yin during this period. As the saying goes, if Emperor Yin really liked Su Maoyang, he seemed to have no reason to object. After all, Jun Haosong was gone, and Su Maoyang could not be left to live with memories for the rest of her life. What's more, she had forgotten the past now, so there was nothing wrong with starting a new relationship. Perhaps he had figured it out. So Tianmo Diao reluctantly nodded. Okay, as long as Yen Di really likes her and loves her, then I have nothing to worry about. So, let's not go there. Let them cultivate their feelings more. Sun Yu reminded with a wink. Tianmo Diao felt uncomfortable and couldn't make up his mind for a while. He asked the old man Jinjuan in his heart. Old man, is this really okay? Forget it. Let it go. If Yen Di is really Lianger's good man, of course I won't object. The old man Jinjuan is now in a mess, and he can only take it one step at a time. During this period of time, Yin Di has indeed cared for Su Maoyang. That kind of care from the heart should not deceive people. No matter whether Yin Di is out of cherishing talent, gratitude, compensation, or love between men and women, at least he is full of goodwill towards Su Maoyang. They don't need to obstruct too much. As for whether they like it or not, it is their own business. And they, as outsiders, can't help. Time flies, and it was 10 days later when Su Maoyang woke up. She opened her eyes and saw a handsome face as bright and charming as the morning sun. Chapter 2470. Who are you? Are you awake? Before Su Maoyang could see clearly, the man in front of her reached out and touched her forehead in surprise. Su Maoyang was conscious instantly, and she opened her eyes wide, looking at the pair of amber eyes as bright as gemstones. She was stunned for a long time before asking, "Who are you?" The corners of Emperor Yan's lips were slightly raised, and a gentle smile slowly overflowed on his handsome face, like the sunshine after the rain, shining directly into Su Maoyang's heart, which made her look infatuated. "I am Emperor Yan of the Great Yan Dynasty." Yan Xiaoyao. The gentle voice like jade sounded in Su Maoyang's ears like the sound of nature, making people feel like spring breeze. Su Maoyang was stunned for a long time before she reacted, and asked in confusion, "Great Yan Dynasty? What place is it?" She found that she had tried hard to search for memories about this person and the Great Yan Dynasty, but she had no impression at all. Facing her ignorance, Emperor Yan touched her head like coaxing a child, and patiently explained, "The Great Yan Dynasty is the most powerful and rich country in the Xianshan realm, and I am the king of this country." King? After learning of this identity, although this man was too handsome, Su Maoyang's expression was still a little more defensive and fearful, and immediately reached out to knock Emperor Yan's hand away. Emperor Yan didn't expect that she was still so vigilant after losing her memory, and smiled and shook his head. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. After all, it took me a lot of effort to save your life, and I am more reluctant than you. You saved me? You are my savior? Then what about me? Who am I? Why am I lying here? Why can't I remember anything?" Su Maoyang was shocked, and felt the pain in his head. He couldn't help but hold his head and asked emotionally. Seeing her painful expression, Emperor Yan hurriedly grabbed her hand that was beating her head and soothed her softly. "You were seriously injured before and lost your memory. Although you forgot the people and things in the past, at least you saved your life. So the most important thing now is to take good care of your body. You can recall the rest later. Don't force yourself." Hearing this, Su Maoyang calmed down a little and looked at him blankly. "Then why did you save me? And what is your relationship with me? You want the heart of life and dragon bone on my scepter. In exchange, you volunteered to fight in the prehistoric war and successfully helped the Great Yan Dynasty take over the prehistoric land. You are my Great Yan, the great contributor to the dynasty. So I appointed you as the general of Zhenhuang. Later, in order to repay my kindness, you went to the Evil Sea prison to help me find the Samsara stone. But unfortunately you met with an accident and almost died. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, I would not have seen you." Speaking, Emperor Yan reached out and combed Su Maoyang's hair. His gentle tone and intimate action soon made Su Maoyang's cheeks hot. She awkwardly avoided his touch and whispered softly, "So we are the relationship between the monarch and the minister. Otherwise, what do you think the relationship is?" Emperor Yan didn't care about her resistance, and even moved closer to her face, met her eyes, and asked back with a smile on his face. Su Maoyang was frightened by his sudden approach and subconsciously moved back. "I don't remember it. What else can I think it is? It doesn't matter if you don't remember. Just get to know me again now." Seeing her embarrassed look, Emperor Yan found it particularly interesting, and the smile on his lips deepened. Su Maoyang was stared at by his burning eyes, and she moved uncomfortably. Yan Di saw her twisting restlessly, frowned slightly, and held her hand. "Don't move. You have several broken ribs. You can't move during this period. You must rest." Su Maoyang's arms were tightly pressed by him, and she felt even more embarrassed. She protested in a low voice, "I won't move. Can you let me go and stay away from me?" Yan Di smiled indulgently when he heard it. "Okay. I won't touch you and stay away from you. But you have to drink the medicine obediently first." As he said that, Yan Di took the medicine bowl next to him with one hand, scooped a spoonful and blew it to cool it down. and then sent it to Su Maoyang's mouth. Su Maoyang saw that he had no ill intentions, and was his savior. So his guard was reduced a lot. Seeing him feeding her medicine so patiently and considerately, it seemed a bit too unkind to refuse. So he had to open his mouth and swallow it. "I'll do it myself." She was not used to being fed by someone. So she wanted to reach out and take the medicine bowl. Yendi pulled his hand away from her action and shook his head in disapproval. "No. I just said that you have to rest. If you don't want to lie in bed all the time. Just listen and drink the medicine to heal your wounds." Su Maoyang also felt the pain of tearing her whole body. After he said that, she had no choice but to give up self-reliance and helplessly accepted mouthfuls of medicine. "Look at you drinking. Like a child. All over the corners of your mouth." Yendi finished feeding her the medicine, smiled and reached out to wipe her mouth. Su Maoyang felt the temperature of his fingertips, and her cheeks burned as if they were burned by fire. She immediately turned her head to avoid his intimate touch. "I'm done drinking. Can I rest alone for a while?" Suddenly learning so much strange news, she still needs to digest it quietly. Yendi smiled and touched her hair. "Okay. You have a good rest. Someone is guarding outside. Let them call me at any time if you need anything." After saying that, Yendi stood up and walked out of the room under Su Maoyang's puzzled eyes. Su Maoyang saw that the person finally left, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And then he checked his injuries. The man called Yendi just now was right. She was indeed seriously injured. And it was a miracle that she could survive such injuries. It can be seen that she spent a lot of effort. But according to him, she was his subordinate, a general of the Great Yin dynasty. But from the contact just now, it seems that it is not that simple. And for some reason, the wound in her heart has healed. But it seems like a large piece is missing. And it hurts badly. And the brain is also dull and painful. As if I have forgotten something very important. I just don't know if what the man said just now is credible. What he said is true. A friend of yours named Shinua had his arm broken. He needed the heart of life and dragon bone as medicine. These two kinds of medicine are rare in the world, and only Emperor Yin has them. So in exchange for the two kinds of medicine, you approached Emperor Yin, volunteered to fight, and made military achievements. However, you encountered danger in the process. Emperor Yin saved us and saved our lives." The old man Jinjuan in the space knew her doubts, and spoke to explain it at the right time. Suddenly hearing the voice in her mind, Su Maoyang was shocked and asked loudly, Who is there?" "I am the spirit of the evil blood tripod that you contracted. And I have always existed in your sea of gods," the old man Jinjuan explained. Chapter 2471. What kind of person is he? Weapon spirit? Su Maoyang was shocked. He didn't expect that there was a weapon spirit in his body. "That is to say, you know everything about me?" "Yes. So you can ask me if you don't understand anything," the old man Jinjuan said. Su Maoyang nodded slightly and immediately asked his doubts. "What kind of person is Emperor Yin? Do I have a good relationship with him?" "He is a good person. Knowledgeable and talented. Gentle and elegant. Respectful and humble without losing dignity and means. Very powerful. The youngest and most promising emperor in the Great Yin dynasty, and even the entire Xianshan realm. Everyone admires and worships him. He is a godlike existence in the eyes of the people of the Great Yin dynasty." The old man Jinjuan told the truth. But he didn't mean to deliberately flatter Emperor Yin. After all, after spending this period of time together, the impression that Emperor Yin gave him was that of a person like this. Su Maoyang never thought that the man who was so gentle and kind without any airs just now was actually such a great man. He was shocked and even more curious. Is he so good to all his subordinates? "I don't know about others, but I know that he is very good to you. He has been taking care of you personally during this period." Old Jinjuan thought of what Sun Yu said, and couldn't help but say a few good words for Emperor Yin. However, he also saw Emperor Yin's dedication and care for Su Maoyang during this period. People have been busy, so you can't erase their contributions. Su Maoyang nodded in understanding. And after a long silence, he murmured with emotion, "Such a powerful person. But he takes care of his subordinates personally. It seems that he is really a good king." Elder Jinjuan thought she could see some clues. But after thinking for so long, she only came up with such an answer. No wonder Jun Haosong spent so much effort to chase her. This emotionless blockhead is really hopeless. Elder Jinjuan held his forehead helplessly, and mourned for Emperor Yin for a few minutes in his heart. even if Emperor Yin really had that idea. It would take a long time for Su Maoyang to understand his feelings and fall in love with him. By the way, what is your name? Senior? Su Maoyang's attention has shifted from Emperor Yin to Elder Jinjuan. Just call me Elder Jinjuan. Master, there are us. We are all your spirit beasts. My name is the Golden Flame Demon Lion. My name is the Black Thunder Explosion Ape. My name is the Blue Scale Swallowing Sky Python. My name is the Sky Reaching Flamingo. As soon as Elder Jinjuan finished speaking, the other spirit beasts rushed to introduce themselves. Su Maoyang didn't expect there would be so many voices, and her eyes widened in shock. Spirit beasts? Also in my sea of consciousness? Why can't I see you? Girl, if you sink your chi into your dantian and concentrate on feeling the sea of consciousness, you will be able to see us. Old Jinjuan guided. According to Old Jinjuan's method, Su Maoyang really saw the Golden Flame Demon Lion and the others very quickly. But she didn't expect that there would be a large group of spirit beasts in her sea of consciousness. And she was still surprised. It's incredible. I actually have 9 spirit beasts. Haha. Woman, there are more than 9. And I am too. At this time, an excited voice suddenly came from the door. And before Su Maoyang raised her eyes, she saw a ball of Snow White flying into her arms. Su Maoyang looked at the meat ball in her arms that was rubbing against her and playing happily. She felt a little curious and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to stroke its chubby belly. There was a little more smile in her eyebrows. What kind of guy are you again? I am awesome. I am the ancient fierce beast, the heavenly demon Martin. I am invincible and have super strong combat power. The heavenly demon Martin raised his head arrogantly, waved his fist and boasted. Su Maoyang smiled. You are so awesome. So why did you let me get injured and lose my memory? As my spirit beast, shouldn't you protect me? The heavenly demon Martin was choked and couldn't speak. He hesitated for a long time before explaining awkwardly. Mistake. This is not a mistake. But I promise that I will protect you and never let you get hurt again. The heavenly demon Martin rubbed Su Maoyang's hand affectionately, like a docile and clingy dog. Sun Yu, who came in right after him, saw it with a look of disdain on his face. Leave it to Emperor Yin to protect the master. Thank God if you don't cause trouble for the master. Who are you? Su Maoyang looked at Sun Yu with curiosity. Master, my name is Sun Yu, and I am your puppet. Besides me, there are Yang Sheng, Meng Heong, Chu Yan and others. You probably don't have any impression of him. I will tell you slowly when you are better. Sun Yu was satisfied to see her wake up smoothly, and he didn't want her to worry about the past. Tian Mo Diao also agreed. Yes, the most important thing now is to take care of your body. And it won't be too late to get to know everyone slowly in the future. If you feel comfortable in any place, you must tell us, and you must not bear to hide it. Understand? Su Maoyang saw that they were sincere and caring about him, and it didn't seem to be fake, and he felt guilty. I am so seriously injured, and I have made you worry during this period. I will get better as soon as possible. Don't worry. Hearing her say this, everyone was relieved, and was glad that it was a wise decision to let her forget Jun Haosong. Okay, you take a good rest. We won't disturb you. Sun Yu saw Su Maoyang's fatigue, and picked up the heavenly demon Martin with great insight, intending to make room for her. Just now, they heard from Eunuch Su that Su Maoyang had woken up, so they couldn't wait to come to visit her. Now that they saw that she was fine, they could rest assured. The heavenly demon Martin didn't want to leave. I won't leave. I want to go back to the space. I want to accompany her all the time. You chatter all day. Aren't you disturbing the master's rest? Sun Yu frowned. I'll shut up and stop talking. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to be separated from a woman. The heavenly demon Martin hugged Su Maoyang and refused to let go. Su Maoyang smiled and touched its head. Forget it. You can be wherever you like. The heavenly demon Martin was moved by her doting tone, and expressed gratitude. Ah, the woman with amnesia is so kind, so gentle, and so good to me. This amnesia is so good, so wonderful, so awesome. Su Maoyang was amused by its words, and was about to reach out and hit its butt, but the heavenly demon Martin was quick and swift, and went back to the space. Oh, the room is quite lively. It seems that Miss Dongfang is no longer in trouble, and can set off to return to the Great Yin dynasty. At this time, Eunuch Su came in with a food box. hearing the sound of laughter and playfulness coming from inside. He also joked with joy. Sun Yu didn't expect to go back so soon, and asked in surprise. We finally conquered the prehistoric land. Don't we have to stay here for 10 years? Others will naturally stay here to practice. Only Emperor Yin and Miss Dongfang will go back this time. After all, Miss Dongfang is a girl. She was seriously injured this time, and can't take care of herself. She still needs maids to serve her. So, it's more convenient for her to go back to the Great Yin Dynasty. This time we went to the prehistoric land to fight, not to enjoy ourselves. In addition, there was a limit on the number of people, so maids were not included. Dongfang Junmo still needed women to take care of his daily life. Chapter 2472. Closer than my own father. Sun Yu nodded in understanding. Even if they wanted to take care of Su Maoyong, it would be inconvenient because of the difference between men and women. If they returned to the Great Yin Dynasty, it would be best if there were palace maids and servants to serve them. Emperor Yin is still thoughtful. Thinking of this, Sun Yu's favor for Emperor Yin increased. Eunuch Su heard this and smiled meaningfully. Haha. Emperor Yin cares about Miss Dongfang very much. He sent someone back to the Great Yin Dynasty a few days ago to make arrangements. He also specifically instructed that Miss Dongfang should use the best food, clothing and daily necessities. Even the empress in the palace did not have this treatment. He was afraid that he would neglect the girl. Hearing what he said, Sun Yu, as an old man who had lived for hundreds of years, immediately understood his hint. He cupped his hands to Eunuch Su with an expression of I understand. Master, we are relieved that Emperor Yin will take care of us in the future. Eunuch Su saw that he was a. The smile became brighter and brighter, and the look he gave Su Maoyong became more flattering. Miss Dongfang, His Majesty said that you have been ill for so long and have not eaten well. So he specially ordered me to make some of your favorite dishes. Now let me serve you. Su Maoyong was very sleepy and had no appetite, so she quickly refused. No, I want to sleep for a while. You all go out. Okay, then I will come back later. Eunuch Su saw that she had no appetite and did not force her. And then he and Sun Yu left the room. Su Maoyong had just woken up and was still very weak. She was very sleepy after talking to them for a while, and fell asleep as soon as they left, until she smelled a strong aroma of rice. She smacked her lips and woke up in a daze. Smells good. Su Maoyong couldn't help murmuring because she hadn't eaten for a long time. The next second, she was lured by the aroma and laughed pleasantly. Haha, you have a good nose. Seeing you sleeping so deeply, I thought you weren't hungry. Suddenly hearing a male voice, Su Maoyong woke up instantly and opened her eyes wide. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw Yin Di sitting at a round table not far from the bed, looking at her with a smile on his face. His beautiful eyes, as bright as gems, flashed with dazzling brilliance, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was gentle and doting, as if it was a beautiful scenery bathed in the sun, which made people unable to help but be fascinated. Su Maoyong was stunned, but her stunning expression made Emperor Yin laugh. I know I'm good-looking, but you don't have to be so crazy about me. Su Maoyong suddenly came to her senses after hearing his smile. She felt embarrassed and wanted to dig a hole in the ground to get in. Why are you here? After saying that, Su Maoyong felt that it was very inappropriate when she thought that the other party was the king, and she was the minister. She wanted to make up for the slip of the tongue just now. But Emperor Yin didn't seem to care at all. The smile on his face didn't diminish at all. He smiled and replied, I heard that you didn't want to eat, so I had to come to supervise you. I was too sleepy before, and didn't have the energy to eat. Su Maoyong explained. It's okay. I'll feed you. As he said that, Emperor Yin picked up some dishes and put them in the bowl, and brought it directly to her mouth, as if he was going to feed her personally. Su Maoyong quickly shrank his neck back. No, forget it. I'll do it myself. Your hands are injured. How can you do it yourself? If you don't want to break your bones, just open your mouth immediately. Emperor Yin frowned, holding the spoon in his hand without giving way. Su Maoyong had no choice but to lie. Emperor Yin, I'm not hungry at all now. I want to sleep for a while. However, before she finished speaking, her stomach made a gurgling sound. Emperor Yin curled his lips, and his gentle smile became more intense. You say you're not hungry, but your body is very honest. Your stomach is protesting. Su Maoyong was so embarrassed that her toes curled up. Emperor Yin was in a good mood and rubbed her hair. You were injured on duty, and made great contributions to the great Yin dynasty. You still deserve this treatment. Don't be polite to me. Su Maoyang saw that he insisted. So she couldn't refuse anymore. So she had to bite the bullet and enjoy the treatment of Emperor Yin feeding her. She found that Emperor Yin seemed to know her very well. He could accurately predict what dish she wanted to eat next. And he was very considerate and caring. He could even help her wipe off the rice grains on the corners of her mouth gently. This doesn't look like a king at all. He is even closer than his own father. Elder Jinjuan saw through Su Maoyang's psychological activities. But he was a little amused. Yendi treated her as a woman he liked. And she treated him as her father. How would this develop? Yendi didn't know what Su Maoyang was thinking. And he was relieved to see that she no longer rejected him. I'm full. You should eat something too. Su Maoyang's stomach was full from being fed by him. And he was worried that he was still hungry. So he asked politely. Unexpectedly, Yendi really smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll eat something with you. As he said that, Yendi sat back at the table and ate her leftovers, which shocked Su Maoyang so much that he was speechless and stood there for a long time. She originally meant to let him go back to eat. After all, with his status and position, he naturally couldn't eat her leftovers. But he ate so naturally, which was too casual and approachable, which made her feel embarrassed. Well, these dishes are mine. I've eaten them before. You should ask someone to make some new ones for you. No need to bother. Emperor Yin refused. Although he was eating leftovers, his movements were slow and elegant. If Su Maoyang didn't know that they were leftovers, he would have thought he was eating delicacies. This man is really exuding his outstanding charm all the time. Su Maoyang felt his chest was hot and his face was burning. If he continued to watch, he might bleed from his nose. So before he made a fool of himself, Su Maoyang cleverly looked away. Although he was not looking at him, Su Maoyang was still quietly paying attention to his movements. Seeing that he finally put down his chopsticks, Su Maoyang's heart was also relieved. However, before she could catch her breath, Emperor Yin approached her again and touched her forehead. It's still a little hot. The medicine can't be stopped. Su Maoyang felt a strange and pleasant male scent coming towards her, and she was even more embarrassed. She thought to herself, it's not her forehead that's hot. It's clearly his actions that made her hot. Not knowing whether it was because of nervousness or drinking too much soup, Su Maoyang suddenly felt the urge to urinate, and said awkwardly, Emperor Yin, can you let Eunuch Su come in? If you have anything to say, just tell me directly, Emperor Yin said. Su Maoyang was speechless and anxious. I can't explain it to you clearly. Please let Eunuch Su come in. Emperor Yin looked at her expression and had some guesses. He didn't smile, but there was obviously more smile in his eyes. He directly ordered, come on. Bring in a toilet. By the way, you are so badly injured. Can you take off your pants by yourself? Emperor Yin looked at her hand with some doubt. Chapter 2473 Familiar Feeling. Su Maoyang blushed instantly when she heard such a blatant question. But then she thought, there is no maid here. So who helped her solve the problem of going to the toilet when she was unconscious? With such doubts, Su Maoyang suddenly tightened her skin and asked nervously, was it Eunuch Su who helped me before? Eunuch Su, as a eunuch, cannot be classified as a man. Su Maoyang thought about it, and only Eunuch Su was the most likely. However, Emperor Yin shook his head seriously. Seeing this, Su Maoyang's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. He immediately had a bad premonition. No, it's not Eunuch Su. Then who is it? It can't be Emperor Yin. Right? It's just that she didn't dare to ask the second half of the sentence. But the look and tone of wanting to say something but not being able to say it were already quite obvious. Emperor Yin smiled lightly, which made Su Maoyang feel uneasy. It undoubtedly confirmed her guess. She immediately blushed with shame and anger, and pointed at him and was about to curse. You, who knew that before she could curse. Emperor Yin ordered outside. Let Ouyang Xie come over. Eunuch Su, who was waiting outside the door, received the order, suppressed his smile and responded with a yes, and then went to find someone with a brisk pace. Su Maoyang paused when he heard Ouyang Xie's name, and was about to ask who this person was. But the old man Jinjuan gave a very sensible explanation, knowing that it had been a woman who helped him change clothes and wipe his body, and served him when he went to the toilet. Su Maoyang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and calmed down. Emperor Yin saw Su Maoyang's relieved expression, which made him laugh even more. and teased, "Who do you think it is?" Su Maoyang twitched her lips awkwardly and smiled stiffly. I guess it's Ouyang Xie too. You have lost your memory. Do you still remember Ouyang Xie?" Emperor Yin seemed not to let her go and continued to tease. "I suddenly remembered something. Isn't it okay?" Su Maoyang was angry and retorted stubbornly. Emperor Yin saw through it but didn't expose it. Just smiled and stopped making things difficult for her. "In that case, I won't bother you to reminisce about the past. I will leave for the Great Yin Dynasty in a few days, and you can talk today." After that, Emperor Yin rubbed her hair lovingly and turned around to leave the room. But before he could step out of the door, he was stopped by Su Maoyang's sudden question. "Emperor Yin, have I been seriously injured before? And you also take care of me like today? I always feel that this scene is very familiar, as if I have experienced it before." Su Maoyang felt that she had forgotten very important people and things. But she didn't forget this familiar feeling. The old Jinjuan and the spirit beasts, such as Tianmo Martin in the space, did not expect her to ask such a question. And they were all on edge. When they were in the dark area of Yunlu, Jun Haocong did take care of Su Maoyang like this. And they also had such a fight because of the problem of going to the toilet. I didn't expect that Su Maoyang could still evoke familiar feelings after forgetting everything. This keen perception is unparalleled. However, Yindi's thoughts at this moment were completely different from those of the old Jinjuan. Perhaps he recalled something in the past, and the hidden emotions in his eyes flashed away. He was stunned for a long time before he hummed in response. In her last life, she suffered a lot, and he did take care of her so carefully. But it was a pity that she had forgotten it all. Su Maoyang heard Emperor Yin admit it himself, and wanted to ask about the details. But Emperor Yin walked out of the room without giving her a chance to speak. At this moment, looking at the empty door, Su Maoyang couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Could that very important person be Emperor Yin? Are all those important things related to him? Time flies. 5 days have passed. Su Maoyang was carefully taken care of by Emperor Yin, served with good food and medicine. And the bones in her feet were almost healed, and she could walk on the ground. But she still needed someone to support her, and she couldn't walk for too long. So Emperor Yin still advocated rest. Therefore, the schedule of returning to the Great Yin Dynasty was suddenly pressed in front of her. Knowing that Su Maoyang was going back to recuperate, Ouyang Xie, Wei Qinghe, Mo Yin, Ran Xingwan, Yun Qi, Yin Muqing and others came to see her off in person. In fact, they wanted to visit Su Maoyang long before, but Emperor Yin ordered not to disturb her, so no one dared to get close to her. Now that they finally saw her and were about to part, everyone naturally couldn't miss such a scene and rushed over. Su Maoyang had completely forgotten about them, and suddenly saw so many unfamiliar faces, and she was a little restrained at first. Fortunately, they were enthusiastic and kept talking and laughing with her, and soon they got closer. It's just that some people and some things can't be mentioned, and everyone never mentioned them. Su Maoyang tried to talk for a long time, but didn't get anything unusual. So she completely accepted the truth that Yin Di said and her identity as the general of Zhenhuang. Yin Di saw that they were chatting enthusiastically, and it was rare to see Su Maoyang smile, and his mood became brighter. He didn't urge her to board the ship, but just waited quietly. But Su Maoyang, as a minister, did not dare to let Emperor Yin wait too long. After saying goodbye to everyone, she boarded the spiritual boat with the help of Eunuch Su, because the journey was long and she had to stay on the spiritual boat for 2 months. Emperor Yin arranged the most comfortable lounge for Su Maoyang. You should know that even Emperor Yin's own room was second to none, which shows what kind of treatment Su Maoyang was given. So Su Maoyang was flattered and kept refusing. But her attitude had no meaning to Emperor Yin. Once Emperor Yin gave an order, there was no reason to take it back. In the end, she compromised under Emperor Yin's forced request. In addition to Eunuch Su and Emperor Yin, 4 imperial doctors were also equipped with her on the way back. It is said that there were only 7 imperial doctors in the prehistoric war, and now 4 were taken away at once to treat her. For such treatment, Su Maoyang was grateful, and she wanted to worship Emperor Yin as a bodhisattva. So in front of Emperor Yin, even though Su Maoyang was physically inconvenient, she still forced herself to perform a great salute. Your Majesty treats me so well. I don't know how to repay you. Emperor Yin glanced at her deeply, raised the corners of his lips, and smiled casually. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Maoyang didn't know what Emperor Yin was thinking. She just thought he was talking about serving the country and the king, and immediately clasped her fists and said solemnly, "Yes, I will serve your majesty until I die. There's no need to die. Just live well for me. Your life has cost me a lot of money and material resources. You can't let me do a losing business." Emperor Yin joked. Su Maoyang smiled and nodded. "Of course. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. If you need anything, just tell Eunuch Su." Emperor Yin knew that she needed more rest now, so he told her a few words and left the room tactfully. Su Maoyang was lying on such a comfortable couch, and soon she felt sleepy and fell asleep. But she had a very strange dream. In the dream, the sound of the piano was melodious, like silk in the wind, floating with the wind, and like drizzling rain, refreshing and beautiful like the sound of nature, making people unable to help but fall into it. The strange thing is that although she heard the melody of the piano for the first time, it seemed as if she had heard it countless times. Every note made her feel familiar and kind, and her mood became stable and happy. This sleep was extremely sweet. Chapter 2474. Teach her to play the piano. She slept for a whole day and night, and Su Maoyang woke up slowly the next night. She didn't know whether it was because of the good sleep or the dream, but she felt refreshed and energetic, without any signs of fatigue. However, just when Su Maoyang woke up from a dream and was still savoring the piano music in the dream, the sound of the piano really came from outside. This feeling was like not dreaming, but really experiencing it. Su Maoyang was startled and immediately turned over and got off the bed. She didn't even have time to put on her coat before she walked out of the room and came to the deck. It was late at night, and the evening breeze was blowing. She felt a gust of coolness coming from the room when she came out of the room. But she didn't care about the cold anymore, and all her eyes and attention were attracted by the figure in the moonlight. He wore a blue robe and a snow-white cape. He sat behind a long zither with a slender and elegant figure. His eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and his lines were soft. Under the moonlight, his skin was like white porcelain, delicate and flawless, and noble. His long hair, which was usually tied up, was now floating freely behind him, hanging down to his bare feet, like a fairy walking out of a painting, so beautiful that it was breathtaking. His slender and distinct fingers gently stroked the strings of the zither. The melodious and graceful sound of the zither was clearly in his ears, but Su Maoyang felt that it was very far away, as if it came from the ancient times, like a warm current flowing through her heart, causing ripples in the long-forgotten touch. Unfortunately, she tried to recall for a long time, but still could not find any memory of Emperor Yin. In addition, the piano music in front of her was completely different from the melody in her dream. Perhaps she was really just dreaming just now, and it was because of listening to the piano music of Emperor Yin that she had a strange and wonderful dream. Although the sound of the piano in reality and in dreams is very different, the scene in front of her is so beautiful that Su Maoyang held her breath in amazement, fearing that she would break this beautiful scenery and artistic conception. As a result, she stopped and eavesdropped for a long time, and was still immersed in it until the end of the song, unable to extricate herself. Emperor Yin had already discovered her existence, chuckled, and teased, "If you like to listen to my piano, you can tell me openly. There is no need to be sneaky." Su Maoyang woke up instantly when she heard the voice, and hurriedly bowed her head and saluted. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I didn't mean to disturb your Majesty's piano playing. I just heard the piano and was a little curious." "No problem. But you? Why did you run out without putting on your clothes?" Emperor Yin saw that she was only wearing a thin inner garment, frowned slightly, suddenly stood up, strode over, and neatly took off his cloak and wrapped it around her. Su Maoyang was flattered and wanted to refuse. "Your Majesty, you can't do that. You haven't recovered yet, so you can't be exposed to the cold wind. This is an order." Emperor Yin's voice was serious and could not be refused. Su Maoyang had no choice but to agree. "Yes, I obey your order." Emperor Yin looked down at the furry head in front of him. His eyes gradually softened, and asked softly, "Did I disturb your rest?" Su Maoyang waved his hands hurriedly. "No, no. Your Majesty's piano sounded like a lingering sound, which made me sleep very sweetly. I wish I could listen to more songs. How could I disturb you?" Emperor Yin curled his lips slightly. "Since you like to listen, I can play it for you every day for your hard work and great contributions. I am afraid How dare I trouble your majesty to do it yourself? Su Maoyong felt that it was inappropriate, and lowered his posture even lower. Emperor Yin raised his hand to help her up. Don't feel burdened. I like to play the piano and chess to pass the time on weekdays. Not just for you. Come to think of it, you were also a talented musician before. But it's a pity that you have forgotten everything. Hearing this, Su Maoyong looked at him with some surprise, and then asked the old man Jinjuan in the space for confirmation. Senior, was I a musician before? Yes. You contracted the dragon piano at the beginning, and were fortunate to get the inheritance of Bingyushan. You finally cultivated to the 7th level, and used this unique skill to defeat the genius of the life and death realm at that time. Now you have forgotten it completely, which is really a pity. The old man Jinjuan also sighed with regret. Su Maoyong guessed that he could be named the general of Zhenhuang, and he also repelled the siege of the 2 realms of life and death and demon moon realm. His strength must be very strong. Now he heard the old man Jinjuan mention it, and his heart was even more touched. It turns out that she has such a talent in playing the piano, since she has the foundation, the dragon piano, and there is an amazing musician in front of her. Everything is ready. Why not pick it up again? Su Maoyong immediately had an idea, looking at Emperor Yin with expectation. Your Majesty, although I have forgotten it, I can learn it again. You are a great piano player, and I have an unwelcome request. Teach you to play the piano? Emperor Yin guessed her intention by hearing her tone. Su Maoyong nodded like pounding garlic. Yes, if I am lucky enough to get your Majesty's guidance, I will definitely remember it soon. Emperor Yin was willing to teach her when he saw that she was willing to learn. Okay, I can teach you, but you also have to take medicine and heal your injuries immediately and get better soon. Thank you, Your Majesty. Su Maoyong opened his eyes wide in surprise and bowed again. Yendi smiled, sat down again, picked up the strings, played another song, and then waved to her. Come here. Su Maoyong came to sit beside him obediently, listened to his explanation carefully, and occasionally tried to experience it herself. Time passed in a flash, and 2 months passed unknowingly. During this period, Su Maoyong practiced the piano with Yendi during the day, practiced martial arts at night, and listened to the old man Jinjuan talking about the things in this world. Therefore, she gradually had a deeper understanding of the Sunluo realm, and also regained her martial arts and mental methods. Although she forgot a lot of things, her body's instincts were not forgotten, so it was very smooth to relearn martial arts. Moreover, under the guidance of Yendi, she finally had systematic knowledge in terms of piano music. After all, although she could play the piano before, she was self-taught and played the divine pattern in her own way. But now it is different. With such a powerful musician like Yendi teaching her step by step, she has become more professional on the original basis. In addition, after 2 months of getting along day and night, Su Maoyong also had a deeper understanding of Emperor Yin. She found that Emperor Yin was unfathomable, and he knew everything about astronomy, geography, music, chess, calligraphy and painting. He was gentle and kind in character, and treated people well. He was so perfect that it seemed unreal. Every time he taught her to play the piano, Su Maoyong felt particularly natural and familiar, as if he had taught her hand in hand before, which often made her feel dazed. But such a peaceful life was always short-lived, and the spirit boat soon sailed into the imperial city of the Great Yin dynasty. Emperor Yin returned to the court with such a great victory in the prehistoric war, and naturally the whole country celebrated and was full of joy. Civil and military officials had already been waiting at the entrance of the palace, lined up to welcome Emperor Yin. Even the concubines in the harem were looking forward to it in the team under the scorching sun. After all, they rarely saw Emperor Yin on weekdays. Now I can take this opportunity to see the person I have been thinking about day and night. Chapter 2475 Promotion. Dongfan Liyue, standing among the concubines, was worried about Su Maoyong's condition. Although Emperor Yin sent someone back to report her safety some time ago, she was always uneasy before she saw him after learning that Junhao Song had died tragically, and Su Maoyong was seriously injured and had forgotten the past. As for Concubine Shu, who was standing aside, she had other thoughts and sighed in a yin-yang tone. Concubine Yu is really enviable. She has such a capable and powerful sister, and she was so quickly awarded the title of concubine. Such favor is the first in the palace. 2 months ago, Emperor Yin sent someone back to report the news and brought the imperial edict to confer the title of Dauphin Liue. When they got such news at that time, everyone in the palace was shocked to the extreme. After all, she was promoted directly from a beauty to one of the 4 concubines. Such speed and such favor almost surpassed concubining back then. So even though they knew Dauphin Liue would be promoted, they didn't expect it to be so soon. And her position was so high that she was on par with them. As one of the 3 concubines, Xu Fei was naturally unhappy. Dauphin Liue had lived in the palace for such a long time, and she had more or less understood the temperaments of these concubines. When Xu Fei opened her mouth, she knew that she wanted to sow discord between her and the other concubines. She immediately smiled and replied, "You are too kind, Madame Xu Fei. If this is the first favor, then where do you put Madame Gui Fei and Madame Ming Fei?" Dauphin Liue's words were not polite. She was no longer as servile and cautious as before, and she pointed out Xu Fei's ulterior motives, which immediately choked Xu Fei's face and made her angry. The imperial concubine and concubining are naturally blessed with great fortune and long-lasting favors, but it is rare for someone like you, concubine you, to rise from a beauty. You are the first among the lower-ranking concubines. Since Dauphin Liue did not give her face, concubine Xu had nothing to worry about, and directly mocked Dauphin Liue for her humble birth. Concubine Duan saw the 2 people competing with each other and laughed in her heart. She could not help but fan the flames and said, "Concubine you, why should you be so modest? I heard that the reason why His Majesty returned to the palace early this time was all to heal Dauphin Junmo's injuries. He also sent people back to the palace early to take care of everything, and even ordered that all food, clothing and daily necessities should be prepared with the best. Now you have also been promoted to a concubine by so many levels. There are indeed few people in the palace who can match such treatment." Although Imperial Concubine Li was dissatisfied with Dauphin Liue, she was even more unhappy with the weirdness of Concubine Duan and Concubine Xu. Jealousy, or perhaps unwilling to admit the fact that Emperor Yin was overly concerned about Dauphin Junmo. She retorted on the spot, "What are you talking about? Dauphin Junmo won a victory for the great Yin dynasty and made great contributions to His Majesty. His Majesty is benevolent and righteous, and it is reasonable for His Majesty to reward and sympathize with meritorious officials. It's just that he gave her a little more care and conferred her a concubine. Is it worth your jealousy?" After being scolded by Concubine Li, Concubine Duan dared not say anything. But she knew in her heart that Concubine Li was the most uncomfortable, because Concubine Li was deeply in love with Emperor Yin. Although she was a concubine in these years, she did not receive much preferential treatment from Emperor Yin, and it was even difficult to see her face at ordinary times. Only concubining received favor for a few years, but it was fleeting, and it was gone with the wind. Not to mention that there is now a new favorite, Dauphin Liue. If Dauphin Liue was a person of noble birth and presentable, Concubine Li might feel better. But the key point is that she is a homeless girl picked up by the Ji family, and now she is more favored than a concubine. Isn't this a slap in her face? Therefore, every word and sentence from Concubine Xu and Concubine Duan hit her in the heart. And no matter how good her temper was, she couldn't help getting angry. However, what Concubine Xu and Concubine Duan wanted to see was her getting angry. Dauphin Liue was now one of the 4 concubines, on an equal footing with him. They couldn't attack her directly, so they had to use Concubine Li as a knife. Concubine Li was no longer favored, but she was also a concubine, above Concubine Yu. So it was much easier for her to teach Dauphin Liue a lesson than him. Thinking of this, Concubine Xu still unwillingly interjected. What the concubine said is that Dauphin Junmo has made great contributions, and His Majesty will naturally take more care of her. What's more, I heard that she is a rare and stunning beauty, with such outstanding strength and appearance. It is normal for His Majesty to look up to her a little bit. Although these women live in the deep palace, they have many sources of information, and have already inquired about Dauphin Junmo's affairs clearly. It is said that she changed her appearance, and later restored her original appearance. She turned out to be a first-class beauty. How can such a person not be feared? Concubine Li did not like to hear this, and she turned her face on the spot and scolded. "I have seen many beauties, but which one has caught your Majesty's eye? Isn't concubining also very beautiful? But your Majesty still ignored her? Is she more beautiful than concubining?" Shuga Muing is already considered a top beauty in the Xianshan realm. Concubine Li has lived for so many years, and met so many people. But she has never seen anyone more beautiful than Concubine Ing, a lowly maid who ran away from some remote village. No matter how beautiful she is, can she be as well maintained as the daughters of rich families and ladies from wealthy families like them? Concubine Li said that in terms of temperament and demeanor alone, Dongfang Junmo cannot compare. Concubine Ing didn't expect that Concubine Li would be so angry that she would talk about her without restraint. Her already cold face became even colder. She had never taken Dongfang Liu and Dongfang Junmo seriously from the beginning to the end. Now she was compared with them, and she felt a little disgusted. The concubines each had their own plans, and before they knew it, the spirit boat had sailed into everyone's sight from a distance. Seeing the spirit boat land, the ministers knelt down, and the voices of welcoming Emperor Yin continued from the palace gate to the city gate. The momentum was huge and quite spectacular. This time, the Xianshan realm defeated the other two realms in the prehistoric land. It was the first victory, which was undoubtedly exciting. So the admiration for Emperor Yin was like a torrent of water, until Emperor Yin led Su Maoyan off the boat. The respectful voice still echoed in his ears for a long time. Su Maoyan witnessed such a spectacular scene for the first time since she lost her memory. In her heart, she was even more convinced that what the old man Jinjuan said was true. In the eyes of the common people, Emperor Yin was indeed a godlike existence in the great Yin dynasty, with great prestige. Their admiration for him also deepened unconsciously. But while Su Maoyan was shocked by the scene, the civil and military officials and concubines were also shocked by her appearance. Although they had heard that she was a stunning beauty, they were still deeply shocked when they saw her with their own eyes. Her long silver hair exuded a faint silver glow in the sun. Her snow-white skin and her rosy little mouth were like a red plum blossom blooming on the crystal clear snow. So beautiful that it was shocking. And her pair of proud and brilliant eyes, like a phoenix, were so bright and beautiful that people could not take their eyes away. Not only was she so beautiful, she was also wearing a blue robe with a snow-white fur coat. She was graceful and radiant, and walked over with the support of eunuch Su. She was as elegant and graceful as an empress, and her manners were so graceful that people were stunned on the spot. Chapter 2476. It's just a substitute. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Emperor Yin was so worried about Dongfang Junmo, and had to go to great lengths to personally escort her back to the palace to heal her wounds. No wonder Dongfang Liu received such a great favor, and was directly promoted to the position of concubine. She has lived a more carefree life than Concubine Li during this period. With such a beautiful and elegant sister, even if Dongfang Liu is not favored, her life will definitely not be much worse. After all, Emperor Yin is also a man, and he is also attracted by such a beauty. Isn't Zhuge Muing favored by Emperor Yin in this way before? But now, with such a comparison, Concubine Ing, who has always been stunningly beautiful, is also eclipsed in front of Dongfang Junmo. This is the first time they have seen a woman who is better than Zhuge Muing. Thinking of this, many people quietly looked at Zhuge Muing and observed her expression. Even Li Guifei, Duan Fei, and Xu Fei looked at Ing Fei and Dongfang Junmo, secretly comparing them. Li Guifei originally didn't take Dongfang Junmo seriously. She just thought that no matter how beautiful she was, Yin Di was never obsessed with beauty. Once the novelty wore off, Dongfang Junmo would be nothing. But she didn't expect that she would be so beautiful. She was not inferior to Yin Di when walking side by side. Instead, they were harmoniously matched. It was as if they were born to be a pair. And Dongfang Junmo was born to be the queen of the great Yin dynasty. Realizing this, Li Guifei was shocked by her own thoughts, and her eyes turned extremely unfriendly when she looked at Dongfang Junmo. Xu Fei was a patient and smooth person. When she saw Dongfang Junmo get off the boat, she didn't show any unhappiness in her heart. She pretended to be happy and shouted, "Thank God! Our great hero finally returned safely. But I heard that General Dongfang was seriously injured. I don't know if his body is recovered. Is he used to living in the wild land?" She knew that Emperor Yin was always indifferent to them, and did not like them to flatter him deliberately. So Xu Fei cleverly changed the person she was concerned about to Dongfang Junmo. Because even if she did not like Dongfang Junmo, he had made great contributions, and was canonized as the great general of Zhenhuang, and was highly valued by Emperor Yin. As a concubine, she cared about the meritorious officials, which always showed her virtuous, generous, gentle and considerate side, which was more likely to win the favor of Emperor Yin than directly trying to please him. Sure enough, Xu Fei was smart, and she attracted the slightly approving eyes of Emperor Yin with just a few words. Su Maoyang had long forgotten who Xu Fei was. He looked at her in confusion. Seeing that she was wearing palace clothes and looked beautiful, he guessed that she was probably a concubine of high status. He smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, madam. I am fine now. I should be well again after resting for a while." "That's good. That's good. You just recovered from a serious illness, so you really need to rest," Xu Fei said, and then her eyes turned to Emperor Yin. "Now General Dongfang has made great contributions. Your Majesty has only conferred the title of General Dongfang, but has not yet rewarded him with a mansion. The general must have been very tired from traveling by boat. Your Majesty, please don't tire the general out." Xu Fei's words seemed to show concern for Su Maoyang, but everyone could understand the meaning behind her words. She was reminding His Majesty that since Dongfang Junmo had been conferred the title of general, she was no longer a maid beside Dongfang Liyue, and naturally had to have her own house. No matter what, Dongfang Junmo is a woman after all, neither a maid nor a concubine in a harem, so there is no reason for her to live in the palace. Xu Fei sounded like she was thinking about Dongfang Junmo, but secretly she was guarding against Dongfang Junmo entering the palace as a concubine. After all, no one wants to see a fairy-like woman wandering around in front of their man. Although concubine Duan and concubine Xu are not of the same kind, they are surprisingly consistent in this regard. She nodded repeatedly and agreed. Yes, General Dongfang has made great contributions to our great Yin dynasty this time. He is a great benefactor of our great Yin dynasty and must be rewarded, since General Dongfang has no place to stay now. Your Majesty cannot treat General Dongfang unfairly. You must reward him with a feng shui treasure land so that he can take good care of himself. No need. No place is as convenient as the palace. Besides, she just came back and must have a lot of intimate things to say to concubine Yu. Let her live in concubine Yu's Yahua palace, with concubine Yu taking care of her. I am relieved." Emperor Yin made a decision on Dongfang Junmo's destination in a casual manner, which immediately choked concubine Xu and concubine Duan. It is obvious that Emperor Yin never thought of letting Dongfang Junmo leave the palace from the beginning, let alone rewarding her with a mansion. Could this woman be the next favored concubine? Others were secretly thinking about Emperor Yin's intention. But Emperor Yin himself touched Su Maoyang's head without much concern and said intimately, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the palace, and you can take a look later. If you need anything, I'll ask Eunuch Su to prepare it." Su Maoyang was a little resistant to this action at first, but after 2 months of getting along day and night, Su Maoyang got used to it. Perhaps Emperor Yin treated her like a sister because she was young, not to mention that he had taught her a lot during this period of time as both a teacher and a friend. The relationship between the two has become much closer, and it is understandable that they behave more intimately. But this scene was terrifying to others. You have to know that when Emperor Yin doted on concubine Ying, he was not so intimate in public. Moreover, Emperor Yin had to personally send Dongfang Junmo back to the palace. Such treatment was simply against the will of heaven. Everyone secretly took a breath of cold air, staring at Su Maoyang as if he was looking at a monster. Concubine Li was already annoyed by Dongfang Junmo's outstandingness. Seeing Emperor Yin's attitude, it was even more alarming. She immediately said, "Your Majesty, you are tired from the journey. How can you send her personally? Let me send a sedan chair to send her back to the palace." "No need. She and I have been on the boat for a long time, and it is not easy to land, so it is better to walk around. Besides, my bedroom is very close to Yahua Palace, just a few steps away. It is not hard at all." Emperor Yin refused, and walked into the palace gate without waiting for concubine Li to continue persuading. Dongfang Liyue saw this. Although she was shocked by Emperor Yin's attitude, she dared not say anything or ask anything, and immediately stepped forward to help Su Maoyang up, and hurriedly followed. Even if they did not dare to trouble Emperor Yin to see them off in person, they had no right to refuse since Emperor Yin had said so, and could only accept it silently. Concubine Li stood there with her mouth open, her words stuck in her throat, unable to spit or swallow. She was so angry that she almost bit her teeth, and she just stared at Su Maoyang's back with hatred, wishing she could stare a hole in her eyes. Seeing that Concubine Li was humiliated, Concubine Xu was gloating, and was afraid that the world would not be in chaos. She said, This Donphan Junmo is really capable. It has only been a short time, but he has already bewitched Emperor Yin and even ignored you. Concubine. The day when he climbs over our heads and shows off his power is not far away. Concubine Li was so angry that her face turned black when she heard her say this. Just when she was about to explode, she heard the silent Concubine sneer. Haha. No matter how high he jumps, he is just a substitute. Chapter 2477. They are all just pitiful people. After hearing what Yingfei said, Concubine Li looked a little strange. What do you mean? Yingfei? No meaning. I just saw a clown and thought it was funny. Yingfei answered in a vague way. And her indifferent look made Concubine Li and others feel angry. She is always like this. Not caring about anything. Being so noble that she seems to be untainted by dust. Always standing aside and watching other people's jokes. Emperor Yin has already ignored her. And I don't know who she is being hypocritical to. Concubine Li couldn't stand her like this. And couldn't help but sneer. After all, she is a general who suppresses the wilderness. Has military merits. A reputation. And is valued by His Majesty. Even if she can't be a concubine, she still has a bright future. If this is considered a clown, then what are we? The birds trapped in this red wall? She didn't say Yingfei directly, but the meaning was no different from saying Yingfei. Everyone knows that Concubine Ying has great ambitions, but she is a canary, and she is dissatisfied. So in the eyes of Concubine Li, Concubine Ying is not even as good as a clown. Concubine Ying was not annoyed, as if she was used to such sarcasm, and just glanced at the direction where Su Maoyang left. She was somewhat puzzled before, but now that she saw Donphan Junmo with her own eyes, she found that she looked 60% similar to herself. And she finally understood it. In fact, everyone said that she pretended to be noble, didn't know what was good for her, and gave Emperor Yin a cold face. But they didn't know that she was the one who was let down. And Donphan Junmo will be the next one. But he will never be the last one. They are all poor people. Thinking of this, Shuga Muying had a faint sneer on her lips, and left after saying who is more noble than who? This made Xu Fei and Duan Fei confused, and even more confused. My lady, what do you think Yingfei meant? Duan Fei narrowed her eyes, and asked Li Guifei. Li Guifei snorted coldly and said unhappily, what else can it mean? I think she is jealous that someone has taken away her style and her favor. And she said some sour words to vent her dissatisfaction. Duan Fei had to nod her head reasonably after hearing this. Yingfei was born beautiful, and has always been a standout among all the concubines. But now there is a more outstanding one who suppresses her. How can she feel good? Yingfei deserves what she has today. Although Li Guifei hated Donphan Junmo, she had a deep grudge with Yingfei. Seeing her mortal enemy unhappy, she still felt happy. Concubine Duan and Concubine Shu did not dare to offend people so blatantly, but just stood aside and laughed dryly. After all, they were not like Concubine Li, who had the position of concubine and the domineering Wei family. They could not afford to offend the Zhuge family. Su Maoyang, who was led back to Yaohua Palace by Emperor Yin, did not know that he had become a thorn in the eyes of others in the blink of an eye. He heard Donphan Liyue chattering all the way. Junimo, I have benefited from you this time. His Majesty not only made me a concubine, but also rewarded me with Yaohua Palace. You don't know how magnificent this Yaohua Palace is. The land is much larger than the previous Yongle Palace. Moreover, no one lives in the west and east side halls. I am the only master in the whole palace. I felt it was very lonely before. Now that you are here, I finally have someone to accompany me. You know, Yaohua Palace is the palace with the best geographical location, the best scenery, and the most magnificent decoration, except for the Queen Zikuan Palace. And it is very close to the Emperor Yan's bedroom. It is the dream residence of almost all concubines. But now it has been awarded to Donphan Liyue by Emperor Yin. Such a favor makes many people jealous. But Donphan Liyue understands that all this is due to Su Maoyang. It's a pity that she completed the task perfectly, but lost her beloved and her previous memories. But it's better to forget it and start over, which is better than dying in depression. Su Maoyang listened to her muttering so much, and was also infected by her happy and excited mood. In fact, she has learned a lot about Donphan Liyue from the old man Jinjuan. And now she feels very close to him when she sees him in person. But when she asked about the past, Donphan Liyue always evaded the question and was unwilling to talk about it. Instead, she was curious about her interesting things on the road. Su Maoyang was so annoyed that she told him about learning to play the piano from Emperor Yin. Dongfang Liu was shocked when she heard this. She said to Emperor Yin with envy, "Your Majesty, I never knew you could play the piano. You can't be partial. You taught Jun Mo to play the piano. So I want to." After she finished speaking, Dongfang Liu realized that she had gone too far and was about to apologize. She didn't know if she was so happy that she was dizzy, seeing Emperor Yin accompanying her all the way and his gentle attitude. She actually forgot about his identity. However, before Dongfang Liu could finish her words, Emperor Yin agreed without thinking. "Okay, I will come to teach you when I am free." Dongfang Liu heard this and suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Emperor Yin in disbelief. She actually saw a faint smile on Emperor Yin's lips, which seemed to sparkle dazzlingly under the sunlight. Perhaps the picture was too beautiful. She was a little dazed for a moment, and couldn't tell whether it was reality or a dream. "Jun Mo, did I hear it right? His Majesty said he would come to teach me to play the piano?" Dongfang Liu was flattered and grabbed Su Maoyang's hand and exclaimed. Su Mo smiled and nodded. "Yes, you heard it right." However, Su Maoyang felt that it was a bit troublesome for Emperor Yin. "It's just that His Majesty is busy every day, and it's troublesome enough to take care of these for us. How can His Majesty worry about these trivial matters? There was no government affairs to be busy on the ship before. But now that he has returned to the palace, there are a lot of things waiting for him to deal with. So how can he have the leisure and elegance to teach them to play the piano? They have received so many favors from Emperor Yin. So it's better to be knowledgeable and interesting, compared to you risking your life to help me get the Samsara stone back. These little things are insignificant. You don't need to take it to heart," Emperor Yin said indifferently. Su Maoyang saw that he rewarded her generously and treated his friends well. He was so considerate and thoughtful. She didn't know what to say for a moment. It seemed that all words seemed pale at this moment. It was better to accept it frankly. "Then thank you, Your Majesty. Here, go in and take a look and see if you like it." Emperor Yin curled his lips and couldn't help touching her hair. Dongfang Liu felt strange when she saw such an intimate action before. Now, no matter how careless she was, she could smell something unusual. Emperor Yin seemed to be a little too friendly to Su Maoyang. Even if they were meritorious officials, they didn't have to be so close. But she didn't dare to say these words in front of Emperor Yin. So she had to hide her thoughts, and pulled Su Maoyang into Yahua Palace to introduce the situation in the palace. The palace maids and eunuchs of Yahua Palace knew that Dongfang Junmo was coming, and they had been waiting at the door with full vigilance. When they saw Dongfang Liu and Dongfang Junmo coming in, they immediately stepped forward to salute. Who knew that as soon as they looked up, they saw Emperor Yin walking in closely behind them. They were all shocked and knelt down one after another. They knew that the Dongfang sisters were the favorites of His Majesty, but they never thought that Emperor Yin would personally accompany Dongfang Junmo back to Yahua Palace. Such treatment was intriguing. Chapter 2478. Do I like Emperor Yin? Thinking of this, the maids buried their heads deeper in fear. They were shocked that Emperor Yin was accompanying them personally. But Su Maoyang was shocked by the number of maids and eunuchs in front of them. At a glance, there were 30 maids and 20 eunuchs kneeling on the ground. She had never known that she and Dongfang Liu would need so many people to serve them. It was almost as many as the Queen's procession. Your Majesty, how can we need so many people? Will it be? Su Maoyang twitched his lips and looked at Emperor Yin with some shame. You were seriously injured this time. It's better to have more people take care of you. If you don't like too many people getting close to you, let them do some rough work outside the palace, Emperor Yin said indifferently. Dongfang Liu knew that Emperor Yin had a good conscience, and hurriedly advised, Jun Mo, you almost lost your life before. If you have more people to serve you, your body will get better faster. Anyway, our Yahua Palace is big, and it won't be a problem to have another 100 people, not to mention the few people in front of you. Emperor Yin is kind, so don't refuse. Su Maoyang was afraid of being too conspicuous, but Emperor Yin and Dongfang Liu had said so. If she had any objections, she would be ungrateful, so she had to let them arrange it. Eunuch Su knew what Emperor Yin was thinking. Seeing Su Maoyang making a fuss, he couldn't help but smile and comforted. Miss Junimo, your future wealth is still to come. These are nothing. Just accept it with peace of mind. Seeing that Eunuch Su smiled at Su Maoyang with a flattering face, his words were hinting at something. Dongfang Liu suddenly understood the key and looked at Emperor Yin deeply. At this moment, Emperor Yin's eyes were looking at Su Maoyang gently, faintly, but it was impossible to ignore. At this moment, Dongfang Liu actually saw a kind of deep affection in Emperor Yin's eyes that only had her in his eyes, and everything else was empty. Did she see it wrong? Thinking of this, Dongfang Liu couldn't help rubbing her eyes, and Emperor Yin's gentle and doting eyes became clearer, like a blow to the head, making Dongfang Liu's whole body energetic. Did Emperor Yin fall in love with Su Maoyang? What started this feeling? But Dongfang Liu hadn't figured it out yet, and Emperor Yin interrupted her train of thought. Concubine you. I'll trouble you to take care of Jun Mo during this period. I will come to see you when I am free. Perhaps there was something important to do, Emperor Yin said, and left Yelhua Palace quickly. Dongfang Liu was left stunned, chewing on the words just now. Yes. Yes. Emperor Yin's words were full of concern for Su Maoyang. And she, a legitimate concubine, seemed a lot more alienated. And she was asked to take care of him. She and Su Maoyang were sisters, so it was her duty to take care of him. Why did he say it so awkwardly? It was as if they were the close ones, and she and Su Maoyang were the outsiders, so he had to ask her to help take care of him. I don't know if she was overly sensitive or it was really as she thought. Dongfang Liu always felt that Emperor Yin's attitude towards Su Maoyang was very subtle. I just don't know what Su Maoyang was thinking. What are you thinking about? Are you so absorbed in it? Don't you want to go in? Su Maoyang called Dongfang Liu twice, but there was no response. She pulled her hand in confusion. Dongfang Liu immediately came back to her senses, smiled and nodded, and then ordered the palace maids and servants who were kneeling on the ground. You guys go and get busy. General Dongfang and I have something to say. Don't come to the palace without calling you. After saying that, she pulled Su Maoyang into the house. Su Maoyang also had a lot of questions to ask her, so he followed her into the hall. As soon as they returned to the house, Dongfang Liu took her to look at her. Seeing that she was fine, she finally calmed down. I heard that you almost died in the wild land. I was scared. You are always like this. You dare to go to any dangerous place. What should I do if something happens to you? Su Maoyang saw that Dongfang Liu's face was red with anger. She must have been scared. She patted her hand guiltily. I'm fine. Such a serious injury has almost healed. You still said? If it weren't for Jun. Dongfang Liu was so angry that she almost blurted out Jun Haotsong's name. Suddenly, she thought of hiding it from Su Maoyang, so she reacted quickly and changed her words. If it weren't for Emperor Yin, you would have died long ago. I'm afraid I won't even see your body. Sun Yu, who was beside Su Maoyang, had sent a message to Chu Yin, who stayed in the Great Yin dynasty before, so Dongfang Liu knew about the process of Jun Haotsong's ashes. It is said that it was all thanks to Jun Haotsong that she blocked the attack and bought time to escape until Emperor Yin arrived. Otherwise, Su Maoyang would have been wiped out, even if she had not experienced it herself. She could imagine how dangerous it was. Su Maoyang and Jun Haotsong, who were both so fierce and perverted, had no power to fight back, which shows how terrifying Evil Sea Prison is. Su Maoyang thought that she had really relied on Emperor Yin during this period, and nodded with emotion. Yes, it was all thanks to Emperor Yin. Otherwise I might not have survived and come back alive. Having such a noble person should be a blessing for me. Dongfang Liu heard that she was full of gratitude to Emperor Yin, and that Emperor Yin seemed to have feelings for Su Maoyang again. She wanted to ask about the relationship between her and Emperor Yin, but she didn't know how to start. After all, it seemed a bit unkind to bring up the issue of feelings when Jun Haotsong had just died. Unexpectedly, before she asked, Su Maoyang asked first. Liu, tell me honestly, did I admire Emperor Yin before? Dongfang Liu didn't expect her to ask such a question suddenly, and was shocked. Why do you ask? Since I lost my memory, I always feel that I have forgotten a very important person, and my heart is empty. But I just can't remember who that person is. And Emperor Yin gives me a very familiar and kind feeling. So I guess, did I like Emperor Yin before? She didn't know why it was so natural to be with Emperor Yin, making her unable to help but rely on him and get close to him, as if they had been together for a long time. But they were in a monarch-minister relationship, and men and women should not be close to each other, so they should keep their distance. But he stroked her hair and taught her to play the strings. She did not reject these intimate actions at all. Instead, She felt friendly and familiar. As if it was supposed to be this way. Then there is only one reason to explain that she may like Yen Di and did not resist his physical contact. Perhaps Yen Di has always treated her as a sister. So he never broke this window paper. And the girl's mind is not known to outsiders. And other people should not know it. But Dongfang Liyue is Su Maoyang's good sister. So she placed her hopes on Dongfang Liyue, hoping to get some useful information from her. At this time, Dongfang Liyue was stumped by her question, facing the pair of curious and clear eyes in front of her that had not been infected by sadness. She still couldn't bear to confess Jun Haotsung's name. In a panic, she could only agree. Yes, you did like Yen Di before. Yen Di is such an outstanding person. It's hard not to like him. Chapter 2479, Accompany her for dinner. After hearing Dongfang Liyue's admission, Su Maoyang was sure of her thoughts and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder. She said why she and Emperor Yin got along so comfortably. It turned out to be because of admiration. Yes, Emperor Yin was knowledgeable, far-sighted, proficient in piano, chess, calligraphy and painting. His strength and character were all outstanding. Not to mention his temperament and appearance were so outstanding. Naturally popular with women. It was common sense that she admired such an outstanding man. Dongfang Liyue saw her look of realization. But she couldn't be happy in her heart. Perhaps because of preconceived notions. She couldn't accept that Su Maoyang liked Emperor Yin. But Jun Haotsung's death would eventually become a secret forever. And Su Maoyang always kept such a person in mind. And one day it would be exposed. So it would be better to fabricate a false memory. A false person. To confuse her and make her forget more thoroughly. So Emperor Yin was this false person. At least Emperor Yin was her savior. And he was considerate and caring to her. He was powerful and capable. And could protect her. It was better for her to misunderstand that he liked Emperor Yin than to misunderstand others. Besides, seeing that she had a good impression of Emperor Yin, Dongfang Liyue had no choice but to go along with it, thinking that it was for the sake of Su Maoyang's later life. The guilt she felt towards Jun Haotsung gradually disappeared. At this time, Dongfang Liyue was analyzing the interests involved. And she heard a palace maid outside reporting that Concubine had held a flower viewing banquet in the Imperial Garden to celebrate General Dongfang's triumphant return. She specially invited her and Dongfang Junmo to drink tea and enjoy the flowers. As soon as Dongfang Liyue heard this, she knew that the concubines headed by Concubine were just paying New Year's greetings to chickens with bad intentions. And she immediately refused and said she had no time. At the end, Dongfang Liyue was still mumbling with some dissatisfaction. You know that I just returned to the palace. I am exhausted. And I haven't even sat down yet. But you call people to the garden to watch them show off. You are full of bad intentions. Although Su Maoyang lost her memory, she also knew that those concubines were not easy to deal with. She smiled and shook her head. I came back so high profile. And Emperor Yin said so many people to serve me. Strictly speaking, it is against the rules. And it is inevitable that people will be jealous. They are also qualified to be jealous? Don't you see how much merit you have made? You have taken away the precious land of the prehistoric land that has been fought for many years. And you also helped Emperor Yin get the reincarnation stone. Such achievements are not comparable to those women who stay in the palace every day and only know how to be jealous. They are not even worthy of carrying your shoes. Dongfang Liyue spitted disdainfully, and did not take those concubines seriously at all. Of course, it was precisely because of Su Maoyang's achievements that she was sure that Emperor Yin would favor Su Maoyang. So she dared to ignore them like this. Forget it. Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with them. Dongfang Liyue was unwilling to go to the gods for a few outsiders. So she waved her hand listlessly, thinking that Su Maoyang might still be hungry. She immediately ordered loudly, I think it's getting late. Your Majesty should not be free to come tonight. Just order dinner? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard a low voice with a teasing tone coming from outside the palace. Who said I'm not free? Hearing the voice of Emperor Yin, Dongfang Liyue and Su Maoyang were both startled and immediately stood up to greet him. Your Majesty, how come you have time to come? Dongfang Liyue stared at him in surprise. It was normal that Emperor Yin had a lot of things to deal with when he just returned to the palace. But he didn't expect that he could still find time to come for dinner. Emperor Yin seemed to be in a good mood, curling his lips. Although it was Dongfang Liyue who asked. His eyes looked at Su Maoyang involuntarily. Why? Don't you welcome me? Donphan Liyue knew Emperor Yan's thoughts. And now she quickly caught the details of Emperor Yan's eyes. She understood everything in her heart, and waved her hands hurriedly. Your Majesty, you are joking. It is my honor to have a meal with your Majesty. I am so happy. Lame. Serve the meal quickly. No need. I have asked Eunuch Su to prepare it. Let's move to the dining room. Emperor Yin had already made arrangements, which saved Donphan Liyue the trouble. Donphan Liyue was delighted and immediately pulled Su Maoyang up to follow Emperor Yin to the dining room of the side hall and sit down. Su Maoyang was worried that he would miss the Emperor Yin's business. So he said, Your Majesty, you are so busy. There is really no need for you to take time out to accompany us for dinner. I just returned to the palace today, so I can take a break. I will be busy tomorrow. When you want me to accompany you, you may not have the chance. The Emperor Yin laughed and teased. Donphan Liyue was shocked. The Emperor Yin actually called himself I in front of Su Maoyang. It seems that he really cares about Su Maoyang. But Su Maoyang was used to the name. After all, the Emperor Yin had never put on an emperor's airs in front of her during this period. In her mind, it was as if the Emperor Yin should be like this. But as a foodie, Donphan Liyue was worried about the first meal, and all her thoughts fell on Su Maoyang and the Emperor Yin. She looked at the Emperor Yin picking up dishes for Su Maoyang with ease. It was obvious that he knew what Su Maoyang liked and didn't like to eat. He could see what she wanted with just a glance from Su Maoyang. Su Maoyang did not show any discomfort and enjoyed Yandi's care with peace of mind. It seemed that after spending these 2 months together day and night, they had already gotten used to this way of getting along. So they ate calmly. But Donphan Liyue was amazed and shocked. She had to admit that Yendi was indeed a person who was hard to refuse. His concern was like spring breeze and drizzle. Silent and pervasive. Wrapping you up without deliberate flattery. Everything was just right. Giving people a comfortable feeling. Su Maoyang was cared for by such an excellent man. So it was no wonder that she misunderstood that she admired Yendi. Forget it. It was a good thing to have such a careful and thoughtful person willing to take care of Su Maoyang. She should be happy. Putting aside her worries, Donphan Liyue finally finished the meal. Donphan Liyue was curious when she heard Su Maoyang say that Yendi was an amazing zither player. So after the meal, she begged Yendi to play a song for her to enjoy. Yendi might be in a good mood, but he really agreed and told Eunuch Su to put the guqin in the yard. Donphan Liyue was ready to watch the show, and she even ordered the maids to move the stools, prepare snacks, and pour tea, saying that she was afraid that Emperor Yin would be tired from playing and could have some tea to fill his stomach. But who knew that she fell asleep on the stone bench beside her before she finished listening to a song. Su Maoyang wanted to laugh at Donphan Liyue, saying that she was playing the lute to a cow. But she didn't know if the sound of the lute had a hypnotic effect. After listening to 2 songs, even she felt a little drowsy. Her sight of Emperor Yin gradually blurred and she fell asleep. When Emperor Yin saw that she fell asleep, he might have recalled something, and his eyes became deep and distant. But he couldn't hide the deep affection in his eyes, which eventually turned into a gentle smile, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. However, the sound of the lute in his hand did not stop, but the rhythm changed to another song. As soon as the melody came out, the old man Jinjuan in the space was shocked and his face changed. Chapter 2480 Past Dreams. This song, he had clearly heard it in the 8 gates, when Su Maoyang was injured during the test. The mysterious man named Yi Nantian played it for her to heal her. At that time, even he couldn't help but sigh that there was such a heavenly sound in the world, and it had such a magical effect. So he remembered it clearly, but he didn't expect to hear it again from Emperor Yin. Logically speaking, not everyone can play such a divine song. Could it be that Emperor Yin is Yi Nantian? The old man Jinjuan suddenly had an idea and discovered something incredible, and immediately wanted to wake Su Maoyang up. But at this time, Su Maoyang fell into a strange dream. On the top of the mountain, the grass and trees were lush, and the mountain flowers were clustered. The sun shone through the curling clouds and reflected a faint golden light, which fell on the young man who was as beautiful as a jade tree, with bright eyebrows and starry eyes, and was as beautiful as a painting. It was so dazzling that Su Maoyang was blinded. What a beautiful boy! His facial features are exactly the same as Emperor Yan's. However, before Su Maoyang could recover from the shock, he heard the old man in black standing next to the boy introduce. Emor, this is my new disciple Yi Nantian. and he will be your junior brother in the future. I disagree. Didn't Master say that he would only accept me as his disciple in this life? Master is lying. At this time, Su Maoyong noticed that there was an exquisite and beautiful little girl standing opposite the boy, who looked 100% similar to herself. Undoubtedly a smaller version of herself. It's just that her facial features have not grown yet. And she looks childish, exquisite and cute. At this time, she heard that her master had accepted a new disciple, and her pretty face was puffed up with anger. Her clear and lively eyes, like a puppy, stared at the boy who was half a head taller than her with hostility. He has no parents, no home, and is a poor man. He begs his master for help, and the master can't just watch him die. Isn't it good to have more junior brothers to accompany you now? Said the old man. The little girl pushed the boy away angrily, resisting and yelling, "No, I don't allow anyone to snatch my master from me." She ran away angrily before she finished her words. Seeing this, Su Maoyong's heart actually surged with the same anger and worry as the little girl. The master is obviously hers alone. And this person is so beautiful. What should I do if he takes away the master's favor? This feeling and this picture flashed quickly in her mind. It is obvious that the little girl is herself. Just when Su Maoyong was surprised, the picture suddenly changed to the room. The old man called master personally handed over a dark zither with complex divine patterns and a blood-red long sword to the boy. This is the Sanshui War zither and the blood-crying sword. They are the most suitable humming spiritual treasures that master can find for you. Keep them well, practice diligently, and don't let master down. Thank you, master. The boy respectfully took the zither and performed a great gift. The little girl who was hiding outside the door and peeking was stimulated by this scene. Not only did the master not give her such a precious and rare weapon, he even refused to teach her to play the zither and practice martial arts, and only asked her to collect herbs and recite books to make pills every day. Why can he get such preferential treatment as soon as he comes, while she has never received any gifts in the 7 years she has been with the master? It's unfair. It's so unfair. Su Maoyong once again felt a strong sense of envy, jealousy and grievance, and was unconsciously reminded of her childhood memories by the scene in front of her. Then the scene changed. The little girl was punished to kneel in the yard. The master had a dark face, holding a whip and questioning. Amor, why did you cut off your junior brother's Sanshui war harp? That is the humming spiritual treasure, the only one in the world. Even if you don't like your junior brother, you can't destroy such a rare war weapon. I didn't. The master wronged me. The little girl stiffened her neck and refused to admit it. You still don't admit it. Don't blame the master for torturing you. The master was very angry, and snorted angrily and pretended to hit him. Seeing this, the young man rushed forward and grabbed the sleeve of the master, and knelt down to admit his fault. Master, it was me. I wanted to be lazy, so I simply cut off the Sanshui war qin, so that I would not be forced to practice the qin by the master. But I was afraid of being punished by the master, so I put the blame on Amor, thinking that Amor was deeply loved by the master, and would not be punished for making mistakes. It was the disciple who was bewitched. The disciple was wrong. The disciple will never dare to do it again. The disciple must practice the qin carefully, and will not make the master angry again. The disciple is willing to be punished. The young man kowtowed several times, and the firm and sincere tone made the little girl's eyes widen in surprise. She didn't expect that he would take all the faults in order to prevent her from being punished. The qin was obviously cut off by her jealousy that he could practice the qin with the master. But now he said that she wanted to be lazy and destroyed it. She knew that he cherished the qin very much and cherished the opportunity to learn the qin with the master. How could it be for her? The little girl was extremely confused and shocked. She watched her master get angry and raise the whip to hit him hard. Every time he hit her, he showed no mercy. Soon, his skin was torn and blood was dripping. Su Maoyong was frightened and felt a dull pain in his chest. But he straightened his back, knelt upright, did not move, did not groan, silently endured the punishment, and refused to give up the little girl. Su Maoyong felt guilty, and her nose was sore. She wanted to step forward to stop the whip. But before she stepped forward, the picture disappeared again and returned to the house. The boy was sitting by the couch, silently wiping his wounds. The girl who hesitated at the door and did not dare to enter, finally could not resist the torment in his heart, and mustered up the courage to walk in. This is the elixir and ointment I stole from my master. It is said that it has a miraculous effect on healing. It will heal within a day. Try to wipe it. After she finished speaking, she handed him 2 medicine bottles. Perhaps she felt guilty, and did not even dare to look at him directly. The young man looked up at her. His amber eyes were brighter than usual. I'm thick-skinned. It's okay. You should return the pills quickly. Otherwise the master will find out, and you'll get beaten again. Hearing that he was still worried about her even though he was injured like this, the little girl felt even worse. After a long silence, she finally said the 3 words that were difficult to say. I'm sorry, junior sister. Don't blame yourself. I just hope that if you are unhappy in the future, you can come to me. Sheen is innocent. The young man curled his lips and said without taking it to heart. The little girl was stunned when she heard this. I came here before you, and I'm obviously your senior sister. How can I be your junior sister? You are shorter than me, younger than me, and your martial arts are not as good as mine. Of course you are my junior sister, the young man said confidently. The little girl choked and retorted unconvincingly. I heard from master that we were born on the same day and year, and we are both 7 years old this year. We are obviously the same age. Don't lie to me. What time are you? The boy asked. The girl replied, I am Mao Shi. Unfortunately, I am Yin Shi. Just 1 hour earlier than you. A trace of cunning flashed in the boy's eyes. The girl was furious and pointed at his nose and cursed. You are lying. You are not Yin Shi at all. The boy smiled and raised his eyebrows, suggesting, if you are not convinced, you can fight. If you win, I will recognize you as my senior sister. If you lose, I will be your senior brother. Do you dare? Chapter 2481 Senior Brother. I remember everything. Does she dare? Just kidding. Of course she doesn't dare. The master never taught her martial arts. She didn't even have the ability to defend herself, let alone defeat her opponent. Yi Nantian was undoubtedly sure that she didn't dare. She couldn't. Thinking of this, the little girl was angry, and put the medicine bottle heavily on the table with a snap, and turned and ran away. But from then on, she was reduced from a senior sister to a junior sister. At first, she was very unwilling and tried her best to save her status. But slowly seeing that Yi Nantian was getting more and more powerful, that little unwillingness turned into envy, so that she often hid in the back mountain to peek at him practicing martial arts, wanting to steal a move. Unexpectedly, when she was watching with great interest, she saw Yi Nantian put away his sword, turned his head and looked in her direction, and slightly curled his lips. You have been peeping for a month. Aren't you tired? The little girl hiding behind the bushes was immediately frightened and broke into a cold sweat, and hurriedly turned around to escape. Unexpectedly, the next second he said, if you want to learn, I can teach you. The little girl paused, stood up and looked at him with surprise. Did she hear it right? He was willing to teach her. Seeing her unbelievable expression, the boy's smile deepened. You heard it right. I can teach you. The little girl was stunned for a moment, frowning in confusion. But the master doesn't allow me to learn martial arts. If he knows that you secretly teach me, you will be punished. The last time he was beaten by the master and covered in blood. She didn't know where he got the courage to take risks for her. Then don't let the master know. The boy was noble and elegant, tall and handsome, leaning against the light under the tree. The mottled shadows of the tree on his face could not hide his amazing beauty at all. His deep eyes seemed to guess her thoughts, and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Hearing this, the little girl's eyes gradually gathered a beam of light, staring at him with eagerness. I not only want to learn martial arts, but also want to learn piano. Can you teach me both? The boy raised his mouth corners, and a layer of soft light appeared in his amber pupils. Okay, I'll teach you both. The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, and then seemed to think of something, and asked uncertainly, what are the conditions? There is no free lunch in the world. Call me senior brother to listen. The boy raised his eyebrows, and smiled seductively. I didn't expect it to be such a simple condition. The little girl immediately shouted crisply, Senior brother? Seeing this, Su Maoyang's heart warmed up, and memories suddenly came like a tide, pouring into her mind. They learned martial arts together in the back mountain, practiced piano together in the valley, worked from sunrise to sunset, and rested, so comfortable. Whenever she was tired of practicing martial arts, she would lie on a stone pestle beside her, listening to her senior brother's piano music and dozing off. When she woke up, Her senior brother would always touch her head and laugh at her for not having any musical talent. She took the good music as a lullaby. Fortunately, with the guidance of her senior brother, her piano skills were improving little by little. The only thing that bothered her was that her master never agreed to teach her martial arts. Every time he mentioned martial arts practice, he would scold her severely, saying that she was not good at martial arts. But every time her senior brother taught her the moves he learned from the master, she learned very quickly and grew very quickly. She didn't understand why her master belittled her so much when she was clearly a martial arts genius. Although there were many confusions and grievances, and she was always sneaking around and worried. The days of practicing martial arts with her senior brother were happy and carefree. When she was sick or injured, her senior brother took care of her. When she was naughty or lazy, her senior brother protected her. When she got into trouble, her senior brother cleaned up her mess. In this way, spring went and autumn came. Summer returned and winter solstice came. The two studied together, exchanged ideas together, and grew up together. In a blink of an eye, she became a big girl. But in the eyes of her senior brother, she was still a child who could not grow up. She was still held in the palm of her hand and pampered. Even the master couldn't stand it, and often scolded her for being spoiled and lawless. And she didn't look like a girl at all. However, happy times are always short and hurried. The scene flashed by quickly, and finally came to parting. On the top of the mountain, there was a vast fog, and the road ahead could not be seen clearly. If you misstepped, you might fall into the abyss, and your body would be gone. But some people are destined to move forward, regardless of life or death. Don't go. They just want to use you. Those people are not worth it. Yinantian grabbed the woman's wrist and shouted angrily. The woman lowered her eyes. The shadow of her eyelashes cast on her face, showing a trace of loneliness. Her calm voice could not tell whether she was happy or angry. Maybe this is fate. I have no choice. I won't let you go. I can't watch you go to die. Yinantian, who was always calm, was so anxious at this moment that he grabbed her arm tightly and refused to let go, as if he would lose her forever in the next second. The woman looked up and met his eyes that were worried and reluctant to let go. Her heart was aching, but she tried to force a smile on her face and promised, "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to myself. And I will definitely come back alive to see you. Are you going?" Yinanshan's eyes were sad, and his low voice was trembling with a little imperceptible. "Well, I'll go." The woman nodded heavily, so firmly that Yinantian had to swallow all his words to keep her. At this moment, his amber eyes, which were originally as bright and charming as gems, lost their color in an instant, and his body seemed to be emptied of souls. And he loosened his hand powerlessly. He couldn't keep her after all. The woman didn't seem to want to face this parting scene, and didn't dare to look at his disappointed expression. She turned around and left immediately without any nostalgia, looking at her back as she went away. A line of tears flowed from the corners of Yunanshan's eyes woodenly, quietly waiting across the silent cheeks. The pain and hatred in his heart grew wildly, and he secretly tightened his fingers that still had the woman's fragrance. Since this world can't accommodate you, senior brother will overthrow this world for you. Seeing this scene, Su Maoyang's heart suddenly ached more and more, and the strong grief overwhelmed her, as if she was about to be torn apart and almost suffocated her. Perhaps because the emotional fluctuations were beyond the load. She suddenly woke up from her dream, gasping for air. "Did you have a nightmare?" Su Maoyang hadn't recovered yet when she heard a familiar voice of concern from above her head. Her heart trembled, and she looked up suddenly. Yin Di had stood up and came to her without knowing when, touching her hair and looking at her with worry. This face, such a kind and familiar action, this long-lost warm concern, made Su Maoyang's eyes tighten and tears flowed. "Why are you crying?" Yin Di was frightened when he saw her tears. Su Maoyang hugged him and sobbed. "Brother, I remember everything. I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing this, brother, Yin Di's body froze. His pupils suddenly jumped into surprise, and he looked down at the person he had been thinking about and finally remembered him. His heart, which had been cold and silent for many years, was so excited that it almost jumped out of his chest. At this moment, his hand, which had been frozen in the air, finally landed on her head. He touched her hair lovingly and murmured, "It's good that you're back. Senior brother has finally waited for you." The old man Jinjuan in the space was confused by Su Maoyang. What was going on? He hadn't even told her yet. But she knew that Emperor Yin was Yinantian? Are they so close to each other? But that's not right. Even if Yinantian is a senior brother of the Immortal Palace, is it necessary to be so intimate? They only met once before. Has Su Maoyang become so open after losing his memory? Chapter 2482. The relationship is not over yet. It is destined. Donphan Liyue was half asleep at this time. When she heard the noise, she opened her eyes slightly. The next second, she was frightened by the two people hugging each other and jumped up from the chair. She pointed at them with a look of horror. You, what are you doing? This is too blatant and unscrupulous. Her shouting also scared Su Maoyang and Yen Di. Su Maoyang quickly pulled away, wiped away tears, and calmed down before saying, Liyue, I remember everything. Remember? Have you recovered your memory? Donphan Liyue suddenly opened her eyes wide. Did Su Maoyang know that Jun Haotsong was dead? So she hugged Yen Di and cried? Yen Di's forgetfulness pill was of poor quality. It has lost its efficacy in such a short time. But before she could ask, she heard Su Maoyang continue. Well, although it has not been fully recovered, it has recovered most of it. I always felt that I had forgotten some important people before. And now I finally remember it. Seeing her red eyes, Donphan Liyue's heart twitched. And she sighed and comforted. Alas, the dead cannot be resurrected. You should be patient and accept the change. Su Maoyang frowned at her inexplicable words. What did you say? My senior brother is standing here fine. Who did you say died? Master. Senior brother? Now it was Donphan Liyue's turn to be confused. Yendi was worried that Donphan Liyue would say something she shouldn't. So he immediately took over the conversation. Emor was my junior sister in my previous life. I have been looking for her all these years. And now I finally met her. Previous life? Donphan Liyue was even more shocked. She never thought that Su Maoyang and Yendi were senior brothers and sisters in their previous life. This was too mysterious. Su Maoyang didn't react after hearing this. She was originally a person with amnesia. No matter her past life or present life. She only knew that she grew up with her senior brother. They were childhood sweethearts. Her senior brother took care of her and loved her. And taught her a lot of things. Now she only has her senior brother in her memory. I think her senior brother should be the most important person in her life. Donphan Liyue couldn't digest this truth for a while. She looked at Emperor Yin suspiciously for a long time before asking. In other words, Your Majesty knew that she was your junior sister in your previous life? It was just a guess before. And I wasn't sure. Now that she remembers it, it shouldn't be wrong. Emperor Yin replied. Hearing this, Donphan Liyue nodded in sudden realization. No wonder. She thought Emperor Yin was weird before. Not only did he readily agree to Su Maoyang's request and let her go to the prehistoric land, but he also trusted her and appointed her as the general of the 7th Army. After returning, he gave her supreme honor and the best treatment, and took care of everything for her in every detail. It turned out that he had long guessed that Su Maoyang might be his junior sister in his previous life. Donphan Liyue figured it out after making this connection. When the old man Jinjuan in the space learned the truth, he thought even more. He was also wondering why a person named Yinantian suddenly appeared in the 8 gates. But he helped Su Maoyang after just one encounter. Now that I think about it, it is likely that Emperor Yin discovered Su Maoyang at that time and guessed her identity. It is no wonder that Emperor Yin was so talented and could sit on the throne of the emperor at a young age. It turned out that he was a powerful figure in reincarnation. Before, he was worried whether a person like Emperor Yin would be sincere to Su Maoyang. After all, falling in love with someone in such a short time is somewhat unreliable. Now that he knows that they have such a relationship in their previous life, he can feel more at ease. At least Emperor Yin did not act on impulse, and did not only value her beauty and strength. Perhaps sending such an excellent senior brother to Su Maoyang can be regarded as a kind of compensation from God to her. Thinking of this, the old man Jinjuan sighed in his heart and said in a voice transmission, In this life, he is also your senior brother of the Fairy Palace Gate, and he helped you in the 8 gates before. It seems that the earthly relationship is not over yet. It is destined. Jun Haotsong may be destined to be a passerby. Su Maoyang also learned some things about the Fairy Palace Gate from the old man Jinjuan before. Hearing him mention this, he was slightly surprised. It seems that God is also guiding her in the dark, so that she finally returned to her senior brother smoothly. Fate is indeed wonderful. By the way, I heard that your friend's hand was injured, and he urgently needs the dragon bone and the heart of life. You completed the task this time, and made great contributions. These are what you deserve. It can also be regarded as a small gift from my senior brother. As he said this, Emperor Yin took out a box from the space ring and handed it to Su Maoyong. Don Fan Liu felt regretful after hearing this. Alas, if I had known that you were related, why would I have put so much effort into it? Su Maoyong didn't expect that he still cared about her friend. She was grateful and rolled her eyes at Don Fan Liu. These two are national treasures of the great Yin dynasty. They can't be given away easily. If you don't have outstanding military achievements, how can you stop the world from talking about it? It doesn't matter, as long as it's what junior sister wants. It doesn't matter if it's against the world. Emperor Yin smiled dotingly. Seeing that Su Maoyong's eyes were dark blue, he felt sorry for her body. He gently touched her head and coaxed her like a child. It's getting late. You should go to bed early. I'll find time to visit you another day. Su Maoyong nodded obediently. Okay. You should also take care of yourself and don't get tired. Good boy. Yen Di smiled warmly, and then left Yahua Palace under Su Maoyong's gaze. Although he was reluctant to leave, she just remembered him now, so he couldn't rush for success. There will be many opportunities to get along in the future. Take it slow. After all, he has waited for so many years, and he doesn't care about this little time. Don Fan Liu looked at him with envy. When Yen Di left, she approached Su Maoyong like a cat that smelled blood and asked her about her past life. Su Maoyong didn't hide it, and explained everything according to the memory in the dream. That night, the two talked until late at night before turning off the lights and going to bed, resulting in staying in bed until noon the next day. It's okay to stay in bed in your own palace, but there are always one or two people who are blind and ignorant, and want to show their presence, which is very annoying. This imperial concubine Li is so annoying. She didn't come back to ask for trouble yesterday, but she came to ask for trouble today. Is she bored? Don Fan Liu complained to Su Maoyong, who was dressing up beside her, while the palace maid helped her change clothes. Su Maoyong smiled, but she was not surprised at all. She was probably holding back her anger because she didn't invite us to the banquet yesterday. With imperial concubine Li's personality, she naturally had to let it out. What is she thinking? She knows that Emperor Yin values you now, but she still comes to make trouble for you. Isn't she afraid of being hated by Emperor Yin? Don Fan Liu was puzzled. Su Maoyong understood imperial concubine Li's thoughts to some extent. She has been out of favor for so many years, and it's no different from being hated by Emperor Yin. Since we can't win the favor of Emperor Yin, the most important thing is to keep the position of imperial concubine. So she is afraid that we have evil intentions and want to climb over her head. So she came to warn us. It's just to scare us, but she dare not do anything to us. Don Fan Liu nodded in understanding after hearing this, and couldn't help but praise. Leon, even if you have lost your memory, your brain is still so good. It's natural. There's nothing I can do. Let's go. Su Maoyong winked at her and walked out. At this time, imperial concubine Li had been sitting in the main hall of Yahua Palace waiting for a cup of tea. She came here originally to give the Donphan sisters a warning, but she didn't expect that she was left out for a long time before she even saw them. It seems that this pair of sisters can't be removed without being eliminated. Chapter 2483 Imperial Concubine Poisoned. When Su Maoyong and Don Fan Liu arrived at the palace, Imperial Concubine Li's face was extremely ugly. Before they approached, she sarcastically said, Empress Yu and General Don Fan are really busy people. They are not seen at noon. If I want to see you in the future, do I have to send a note to make an appointment first? Although Su Maoyong knew that Imperial Concubine Li was looking for trouble, he still had to perform a full salute to her and said respectfully, My humble servant is not well yet. I was too sleepy and missed the time. I didn't know that the Imperial Concubine was coming. I was sorry for not welcoming you. I hope the Imperial Concubine will forgive me. Humph. The best Imperial physicians are seeing the General. The most precious medicines are taking effect, and His Majesty is taking care of him personally. But he is still not well. The General's body is too delicate. Imperial Concubine Li snorted angrily, and stared at Su Maoyong with a sharp look. Don Fan Liu had long been fed up with Concubine Li. Hearing what she said, she frowned and retorted, My lady concubine, you have been pampered and have never been to the wild land. You don't know how dangerous it is. If you are not careful, You will lose your life there. What's more, Junimo also went to the Sea of Evil prison this time. It is said that it is a very dangerous place where even the supreme spiritual immortals will be killed to ashes. Now she is lucky to be able to come back alive. Why do you ask so much? My lady? You? Concubine Lee was choked by her blatant sarcasm. And her anger suddenly rose and she yelled. How dare you? Concubine you. No matter how favored you are just a concubine. How dare you talk back to me? Do you want to rebel? I dare not. I am just worried about tarnishing your reputation. Donfang Liua looked at her coldly, saying that she dared not. But her face showed no sign of remorse. Concubine Lee frowned and asked sternly. What do you mean by tarnishing my reputation? What nonsense are you talking about? Your Majesty blames Junimo for being delicate. People who know that your Majesty cares about Junmo's health. People who don't know may mistakenly think that your Majesty is harsh on the meritorious officials. If you are accused of killing the bird and putting away the bow, killing the rabbit and throwing the dog away, wouldn't it be unfair? Donfang Liua reminded her to be careful about the degree and influence in her words. Concubine Lee was suddenly accused of such a big hat, and she was speechless. Her eyes stared at her angrily, as if they could spit fire. Su Maoyong saw that Concubine Lee was embarrassed by the criticism, and was afraid that she would do something more extreme if she got angry. So she immediately tried to smooth things over. Your Majesty, calm down. Li Yu is straightforward and speaks without restraint. But she has a good heart. If I have offended you, please forgive me. With a way out. Concubine Li's expression eased a little. She took a sip from the teacup beside her, and said in a pretentious manner, Of course, I won't bother with a vulgar and lowly person. It's just that His Majesty has been busy with the affairs of the former court these days, and has no time to come to the harem. As a concubine, I command the harem, and should share His Majesty's worries. I must not let some people who are responsible for the affairs of the harem be punished. The dirty rat ship broke the rules, and brought chaos to the palace. Don't you think so? The meaning of Concubine Li's warning to them couldn't be more obvious. Donfang Liua was unhappy, and her face was long. She wanted to speak unconvinced but was stopped by Su Maoyong, who bowed and said, Your Majesty is right. I will obey your teachings. I think you are a smart person. You know that the women in the harem are like flowers. If there is only rain and dew for irrigation, but no big tree to shelter from the wind and rain, they will wither. If you want to stand for a long time, you must be clear and look far. And don't covet things that don't belong to you. Otherwise, no matter how glamorous and charming you are, you will eventually turn into a pile of dirt. Li Guifei looked at Su Maoyong deeply. She just wanted to tell her that if she didn't have a family power like the Wei family behind her, she shouldn't even think about getting involved in this muddy water, lest she lose her life. Of course, it was even more ridiculous to want to climb over her head. In addition to the huge mountain of the Wei family standing in the way, she had already reached the position of Guifei. No matter how favored Donfang Liua and Donfang Junmo were, they couldn't be higher than Guifei, and climbed to the position of the queen. Because she knew Emperor Yin. He had always been a cold-hearted person. No matter how much he liked power, no matter how much he indulged in the ritual system, he would not allow a homeless woman with no status to sit on the queen's throne. Su Maoyong certainly understood her concerns, and nodded with his eyebrows lowered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't worry. Hearing this, Concubine Li nodded with satisfaction. I understand. Since the general is not well yet, I will not disturb him from recuperating. As she spoke, Concubine Li raised her slender hand and placed it on the hand of a maid beside her, preparing to stand up. Who knew that as soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy and suddenly spit out a mouthful of black blood. She rolled her eyes and fell backwards, falling on the chair. The accompanying maid was immediately frightened and rushed forward to support her, exclaiming with a pale face, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Wake up! Your Majesty! Someone! Your Majesty has fainted. Come quickly! The maid was so frightened that she was at a loss, and trembling all over. Donfang Liua also widened her eyes, and was shocked. Although Su Maoyong was also very surprised, he was able to remain calm and hurriedly shouted, Quick! Go and ask the imperial physician to come. The maid outside the palace heard the noise inside, and knew that this matter was serious. After receiving the order, she ran away in a puff of smoke. When Concubine Li's personal maid saw Concubine Li spitting black blood and her face turning purple, which was clearly a sign of poisoning, She could guess what was going on without even thinking about it. She immediately pointed at Su Maoyang and scolded him. You are so bold that you dared to poison the tea and want to poison the queen. Don't talk nonsense. We are innocent. It was your master who came uninvited. How can you blame us? I also suspect that your master wrote and performed it on his own to deliberately frame us. Dongfang Liu quickly refuted and threw the dirty water back. You are the evil one who complained first. How could my master take such a life-threatening risk? The maid was very angry. She knew that if Concubine Li really had any bad luck, she would have to be buried with her. Su Maoyang ignored the argument between the two and walked up to Concubine Li to check her for signs of poisoning. Concubine Li's maid was afraid that Su Maoyang would do something again. So she hurriedly stood in front of her. What do you want to do? I tell you, if something happens to the queen, you will not be able to leave Yahua Palace alive. Your mistress is seriously poisoned. If you don't want her to die, carry her to the couch in the room. Su Maoyang frowned and reminded. Then ordered Dongfang Liu. All the servants in Yahua Palace are detained. They are not allowed to go anywhere. No outsiders are allowed to enter the room. Dongfang Liu heard her say this, and immediately understood that Concubine Li was poisoned. Either she was acting a play, or the servants in the palace were not clean. No matter which possibility it was, they had to control the situation first. Chapter 2484 Concubining is angry. Yeah. I see. I want to see which bitch wants to mess with me. Dongfang Liu rolled up her sleeves, looking like she was going to have a big fight. And then she walked out cursing. Su Maoyang followed the maid beside Concubine Li, and helped Concubine Li into the inner room. She stood by the couch for a while, wanting to see what Concubine Li was doing. But the more she looked, the more she felt something was wrong. Concubine Li's breath was obviously getting weaker and weaker. If she continued like this, her life would be in danger. Su Maoyang didn't dare to guess whether this was a trick played by Concubine Li. So he had to take out a detoxification pill from the space and stuff it into her mouth. Concubine Li's personal maid was shocked when she saw this, and grabbed her arm, trying to stop her in fear. What are you going to feed the queen? General Dongfang. You have such a vicious heart. Are you so impatient to kill my queen? Look carefully. This is the detoxification pill. You are so nervous. Are you afraid that I will detoxify your master? And you master and servant can't play this drama to perfection? Su Maoyang raised his eyebrows coldly and said sarcastically, You are talking nonsense. The queen has no grudges against you, and she came to see you with good intentions. How dare you slander the queen? Aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven for repaying kindness with enmity like this? The maid was so angry that she trembled all over, and she didn't care about Su Maoyang's identity, and she cursed boldly. Su Maoyang felt sick to his stomach when she heard her make it sound like a great favor, and sneered, whether it's good or bad intentions. You master and servant know it very well. His Majesty hasn't come yet, but you're already acting here, and you're not tired of it. My queen is innocent. You're slandering me. The maid was so anxious that she almost cried. If you are innocent, get out of the way. If you don't take the medicine, you will be buried with your master. Su Maoyang pushed her away and forced the pill into Concubine Li's mouth. The maid couldn't beat Su Maoyang, so she could only watch her stuff the pill into her mouth. She cried more and more sadly, and her mouth was full of accusations against Su Maoyang. I don't know if the noise was too loud, but even Xu Fei, Duan Fei and Ying Fei, who were separated by several palaces, were alarmed and rushed over. Hearing the noise in the inner room, they rushed in without waiting for the announcement. Seeing the unconscious and purple-faced Concubine Li on the couch, Concubine Xu covered her mouth and exclaimed in fear, Oh my God! What happened to the queen? When the personal maid saw the other concubines arrive, hope instantly filled her eyes. She immediately rushed over and knelt on the ground, crying and shouting, Ladies, you have to make a decision for my master. My master came to visit General Dongfang with good intentions, but the general and concubine you poisoned the tea, causing my master to be poisoned and dying. General Dongfang also turned the tables and slandered my master for deliberately acting to frame her. I beg the ladies to do justice for my master and save my master. Woo. What? General Dongfang. You are so bold that you even dare to murder the concubine. Are you going to die? When Concubine Xu heard this, her eyes widened and she stared at Su Maoyang in shock, as if she couldn't figure out where she got the courage to do such a daring thing. Concubine Duan was a little more calm, and glared at Su Maoyang with an angry look on her face. then immediately turned to the palace maid behind her and ordered, "Quick! Go and ask His Majesty to come over. For such a serious matter as poisoning the imperial concubine, only Emperor Yin could come and make the decision." Su Maoyang was suspicious of their quick arrival. She swept her eyes over the 3 concubines present, taking in their expressions, and calmly retorted, "You haven't figured out the situation yet. But you're accusing me right away. Madame Shufei is a bit too anxious." "What do you mean by that?" "Madame Guifei was poisoned in your palace, and was lying in your room. Her personal maid kept saying that you poisoned her tea. The situation couldn't be clearer. Did I make it up to accuse you?" Madame Shufei frowned angrily, and quickly explained. Su Maoyang glanced at Madame Shufei. She knew that Madame Shufei was always weird, sowing discord, and was the first one who wanted to cause chaos in the world. Now that she finally caught her handle, Madame Shufei naturally couldn't help fanning the flames. Upon hearing this, the maid of Concubine nodded hurriedly. Now that other concubines testified, the accusation was even more justified. "General Dongfang, don't quibble. Now even the other ladies have heard the news and rushed here. But the imperial physician sent by the general has not come yet. Isn't it obvious that you are deliberately delaying time?" Su Maoyang smiled. "I am very curious why the ladies are faster than the imperial physician. If you don't know, you would think you can tell fortunes and calculate that Concubine Gui will be poisoned this morning. So you have already prepared to rush here. Even Concubine Ing, who never likes to join in the fun, has come. It's really strange. How dare you? You have no evidence. Don't make innuendos here." Concubine Ing, who has always been aloof and taciturn, didn't expect the other party to suspect her, and immediately scolded her. "Yes, General Dongfang. I had a rare moment of free time today, so I went to sit in the palace of Concubine Ing. We happened to talk about music, and then I remembered that I had found a good zither a few days ago. So I asked my maid to go back to the palace to get it for Concubine Ing to see. Who knew that my maid happened to run into the maid you sent to find the imperial physician on the way. And we only then learned about this, and rushed over together. General, you are wrongly accusing us." Concubine Duan also chimed in to explain. Concubine Ing snorted coldly. "Humph. Why tell her so much? Instead of trying to put the blame on us, it's better to think about how to get away with it when His Majesty comes later. She is so calm because she must have thought of a way to get away with it. After all, she is now a favorite of His Majesty. Isn't it just a matter of His Majesty's words?" Concubine Shu always found a chance to mock her. Ing Fei frowned. "Nonsense. Poisoning the imperial concubine is a capital crime with a death penalty for 9 generations of the family. How can it be forgiven with just one sentence?" Empress Ing Fei, although that's what I said, you still have to accept your fate. Look, among us, including the imperial concubine, which one is favored by His Majesty? In His Majesty's eyes, our lives are probably not as important as any of her military achievements. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to take such a big risk and directly kill us. It's obvious that she doesn't take us seriously." Shu Fei sighed with a sad face. Upon hearing this, Concubine Duan disagreed and retorted, "Who said she is not favored? Concubine Ing was the most favored concubine in the 6 palaces. She was favored by the emperor. When it comes to favor, who can compare with Concubine Ing?" Concubine Shu looked at Concubine Ing with a strange expression and whispered softly, "Alas, the new people laugh and the old people cry. Who made her lose favor by asking for trouble?" Concubine Duan was not deaf, so she heard it clearly and corrected it immediately. "Concubine Shu, what you said is wrong. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the emperor has Concubine Ing in his heart. He has been angry with Concubine Ing all these years. I think someone's eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to Concubine Ing. It's possible that she is a substitute. You compare a person of unknown origin and not presentable to the Ing Fei, and you don't think it's bad luck." The Ing Fei was already very unhappy because Dongfang Junmo suspected her, and after hearing these words, she was even more angry, and angrily scolded. "Do you think that Emperor Yin is a tyrant who covets beauty and can't distinguish right from wrong? A woman with an ominous origin, but a little luck is not worth Emperor Yin's worry at all. Come, arrest Dongfang Junmo for me. I want to interrogate her personally. It's just a substitute. I believe that even if Dongfang Junmo is killed, Emperor Yin will not blame her. After all, she has the Shuga family behind her. The unfeeling Emperor Yin will never offend the entire family for a substitute." Chapter 2485. Make her the queen. Su Maoyong didn't expecting Fei to attack directly. His eyes were fierce and he shouted, I am the general appointed by Emperor Yin to suppress the wilderness. How dare you use private punishment? Don't you want your head? Humph. You are the one who doesn't want your head. You dared to commit such a treasonous act as murdering the imperial concubine in public. I didn't execute you immediately because of your meritorious service. Now that His Majesty is busy with the affairs of the previous dynasty and has no time, I am here to share His Majesty's worries. If His Majesty knew about it, he would probably thank me. Why are you still standing there? Arrest her. Xu Fei and Duan Fei were two cowards who were unaware of the situation. They were afraid of Dongfang Junmo's favor. Ying Fei, who knew the inside story, was not afraid of her. She gave a decisive order and did not allow any objection, which almost nailed Dongfang Junmo's guilt. Of course, she acted so perversely, relying on the fact that she had been favored in the past and was a descendant of Zhuge. So she was unscrupulous and domineering in the palace. After all, even if she was also a stand-in, she was a stand-in with a family background. Su Maoyong saw two eunuchs rushing out from behind Ying Fei to capture her, and she had clenched her fists and prepared to fight back. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a loud shout accompanied by a strong pressure came like a storm. Thank you? Should I kneel down and thank you for sharing my worries? After that, a tall figure of bright yellow strode in. His always warm and handsome face was now deep as water, gradually turning blue, and his amber pupils were as cold as ice quenched with poison, emitting a bone-penetrating chill. The sinisterness in his eyes was like a venomous snake crawling up Ying Fei's back, which made her shiver suddenly. As for Concubine Xu and Concubine Duan, they were so frightened by the murderous anger that their faces turned pale. They knelt down to greet the emperor, but they couldn't even utter a word of greeting. When the two eunuchs saw Emperor Yin coming, they also stopped and wanted to retreat behind Concubine Ying. But before they could move, Emperor Yin waved his sleeves and two heads fell to the ground, rolling to Concubine Ying's feet in an instant. The blood splashed all over Concubine Ying, and her snow-white long skirt suddenly became a shocking blood skirt. Concubine Duan and Concubine Xu gasped, and their bodies became weak. Dongfang Liyue, who followed Emperor Yin in, was also shocked by such a violent scene and widened her eyes. It seemed that she couldn't resist Emperor Yin's anger. She was afraid that she would be hurt by mistake, so she immediately ran around and ran to Su Maoyong. Originally, she was worried that Su Maoyong was framed by Concubine Li, so she restrained the servants in the palace and ran to ask Emperor Yin to come and preside over justice. Unexpectedly, as soon as she came in, she heard Concubine Ying was going to torture Su Maoyong. Fortunately, Emperor Yin came quickly. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Su Maoyong saw that only Dongfang Liyue came back. She glanced at the door, frowned slightly, and asked Dongfang Liyue in a low voice, Did you see anyone on the road? Dongfang Liyue was confused by her question. Who? But before the two of them had time to talk in detail, they heard Concubine Ying coldly say, What does your majesty mean? General Dongfang poisoned the concubine and caused a huge disaster. I helped to find out the truth and clear up the palace rules. Is it wrong? Those two eunuchs were her confidants and had served her for many years. Now they took their heads without even saying hello. And in front of so many people. Isn't it a slap in her face and embarrassing her? Without my order? Who dares to touch her hair? Emperor Yin shouted angrily with a cold face, shaking the air. It was the first time that everyone saw Emperor Yin get so angry. Concubine Ying was also shocked by his reaction, and asked in disbelief, Your Majesty, have you made up your mind to protect Dongfang Junmo? You want to torture her without any evidence. I haven't even questioned you for using private punishment, but you blame me first. You are so bold, Emperor Yin scolded, staring at Concubine Ying with eyes burning with uncontrollable anger, as if it would burst out of his eyes at any time. Seeing that Emperor Yin and Concubine Ying were in a stalemate, Concubine Duan immediately tried to smooth things over. Your Majesty, Concubine Ying has always been outspoken and just. She was anxious to seek justice for Concubine Gui, so she was a little anxious. Please forgive her this time, because of her long-term friendship with you. The most important thing now is to find evidence and clear General Dongfang's name. Su Maoyong glanced at Concubine Duan and said coldly, What do you mean the most important thing is to find evidence? Is my innocence more important than Concubine Gui's life? Now that Concubine Gui is critically ill, of course we need to detoxify and save her. Oh, Yes. Yes. Detoxification is the most important thing. Why hasn't the imperial physician come yet? Concubine Duan nodded immediately after hearing this, then looked at the door and sighed anxiously. Emperor Yin was worried that the disease would be delayed, so he directly ordered Eunuch Su, "Go and invite all the imperial physicians." Eunuch Su turned around and ran out the moment he got the order. Meanwhile, Concubine Shu was not idle either. She followed Concubine Duan's words and said, "As the saying goes, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Since someone dared to poison the imperial concubine, there must be clues left. I think we have to search the palace to see if there is any poison hidden in the Yahua Palace." Yes, General Dongfang claims that he didn't do it, so he shouldn't be afraid of a palace search. Concubine Duan agreed. "I agree. Since your majesty wants evidence, let's catch him red-handed." Concubine Ing supported. "No need to search. I believe General Dongfang. I will investigate this matter myself. You can go back to the palace and wait for the result." Emperor Yin knew what was going on and rejected their proposal directly. Concubine Ing knew that Emperor Yin was going to make a big deal out of a small matter and then find a reason to let Dongfang Junmo go. She asked unconvincedly, "Your Majesty, you are protecting her without knowing the truth?" Emperor Yin saw that she was still holding on to him, and his anger rose a lot. He didn't even bother to find a high-sounding excuse, so he simply agreed, "Yes, whether she did it or not, I will protect her. What do you want?" As soon as these words came out, Concubine Ing was speechless. Xu Fei and Duan Fei looked at each other in shock. They obviously didn't expect that the wise Emperor Yin would be so unreasonable and biased for Dongfang Junmo. "Shuga Muing, I have spoiled you for these years to give the Shuga family some face. But it doesn't mean that you can be domineering and do whatever you want in this palace. I didn't expect that you are even worse now. You even dare to be my master. You are so unworthy of your position. You don't even want to be Ing Fei." Yendi's face, which was always calm and peaceful, was hideous at this moment. It was extremely strange in Ing Fei's eyes. She knew that Yendi was angry. And very angry. More angry than ever before. He even ignored the old relationship and the current status of the Zhuge family and abolished her position as a concubine. Ing Fei's body trembled, and a sudden pain surged in her heart, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar handsome face in front of her. Feeling the cold and ruthless gaze, she couldn't help but feel bitter, and asked unwillingly, "Your Majesty, you didn't ask or punish Dongfang Junmo for poisoning the imperial concubine, but you wanted to punish those who wanted to find out the truth. As a king, you disregard the royal law and palace rules. How can you face the people of the world and stop the world from talking nonsense? In the Great Yin dynasty, I am the royal law. And in the Deep Palace, she is the palace rules," Emperor Yin said with a gloomy face, shocking everyone. Ing Fei was the fastest to react, and asked in shock, "She is the palace rules? Your Majesty, what do you mean by this?" "It means that I plan to make her the queen and the master of this harem. From now on, all of you will kneel down and kowtow to her 3 times and 9 times, and visit her every morning and evening. If you are disrespectful and offend her, I don't mind disbanding the harem and sending you home." Chapter 2486. It was her. Emperor Yan's words were like a bolt of lightning, striking down fiercely, and almost shattering everyone's skulls. Emperor Dongfang Junmo was made the queen. This was definitely the most incredible and shocking news they had heard today. It was even more explosive than poisoning the imperial concubine. How could a woman with unknown origins and no background at all become the head of the harem of the Great Yin dynasty? Everyone was stunned in shock, staring at Emperor Yin with their eyes almost popping out. Who would have thought that Emperor Yin, who was so calm and self-sustaining and never fascinated by beauty, would be so crazy and willful for a woman? Ing Fei couldn't accept it. Her pretty face, which was always indifferent and arrogant, was full of fear. She shouted without thinking, "Are you crazy? You actually want to make her the queen? She is just a substitute. Is she worthy of your giving her the position of queen? Substitute?" The people who were still in shock suddenly heard such a word, and doubts instantly surged in their eyes, looking at Ing Fei in confusion. What does substitute mean? Emperor Yin narrowed his eyes, and uttered a few words coldly with his thin lips. "You are wrong. The substitute for beginning to end is only you." "What?" Ing Fei was shocked by such a truth, and took a step back unbearably. "It is your honor to be her substitute for so many years, and to receive the grace that should belong to her. Now that she is back, You should keep your duty, and don't push your luck and be ungrateful. Emperor Yan's words were heart-piercing. His cold and ruthless voice was like a sword made of ice spikes that pierced her heart, making her feel cold and painful. The beautiful eyes that stared at Emperor Yan, which were 70% similar to Su Maoyang, suddenly lost their light and became as dark as a night without stars, empty and gray. At this moment, she suddenly understood, and looked at Su Maoyang stiffly. Seeing the pair of eyes that were somewhat similar to hers, she couldn't help but curl up a sad smile at the corner of her mouth, and tears quietly fell, making her face even paler. So, you are his junior sister? Ridiculous. She is really the most ridiculous person in the world. Everyone thought that Emperor Yan liked her, so he forced her into the palace and made her a concubine. But they didn't know that the person who was really moved was not Emperor Yan, but her, who doesn't like and yearn for a man as dazzling as Emperor Yan. She also had her first love, and like other women, she worshipped heroes and longed for love. Proud, she once thought that only the most outstanding man standing at the top of the great Yan dynasty was worthy of her. Unfortunately, that man was destined to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and was destined to be surrounded by women. So her noble self-esteem told her that although she admired Emperor Yan, she was unwilling to enter the palace to share him with so many people. However, she overestimated her pride and underestimated her feelings for Emperor Yan, and finally plunged into the abyss without hesitation. She successfully attracted Emperor Yan's attention and successfully entered the palace to become a concubine favored by all the emperors. She thought that as long as Emperor Yan really liked her, she would be willing to be trapped in this red wall and green tile, becoming a canary pitied by the world, just wishing to live closer to him. But who knew that although he doted on her, gave her countless rewards, and indulged her without limit, he never touched her. He just lay on his side beside her every night, tracing her eyebrows with his hands, tracing for a whole night. And he became dazed while tracing, and I don't know what he was thinking. Outsiders thought that she was unwilling to sleep with him, but they didn't know that Emperor Yan had no intention of touching her at all. She naively thought that the affectionate look belonged to her at first, but she didn't expect that she would wake up when she accidentally heard him calling for his junior sister in his dream on a rainy night. He had another woman in his heart. She angrily questioned him. Why did he still pamper her and indulge her when he clearly had someone else in his heart, giving her the supreme honor and becoming the only favor in the harem? She still clearly remembered that Emperor Yan told her the truth that made her sleepless and heartbroken every night with a cold face. You should be glad that your eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to hers. It turned out that she was just a substitute. He only had his junior sister in his heart, and there was never a place for her. All the love she received was just a joke brought out of her mother's womb. Since then, she has become a hedgehog, unwilling to see him, no longer caring about those false names, and completely closed herself off. She hated Yandi's ruthlessness, and was jealous of the junior sister, who didn't even know her name. But she knew that she had no right to be jealous. Although she had never met Yandi's junior sister, she could guess that the woman who could make Yandi obsessed with her was either a fairy or a beauty in the world. What's more, the master who could teach Yandi such an outstanding person must be a great and powerful person in the Sunluo realm. How bad could the junior sister who graduated from the same master be? She must be a woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him and be beyond the reach of others. But who would have thought that this woman would stand in front of her now? The irony is that she had been secretly investigating for so many years and had no news about this junior sister. But now she was standing in front of her, but she couldn't recognize her. She once guessed that her junior sister might have passed away, so she couldn't find any news and Emperor Yan couldn't forget her. So, when she saw Dongfang Junmo, she just thought she was just a substitute. A poor person with eyebrows and eyes similar to her junior sister, and even worse than her. After all, she still had the Zhuge family behind her, and Dongfang Junmo had nothing. But the cruel reality gave her a wake-up call. Not only was her junior sister alive, she also returned to Emperor Yan and stayed alone under her nose for such a long time. Now she is going to ascend to the throne and stand on a high place to look down on her self-righteous clown. At this moment, Concubining not only felt a pain in her heart, but also felt a sharp pain on her face, as if she had been slapped. The clown is actually me. Ha ha ha. Concubining laughed out loud, as if she hadn't laughed so hard for a long time. And she laughed out tears, wetting her face. Seeing that Ning Fei was a little crazy, Emperor Yan frowned slightly and ordered in a cold voice. Fei is not feeling well. Send her back to rest. According to the order, Fei's maids immediately stepped forward to support Fei. But Fei opened their hands and said in a tearful voice, "Don't touch me, Yan Xiaoyao. Why can she do it? But I can't. Just because she looks better than me. Just because she took over the prehistoric land?" Fei was unwilling and roared, "No. Just because she is my junior sister. Even if she is ugly, even if she is a useless person who can't even tie a chicken, it will only be her. It can only be her. Forever and ever." Emperor Yin replied in a cold voice, and his firm tone was like a mountain pressing down, pressing Fei to breath. Just because she is his junior sister? Although she knew the answer from the beginning, Fei still felt a dull pain in her heart when she heard his answer in person, and she staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 2487 Concubine Ying's Bet. Help Concubine Ying back to the palace and take good care of her. Emperor Yin didn't want to get entangled with her anymore, and gave an order with a sullen face, but his tone was a little softer. But Concubine Ying, who was deeply shocked, had lost all hope and didn't care about his hypocrisy. She cried in grief, "Don't help me. I can walk the road in this palace with my eyes closed. I also thought that one day I could walk into your heart. But I found that I had chosen a dead end from the beginning. You chose the road. You can't blame anyone." Emperor Yin had no expression on his face, and his voice was cold without a trace of warmth. Fei was pushed into the abyss by him again and again, and only hatred remained in her eyes. She gnashed her teeth and roared, "Yan Xiaoyao, you are so cold-hearted and heartless. You will not die well. If God opens his eyes, he will let you die in the hands of your beloved, so that you can also taste the taste of being abandoned by the lover's heart and lungs in hatred." How outrageous! Yandi's pupils were widened by her words, and he suddenly raised his hand and slapped her on the cheek. "Shuga Muying, you should understand clearly that from the beginning, I have announced to the whole world that I will never take a concubine in this life, and will not be trapped by love. It is you, the heads of the aristocratic families, who have been submitting petitions to me, forcing me to fill my harem and continue my descendants. I was annoyed by your elders, so I had to give in and choose a concubine. Do you really think I am willing to take you in? Besides, wasn't that martial arts competition carefully arranged by your Zhuge family? As far as I know, the Zhuge family was originally reluctant to part with you, a proud daughter of heaven. So they planned to let your sister enter the palace. But you took the initiative to come out and ruin their plan, and tried your best to attract my attention. Since the Zhuge family wants to send their daughter to the palace so much, and you are willing to share the family's worries, I will fulfill your wish. Since your eyebrows and eyes are somewhat similar to my junior sister, I am willing to give you some favors that others do not have. I have never lacked you in rewards, and I have always indulged you in life, so that you can live more comfortably and happily than other concubines. I even promise that as long as you behave yourself, I will give you 100 years of glory and 1,000 years of honor to the Zhuge family. But I have never said that I love you, let alone touched you. I thought you could see through it, but I didn't expect you to have thoughts that you shouldn't have. You are asking for trouble. And who can you blame?" Eunuch Su, who was standing next to Emperor Yin, was also provoked with anger, and continued to curse. "Empress Ying, you are fighting with His Majesty, deliberately alienating His Majesty, and embarrassing His Majesty. Your Zhuge family saw that their daughter had fallen out of favor, and in order to save their own face, they even made up stories behind her back. You didn't want to enter the palace, but His Majesty saw the rumor that you were forcibly abducted into the palace. It was already a heinous crime. His Majesty didn't pursue it for so many years for your sake. You are so good that you actually said such a treasonous word. I think your Zhuge family is not going to do well." Zhuge Muying was exposed by Emperor Yan's secrets from many years ago, and her legs and feet suddenly weakened. Leaning on the maid beside her, in that martial arts competition, the Zhuge family did want to send their sister to the palace to serve Emperor Yin, but she was unwilling to give Emperor Yin to other women. She finally put down her pride, ran to the field, and attracted Emperor Yan's attention on behalf of her sister. Later, she learned that Emperor Yin had someone in his heart, and she was deeply shocked. She tried to pick up all her pride and dignity, so she deliberately ignored Emperor Yin and pretended to be noble for so many years. Indeed, it was her wishful thinking from the beginning. She should have known that he was not a good man to whom she could trust her sincerity, since he announced that he would never take concubines. His father also warned her that Emperor Yin was a man with great ambitions, and would not be tempted by love affairs, and told her not to rush into the fire. But she just couldn't keep her heart and let herself fall deeper and deeper. Once this person falls in love, he will expect more and more. She was obviously the only one favored in the harem. But she always wanted Emperor Yan's true heart that would never be possible. But why did Donphan Junmo get that true heart? If she wasn't there, would that true heart also belong to him? Thinking of this, Shuga Muing looked up at Su Maoyong. Too much unwillingness and jealousy filled her heart, as if there were ants gnawing at her heart. Donphan Junmo, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? Su Maoyong didn't expect her to make such a decision. He was stunned for a moment, and was interrupted by Emperor Yin just as he was about to answer. She was seriously injured, and has not recovered yet. You are taking advantage of her. It doesn't matter. I can wait. 3 months later. It will be the grand event held once every 3 years in Wuwang Peak. As long as she can beat me in Wuwang Steel Forest, I am willing to admit defeat and recognize her as the queen. Otherwise, I want her to get out of the Great Yin dynasty and leave you forever. I wonder if she has the courage to compete. As she said, Shuga Muing's eyes moved from Emperor Yin to Su Maoyong again, and her confident tone seemed a little aggressive. Her words undoubtedly blocked Su Maoyong's way. If Su Maoyong did not agree, she would undoubtedly be accused of being timid and cowardly, and that she did not have the dignity and bearing that a queen should have. And naturally, she would not be able to sit on the throne of queen. If she agreed, if she lost to Shuga Muing, she would not only be humiliated, but also have to completely leave the Great Yin dynasty and disappear from Shuga Muing's sight. No matter what the result is, it is not good for Su Maoyong. Su Maoyong herself listened to the conversation between her and Emperor Yin just now, and more or less understood the grudge between them. Although she didn't want to compete with Shuga Muing for anything, and didn't have any thoughts about the position of the queen. She finally reunited with her senior brother, and didn't want to leave him like this and make him sad. So without waiting for Emperor Yin to help her refuse, she agreed. As long as you let go of your hatred and stop making things difficult for my senior brother, I can compete with you. Okay. It's settled. I look forward to your performance. Seeing that she agreed in front of so many people, Shuga Muing felt relieved, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a deep glance at Su Maoyong, he left Yawok Palace with the palace maid. The only thing she was worried about was that Emperor Yin would not let her compete, since she was stupid enough to agree. She was looking forward to the day when she would be kicked out of the Great Yin dynasty. Although Wuwang Steel Forest also relies on strength, it tests talent the most. In terms of talent, no one in the Great Yin dynasty has ever been able to beat her. After all, she is a rare genius in the Shuga family, a darling blessed by God. Compared with her, Donphan Junmo is still a little young. What's more, Donphan Junmo was injured at the root, and even if he recovered, he would still suffer some losses. She didn't know what she could do to win over such a person who was injured and had lost her memory. Emperor Yin also had such concerns and looked at Su Maoyong disapprovingly. She is deliberately provoking you. Why bother with her? After all, the Shuga family is a deep-rooted power in the Great Yin dynasty. I don't want to embarrass my senior brother. Although Su Maoyong had never been a king, he also knew that balancing these forces was not an easy task. And Shuga Muing's status in the Shuga family was not low. If it really got out of hand, it would definitely hurt. Since a grudge can be resolved with a bet, why should it be elevated to the entire family? Chapter 2488, Who is the Murderer? I never feel embarrassed. If the Shuga family really wants to make trouble, I don't mind uprooting them. After all, I can support a family, but I can also destroy a family. The cold voice of Emperor Yin was strong and overbearing, and the kneeling Duan Fei and Xu Fei were sweating profusely. It was obvious that his words were not only about the Shuga family, but also a warning to the Lin family and the Gongong family. After such a commotion today, their status in Emperor Yan's mind must have been greatly reduced, and the days to come will be even more difficult. Emperor Yin saw that Concubine Duan and Concubine Xu were hanging their heads and looked trembling. He knew that the beating had worked. And then he instructed Eunuch Su beside him, draft the edict to confer the title of Empress today, and hold the ceremony of conferring the title in 1 month. Su Maoyong didn't expect it to be so fast, and asked in surprise, Brother, why are you in such a hurry? Concubining just opposed the matter of establishing the Empress, and I accepted her challenge. If I didn't win, no ifs. Whether I win or lose, I will marry you. Yi Nantian interrupted her, staring at her eyes with burning eyes, and said very firmly, for so many years, he has never pursued anything, desired anything, and even never lived for himself. Only marrying her is what he wants in his life. Su Maoyang was trembling with his expectation and desire. He was stunned for a long time before laughing. Brother, aren't you a scoundrel? For you? What's wrong with being a scoundrel? Yi Nantian raised his eyebrows and smiled. He had given everything for her. So why would he care about a stigma? Su Maoyang was stunned, and the words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat. In fact, she had no interest in the position of queen. She didn't understand. Since she liked her senior brother, and he was the most important person in her life, being his queen should be a happy thing. But for some reason, she didn't feel any joy or excitement. It was just that seeing her senior brother so sure and expectant, she really couldn't bear to reject his kindness. Okay, you don't have to feel burdened. With your talent and strength, it's no problem to win her. Emperor Yin thought she was afraid of losing to Concubine, and touched her head to comfort her. In her previous life, she was a tough guy who could poke a hole in the sky. So such a bet was not worth it. Is my senior brother so confident in me? Su Maoyang asked seriously. Emperor Yin smiled and boasted about himself without any modesty. I have confidence in myself. The woman I like is the best and most powerful girl in the world. Su Maoyang felt warm in her heart, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Just when she was struggling to tell her that she had no intention of becoming queen, hurried footsteps came from outside. Several imperial doctors came in quickly, and when they saw Emperor Yan, they knelt down and saluted. Yi Nantian was already quite dissatisfied with their delay, and now he saw them, so he was not in a good mood. He shouted angrily, "The imperial concubine is dying. Why don't you go and see her quickly? If something happens to the imperial concubine, all of you will be beheaded." Several imperial doctors were frightened by the coldness emanating from Emperor Yin, and they trembled all over. They nodded quickly and immediately stood up and walked to the bedside. Seeing the imperial doctor start to give acupuncture, Emperor Yin coldly ordered Xu Fei and Duan Fei, who were kneeling on the ground, "You are not needed here. Go back and wait for news." Concubine Duan and Concubine Xu wanted to hear the results of the imperial concubine's consultation. But Emperor Yin obviously didn't want them to stay here, so they had to get up and leave. Su Maoyang watched the two people leave, and suddenly said to Dongfang Liue, "Go and see if the maid who went to call the imperial physician has returned." "Is there something wrong with the maid?" Dongfang Liue thought, and whispered in her ear, "Well, I guess something has happened." Su Maoyang nodded. Dongfang Liue understood, and ran out of the room as fast as a mouse. But in the blink of an eye, she ran over again, pale, and said, "You guessed right. The maid was also poisoned to death. Obviously, the maid was most likely the one who poisoned. So she volunteered to ask the imperial physician to delay time. But the master behind her, in order to prevent the maid from revealing her, took the initiative to kill the maid and cut off the clues of the investigation. This person did it perfectly. Even if he suspected her, he could not find any evidence. Whether this vicious plan succeeded or not, it would make her and Concubine lose both. It must be said that this person was meticulous and quite cunning." Thinking of this, Dongfang Liue gritted her teeth in anger and looked at Concubine anxiously. If Concubine really had any accident, it would be difficult for them to clear their suspicion. Fortunately, after a few injections from the imperial doctors, Concubine finally woke up and her complexion was much better than before. Seeing this, Concubine Li's personal maid was overjoyed and said excitedly, "She's awake. The queen is awake." The imperial physician felt that Concubine Li's pulse was gradually becoming clearer, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, saying happily, "The queen is lucky, and she is safe." Fortunately, she took the Dui Jin Dan in advance, which eliminated most of the toxicity, so that the toxicity did not erode her internal organs. Her life is safe. She will recover after taking the medicine for a few days. It's really a blessing. Dui Jin Dan? Emperor Yen raised his eyebrows. Su Maoyang explained, "I just happened to have an antidote here, so I fed one to the imperial concubine in an emergency." "Uh-huh. General Dongfang, you are the imperial concubine's noble man. This poison is already a very rare poison, and the Dui Jin Dan is an even rarer antidote than this poison. The imperial concubine has General Dongfang's blessing, and her life should not end. The imperial physician praised excitedly, full of gratitude to Su Maoyang. If it weren't for her, they would have been buried with Imperial Concubine Li. The palace maid who was guarding Imperial Concubine Li heard it. And then she realized that she had misunderstood Dongfang Junmo. What she fed to Imperial Concubine Li was really the antidote. And Imperial Concubine Li was still confused. But she woke up completely after hearing this, and looked at Su Maoyang unexpectedly. Didn't she want to poison her? Why did she take out the elixir to save her? What is she planning? Dongfang Junmo, I have no grudges against you. What is your conspiracy? Why do you want to harm me? Concubine Li was so weak that she had to take a breath after speaking less than 2 words. But her anger did not diminish, and she questioned loudly. Su Maoyang shook her head helplessly. My lady concubine, have you not figured out the situation yet? It is obvious that someone wants to sow discord and kill someone with a borrowed knife, so that we will both lose. Sowing discord? Tell me, who dares to sow discord against me? If you can't come up with a reason, I will never let you go. Concubine Li shouted angrily, looking like she would never give up. Dongfang Liu had a guess in her heart and immediately said, sowing discord? Could it be Concubine Shu? Isn't she the best at this? Seeing her come so quickly today, and looking so startled, it's very suspicious. Chapter 2489 The Most Suspected Person. Su Maoyang glanced at the imperial physicians present. Emperor Yin understood her concerns and waved his hand. You go down and prepare medicine for the queen. Since Concubine Li was no longer in danger, there was no need for them to crowd here. They immediately bowed and left the room. Seeing that everyone had left, Emperor Yin ordered, Eunuch Su, go and guard the door. Eunuch Su was clear-headed and walked out quickly after a nod. Junimo, tell me quickly, is it Concubine Shu? Dongfang Liu asked anxiously when she saw that she could speak. Su Maoyang shook her head. No, not Concubine Shu. Could it be Concubining? Dongfang Liu was surprised. That person looked like someone who disdained to do such a thing. Su Maoyang looked up at her and said solemnly, 9 out of 10. It's Concubine Duan. Concubine Duan? How is it possible? She has always been a coward. How could she do such a bold thing? Dongfang Liu didn't believe it. Among these concubines, the most timid one is Concubine Duan. She always maintains a dignified and virtuous image in front of and behind people. After all, her mouth and mind are not as good as Concubine Shu. Her appearance is not as good as Concubine Ing. And her temperament is not as good as Concubine Li. At most, she was born well, and has the support of an ancient family, like the Gonglong family. Therefore, she, who has no advantages compared to other concubines, has stood in the palace for so many years, all by keeping her place. How could she be so cruel to Concubine Li at this juncture? Once it is found out, it will be a capital crime. Concubine Li was so angry that she laughed directly. Concubine Duan dares not say a word in front of me on weekdays. You want to get away with it. Why don't you frame someone else? But you have to frame the most unreliable one. My queen, don't underestimate Concubine Duan. She is usually humble and cautious. But it doesn't mean she doesn't dare. It's just that she will judge the situation and analyze the pros and cons. As for Concubine Shu, no matter how scheming and smooth her personality is, she is still the concubine of the Lin family. For such a major matter, she must consider whether the family will do its best to protect her after the incident is exposed. I don't think Concubine Shu has this confidence. But Concubine Duan, the legitimate daughter of the Gonglong family, has it. But now it seems that Concubine Duan can make you relax your vigilance and not suspect her at all. Then her image of being timid and fearful for so many years is deeply rooted in people's hearts, which is quite difficult. Su Maoyang saw that they were unwilling to suspect Concubine Duan, and became more alert to this person. Dongfang Liu frowned and began to think about whether Concubine Duan's behavior was abnormal, but found that there was nothing wrong, and asked curiously, how did you suspect her? At this time, Emperor Yin also cast an expectant look at her, motioning her to continue. Su Maoyang glanced at him and explained, Concubine Ying's personality should be that she is used to being alone. When did such a proud person get so close to Concubine Duan that they would get together at this critical moment to drink tea and chat? I heard from Concubine Duan that she took the initiative to go to Concubine Ying's palace to sit down. Dongfang Liu recalled what Concubine Duan had just said. That's why it's strange. Is Concubine Duan a sociable person on weekdays? If not, She chose to go to Concubine Ying's palace at this time. I have to suspect that she is instigating Concubine Ying to watch the show. After all, Concubine Ying's personality should not like to join in the fun. And she probably won't show up at such occasions. But Concubine Ying is the most influential and unscrupulous person in the palace besides the imperial concubine. With Concubine Ying present, Concubine Duan can deal with me without even saying anything. Isn't it better? Donphan Liu still had doubts. But it was Concubine Shu who was stirring up trouble just now. Concubine Duan didn't say much. She didn't say much. But she didn't say a word of nonsense. Every word she said hit the point, and inadvertently guided the direction of the development of things. Su Maoyang narrowed his eyes, and said coldly, "You know, it was Concubine Ying's heart that she was favored, and then fell out of favor." Concubine Duan never mentioned falling out of favor. She deliberately praised Concubine Ying very highly, making Concubine Ying feel that her favor was still there, and gave her a sense of superiority. According to Concubine Shu's personality, she would definitely say a few sour words after hearing them. Concubine Ying was easily provoked by them. According to Concubine Ying's style of doing things, she would probably deal with me on the spot. In this way, Concubine Duan would not only kill Li, Imperial Concubine, you got rid of me, and made Emperor Yin completely disgusted with Concubine Ying. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Isn't it great? After listening to this analysis, Donphan Liu's thoughts became clear, and she said in shock, "If it is really Concubine Duan, then she has thoroughly understood the character weaknesses of these people, and used them all. This person is too scary. Yes, she not only borrowed my knife to poison Imperial Concubine Li, but also took advantage of Concubine Ying's arrogance and Concubine Shu's weirdness to add fuel to the flames. So, she seems to have done nothing. But in fact she is the behind-the-scenes pusher of this drama. This person doesn't make a move. But once he makes a move, he will kill. He is definitely a ruthless character." Su Maoyang pondered and nodded. The only thing Concubine Duan missed was that she had such a rare elixir as the dewy golden pill. If Concubine Li really died of poison, she would be the first suspect. Even if she knew that the murderer might be someone else, she would still be angry at her. After all, it was a fact that Concubine Li died in her palace. In addition, even the maid who poisoned her was silenced. So she didn't know where to start the investigation. Even if Emperor Yin wanted to protect her, the Wei family would not let her go. They would probably take her and Donphan Liu, 2 people in the open, to vent their anger. Moreover, if Emperor Yin had come a step later, she would have been captured by Concubine Ying and tortured into confessing. Or Concubine Duan would have secretly killed her in prison. And Concubine Ying would have also lost her life. She killed 3 opponents who threatened her at once, and became the biggest winner in the harem. After hearing this, Concubine Li felt a chill in her heart. But she was still unwilling to believe Su Maoyang's one-sided words. "These are just your guesses. There is no evidence. And everything is empty talk. How can I believe you? To be honest, I really don't have much evidence. But I noticed some clues from Concubine Duan's behavior just now. You were unconscious at the time. And Concubine Duan sent a maid to invite Emperor Yin as soon as she arrived. Li Yu also went to invite him. But she didn't meet her maid on the way. It was obvious that Concubine Duan was afraid that other concubines would send people to invite him, which would ruin her business. So she volunteered to let her maid go in a hurry, just to delay time and stimulate Concubine Ying to take action. Although it cannot be directly proved that she did it, she is a big suspect. Besides, if I really want to kill you, why would I waste the elixir to save you? I believe that anyone with a discerning eye can see that today is a trap. If you really die, it will be a dead end. And I am destined to be the victim. Fortunately, we are both lucky, and did not let the other party succeed. But if we have a grudge against each other because of this matter, it will be exactly what the murderer wants. Su Maoyang is just logically reasoning and thinks that the murderer will be Concubine Duan. But no matter how much reasoning there is, it is futile without evidence. But at least, he hopes to convince Concubine Li not to be blinded by appearances and hate the wrong person. Chapter 2490, Going Out Without Checking the Almanac. Fortunately, Concubine Li is not stupid. After listening to her analysis, she knows that there must be something going on. If she really died in Donphan Liu's palace, the biggest beneficiary is indeed not the Donphan sisters. It is unknown whether it is Concubine Shu or Concubine Duan. Okay, I will find out the truth about this matter. Concubine, If you don't want to give the murderer an opportunity to take advantage of you and lose your life, it's better to stay away from it. Come on. Send Concubine back to the palace to recuperate. Yi Nantian looked down and looked at Concubine Li with some disdain. His impatient tone was almost blaming her. If she hadn't run around, she wouldn't have caused such a thing and implicated his junior sister. Concubine Li was already weak, and after being said by Emperor Yin, she was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. As a victim, she suffered such a great crime, but she was not comforted at all. But blamed? The Emperor Yin was too biased. No matter what, she was a noble concubine after all. It was too much for the Emperor Yin to humiliate her in front of a concubine and a minister. The noble concubine Li felt aggrieved and had no way to reason with the Emperor Yin. She could only vent her anger on Su Maoyang. Your Majesty, the murderer may be someone else, but I was poisoned in Yaohua Palace anyway. General Dongfang and Concubine, you did not discipline the servants well, and they were also responsible for negligence. It's not that there is no punishment at all. Right? What do you want? The Emperor Yin asked back with a cold look in his eyes. The personal maid had just witnessed how much the Emperor of Yin doted on Dongfang Junmo, and knew that the Emperor of Yin would definitely protect Dongfang Junmo. So when she heard that the imperial concubine still wanted to punish this person, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly leaned over and whispered, Your Majesty, Empress Yu and General Dongfang didn't do it on purpose. So let's just forget it, and don't pursue it. Asshole. Who is your master? Me or Concubine Yu? Imperial Concubine Li didn't expect that her maid would persuade her to forget it. Isn't this just to boost others' morale and destroy her own prestige? As she said that, she looked at Emperor Yin and pleaded, Your Majesty, I am not an unreasonable person, but I am a concubine after all, representing the face of the royal family. Now I have been poisoned by a villain, and the murderer is unknown. General Dongfang and Concubine, you are to blame. They must be punished to kneel at the gate of this palace for a month as a warning to others, and then confine themselves to reflect on their mistakes for 2 years. They are not allowed to see the emperor, and they are not allowed to step out of Yaohua Palace. They must also eat vegetarian food, chant Buddhist scriptures for me, and copy scriptures 10,000 times. Otherwise, everyone will neglect to discipline their servants in the future, and the harem will be in chaos. In her heart, Imperial Concubine Li actually wanted to beat them 200 times to set an example. However, considering that Dongfang Junmo had made great achievements and was in the limelight, using torture at this critical moment would inevitably be suspected of harshly criticizing meritorious officials, which would be unworthy of her status as a noble concubine. If she ascended to the throne in the future, she would probably be criticized for not having the bearing of a mother of the country. Therefore, she had to make a second choice and choose a method that would not cause physical pain, but would make the two of them lose favor and suffer. As a woman, if she did not see Emperor Yin for even half a year, let alone 2 years, she would be forgotten by him. So it would be unlikely for them to regain favor after 2 years. Besides, they could copy the scriptures to death. And if she was in a bad mood, she would ask them to copy them again, no matter how reluctant they were. They could not disobey the orders of the noble concubine. Therefore, this is the advantage of having a high position and a noble birth. No matter how hard Yu Fei and Dongfang Junmo tried, they could not get out of her palm. I believe that Emperor Yin would definitely not refuse such a reasonable punishment. After all, she was poisoned in Yaohua Palace, and Emperor Yin had to show his attitude and give an explanation to the Wei family. The maid next to her saw her arrogant and unyielding look, but she was sweating coldly, and tremblingly approached her and whispered a few words in her ear. My queen, I'm afraid your punishment won't work. General Dongfang can't kneel. Why? Does General Dongfang have no legs? Why can't he kneel? Concubine Li glanced at the maid and asked angrily. Why did this maid who she liked most on weekdays always contradict her today? The maid secretly glanced at Emperor Yin's dark and handsome face, and couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from her forehead, and whispered, Your Majesty has made General Dongfang the queen, and the ceremony of crowning the queen will be held in a month. General Dongfang will be the queen of the Great Yin dynasty in the future. She originally planned to conceal this news for the time being because of the weak body of the imperial concubine, and didn't tell her, for fear that she could not bear the stimulation and aggravated her condition. Who would have thought that she had to tell it now? Otherwise Emperor Yin would be furious. At this time, Concubine Li suddenly heard such news, and her head seemed to be hit by a stick. She looked at the palace maid stiffly, her eyes wide open, and said in disbelief, "Say it again? Make Donfang Junmo the queen? Are you crazy?" "She is not crazy. This is the imperial decree I just issued. Although the ceremony is scheduled for 1 month. With my canonization, she is now my queen in name and in name. And you actually made the queen kneel at the door of your palace for a month. And she had to copy scriptures for you. Eat vegetarian food. Chant Buddhist scriptures. And reflect on her mistakes behind closed doors. You are so arrogant. You dare to be disrespectful to the queen in front of me. I think you are going to die." Emperor Yin took over the conversation without waiting for the maid to answer. His angry voice rang like a death knell in Concubine Li's mind, shocking her face and staring at Su Maoyang in horror. Perhaps the blow was too great. Her body trembled a few times. And then she was so angry that her eyes rolled back and she fainted again. I don't know if Concubine Li didn't check the almanac before going out today. She was poisoned and her life was hanging by a thread. She finally woke up. But before she could say a few words, she fainted again. Miserable. Really miserable. Emperor Yin was even more annoyed when he saw it, and waved his hand directly. "Let someone bring a sedan chair over, and quickly send your master back to the palace to recuperate." The maid knew that Emperor Yin was dissatisfied with the concubine, so she nodded and agreed, almost running out to call a sedan chair in, carrying the unconscious Concubine Li out of Yelwa Palace as if escaping. Seeing the annoying people finally disappear in front of him, Yindi's expression eased a little, worried that Su Maoyang was affected by the poisoning incident just now. He touched her hair and coaxed her softly. "I'm sorry to scare you today. But don't worry. With my senior brother here, no one can harm you. If they are restless and make you unhappy, my senior brother will disband the harem and keep them from bothering you." Donfang Liyue, who was standing aside, saw this scene and heard these words, and almost spit out a belly of sour water. She never thought that a person like Yin Di actually had two faces. When facing other concubines, he spoke harshly. His eyes were full of coldness and disgust, and 11 out of 10 words were unpleasant to hear. But when facing Su Maoyang, he seemed to be a different person, comforting and coaxing, wishing to hold her in the palm of his hand and love her. If Concubine Li hadn't left, she would have fainted again out of anger. Emperor Yin didn't care about her, a person who was poisoned and almost lost her life, but was worried that Su Maoyang was frightened and in a bad mood. She didn't envy such differential treatment. She really didn't envy it at all. Chapter 2491 This Queen. You're definitely going to be. Su Maoyang didn't want Emperor Yin to do something shocking for her, so she shook her head and said, "I'm fine. They can't hurt me. Disbanding the harem will cause unrest in the court and the public, and involve too many things. It can't be easily said. So, senior brother, please don't mention it again. Besides, I'm already satisfied to be able to return to senior brother's side, and I dare not ask for too much. I can even give up the position of queen." When Emperor Yin heard this, he frowned and tapped her forehead with his fingers. "If you really care about your senior brother and really want to stay with him, you are not allowed to say anything like giving up the position of queen. This queen, you're definitely going to be." Su Maoyang wanted to speak again, but was choked back by his stern warning eyes. Since she had made up her mind to stay with him, this position of queen didn't seem that difficult to accept. "Okay. You're tired after all this time. Take a rest first. You'll have a lot to do in the future to prepare for the wedding ceremony." Emperor Yin changed his serious expression and gently pinched her cheek. Su Maoyang slapped his frivolous hand away. "You can get busy now. I'm alive and well. Okay. Take care of your wounds and get ready to get married. If you need anything, just tell Eunuch Su directly. I'll leave first." Emperor Yin smiled, and then left Yelwa Palace, turning back every 3 steps and waving every 5 steps. Donfang Liu witnessed this scene, feeling sour in her heart. She didn't know whether she should envy or feel sorry for Jun Haotsong. She couldn't help but approach Su Maoyang and asked, "Are you really going to marry Emperor Yin as the queen? My senior brother treats me very well. We grew up together. He has done a lot for me. I don't want to disappoint him." Su Maoyang sighed. "Do you really like your senior brother?" Donfang Liu was a little worried. "I don't understand what it means to like him. I rely on him and can't leave him. He is the only one in my memory. I think I like him." Su Maoyang himself was confused. The only thing that was certain was that the deep feelings between him and his senior brother could not be faked. Dongfang Liue was hesitant to speak after hearing this. If you can rely on someone, it might be good. Anyway, they still have feelings from their previous life. There is really no need to make trouble for a dead person. Thinking of Dongfang Liue's relief, she immediately asked about the poisoning. Did you let Concubine Duan off for poisoning Concubine Li today? What do you think? Concubine Duan must have done it very cleanly if she dared to do it. It's not that easy to find her out. Besides, she has the support of the Gongong family. Without solid evidence to convict her of the death penalty, any punishment would only be a tickle. Instead of alerting the enemy, why not let the concubine fight with her? Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows. Her eyes clear. She knew that her senior brother might be willing to offend the entire Gongong family for her. But this was definitely not the best and most desirable way. Dongfang Liue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she nodded with a smile. Yes, whether the imperial concubine believes it or not, she must be suspicious of her, and there must be some small actions behind her. I just don't know if the imperial concubine has the brains to fight with concubine Duan. She has no brains. But senior brother has brains. And the Wei family has brains. Too. There are many people who want to bring down the Gongong family. So why should we worry about it? Su Maoyang was not worried at all, as they were not the only ones who disliked concubine Duan. You know, it is much easier for two people with big families to fight than for them to fight alone. And they just need to be outsiders and watch the show. Dongfang Liue nodded in understanding, and was about to talk about the problem of servants in the palace when she saw eunuch Su and an old maid coming in. This old servant pays respects to the queen and concubine Yu. As soon as eunuch Su approached, he paid respects to Su Maoyang with the etiquette of bowing to the queen, and his wrinkled face could not hide his flattering smile. Su Maoyang thought that eunuch Su had gone with Emperor Yin, but he came back in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but ask, "Eunuch, is there anything else?" "It's nothing serious. His Majesty is worried about the servants in Yaohua Palace, so he specially sent Nani Tang to serve you. This Nani Tang is an old lady by His Majesty's side, and is deeply trusted by His Majesty. With her around, Your Majesty doesn't have to worry about anything else. Just prepare for the wedding. As for the procedures and etiquette of the ceremony, with Nani Tang's teaching, Your Majesty can also be more relaxed." Eunuch Su smiled and pointed to the old Nani beside him and introduced. Su Maoyang heard this. His eyes swept to the old woman in brown clothes, standing upright with her hands raised, and nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Nani." Although Nani Tang had an upright demeanor, she was very polite in front of Su Maoyang. Her movements were smooth and just right, and the standard made it impossible to find fault with her. The facial features that seemed somewhat sharp and upright, without the slightest bit of arrogance or neglect, were serious and earnest, with respect in her eyes. At first glance, she was a Nani who had learned the rules and etiquette very well. "Your Highness is too polite. Serving you is a blessing that I have earned in 3 lifetimes. The wedding date is approaching, and I have to quickly order the servants to make the phoenix robe. So please allow me to measure your body size." As she spoke, Nani Tang took out a ruler and bowed to wait for Su Maoyang's reply. Su Maoyang readily agreed. "Well, then I'll have to trouble you, Nani. Your Highness, please trouble me. This is my job." Nani Tang saw that she was so kind and polite, but she did not dare to relax at all. She still followed the rules and came to Su Maoyang to measure carefully. After measuring the size, Nani Tang quickly stepped aside. Dongfang Liue was quite satisfied with her humble look. "As soon as I saw Madame Tang, I knew she was a capable person. From now on, Madame Tang will take care of the servants and maids in Yaohua Palace." Madame Tang was praised by Dongfang Liue, and she said calmly, "The servants in Yaohua Palace are restless. I will discipline them for the 2 ladies." "No need, madam. Just pretend nothing happened. You just need to help me keep an eye on them on weekdays." Su Maoyang shook his head. "As the saying goes, you have to catch the thief with dirt. Only when they relax their vigilance will they easily reveal their flaws." Madame Tang is a smart person. When she heard this, she immediately reacted and nodded repeatedly. "I won't do that." "Well, I'm tired. You can leave." Su Maoyang was tossed around all day and felt a little tired. In addition, he didn't sleep well last night and was disturbed by the imperial concubine in the early morning. At this moment, he just wanted to get into the room and sleep soundly. Eunuch Su and Nani Tang politely bowed and left. Dongfang Liue also yawned repeatedly and could not resist the sleepiness, and went back to her room to rest. Su Maoyang slept for 2 days and 2 nights before she was fully rested, thinking that there was still a bet to be fulfilled in 3 months. Su Maoyang had to hurry up and devote himself to cultivation, hoping to improve his strength before going to Wuwang Peak. However, no matter how busy she was, or how fulfilled her life was, she would still feel empty in her heart every night. Even in her dreams, she dreamed of a figure several times. He fought bloody battles, was pierced by thousands of arrows, and fell tragically in a pool of blood. Chapter 2492 The Day of the Wedding. Su Maoyang didn't know why she always had such a dream, and she was always awakened by such a nightmare. She wanted to see the man's face clearly, but she couldn't see it clearly. She just felt a pain in her heart like a knife. Sometimes when she woke up, tears fell unconsciously. She guessed that it might be her senior brother. After all, she was the one who was closest to her. But the breath and feeling were different from her senior brother. She couldn't figure it out. She could only attribute it to the fact that she was preparing for the wedding during the day and busy practicing at night. She was so tired that she had some inexplicable hysteria. She simply forced herself not to think about it. In this way, time passed quickly, and the day of the wedding came in a blink of an eye. Su Maoyang was pulled up before dawn that day. It took her an instant stick of time to put on the phoenix robe, not to mention the complicated process of dressing up. After she finally finished dressing up, she didn't have time to take a breath before she was surrounded, and sat on the queen's carriage, and headed straight to the Shunhong Square of the front hall. At this time, both sides of the square were already full of civil and military officials, and concubines in the harem. When the auspicious time came, the envoy in charge of the canonization struck the bells and drums, and played music. The heavy and solemn sound spread to every corner of the palace. The scene was extremely grand. Su Maoyang slowly got off the carriage under the guidance of Nani Tang, and stepped onto the red carpet leading to power. At the other end of the red carpet stood a tall and majestic figure. She knew that would be the other side of her happiness. The praises of the Ministry of Rites resounded throughout the square at the right time, praising her for her gentleness, respect, gentleness, and virtue, and her harmony with Emperor Yin, and the Emperor and Empress being one body, which was a model for the 6 palaces. But Emperor Yin turned a deaf ear to him. All he could think of was the figure in front of him that he had been thinking about day and night. She finally wore a bright red wedding dress, a phoenix crown on her head, and phoenix shoes on her feet, and walked towards him. The complicated skirt was layered and winding on the ground, not at all cumbersome, but made Su Maoyang look like a blooming peony, delicate and beautiful, graceful and luxurious, and beautiful to the extreme. The red hairpin and gems on her head, and the shining golden silk threads on her clothes shone together, dazzling and bright, making people unable to look away. She was born beautiful, and after dressing like this, she was like a phoenix girl who fell into the world, exuding innate dignity and majesty. So beautiful, so beautiful. Not only Emperor Yin stared at her infatuatedly, but even the civil and military officials and concubines in the harem held their breath in amazement. They originally thought that the most beautiful woman in Great Yin was a stunning woman like Ying Fei, but they didn't expect that there was someone who seemed to have fallen from the sky, walked out of a painting, and was so beautiful and breathtaking. Many concubines who were dissatisfied with Su Maoyang's coronation had to admit that such a face and temperament were born to be the master of the harem and the mother of the country. Only such a beauty would not fall behind when standing next to Emperor Yin. After all, the only one who could match the sun was the bright moon. When Ying Fei saw her coming step by step, she unconsciously clenched her fists under her sleeves. When she learned that Emperor Yin was determined to hold the coronation ceremony, her heart was like a knife, and she was filled with grief and anger. But she didn't cry, make a fuss, or stop it. Now she can stand aside calmly and watch her ascend to the throne, because she knew that Dongfang Junmo's prestige would not last long. She would let her die on Wuwang Peak, and let her lose with conviction. After all, what's the use of a dying person? No matter how beautiful, or famous he is, he will still sleep in the imperial mausoleum with a cold body. Thinking of this, Ying Fei actually smiled strangely. But at this time, Su Maoyang did not notice the expressions of the people around him. She looked at the man at the end without looking away, and her eyes were dazed. She felt that everything in front of her was particularly familiar, as if she had walked on such a red carpet before, accepted the baptism of so many eyes, and slowly walked towards the man who was going to give her life. What was her mood at that time? It seemed to be excited, happy, uneasy, nervous, and her heart seemed to jump out at any time. It was very different from the calmness of the heart now. Is this the sequelae of amnesia? Even the mentality has become calm. Su Maoyong thought secretly, thinking too much, and walked in front of Yi Nantian unknowingly. Yi Nantian held out his hand to her, and she was still looking at him steadily. I know I look very beautiful today, but you can admire it slowly behind closed doors at night. Now we need to complete the ceremony. Yendi raised his lips slightly, whispered with a smile in his eyes. Su Maoyong suddenly woke up. A look of embarrassment flashed across her face, and she quickly gave him her hand. Yi Nantian held her hand, and his heart, which had been floating for many years, finally settled down. The joy and satisfaction in his heart unconsciously increased the strength of his hand, wrapping her tightly, fearing that she would slip through his fingers like water. Finally, he finally waited for this day. She finally became his wife, and finally belonged to him. Yi Nantian tried to maintain his composure, but his excitement still showed from his faintly red eyes, and fell into Su Maoyong's eyes. Brother, she couldn't help but call him softly. Yi Nantian smiled and nodded. Well, I'm here. From now on. In heaven and hell. In all eternity. I will always be with you. And we will never be separated. Su Maoyong was moved by his affectionate promise, and her heart softened. What was she still doubting? Brother treated her so well. Who else could it be but him? Thinking of it, Su Maoyong was relieved. And finally a few more sincere smiles appeared on her face. Just like the first time she called him brother in her previous life. She answered crisply. The ceremony of the queen's coronation was very cumbersome, and it took most of the day to end. There were still many procedures to go through. But Emperor Yin felt sorry for her hard work, so he decided to skip many steps and directly sent her back to Concubine Palace. He had finished all the affairs and came to the wedding room at night. Su Maoyong was very nervous about sleeping in the same bed tonight, so when she heard the footsteps outside, she stood up like a startled bird and walked quickly to the door to greet him. When Emperor Yin came in, he saw her standing at the door like a palace maid, and he laughed in his heart and teased, "Why are you so nervous? I won't eat you." Su Maoyong complained in her heart. Isn't she going to be eaten tonight? But she was not mentally prepared yet, and she really couldn't imagine what it would be like to have sex with a man like her brother. No matter how she thought about it, she felt awkward. But she refused to reveal the truth and said, "How can I be nervous? As your wife, of course, I have to get up to greet my husband. You have a tense face, clenched fists, and look ready to die. If you don't know, you might think you are going to be tortured. And you say you are not nervous." Yendi walked in, smiling and glancing at her. Su Maoyong was exposed, and lowered her head in embarrassment, embarrassed to look at him, who knew that the next sentence made her look up at him in surprise. "Relax. If you are not ready, I won't force you. I will just make a bed on the floor." "Make a bed on the floor? How can that be possible? You are Yendi." Su Maoyong was shocked. She didn't expect him to say such shocking words. Yi Nantian curled his lips and touched her head lovingly. "In front of you, I am just Yi Nantian, just your senior brother, and I just want to be your senior brother." Su Maoyong's heart trembled fiercely, and some bitterness suddenly came out of her mouth. "Then, there is no need to sleep on the floor. There are so many rooms in Concubine Palace where you can sleep. Why do you have to humiliate yourself? No. Tonight is our wedding night. If I don't stay in the room, there may be rumors outside that you are not favored and neglected. Don't worry. The floor of this Concubine Palace is made of jade, which is no worse than a bed." Emperor Yin didn't care if he was wronged a little, but he didn't want Su Maoyong to be pointed at by others. As he said that, he took the pillow and quilt on the couch and spread it. It would be a lie for Su Maoyong not to be moved when she heard this. Her senior brother, who was obviously the king of a country admired by thousands of people, was willing to sleep on the floor for her reputation, and to make her live comfortably. With a man like this who loves her deeply, what else could she be dissatisfied about? Chapter 2493 3000 Favors. But she just couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. She didn't know what was standing between her and her senior brother. She couldn't figure it out for a moment. But Emperor Yin had already laid on the floor while she was stunned, and comforted her. "Don't blame yourself. I'm a man with thick skin and flesh, and I've experienced the most difficult environment. This is nothing. But you You've been tossed around enough today. Rest quickly. Su Maoyong thought that he must have experienced hardships to achieve what he has today, and the guilt in his heart was slightly dissipated. And then he moved his heavy steps and climbed onto the bed. But she still called him with some worry. Senior brother, why don't you come up to sleep? It's okay to lie together. As long as he didn't do that kind of thing, she could still accept it. He Nantion smiled. No. You rest in peace. I'll take care of you. Not to mention guarding her for one night. He would be willing to guard her for a lifetime. As long as he could see her figure and feel her presence, he would be satisfied. Su Maoyong thought that Emperor Yin was just pretending on the wedding night. But who knew that for the next 2 months? He would come to her room every night to sleep on the floor. And he was addicted and unwilling to move. And no matter how he was persuaded, he would not leave. Seeing that he was happy with it, Su Maoyong didn't know what to say. She had a hard time saying it. But outsiders said that she was the one who was favored by all the people and made Emperor Yin crazy. Isn't he crazy? He even made Emperor Yin crazy. She, a concubine, slept on the bed. What kind of thing is this? Although she was busy with cultivation on weekdays and had no time to care about emotional troubles, she would always feel uncomfortable if she had something on her mind after a long time. Nanny Tang was a person who could read people's expressions. Seeing that Su Maoyong seemed to be worried, she took the opportunity to approach her during lunch and suggested, Madam, you have been cultivating day and night these days, and your body is about to collapse. It is better to combine work and rest. How about this old servant go and invite Madam Yu to accompany you for dinner? With her around, you will be happy and your appetite will be much better. Not only was Yu Fei a good talker, but she was also a good eater. Just the way she ate could make people hungry. With her by her side, they would eat 2 more bowls of rice. Su Maoyong thought that he hadn't seen Li Yu for a long time, and nodded in agreement. Well, go and invite her to dinner. Hearing about dinner, Don Fan Li Yu, the foodie, rushed over in a hurry in less than half an instant's stick of time. Without Su Maoyong's invitation, she sat down at the table without any hesitation, staring at the table full of delicious food, and excitedly teased, Oh! What's the wind blowing today? You are so kind to treat me to a meal. Su Maoyong laughed and shook his head. It's as if I am usually very stingy, and don't even want to treat you to a meal. That's not right. You are either practicing martial arts or making love with Emperor Yin. And you think that eating a meal will waste your time, let alone treating me to a meal. Don Fan Liu had complained with resentment. But even though she complained, her hands moved very quickly. She picked up the chopsticks and accurately picked up a roasted and golden leg, and began to chew it with relish. Su Maoyong rolled her eyes at her. Even delicious food can't stop you from talking. How can I and Emperor Yin have any love and affection? Emperor Yin stays in your room every night, all night long, and you still say no? Don Fan Liu snorted in disbelief, looked at her carefully, smacked her lips and sighed. You look haggard and skinny. You are almost drained by Emperor Yin. You should eat more delicacies and nourish your body. Look at me. I don't have much talent, but I have gained a lot of spiritual power by eating well. I was promoted some time ago. Isn't it still cultivation? Don Fan Liu said while putting food into Su Maoyong's bowl. The food in the Great Yin Palace is not comparable to that of ordinary restaurants. All of them are precious and top-quality ingredients. Because Su Maoyong was favored by the queen, Don Fan Liu was so well-nourished these days. She could get any rare food, whether flying in the sky, running on the ground or swimming in the water. As long as she said a word, the people in the imperial kitchen would rush to send it to her. Every day, a large group of palace maids surrounded her to serve her. She was even more carefree than a god. Don Fan Liu finally understood why the women in the harem wanted to compete for favor, and why they wanted to be queens. Who wouldn't want to live such a life? Su Maoyong had no appetite, and said helplessly, I was just too tired from practicing, and was in a bad mood. It was not what you said. What? Did I hear it right? You have become the queen, and you are in a sweet relationship with Emperor Yin every day. But you are still in a bad mood? You really should go and see the other concubines. They are almost crazy with jealousy. Don Fan Liu scratched her ears and shouted in disbelief. She really wanted to punch her. Why would I lie to you? Emperor Yin and I haven't slept together yet. Su Maoyong didn't want to make it so clear. After all, it would be insulting to Emperor Yin to say such a thing. But Don Fan Liu was her own family, and she was kept in the dark just like the outsiders. 9 out of 10 sentences were ridiculing her and Emperor Yin. So Su Maoyang had to tell the truth. What? Donphan Liyue just picked up a piece of meat and was about to put it in her mouth, and was shocked by this incredible news and dropped it on the table. Seeing Su Maoyang's serious look, Donphan Liyue completely put down her chopsticks and asked seriously, "What are you doing? It's been more than 2 months since the wedding. How can you?" Su Maoyang sighed. "I haven't figured it out yet. I always feel that I can't accept lying in the same bed with Emperor Yin." "But didn't you say that you were very dependent on him and can't live without him?" Donphan Liyue was puzzled. "Yes, but this kind of dependence is just like a relative and a brother. Maybe it will take time. After a long time, it may not be so awkward." Su Maoyang thought it was because she had not yet adapted, and she had just recovered part of her memory. Mostly memories of her senior brother when he was young. When she was young, he loved her like a brother, which caused her to not change from her childhood memories. Donphan Liyue heard this and understood everything. She twitched her mouth and wanted to tell her the truth, but she didn't have the courage to say it. Then she could only pretend to be relaxed and change the subject. "I think you are just bored in Ikuin Palace every day and think too much. After dinner, I will accompany you to go out and relax, and all your troubles will be solved." Su Maoyang readily agreed. She really hadn't been out for a long time, and it was not a solution to be bored like this. So, the two planned to go to the Imperial Garden for a stroll after dinner. Just as we walked into the Imperial Garden, we heard an angry scolding from the pavilion by the lake. "Your Majesty, the Imperial kitchen is full of dog-eyed slaves who look down on others and take advantage of others' misfortunes. Today, they have deducted our food and only sent us some tea. The East Palace is not allowed to cook for ourselves. How are we going to live like this?" "Humph. It's because the Queen and Concubine you are in power. Now all the slaves in the palace know our crimes. The Queen. So they naturally want to step on us." Another sharp voice sounded with hatred. Chapter 2494 Two Faces. "Oh, madam, please keep your voice down. If the Queen and Concubine you hear us, we will be in danger." Hong Shui looked around worriedly and reminded in a low voice. Qiu Qian was so angry that she would not listen to any advice. She snorted coldly. "At this time, they are still enjoying the food and being served by the maids and servants. How can they have time to come to the garden? Even if they don't come to the Imperial Garden to meet by chance, they can still lure Emperor Yin to her room without leaving the house. Why should they suffer this in the sun?" The reason why she played the piano in the pavilion in the garden was to attract Emperor Yin with the sound of the piano. Otherwise, her east side hall of Yongla Palace was so remote, and Concubine Duan was not liked by Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin would not step into Yongla Palace for 365 days a year if she didn't use some tricks to attract Emperor Yin's attention and win some favor for herself. She would starve to death in Yongla Palace. Although she was born in a big family, she couldn't ask her family to send food to the palace every day. Not only would she be laughed at, but she would also be abandoned by her family. In fact, with her background, even if she was not favored, she would not have lived too badly for the sake of her family. But who knew that Donphan Junmo and Donphan Liyue would be so favored? And the servants deliberately suppressed her to please them. In the end, it's all the fault of those two bitches. If it weren't for them, she wouldn't have fallen to this point today. Hong Xue listened and nodded indignantly. Yes, the Queen and Yu Fei are so arrogant. Once they gain power, the whole harem has become their world. I really don't know why Emperor Yin would fall for such a vicious woman. It's a pity that Concubine Li didn't die last time. Otherwise Donphan Junmo and Donphan Liyue would have been skinned alive. Bitches like them should go to hell. Have their tongues pulled out, their skin peeled off, and their bones pulled out, their fingers cut off. And they should go through mountains of swords and seas of fire, and be turned into meat paste with graphite. Let's see if they dare to seduce Emperor Yin again. Qiu Qian became more and more unwilling to accept it, and she cursed viciously. Su Maoyang had lost his memory and had no impression of these two people. But Donphan Liyue was so angry that her face turned blue, and she clenched her back teeth. Before she could explain Su Maoyang's doubts, she took the lead in shouting, "You are so bold that you dare to curse the Queen and me here. It seems that you are tired of living in Yongla Palace and want to report down early." Suddenly hearing the angry shout, Qiu Qian and Hong Shui shuddered and stood up quickly, looking at Donphan Liyue and Donphan Junmo from behind a tree with horror. "You You guys, Qiuqian never thought that they would suddenly appear, and was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't even straighten her tongue when pointing at them. How dare you point your finger at the queen? It's simply treasonous. Come on. Arrest Concubine Rao and beat her with 100 sticks. Dongfang Liyue is no longer the beautiful Li. As one of the 4 concubines, she has a sister like the queen. So it is more than enough to deal with a concubine. So the domineering voice almost resounded throughout the imperial garden. Qiuqian didn't expect that she had waited in this imperial garden for so many days. But Emperor Yin didn't wait for her enemy instead. She panicked and warned, "You can't touch me. I am the legitimate daughter of the Qiu family after all. If anything happens to me, the Qiu family will not let you go. Besides, it was you who hid behind my back and eavesdropped on me. How could the queen behave like such a mean person? I'm going to tell His Majesty that you are 2 vicious women who bring disaster to the country and the people. Poison? Are you as vicious as you? Cursing the queen behind her back is already a capital crime. I didn't expect you to dare to insult the queen in person. It seems that death is a bargain for you. Come on. Pull out Raoping's tongue and fingers, and then cut off her flesh piece by piece and throw it to the backyard to feed the dogs." Just now, Qiuqian cursed them so viciously that their tongues and bones were pulled out. Dongfang Liyue has always been a person of courtesy, so she had to return her favor. Su Maoyang heard this and acquiesced to such cruel torture. After all, Raoping was really too much. She had forgotten who the other person was and had never harmed him. But he cursed her so viciously. He was really bold. But the guards guarding the imperial garden rushed forward and were somewhat reluctant to do it after hearing such a punishment. After all, Qiuqian was a delicate girl and a concubine of the emperor, with the support of the Qiu family behind her. They were all men as servants, and it was not right to press a woman to the ground. Seeing that they were too restrained to take action, Nani Tang, who was following behind Su Maoyang, volunteered to step forward and said, "My queen, let me do it. I know how to cut her so that she will only feel pain but not bleed, and she won't die for a while." Su Maoyang didn't expect that Nani Tang, as a member of the Yin Emperor, would still vent her anger regardless of anything. She felt relieved and nodded slightly. "Okay, go ahead." However, before Dongfang Liyue took out a knife, Nani Tang turned her wrist and took out a dagger from nowhere, and walked towards Qiuqian with a solemn face. Su Maoyang raised her eyebrows and cast a surprised look at Nani Tang. Qiuqian was so scared that she wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, she suddenly saw a few figures approaching this side. Her face changed instantly, and she knelt on the ground with tears in her eyes, begging for mercy. "Empress, concubine, you misunderstood me. I play the piano and drink tea here just to kill my loneliness, not to seduce your majesty. If you like this imperial garden, I will never dare to come here again. Please spare my life. Don't pull out my tongue and fingers. Don't cut my flesh." Su Maoyang had never seen such a shameless person. After seeing this, even her calm mood was angered. "What are you pretending for? When did I say you played the piano?" "Yes, you didn't say I played the piano. I understand. I will never dare to do it again. Please spare my life." "My queen." Qiuqian crawled even lower, almost to the ground. Her servile and pitiful appearance made people feel distressed. "Hey, I didn't expect that the current queen of the Great Yin dynasty was such a vicious and domineering person. The concubine just played the piano in the imperial garden, but she wanted to pull out her tongue and fingers and cut off her flesh. Is this imperial garden your back garden? And it can only be enjoyed by you alone?" At this time, a deep and pleasant male voice came from the corridor not far away. Although the voice was pleasant, the tone was very unhappy. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the behavior of Su Maoyang and Dongfang Liyue just now. Su Maoyang looked back and saw a large group of people standing on the corridor. Among them, a man with feminine features wearing a dark blue brocade robe and a beautiful woman wearing a purple skirt were the most eye-catching. They were obviously of high status and came from a great background. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the queen and me?" Dongfang Liyue hated people meddling in other people's affairs the most. So she asked rudely. Chapter 2495. She can make such a decision. Madame Tang knew that Su Maoyang and Dongfang Liyue didn't know this group of people, so she immediately stepped forward and introduced them in a low voice. The boy is called Sinxinghe, the son of the deputy clan leader of the Sky Poison clan, and a master of refining poisons. The girl standing next to him is called Fu Qinglan, the daughter of the clan leader of the Nine Palaces clan. She is gifted and powerful. So both of them are quite favored in the clan and have a high status. They are very likely to be successors. Now that the two are walking together, it seems that the two clans are planning to marry each other. Dongfang Liu raised her eyebrows slightly when she heard this, and couldn't help but teasing. So you are from the Sky Poison clan. You are really good at making trouble for others. If you don't understand the situation, you will come to meddle in other people's business just by listening to one side of the story. Isn't this kind of person just making trouble for others? Su Maoyang looked at the other party seriously and continued to ask, is this the legendary hidden tribe? She has learned a lot about the Great Yan dynasty these days. In addition to these aristocratic families and sects, there are many hidden tribes in the Great Yan dynasty. These hidden tribes have been secluded all year round and have their own way of practicing and living. Even at the last Wulong conference, they were not seen, which shows that they don't care much about these worldly things. But why did they appear in the palace this time? Madame Tang was like a worm in Su Maoyang's stomach. After hearing her question, she told him the following words. Yes, the Tiandu tribe and the Jiugong tribe are both hidden tribes. This time, they came to the palace to pay homage to His Majesty for the prehistoric land. I heard that the Tiandu tribe has been in turmoil recently. The tribe leader adopted a son, whose ability to refine poison is even stronger than that of Xinxinghe. He should have felt threatened, so he wanted to go to the prehistoric land to try his luck. After all, there are many opportunities and strange medicinal materials in that place. Su Maoyang suddenly realized what was going on when he heard this. No wonder a person who had been hiding from the world had to go to the palace to meet the emperor. If he wanted to enter the prehistoric land, he naturally had to get the approval of Emperor Yin. Xinxinghe didn't expect Dongfang Liu to dare to talk to him like this. His face became serious and he shouted coldly, a concubine in the harem dares to mock my Tiandu clan. How dare you? From his tone, he looked down on the women in the harem. Of course, it is understandable that a hidden clan like them, living in a closed environment, is somewhat arrogant and looks down on the outside world. What's more, he is the pride of the clan. Dongfang Liu was furious and asked, brother, please make it clear that this is the palace of the Great Yan dynasty. As guests, you don't know the rules. Not only do you not pay respect to the queen and me, but you also scold me and insult the queen for being cruel. Is this the etiquette of your Tiandu clan? You came to the palace to ask for help, but you are so arrogant and unreasonable to interfere in other people's harem affairs. Such people are really unpleasant. What's wrong with scolding you? If you were in my Tiandu clan, women like you would have been turned into human pigs to feed poisonous insects. There would be no right to make trouble here. Xinxinghe snorted indifferently, without any awareness of being a guest. Su Maoyang frowned at this. This young master keeps saying that we are vicious, but his own methods are even worse. What qualifications does he have to criticize others? Besides, I don't even know you. So why do you accuse and insult me without any reason? You should know that I am the queen and represent the face of the royal family. If you don't take the royal family seriously, why bother to meet the Emperor Yin and discuss the affairs of the prehistoric land? You are not welcome here. Please go back. As the queen, she would never be bullied by a young boy. If she didn't stand up, these hidden people would only look down on the Great Yan dynasty and Emperor Yin even more. Fu Qinglan didn't expect that she would directly reject the purpose of their trip on behalf of Emperor Yin, and couldn't help but sneer. Who do you think you are? It's fine if you are domineering in the harem, but you even become the master of the prehistoric land. Are all women of Emperor Yin so self-righteous? She really can be the master. At this moment, a deep and gloomy voice sounded. I saw Emperor Yin striding over from a distance, and no matter how bright the sun fell on his handsome face, it couldn't block the gloom on the eve of the storm. When the people of the hidden tribe saw Emperor Yin appear, they were all stunned by his aura. And then, they all walked forward. Etiquette. The hidden clan has always been proud. And even when facing Emperor Yin, they only bowed, not kneeled. In the past, Emperor Yin treated them with courtesy and did not bother with them. But he did not expect them to come arrogantly to humiliate his queen and meddle in his family affairs. At that moment, he felt that their etiquette was particularly glaring. Even the words were very impolite. Don't even think about the prehistoric land. Get out. An elder of the Tiandu clan following Xinxinghe heard it, and he couldn't help but panic, and immediately saved it. Emperor Yin, you can't act on impulse. This time, My Tiandu clan came with sincerity. Are you going to give up huge benefits for a woman? Yes, Emperor Yin. My Jiugang clan also brought a generous reward. As long as Emperor Yin nods, it will be a win-win deal. It's not worth it to vent your anger for a woman. The elders of the Jiugang clan followed and persuaded. Emperor Yin listened, but was not moved at all. Instead, he sneered, I didn't do much for the prehistoric land. It was all conquered by my queen. Without her, there would be no 10-year jurisdiction and mining rights of the Great Yin dynasty. If you want to go to the prehistoric land, of course you have to ask for her consent. What? She contradicted? Xin Xinghe widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Su Maoyang in disbelief. Fu Qinglan frowned and snorted in a ridiculous way. Emperor Yin really dotes on the queen. In order to give her face, he can even say such words. Although they don't care about worldly affairs, they are not fools. The Great Yin dynasty has not been able to take the prehistoric land for so many years. How can it be taken by a woman? And she is a woman who lives in the harem and can only fight for the wind and be jealous. The elders of the hidden clan were also shocked by this statement, and their faces became quite ugly. Emperor Yin, if you don't agree with us going to the prehistoric land, just say it directly. Why do you have to use such a ridiculous reason to evade us? In fact, it's not their fault that they didn't know. It's because their hidden clan was originally isolated from the news and had an arrogant attitude of not asking about worldly affairs. They only heard that Emperor Yin led his troops to take over the prehistoric land. As for how he took it, they didn't ask carefully at all. Before the prehistoric land, the only thing that interested them was the Wuwang Steel Forest of Wuwang Peak. That place was very mysterious and hid a very powerful inheritance. So they would only show up at the grand events held by Wuwang Peak. This time was naturally no exception. They set off early and rushed here. It was just that there was still some time before the Wuwang conference. So they went to the palace to meet Emperor Yin, hoping to get a place to enter the prehistoric land. Who knew that Emperor Yin would be so lustful and stupid? Which was really disappointing. Chapter 2496 The Arrogant Hidden Clan. Haha. No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have the support of Emperor Yin. It's just that I really cannot agree with Emperor Yin's view of women. I don't want that wild land. Goodbye. Xin Xinghe sneered disdainfully, as if he didn't care about the wild land. After that, he left in a chic manner, obviously not planning to talk nonsense with Emperor Yin and Su Maoyang. Originally, he thought that Emperor Yin was a great man worthy of admiration, but he didn't expect that he was also a superficial person who liked the appearance. The elders who came with him looked anxious and wanted to persuade him again, but he had walked 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, and the elders had to chase him. Fu Qinglan was stared at by Emperor Yin and Su Maoyang with cold eyebrows and cold eyes, and she couldn't hold her face. She glared at Su Maoyang and turned away like a proud peacock. She always looked down on such women who relied on men to show off their power. Besides, the Emperor Yin had said such a decisive thing. They wouldn't be so humble as to apologize to the queen and curry favor with her to get a place. They couldn't do such a mean thing. Su Maoyang felt guilty when he saw the people leave, and apologized to the Emperor Yin. Brother, I'm sorry. I ruined your business. It's none of your business. The hidden clan has been alone and arrogant for many years, and they are increasingly not taking the outside forces seriously. It's time to give them a warning. Besides, my Great Yin dynasty is prosperous and rich in resources. We have all the resources and treasures we need. We haven't reached the point of trading with these hidden clan. So, even if this didn't happen, I didn't plan to let them go to the prehistoric land. Emperor Yin was afraid that Su Maoyang would be suspicious, so he explained with a smile. Dongfang Liu nodded in agreement, and said indignantly, Yes, we can't agree to them. They want to enter the prehistoric land, but they don't even have the most basic gesture of asking for help. And they are still bossing us around, as if the Great Yin dynasty owes them something. Do they really think that the Great Yin dynasty is easy to bully? I can't swallow this breath. Su Maoyang had the same idea as Emperor Yin, and his tone was also somewhat dissatisfied. They didn't contribute to the prehistoric war at the beginning, and now they want to take such a big advantage with a little favor. And they dare to talk about a win-win situation. They are really good at flattering themselves. If they really agree, they probably won't be grateful, and they will look down on the royal family, thinking that your majesty has received a lot of benefits from them. Ha ha ha. Junior sister is right. If you don't share hardships, don't talk about sharing wealth. There is no need to do such a self-depreciation thing. Yi Nantian couldn't help laughing when he saw her look of hatred for evil. Dongfang Liu saw that Emperor Yin was not in a bad mood. So she turned to look at Qiu Qian, who was kneeling on the ground and trembling, and asked for permission. Your Majesty, how do you think we should deal with this rebellious concubine Rao? After hearing what she said, Emperor Yin turned his eyes to the weak figure on the ground that seemed to be withered in the wind and rain at any time. Concubine Rao felt the gaze of Emperor Yin. Her heart trembled, and she immediately squeezed out crystal tears, which flowed down like a stream, crying and pretending to be pitiful. Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me. I promise that I will never dare to play the piano in the garden again, and I will behave myself and never step out of Yongla Palace again. Su Maoyang rolled her eyes speechlessly when she saw that she was still pretending. However, Emperor Yin watched her performance indifferently and added coldly, your promise is not sincere at all. Raopan originally wanted to provoke the relationship between Emperor Yin and the Queen, and let Emperor Yin know that the Queen was actually a narrow-minded and jealous woman who could not tolerate others, but who knew that Emperor Yin would not play by the rules. And the focus was on her promise. Did he understand what people said? It was obviously the Queen who was domineering and didn't even let her play the piano. Although Raopan shouted so in her heart, she didn't dare to say so. She looked up at Emperor Yin in a daze. Then how can I be sincere? Cut off your fingers, and you won't be able to play the piano in the future. So you won't make the Queen angry again. Emperor Yin's words were so light, as if he was talking about what to wear today. It was so ordinary, but it was a bolt from the blue in Raopan's ears, and she almost shook her soul out. No, no, please spare me. Please spare me. I won't dare to do it again. I know I was wrong. Raopan had just pretended to be weak, but now she was as strong as an ox, pulling the hem of Emperor Yan's clothes and shaking him. It's not me you should apologize to. Emperor Yan didn't even bother to look at her. He looked straight ahead and kicked her over. As soon as Raopan fell to the ground, she crawled to Su Maoyang at lightning speed, kowtowed and slapped herself. Empress, concubine you. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't say bad things about you behind your back. I shouldn't be a traitor. And I shouldn't lie to you. Please forgive me this time. I will definitely change my ways and start a new life in the future. Qiu Qian knew that the decision was in the hands of the Queen, and whether she could keep her hands depended on the Queen's words. So she dared not pretend to be sour and sow discord again. Only with the Queen's forgiveness could the matter be settled. Seeing that she was really scared to death and beat herself like a pig, Su Maoyang's complexion improved slightly and he said, forget it. I am not interested in your hands. So just keep them. But 200 strokes are inevitable. You have to learn a lesson anyway. Qiu Qian had no time to be happy, and she was almost scared to faint by the 200 strokes. But compared with cutting off her fingers, she would rather suffer on her buttocks. The wound on the buttocks can at least be healed, but it is not easy to connect a broken finger. Thinking about it, she felt lucky to have survived the catastrophe, and kept kowtowing to thank Su Maoyang for his grace. Thank you, Queen, for your mercy. Thank you, Queen, for your mercy. Even Hongxue, who was kneeling behind her, kept kowtowing, as if she was afraid that Su Maoyang would regret it if she didn't kowtow enough. But Su Maoyang was not a good person. Although she took the overall situation into consideration and didn't want to make a big deal out of Qiu Qian's family, it didn't mean that she could tolerate a maid talking behind her back. She immediately raised her eyebrows and added, as for your maid, not only did she not persuade the master, but she also fanned the flames. She can't escape the death penalty. Just stick her to death. As soon as the voice fell, Hongxue, who was still kowtowing, suddenly froze and collapsed on the ground in despair. Dongfang Liu saw it and couldn't help but sigh. Poor thing. The first-class maid who was so arrogant and looked down on others is now a short-lived ghost. Ah, if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck and follow the wrong master. I hope you can open your eyes when you reincarnate in the next life and don't choose the wrong person again. You must know that identity is not the key. The key is to have brains. Understand? When she first entered the palace, Hongxue relied on herself as a first-class maid of a big family, but looked down on her and Su Maoyang, and even instigated concubine Duan to punish them. But she didn't expect that she would be the first to suffer. Chapter 2497, The Heaven Token. Hongxue was beaten to death in public. Although Qiu Qian survived, she was not much better off. She was carried back to Yonla Palace with her last breath. I believe that after such a beating, no one in the harem dared to provoke Su Maoyang again. The Emperor Yin did not take these grasshoppers seriously. His mind was on the Wuwang conference at Wuwang Peak recently. He immediately took out a black token and handed it to Su Maoyang. We are going to Wuwang Peak soon. This is the heaven token to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest. You can use it to choose a good seat when the time comes. Su Maoyang took the token puzzled and checked it. He found that the token was engraved with a gold-plated Tian character, and there was a faint energy transmitted from it. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary thing. Nani Tang, who was standing beside him, knew that Su Maoyang had no idea about the Wuwang Steel Forest. So she explained kindly, Your Majesty, this Tianzi token is an extremely rare and good thing. With it, you are qualified to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest. You should know that there are only 8 of them in the entire Xianshan realm, which is equivalent to the 8 most outstanding people under the age of 40 in the Xianshan realm. But His Majesty gave it to you, which shows his love for you. Does it mean that only 8 people are qualified to enter the Wuwang Steel Forest? Su Maoyang asked curiously. Nani Tang shook her head. The Wuwang Steel Forest could originally accommodate 10,000 people, but the first 6 rows of the Steel Forest are too mysterious. Without a certain talent and foundation, it is impossible to comprehend them. Therefore, the most powerful disciples can only comprehend from the 7th row. If they succeed in comprehending, they can smoothly move to the front position. If they fail to comprehend, they will also retreat from the front position to the back. That is to say, if you have a good token, you can choose a front seat at the beginning to save a lot of time. But which step you can take depends on your talent. Your Majesty, your Tian token is the best of the 4 tokens, and you are eligible to enter the 7th row of the Steel Forest. The D tokens in the future can only enter the 8th row. The Xian token can only enter the 9th row, and the Huang token can enter the 10th row of the Steel Forest. Each row has 1,000 seats. Therefore, Wuwang Peak has distributed a total of 3,008 tokens. There are many forces in the Xianshan realm, and there are many geniuses. Even if you get a Huang token, it is rare, so the competition is quite fierce. Hearing this introduction, Su Maoyang looked at Nani Tang, who was staring at her with a smile, and couldn't help but sigh that there were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers around her. After this period of time, she found that Nani Tang was not only a model of behavior and life etiquette, but also a walking encyclopedia in terms of knowledge and experience. Just take the fact that she just took out a dagger and had a way to make Qiu Qiyun die painfully without bleeding, or that she recognized the identity of the hidden clan at a glance and knew the internal news of the hidden clan, which showed that she was very capable and well informed. Now listening to her talk, even the matter of the Wuwang Steel Forest was clear, so it can be confirmed that she is not just a simple old woman in the deep palace who knows etiquette and tastes. Emperor Yin saw Su Maoyang's surprise and explained with a smile. Nani Tang is not an ordinary nanny. If you want to know or do anything, you can ask her to do it. Su Maoyang understood everything after hearing this. She is indeed Emperor Yan's confidant. Madame Tang smiled and bowed. Yes, madam. Please give me your orders. I am willing to share your worries. At this time, Eunuch Su beside Emperor Yin seemed to be seeking credit. He stepped forward and took out a brocade box, saying flatteringly, Madam Queen, these are the remaining herbs that His Majesty asked people to find, together with the Heart of Life and Dragon Bone. They are all complete. I believe that with the help of Elder Wu, your friend's injury will be healed soon. When Su Maoyang heard that Yinan Tian had actually gathered the remaining herbs for her, she looked at Yinan Tian in shock. Brother, he was so busy at ordinary times, but he could still find time to help her find herbs. You know, although the remaining herbs are not as good as the Heart of Life and Dragon Bone, they are also quite rare and not easy to find. It can be seen that Yinan Tian must have spent a lot of effort. Yinan Tian was afraid that she would feel bad, so he touched her head and explained, I am the king of the Great Yin dynasty after all. I have so many people under me, so it is not difficult to find a few medicinal herbs. Su Maoyang knew that he said this, but it was definitely not that easy to do in practice. He was grateful and reached out to take the box. I'm sorry to trouble you, senior brother. Ha! No worries. No worries. As long as it is your business, your Majesty will be happy no matter how hard it is. Eunuch Su was a smart man. He took over the conversation with a smile without waiting for Emperor Yin to speak. Yinan Tian did not deny it. The smile in his eyes was obviously very useful to Eunuch Su's words. Then he seemed to think of something and instructed. Ouyang Xia and others will return to the court today. There will be a celebration banquet in the evening. As a great hero, you must be there. It's getting late now. So hurry back and pack up. Su Maoyang didn't expect them to come back so soon. She was shocked at first. But then she thought of the Wuwang conference. As disciples of a big family, they naturally couldn't miss such a grand event. Then she nodded in understanding. Brother, you are going to the front court to meet them. Then we won't disturb you from doing business. After that, she said goodbye to Dongfang Liu and returned to Concubine Palace. As luck would have it, on the way back to the palace, Su Maoyang happened to meet Wei Qinghe coming towards her. She couldn't help but look happy and was about to call him. Unexpectedly, before she could speak, Wei Qinghe immediately stopped and turned away, as if he was hiding from something. Su Maoyang frowned slightly and called him loudly. Wei Qinghe, where are you going? Wei Qinghe saw that he could not hide, so he had to turn around and respectfully bowed to Su Maoyang, and replied in a deep voice, I pay my respects to the queen. I am going to visit Concubine Li in Weiyang Palace. Su Maoyang did not expect Wei Qinghe to be so distant to him. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, What do you mean? Do you suspect that I am the murderer who poisoned your sister? Wei Qinghe lowered his head even lower, his tone still stiff. I dare not. I think you just doubt me. Although I have forgotten the past when we fought side by side, I also know that we are friends who have lived together for a lifetime. Logically, you should know what kind of person I am. I naturally believe the queen, and the queen does not need to worry. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. Wei Qinghe did not even raise his head, seemingly respectful but actually indifferent. And after saying that, he avoided Su Maoyang and left the place. Su Maoyang watched his cold and heartless back and sighed helplessly. Don't you believe her after all? Forget it. So what if I have a good relationship with you? After all, he is the son of the Wei family, and he is always closer to his sister. You don't need to be sad for such a person. There is a celebration banquet in the evening. Let's not waste time. Dongfang Liu comforted. Hey, what kind of celebration banquet? Do you think that after such a big thing happened, the people of the Wei family will really eat peacefully? Su Maoyang shook his head. He had expected that the dinner would be a bloody mess. Chapter 2498, It is difficult to convince the public. At night, the Bixia Palace was brightly lit and filled with guests. Countless delicacies from the sea and mountains, and fine wines and liquors were shining and luxurious under the light. However, the guests in the palace did not have the joy of attending the celebration banquet. They ate and drank silently, secretly observing the faces of the major families. And the atmosphere was extremely depressing. If nothing else, just the recent incidents of Concubine Li being poisoned, Concubine falling out of favor, Emperor Yin defying all opinions to establish Dongfang Junmo as the queen, and several families fighting against each other and harboring their own ulterior motives made everyone's relationship quite subtle. Now that Dongfang Junmo is the master of the central palace, the Zhuge family no longer has any hope for Zhuge Muying to regain the emperor's favor, and all their thoughts are on the Wuwang Steel Forest. After 3 rounds of wine and simple greetings, the head of the Zhuge family finally couldn't help asking about the Tianzi token. Your Majesty, the Wuwang conference is coming soon. Regarding the Tianzi token, what is your Majesty's plan this time? The head of the Zhuge family went straight to the point, and his intention was very obvious. Hearing this, everyone present was alert and looked at Emperor Yin. Emperor Yin took a sip of fine wine and said calmly, I have handed the Tianzi token to the queen. This time the queen will enter the Steel Forest on behalf of the royal family. What? Queen? Your Majesty, think twice. This Wuwang Steel Forest is not a joke. In terms of talent, it must be Concubine who is qualified to hold the Tianzi token. The head of the Zhuge family was not very satisfied with Emperor Yin's decision and frowned in objection. Although Dongfang Junmo was outstanding in strength and was a rare puppeteer and beast master, he was indeed outstanding in fighting. But it did not mean that he had the talent to comprehend the Wuwang Steel Forest. Although Zhuge Muying is not good at team battles, she is extremely talented. She is definitely the best in terms of talent except for Emperor Yin. She has also achieved impressive results in Wuwang Steel Forest. Not only does she have experience, but her spiritual power level is far higher than Dongfang Junmo. Naturally, her understanding of cultivation is more profound. She is more qualified than Dongfang Junmo to enter the 7th row. I don't agree to give the Tianzi token to the queen. Those who can get the Tianzi token are all top talents with historical achievements in Wuwang Steel Forest. The queen has never entered the Steel Forest and has no experience. She may be able to lead troops to fight, but she can't let spirit beasts and puppets do things that test talent such as comprehending the Steel Forest. You should know that most of the people who enter the 7th row are geniuses in their 30s. They have experienced heavenly tribulations and crossed great realms. They are better in both experience and comprehension. Compared with these people, the queen has little experience. But she wants to ascend to the sky in one step and have the best position. It is really hard to convince everyone. The head of the Wei family also spoke up, with a very tough tone, because he was furious when he thought of his daughter being poisoned in Dongfang Junmo's palace. And naturally he couldn't stand watching Dongfang Junmo take such a big advantage. Emperor Yan looked up at him and asked coldly, "Who do you think should be given it to? Wei Aiqing? To Concubine Li? I know that Lear's talent is not worthy of the 7th row, and I dare not have such extravagant hopes. But Lear was poisoned in the queen's palace some time ago. Regardless of whether the murderer is the queen or not, she can't escape the blame. Your Majesty naturally can't let a guilty person get the Tianzi token." The head of the Wei family mentioned the poisoning of the concubine indignantly, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with Emperor Yan's handling of the matter. After hearing this, Su Maoyong sneered and said, "Master Wei, you should know that I did not take the initiative to invite Concubine Li to visit my palace. I have no evidence to prove that I poisoned Concubine Li. I was the one who detoxified Concubine Li and saved her life. Logically, I am her savior. Master Wei has not found out the truth, but he has labeled me as a criminal. Isn't that ungrateful and repaying kindness with enmity? You?" Master Wei was speechless, and his eyes widened with anger. "How dare you? Wei Qing. I don't want to argue with you because I appreciate your many years of assisting me. But that doesn't mean you can ignore the imperial power and interfere in my family affairs." Emperor Yan shouted angrily and slapped the table with one hand. "The Tianzi token was given to me by Wuwang Peak. I decide who to give it to. How can others interfere?" Emperor Yan's anger shook the entire Bixia palace 3 times, and everyone stood up and knelt on the ground in fear. The head of the Wei family was no exception. But he was unwilling to give in. He still stiffened his neck and clasped his fists, saying, "I dare not. I just want to seek justice for Concubine Li," seeing that his father insisted on asking the queen to give an explanation. Wei Qinghe interrupted, "Father, I guarantee with my life and personality that the queen is not that kind of person. Someone must want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Not only to kill my sister, but also to frame the queen. If father really vented his anger on the queen, wouldn't it be exactly what the mastermind behind the scenes wants?" Su Maoyong didn't expect Wei Qinghe to stand up and speak for him at this critical moment, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He was so cold and distant to him just now. Didn't he not trust him? Why is he doing this again now? What do you know, little brat? Some people know a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. Don't be fooled. What the head of the Wei family actually wants is not the truth, but compensation. Of course, he knows that the real murderer is not the queen. But Concubine Li was poisoned in her palace after all. So she must bleed and let Emperor Yin express his attitude. Otherwise, everyone will think that the people of his Wei family are easy to bully. Su Maoyong knew the thoughts of the head of the Wei family very well, and found it ridiculous. He asked back, "What justice does Prime Minister Wei want? Is he going to punish me? Or does he want me to hand over the Tianzi token to your Wei family?" But Prime Minister Wei seems to have forgotten one thing. Concubine Li took the initiative to run to my palace. Do I have reason to suspect that it was your Wei family who instigated Concubine Li to write and perform a poisoning drama and deliberately framed me? Strictly speaking, your Wei family is also suspected, since everyone is the same. What qualifications do you have to ask for justice? Dongfang Li. You felt unsatisfied. So she took over the conversation and said, "Since the Wei family is so ungrateful, then return the Dui Jin Dan that the imperial concubine swallowed. The imperial physician said that the elixir is very rare and cannot be bought with money. The queen only has one, so it cannot be wasted on an ungrateful villain. By the way, there is also the prehistoric land. If the queen's puppet tactics had not been successfully seized, your Wei family would not even be qualified to train in mine. If you want to settle the accounts, then settle them one by one. After the accounts are clear, We can see who owes whom. The head of the Wei family was blocked and speechless. And his old face was stiff, which was particularly ugly. Forget it. Lord Wei. You don't have to force it. That position is not for everyone. If you can't comprehend it, you will always step down. It's just a matter of time. Seeing that Emperor Yin had made up his mind, the head of the Shuga family couldn't help but persuade him. In his opinion, Dongfang Junmo would not be able to sit in that position for long. So there was no need to waste words to make Emperor Yin angry. Chapter 2499 Overestimating Her. Prime Minister Wei naturally knew that this position was of great benefit to both cultivation and talent. Even if he could not comprehend it, he would gain more from just sitting there for a while than others. In addition, the younger generation of his Wei family was not as talented as the disciples of the Zhuge family. It was difficult for them to squeeze into the 7th row based on their own comprehension. Only by getting the Tianzi token could they have such a chance. This was also the reason why he wanted to fight for the Tianzi token even at the risk of offending Emperor Yin. Who would have thought that Emperor Yin would protect the queen so much? And even if he brought up the poisoning of the imperial concubine, he would not have any intention of compensating her. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Wei's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip out. Yang Yu, who had fought with Su Maoyang, supported Emperor Yin's decision. He snorted coldly and said bluntly, "The queen's strength is best proved by the Great Desolation War. She is more qualified than anyone else to sit in the 7th row. Your descendants are not worthy." The people of the Zhuge family sneered when they heard this. Yang Yu was a rough man who could only lead troops to fight. He only knew about body tempering and battle formations. Talking to him about talent and comprehension was undoubtedly like talking to a cow. The head of the Zhuge family couldn't help but tease. General Ouyang was surrounded by the enemy in the prehistoric war and almost died. I heard that it was the queen who led the troops to save your lives. It seems that the rumors are true. They have begun to protect you. General Ouyang is indeed a man who values friendship and gratitude. Hearing that he exposed his scars, Yang Yu was immediately furious. You? But the head of the Zhuge family ignored his anger and continued. It's just that the Wuwang Steel Forest is not decided by relationships or emotions. It is related to the future of all the younger generations in the Xianshan realm. Only by using good resources on the right people can the strength of the entire Xianshan realm be maximized. Otherwise, the Xianshan realm will be humiliated and oppressed by the other two realms, and can't raise its head. Therefore, it is better for General Ouyang not to act on impulse when it comes to major issues. The Zhuge family head said that Yang Yu was using his connections to help Su Maoyang. But in fact, he was also implying that Emperor Yin acted on impulse, disregarded the consequences, and had no overall view, which made it difficult for Xianshan realm to become strong. Dongfang Liu chuckled and asked, "The right person? How did the Zhuge family head know that the queen was not the right person? Could it be that the Zhuge family head can also tell fortunes?" The Zhuge family head was speechless and glared at Dongfang Liu with an unhappy face. Zhuge Muying saw this and advised, "Father, there is no need to say more. If you have the ability, you can squeeze into the 7th row even if you sit in the last row. If you don't have the ability, you have to roll back to the last row even if you sit in the 7th row. The queen has military merits, so it's okay to let her sit in the 7th row." Zhuge Muying was confident and didn't take the Tianzi token seriously at all. In her opinion, the honor she got by her own strength was more legitimate than that by connections, and she was much more proud. "Okay, there's no need to discuss the Tianzi token anymore. Let's go!" Emperor Yin waved his hand in annoyance and drove them away directly. He was just announcing the result, not listening to their opinions. The celebration banquet that night ended in a bad mood, and Su Maoyang got up early and returned to the palace to prepare for the Wuwang Steel Forest. Just a short distance outside the palace, she saw Wei Qinghe, who was about to leave the palace. Thinking of what he said for her in the palace just now, Su Maoyang felt that it was necessary to ask clearly, "Mr. Wei, please stay." Wei Qinghe stopped this time and turned around to look at her, but his face was still cold, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood. Su Maoyang stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Wei, I really want to know, are the words you just said in the palace from the heart? If it's not sincere, why should I do this?" Wei Qinghe said expressionlessly, "Since you believe in me, why are you still so distant with me? You were not like this when we were in the wild land." Su Maoyang frowned and asked in confusion. Wei Qinghe looked at her seriously, with a flash of pain in his eyes. I originally thought that you were not a person who climbed up to the rich and powerful. But I didn't expect that you climbed to the position of queen in just 2 months. I am ashamed of this method. People with different ideals cannot work together. Goodbye. After saying that, Wei Qinghe bowed his hand. And without giving Su Maoyang a chance to explain, he turned around and strode away, as if saying one more word was dirty. It's a pity that he was moved by her at that time, thinking that a woman like her was not afraid of power, did not covet fame and fortune, had great ambitions, was not restrained, and disdained to become a woman in the harem. I didn't expect that she would become the canary of Emperor Yin for the sake of power and status. Sure enough, I still overestimated her. Su Maoyang was confused by him. Did Wei Qinghe misunderstand her? Dongfang Liu on the side asked directly. Then the young master of the Wei family. Wouldn't he like you? After saying that, Dongfang Liu suddenly felt something was wrong and immediately covered her mouth with a horrified expression. Su Maoyang thought of Nanny Tang behind her, and couldn't help but cough twice. Glared at Dongfang Liu. What nonsense! Go back. It's not good for Emperor Yin to hear such a thing. After all, she is already his woman. Time flies, and the day of the Wuwang conference finally arrived. On this day, Wuwang Peak was crowded with people, and it was much more lively than the last Wulong conference. Because this time, in addition to some aristocratic families, sects, and many hidden tribes participated. Of course, those who can come here are the forces invited by Wuwang Peak and obtain the token. For example, the Tianqing dynasty was not invited at all, and it couldn't even go to Wuwang Peak, let alone enter the Wuwang Steel Forest. Su Maoyang was not in the mood to care about the forces present, but was busy meeting with Elder Wu, Shinua, and Ji Ruiqing. Elder Wu received the Heart of Life and several other medicinal herbs for treating his arm that Su Maoyang asked Sun Yu to bring a month ago. So after this month of abnormal treatment, Shinua not only recovered as before, but also became much stronger. After all, the bones of the right hand are replaced by dragon bones. The power and defense of dragon bones are already very terrifying, not to mention the combination of martial arts. It is conceivable that Shinua's strength is probably incomparable. Seeing Shinua standing in front of him in good condition, with a calm and deep breath, Su Maoyang felt comforted and bowed to Elder Wu gratefully. Thanks to Elder Wu for helping me this time. I am not doing this for others. Compared with you getting the Heart of Life, I am just a piece of cake. Elder Wu stroked his beard and smiled, looking at Su Maoyang with admiration. At first, I thought you were dreaming when you agreed to get the Heart of Life. As a result, you not only completed the task excellently, but also conquered the prehistoric land. You got such a rare thing as the Samsara Stone. Girl, you are really not simple. Su Maoyang smiled modestly. Senior, you are too kind. I am just lucky. I think besides luck, you also have to rely on seducing men. Standing behind Elder Wu, Ji Yanting snorted coldly. He had thought that Su Mo was a cold-blooded and fickle person before, but he had never expected that she would climb to the position of queen in a blink of an eye. It seemed that her claim that she won the prehistoric war with her strength was false, but her claim that she seduced Emperor Yin with her beauty was true. Chapter 2500 being broken off in public. Ji Ruiqing glanced at him with disdain and sneered. That's much better than your sweetheart Chu Xinting. I heard that Chu Xinting was beaten by Su Maoyang's defeated men in the prehistoric land and rolled on the ground. She couldn't even keep her pants. Her white thighs were torn apart. If she hadn't begged for mercy quickly, she would have almost died in the prehistoric land. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. Ji Yanting always looked down on Su Maoyang, but he didn't know that the woman he liked was not even as good as Su Maoyang. You, stop making up stories and slandering others here. Ji Yanting, like his master, has been in seclusion for many years to refine poisons. He is a lonely person and has never been interested in gossip outside. He just heard that Su Maoyang conquered the prehistoric land, but didn't know that Chu Xinting had such a humiliating experience. He frowned and scolded immediately. Making up stories? I can't make up stories about Chu Xinting's achievements. If you don't believe me, just ask someone who participated in the Great Desolation War. He will definitely be able to describe them vividly. Ji Ruiqing sneered and waved her hand hastily. Dongfang Liu also recognized Chu Xinting and raised her chin to the right front. Yes, Chu Xinting herself is over there. I didn't expect that after such a big embarrassment, she could still talk and laugh among a group of male disciples like nothing happened. She is also a talent. Ji Yanting looked in the direction she pointed and saw Chu Xinting surrounded by a group of Kanghaman disciples. Chu Xinting seemed to have noticed Su Maoyang and others, and looked over and met Ji Yanting's eyes. As if she was guilty. She pretended not to see it, and looked away. Seeing this, Ji Yanting frowned even more tightly, and immediately walked towards her, and asked with concern, "Ting, I heard that you were injured in the prehistoric land some time ago. Is it serious? Are you taking good care of yourself? If you need any medicinal herbs, just go ahead and tell him." Before he could finish the 3 words, he was interrupted by Chu Xinting impatiently. "What does being injured have to do with you? Do you need to gossip about it and expose my scars?" Ji Yanting didn't expect her to think so, and quickly explained, "I am worried about your health, and I don't mean to expose your scars. No, I just heard clearly that group of people laughing at me to you. Why? Laughing at me behind my back is not enough. And you want to humiliate me in person?" Chu Xinting glared at Ji Yanting with a frown, and her tone was so sharp that he had nothing to refute. Ji Yanting felt wronged. He liked her as a person, not her reputation. He heard that she was injured and cared about her. So how could he laugh at her? "Ting, you really misunderstood me. Don't you know how I feel about you? I just thought that if you need herbs to regulate your body, I can prepare them for you. After all, I have all kinds of rare herbs." During this period, he contacted her but didn't get a reply, so he thought she might be busy preparing for the Wuwang conference and practicing in seclusion. Who would have thought that she was actually healing? For a moment, he felt that he was an incompetent fiancé, so he thought of coming over to show concern. Who knew that she actually misinterpreted his meaning? "Forget it. Do you really think I care about your herbs? You are a fool who holds a medicine jar and fiddles with it every day. You are just a fool who can only speak after the fact. And you still have the nerve to show your courtesy to me. If you really want to be good to me, you should help me get the Tianzi token instead of curing my illness." Chu Xinting didn't fall out with Ji Yanting before, and she had been maintaining her superficial efforts. All because he was the last disciple of Wu Elder. Anyway, having a free poison master and a medicine storehouse can save her a lot of trouble and have great value. But when she learned that Wu Elder actually helped Dongfang Junmo's friend, and it was Ji Yanting who made the connection, she felt that this man was useless and an eyesore. Ji Yanting was scolded by her, and his eyes widened in shock, looking at her with a hurt face. "Ting, you and I were engaged before we were born, and we grew up together as childhood sweethearts. I thought you understood me and my feelings for you, but I didn't expect you to think of me this way. Forget about your feelings. You knew that I hated Dongfang Junmo, but you helped introduce Wu Elder to her friends. I dare not accept such a cheap feeling." Chu Xinting snorted coldly and glanced at Su Maoyang, who was not far away. Ji Yanting felt heartbroken when he heard this and tried to explain. "At the beginning, I didn't know that you would have a grudge with her. What's more, it was for you that I introduced her. She threatened me that if I didn't help her, she would frame me for having an affair with her. I was afraid that you would misunderstand and be sad." "Okay, don't say it. I don't want to listen to all this nonsense. Although we have an engagement, it was the elder's intention. I didn't plan to marry you at all. You are a monster who deals with poisons every day, and you still want to be my husband. Do you think you are worthy?" Chu Xinting didn't care about misunderstandings at all. After all, she never really took him to heart. It was only because Ji Yanting used to be obedient and easy to use that she had been patiently dealing with him. Now that they had fallen out, it was just the right time to tell him that the engagement was cancelled, so that she wouldn't be entangled by him for the rest of her life and couldn't get rid of him. Su Maoyang couldn't bear it anymore after hearing these words, and immediately stepped forward to help. "Miss Chu, the engagement was made by your parents. If you don't want it, you can negotiate and apologize privately. Now you are disregarding people's face and regretting the engagement in public, which is already too much. I didn't expect that you, as the one who broke your promise, would be so confident and shameless to humiliate others. It's simply a mean act. Despicable. And you are the one who doesn't deserve it." Ji Yanting never thought that the first person who stood up to speak for him was Su Maoyang, whom he had always looked down on. He had many opinions about her before, and there were many sarcasms, but she could still let go of the past. This character alone is not comparable to Chu Xinting, a woman who is two-faced. When Chu Xinting saw Su Maoyang, she recalled the scene of her being bloodbathed, and her momentum suddenly decreased. But she still said unforgivingly, "You, Don't think that you can point fingers at me just because you have made a name for yourself in the prehistoric battle. I will definitely not lose to you in this Wuwang Steel Forest today. Su Maoyang sneered. Cultivation starts with cultivating the mind. If your mind is not right, you can't go far. You will know whether you can go far or not after you walk. There is no need for you to talk about it here. Chu Xinting retorted angrily. Su Maoyang smiled. Don't worry. I don't care how far you can go. After all, my target has never been you. After that, Su Maoyang turned around and left, as if he didn't even want to compete with Chu Xinting. Seeing this, Ji Ruiqing patted Ji Yanting on the shoulder, sighed and advised, Hey, open your eyes in the future. Don't be fooled by such snobbery. There are all kinds of women in the world. Why bother to please such a woman? It's better to cut losses in time.